The Politics of Language and Nationalism in Modern Central Europe. T Kamusella. This book I dedicate to the fond memory of my grandparents, Stefania Borkowska Napiorkowska, 1918-2005, Franciszek Borkowski, 1910-1999, Katharina Kamusella na Wilesall, 1894-1975, and Paul Kamusella, 1898-1964. And to the future of my daughter, Anna Maria. Language. Language is savage flesh, which grows in a wound, in the open wound of the mouth, nurtured on deceptive truth. Language is a beast domesticated with human teeth, something inhuman growing in us, and outgrowing us, a red flag, which we spew out with blood. Translated from the Polish by Kevin Hannon, 1954-2008, Siska, 2003, 15, Language is Savage Flesh Ryszard Kryniki, 1943. In Central Europe, language is a precious commodity, symbol of knowledge and status, root of bloody wars of envy. Nations there destroy nations to possess a quantity of precious linguistic material. Tongues. Kevin Hannon, 2006, 52. Contents. 1. Introduction. 1. What is politics of language? 7. Where is Central Europe? 11. The states of Central Europe. 14. On the similarity between the concepts of nation and language. 23. The normative isomorphism of language, nation, and state. 29. Languages and politics in an historical perspective. 37. Social scientists, nationalism, and languages. 42. From languages to nations. 44. From linguistic nations to linguistic nation-states. 51. The normative isomorphism of language, nation, and state, today. 56. 2. Language in Central Europe, an overview. 62. Beginning. 63. The German language or languages. The first Central European vernacular made a written language. 73. Latin, from lingua franca to dead language. 86. The Czech language. 99. The Polish language. 108. The Magyar language. 121. The Slovak language. 131. Official languages in Central Europe. 136. Central European literacies. 139. 3. The broader linguistic and cultural context of Central Europe. 149. From Church Slavonic to Ruthenian. 150. The Russian language. 158. What is in the name of a language? 164. Belarusian and Ukrainian. 167. Lithuanian. 180. Latvian and Estonian. 192. Romanian, Moldovan, and other East Romance languages. 201. From Slavic to Croatian and Serbian to Serbo-Croatian to Bosnian, Croatian, Montenegrin, and Serbian. 217. Albanian. 240. Macedonian. 246. Greek. 255. Turkish, Gagauz, Tatar, and Karaim. 264. Bulgarian. 276. Slovenian. 288. Sorbian. 301. Hebrew and Aramaic. 307. Yiddish. 311. Ladino. 317. Armenian. 320. Romani. 327. Esperanto. 335. Script variants, alphabets, and politics. 341. Part I. Central European politics and languages in the long 19th century. The advent of nationalism. 365. 4. The Polish case, from natio to nation. 367. The Polish language and nationalism in partitioned Poland. Lithuania. 368. Encyclopedias and politics. 406. The rise of the Polish nation-state. 408. Polish or Lekitic. 416. Orthography and politics. 418. 5. From natio to ersatz nation-state. 431. Estates politics. 431. Language enters politics. 434. Magyar, from codification to official language. 439. Magyarization and the rise of national minorities. 447. The War of Independence. 453. Magyar, the state language. 456. The mythologization of language in the interest of the nation. 472. 6. The Czech case, from the Bohemian Slavophone populace to Czech nationalism and the Czechoslovak nation 481 estates politics 482 language enters politics 489 Landish patriotismus, Czech nationalism and panslavism 495 toward Czechoslovakia 510 development of nation equates language development 513 Czechoslovakism 518. 7. From Upper Hungary's Slavophone populace to Slovak nationalism and the Czechoslovak nation 522 imagining Slovakia and the Slovaks 523 which Slovak language for which Slovak nation? 531 Slovak nationalism and Magyarization 547 Czechoslovakism 557 The difficult birth of Standard Slovak 562. Part 2 Nationalisms and Language in Third 20th Century. The Triumph of the National 569. 8. From a multi-ethnic to an ethnically homogeneous nation-state 573 The emergence of Poland and linguistic nationalism 576 Language politics in interwar Poland 587 Polish, from a minority to hegemonic language 598 World War II, Polish is a minority language once again 609 The unprecedented monopoly of Polish in communist Poland 620 The national communist monolith cracks, from the end of communism to Poland's accession to the European Union 628. 9 The Hungarian nation, from Hungary to Magyarország 645 The Magyar and Polish cases compared 648 The shock of Trianon 652 Interwar Hungary 663 Magyar, from the imperial to national language 667 Communist Hungary Magyar is a small language again 688 The end of communism, rediscovering the world and Greater Hungary 706. 10 The Czech nation, between Czechoslovak and Czech nationalism 714 In search of the Czechoslovak nation 719 Again, the twilight of German-Czech bilingualism 764 Czechoslovakia, a home to two nations 771 No name, the Czech nation-state 787. 11 The Slovak nation, from Czechoslovakia to Slovakia 803 National myths and the Slovak vision of the Slovak past 805 Interwar Czechoslovakia, the Slovak Renaissance and Czech domination 820 The first Slovak independence, a brief prelude of Slovak monolingualism 851 The return of Slovak-Czech bilingualism 861 Confusing names, Slovakia independent again 883. 12905 The Central European languages and nationalisms in the long 19th century 905 The languages and nation-states of Central Europe in the short 20th century 919. Forward. Students of nationalism, whether historians, sociologists, or political scientists, have long been aware of the importance of the politics of language. Witness the classic studies by Ernest Gellner, Benedict Anderson, and Eric Hobsbawm. For their part, linguists have long been aware of the importance of language for the rise of nationalism. All the same, despite their potential importance in both fields, relatively few in-depth studies have been made of the politics of particular languages in particular periods. The problem is that, generally speaking, the linguists do not know enough political history to take in task while political historians are ill at ease in the field of linguistics. T Kamusella is an example of that increasingly rare animal, a scholar who feels at home in more than one field. In this book he offers a major, indeed, a monumental, contribution to the scholarly exchange between linguists and historians, not to mention political scientists. Kamusella has produced a magisterial study, ambitious in its aims but supported by original research as well as offering a synthesis of specialized contributions in a number of languages. The book is concerned with what might be called a topical topic, the politics of language. The author's principal aim is to present historical case studies, concentrating on the last 2 centuries, when languages have been particularly entwined with politics, and on 4 languages, Polish, Hungarian, Czech, and Slovak, that were chosen not only because of the author's linguistic competence but also because, as he says, languages are more politicized in Central and Eastern Europe than anywhere else. Kamusella is nothing if not thorough. The core of his book consists of 8 chapters, 2 for each of the key languages. However, a long introduction, virtually a short book in itself, defines key terms and places the case studies in a wider context. The basic concepts require definition, since as the author observes, neither nation nor language is as transparent a term as it may seem, and what he describes as ethno-linguistic nationalism, or more technically as the normative isomorphism of language, nation, and state, is a historical construct that cannot be taken for granted. The distinctions that Kamusella makes between civic and ethnic nations and between linguistic codification and standardization are particularly useful. In the second place, writing as he does mainly for Western European and Anglophone readers, Kamusella is careful to place the 4 languages on which he centers his attention among the many other languages of Central and Eastern Europe. He also places the 19th and 20th centuries in perspective by discussing the earlier history of these languages. Although this is a work of synthesis and comparative analysis, it includes unusual themes, among them the politics of dictionaries and national encyclopedias, as well as fascinating and little-known examples, such as the importance of the German model and even of German speakers in the codification of Polish and Hungarian, the use of census data on language in the long struggle of the Poles for recognition as a nation, and the regular temporary exchange of children in border areas so that they might grow up fluent in 2, 3, or 4 languages. Readers with an interest in cultural hybridity will be delighted to learn about Trajanksa, literally a mix of hay and grass, applied to the mix of Russian and Belarusian, or Surzhyk, wheat with rye or barley, describing the mix of Russian with Ukrainian. It should be emphasized that the central part of the book does not merely offer 4 case studies or parallel histories of the relation between language and politics. It analyzes as well as describing, making use of both comparisons and contrasts in order to show how languages were affected by political ideas and events, notably by nationalism and by the coming to power of communist regimes after 1945. Conversely, Kamusella notes how the revival of written vernaculars contributed to the rise of nationalism. The author avoids any monolithic view of his 4 languages and shows himself to be well aware of the importance of regional variation, noting, for instance, that the situation of Hungarian in Transylvania differed considerably from that in the Great Hungarian Plain. This book should appeal to linguists, historians, and students of politics. Its most obvious attraction is that it fills a major gap in the knowledge of Western European and Anglophone scholars, and that it can be used for reference as well as read from cover to cover. However, Kamusella's study is more ambitious than that. The concepts it uses and the conclusions it reaches about language and politics are likely to provoke a more general discussion. It is likely to remain the standard work in its field for a generation. Professor Peter Burke, University of Cambridge. Note on the dedication. My grandparents were born to a Europe and the world without policed borders, passports, or visas, when Central European polities were multi-ethnic and multilingual. They could speak any language of their choice, and moved across the continent and the globe as they pleased. What limited them were financial resources and their imagination. Despite these constraints, before 1918 Stefania Piotrkowska's peasant father went twice, in search of gainful employment, to the United States before the Great War ended. Franciszek Borkowski's 2 brothers permanently left their impoverished and backward Mazovia, plagued with poor sand soils, for America in the 1930s. The siblings of Katrina Weilzahl and Paul Kamusella roamed the width and breadth of the German and Austro-Hungarian empires as apprentices, workers, and servants. Following the fateful year of 1918, my grandparents saw the end of the old world as they knew it, though it had not been any belle époque to them, because they were simple peasants and workers. Their children were born to the age of ethnic cleansing, homogenizing nation-states, enforced monolingualism, authoritarianism, totalitarianisms, withheld passports, a European the globe cleft with the Iron Curtain, borders closed with barbed wire and enforced with automatic fire response, alongside visas issued at the whim of a bureaucrat. Out of Katrina, Katarzyna was made, and out of Paul, Powell. The ethno-nationally minded authorities also imposed on them the Polonized version of their XXIII surname, first Kamusella and later, Kamusella. Our hometown, once known as Kandrtin, became Heidbreck and now is Kedzierzyn. My wife and I lived half of our lives in this short 20th century, bracketed by the outbreak of the Great War and the fall of communism, that with the hindsight appears to have lasted much too long. Our daughter was born on the threshold of the new in the year that intervened between 1989, which saw the collapse of the Soviet bloc and the communist system, as well as the disappearance of the Cold War division of the world, and the year of 1991, when the Soviet Union broke up. Luckily, she had no chance to experience how it had been before. Being a child, she did not share with her parents the trepidations of the systemic change and their longings for the time when Poland would at last become a normal country. She is coming of age in a democratic and free state that is part of United Europe. As they used to be for my grandparents, borders once again are just lines on the map to Anna. These lines do not constitute any obstacle to her traveling, and her passport she wears lightly, because her life does not depend on it. This is just another document, rarely embellished by a visa. Neither her name and origin nor a tongue she may speak will cost her dearly, and now no authority will dare to impose them on her. Let it continue to be so. 1. Language has always been a companion of the empire. 2. Gramática de la lengua catalana, Grammar of the Castilian Spanish Language, 1492, Madrid. Dedication, Antonio de Nebrija, 1441–1522, 3. It hath ever been the use of the conqueror, to despise the language of the conquered, and to force him by all means to learn his, 1596. In Crowley 2005a, 27, Edmund Spencer, 1552–1599, Itis language, which constitutes the correct border of the nation, 1813. 4. In Leoschner 2004, 389, Ernst Moritz Arndt, 1769–1860, among a people without fellow feeling, especially if they read and speak different languages, the united public opinion, necessary to the working of representative government, cannot exist. Considerations on Representative Government, 1861, Chapter 16, John Stuart Mill, 1806–1873, each healthy nation endowed with its own state, and each healthy nation-state must wish that its national language is also the state language, and its state language the national language. 5. Tramp 1908, 268, Allen Gage is a dialect with an army and navy. 6. In Weinreich 1945, 13. Central Europe is a vague concept. With the exception of German language writers, until recently, the region was as alien or exotic to the Western European and Northern American public as the Balkans still are. Prior to World War I, the 2. Concept of Central Europe was practically unknown in the West unless one associated the region with Austria-Hungary and the German Empire. German language authors and politicians from both polities reinforced this association during the Great War, when some proposed creating a Germanic Middle Europa, Central Europe in German, consisting of the dual monarchy and the German Empire alongside the eastern territories seized from the Russian Empire. In the period between the two world wars, the concept of Central Europe was largely de-Germanized and its extent limited to the new nation-states between Germany and the Soviet Union, with the Baltic as the region's limit in the north. The southern reaches of Central Europe, clearly delimited before 1914 as coterminous with Austria-Hungary's southern border, became fuzzier in the wake of the 1918 territorial changes, when the pre-war frontier disappeared within the newly founded Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, Yugoslavia, and considerably enlarged Romania. The German, Soviet division of Central Europe between 1939 and 1941 was a prelude to the Third Reich's eastward expansion, which can be interpreted as an attempt to recreate a Germanic Middle Europa. Had the project worked out, such a Central Europe would have become the core of Germany's pan-European empire. The post-1945 division of Europe between the Western Allies and the Soviet Union split the region between the two Cold War camps, the Germanic half, but with the exclusion of East Germany, of Europe allocated to Western Europe, and its non-Germanic half to Eastern Europe. When pro-Central European researchers, usually hailing from the region but active in the West, wished to remark on the cultural or historic distinctiveness of Central Europe, they tended to speak of West and East Central Europe, respectively. But this usage was of no immediate political significance until the fall of communism and collapse of the Soviet bloc in 1989. Central Europe re-emerged therefore as a potent idea and political concept, mostly associated with the Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia. Many Austrian and German thinkers stressed that their countries also belonged to the region, but in practice Berlin and Vienna chose to emphasize their strong links with Western Europe, as established after World War II. In Austria and Germany, Central Europe is more of a myth of old good times, Belle Époque, prior to the outbreak of the Great War than any political reality. When I did research in Vienna in 2005, I ran a small experiment. I asked Austrian, German, and other Western colleagues in the Institute of Human Sciences, Institut für die Wissenschaften vom Menschen, how far Vienna was from Bratislava. The usual guesses were 200 to 500 kilometers. In reality, it is 66 kilometers by car from city center to city center. Until 1945, both cities were connected by a fast tramway line, which, symptomatically, has not been rebuilt to this day. This clearly shows how much even an educated Austrian or German sees her or his country as part of the West, even to the defiance of actual geography. The Austrian and German view is shared by numerous Slovenians who prefer to define their state as an undisputed part of Western Europe, while Czechs, Magyars, Poles, and Slovaks do not perceive the post-Yugoslav and post-Soviet states as naturally belonging to Central Europe. The political utility of Central Europe waned in the late 1990s, when despite repeated vows of intra-regional cooperation, Bratislava, Budapest, Prague, and Warsaw more frequently disagreed than cooperated, and competed with one another, striving to secure membership in NATO and the European Union for their respective states. Nowadays, when all the four polities are already members of both organizations, the idea of Central European cooperation has been replaced by actual intra-EU and intra-NATO cooperation. Although Central Europe is largely an arbitrary geographical cultural concept, for the analytical and comparative needs of this work, I decided to define it as limited to the Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia. This equally arbitrary decision was dictated by practical reasons of limiting research and the size of the resultant book. Despite that, this work grew quite considerably from what I intended in 2001, when I commenced the research. First of all, I explained the past, and social and cultural realities of the four countries in detail, assuming no prior knowledge on the part of the prospective English-speaking or Western reader. Secondly, I added an extensive outline on other Central, Southeastern, and Eastern European languages and their histories, because time and again they have been so intimately connected with historical, political, social, and cultural developments in the Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, Slovakia, and earlier polities popularly identified with these four states. With this interdisciplinary exercise in the intellectual history of Central Europe, I aspire to contribute to placing this region within the mental confines of the Western mind. Nowadays, when the Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia alongside Bulgaria, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, and Slovenia are part of the European Union, social and cultural integration should follow economic integration. At present, the inhabitants of Central Europe know much more about their Western European counterparts than the other way round. Thus, the disappearance of political and economic frontiers is not enough to do away with mental barriers erected by the two world wars, the Cold War, and the two totalitarianisms of communism and National Socialism. But the Western reader may more eagerly undertake the difficulty of getting acquainted with the Union's eastern flank when she or he realizes that the Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia put together are a house to 64.5 million inhabitants, which is a bit more than the populations of France, Italy, and the United Kingdom, oscillating at about 60 million each. Furthermore, as many as 120 million people live in the states that border on this work's conception of Central Europe. 4. In the east and south, namely in Russia's Kaliningrad Oblast, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, Moldova, Romania, Serbia, Montenegro, Bosnia, Croatia, Slovenia, and Austria. Readers may wonder why I chose to focus on Central Europe's languages and nationalisms instead of writing a straightforward history of the region. Quite a few such regular histories were already published, as remarked below, but the problem is that they have not become popular textbooks or spawned more accessible brief histories of the region that would be directed at the mass market. What is more, Western readers of the scholarly histories often were left as perplexed by the past and present of Central Europe as they were before perusing these works. A significant quality must have been lost in communication, which prevented better comprehension. I believe that a partial explanation to this paradox is the general underdevelopment of Central European studies in the West. Between 1945 and 1989, Western students and scholars preferred to focus on Eastern Europe, understood as the Soviet Union, to the detriment of research on Central Europe. After the fall of communism, a short-lived wave of books devoted to the political and economic transition in Central Europe burst into Western bookstores. However, the success of this transition made the region of more interest to entrepreneurs than academics. The latter now saw it as so normal that it was not worth their time, unlike the horror of the post-Yugoslav and post-Soviet wars or the rise of oppressive dictatorships in numerous post-Yugoslav and post-Soviet states. The decades of Cold War isolation coupled with general avoidance of Central Europe in Western academia made this region into theater in the eyes of the average Western European or Westerner. At times, Central Europe was perceived as much different from the West as the Soviet Union or Communist Yugoslavia, but the latter country was more accessible to Western travelers, while the former more visible because it constituted the main danger to the continued existence of the West. In this configuration, Central Europe became a forgotten nook of the East. The effect was magnified by the stereotype of Kleinstaaterei. This pejorative German term means the occurrence of many petty states, and at the turn of the 19th century it was used as a criticism against the Holy Roman Empire, which, at that time, consisted of about 300 polities. In the mid-19th century, German and Italian nationalists used this concept to justify their drive to build their respective nation-states, which would replace a large number of other polities in the northern half of the German Confederation and in the Apennine Peninsula. After 1918, Berlin leveled a similar criticism of Kleinstaaterei against the numerous nation-states that in Central Europe superseded the three empires of Austria-Hungary, Germany, and Russia. 5. The closest counterpart of Kleinstaaterei in English is Balkanization, which dates back to 1878, when after the Congress of Berlin the Ottoman Empire's European possessions in the Balkans were decisively replaced by a plethora of independent and semi-independent nation-states. The usage spread in the wake of the two Balkan Wars, 1912-13, and returned with force in the context of the breakups of Yugoslavia and the Soviet Union. From the Western perspective, the application of the stereotypical concepts of Balkanization and Kleinstaaterei to a region condemns the very existence of small states, as if Belgium, Luxembourg, or Liechtenstein were not smaller, and absolves Western observers from trying to understand the subsequent developments within them and the dynamics of the relations between them. In a self-explanatory manner, the stereotype claims that what follows is unavoidable chaos and reliving of ancient hatreds. A typical Westerner perceives a multitude of languages, made visible to the international community by their elevation to the position of official and national languages, as mind-boggling, an index-cycle of looming chaos. It is all too easily forgotten that the state-directed liquidation of linguistic, ethnic, and regional differences in France lasted from the French Revolution and was completed in the late 1940s, Weber 1976. After the founding of the Italian nation-state in 1861, such differences persisted well after World War II and began to wane only at the end of the 20th century, Moro 1963. In the second half of this century, the persistence of these differences in Austria, Germany, Spain, and the United Kingdom necessitated either federalization or far-reaching decentralization of the polities. Peaceful and prosperous Switzerland with its 4 official languages appeared as a model to be emulated. On the other hand, the Western, European, myth is that the lack of ethno-linguistic homogeneity is typical of Central, Southeastern, and Eastern Europe, and should be limited in order to enable development and progress there. Traditionally, Western, European, political thinkers and statesmen were ready to tolerate cultural and linguistic multiplicity within the borders of a single polity only in post-colonial and Asian states. The same phenomenon earned Central Europe a serious rebuke because the West perceived the region as its faulty and peripheral section in an urgent need of reform. Such a reform tacitly meant doing away with the babel of linguistic confusion. Hence many Western surveys of Central Europe limit themselves to recounting the most known historical events and listings of border changes and national minorities. The dynamics that propelled the changes is spuriously accounted for with a set formulae of ancient hatreds, Balkanization, or Kleinstaaterei that explain nothing. Rather, they perpetuate myths about otherness of Central Europe vis-a-vis Western Europe. In my study, I attempted to transcend this pitfall by merging historical narrative with an analysis of language politics. Although in Western Europe 6 is all too easily forgotten, the growing significance of vernacular languages was, in the past, translated into an abolishment of the political unity of the Western Christian world under the guidance of Latin-speaking papacy, a confirmation of separateness of coalescing territorial states vis-a-vis one another and an ideological basis of the religious dissent that spawned the Reformation. Until the Vatican Council II, the use of Latin in Catholic liturgy and vernaculars in Protestant liturgy were the main and immediately perceivable difference between the Catholic and Protestant churches. The attempted liquidation of languages and dialects other than the standard language anointed as the official and national language of a state was first typical of early modern Western Europe before the practice spread to Central and Eastern Europe. The simultaneous reinforcement of a state's linguistic differences and the limiting of the latter within its borders, nowadays seen as typical of Central Europe, was the basis of politics of languages it originated and developed in Western Europe. Although the Western European pedigree of politics of language is at present conveniently forgotten, the phenomenon of language politicization is said to be now most visible in Central Europe. It is so because after World War I, the formerly multilingual Western European powers of France and the United Kingdom with the support of the United States chose to delegitimize the existence of Austria-Hungary on the account of its multilingualism and multi-ethnicity. By the same token, the victorious powers legitimized various ethno-national, formerly, often marginal, movements, which defined their postulated nations in terms of language. The national principle steeped in the ideal of ethno-linguistic homogeneity allowed these movements to carve up Central Europe into a multitude of ethno-linguistic nation-states. What followed with vengeance was forced ethno-linguistic homogenization pursued to assimilate non-national elements within a nation-state. The intensity and human costs of this project were much higher than in Western Europe, because there the process of ethno-linguistic homogenization was spread out over 2 or more centuries, and conducted mostly prior to the rise of the bureaucratic state and industry, which provided the means of making millions conform with the central government's will. The ethno-linguistic homogenization of Central Europe's nation-states was carried out and largely completed between 1918 and 1950. In the lifespan of a single generation, compulsory education in the national language, dictatorships, totalitarianisms, imposed border changes, the Holocaust, mass expulsions, dispersal of minority populations, and forced emigration steamrolled the social and cultural reality of the region, doing away with multilingualism and multi-ethnicity which had been the norm there prior to the Great War. In the latter half of the 20th century, the rise of ubiquitous electronic mass media rounded off the process. Thus, it is impossible to speak in a knowledgeable manner. 7. About Central Europe during the 19th and 20th centuries, without recounting the politics of language, which legitimized political and social changes proposed by national movements and their nation-states, and also served as an instrument for implementing these changes. To a large extent, the history of politics of language in Central Europe is identical with the political and social history of this region between the mid-19th century and the turn of the 21st century. Philologists, academics turned politicians, and politicians turned philologists constituted the inner circles of the national movements and were the initial elites of the nation-states created by these movements. What is politics of language? Syntactical language is atypically human means of oral communication. From the anthropological perspective, different languages of this kind ensured social cohesion within communities, face-to-face human groups, and constituted part of the ethnic boundary, which separated such a group from others. The long-lasting separation of one group from another, not mediated by exchange of spouses or economic contacts, contributed to the growing divergence of these groups' languages, even if these groups had originated from a single one, and thus had shared the same language in the past. Spatial mobility meant that groups of totally or of much different origin came in touch with one another, which ensured the rise of multilingualism when they engaged in lasting contacts or cooperation. Languages of some communities became linguas francas, vehicular languages, of intergroup communication. A qualitative change came with the rise of state. On a given territory, numerous groups were subjected to the rule of a single power center. A narrow elite of warriors and bureaucrats projected the power of the center into each nook of the state, ensuring the compliance of communities, now construed as the polity's population, with the center's decisions. In return, the state's government and elite protected the population, usually against the intrusion of foreign communities or states. The growth of increasingly larger polities limited the degree of face-to-face contacts even among the members of the narrow elite, and thus would necessitate the breakup of such states into more manageable smaller ones. Perhaps, the wish to prevent such an occurrence was behind the rise of writing. Subsequently, written languages enabled the rise and maintenance of continent-wide and maritime empires, like those of Rome, China, the Arabs, the Mongols, Spain, Russia, or England. Usually, the male half of the elite monopolized the ability to write and used one or several languages for administration, governing, and control of a polity. Often numerous vernaculars of the population at large were of no significance beyond face-to-face communication in a village or extended family clan, or a number of closely related villages or clans. 8. Written language became an inalienable part of politics, understood as all the activities needed for constructing and maintaining a polity. The technique of writing detached written language from its original and basic function of interhuman communication, and from the speaker and the listener themselves, who had alone produced and shaped language in earlier times when writing did not exist. Records in written language grew into archives and libraries, which became the organizational heart of each extensive and durable polity. Since then a regime change typically required the seizure of such records, and often their destruction and replacement with new ones, when an incoming elite could not effectively appropriate the type of power legitimization employed by its predecessor. The destruction of a polity's archives also conveniently removed memory of aspirate statehood, which allowed a victorious invading power to absorb a defeated state more swiftly. In the case of late medieval and early modern Western and Central Europe, the emergence of separate polities from the increasingly rhetorical supervision of the papacy as the universal political cum religious institution of the Western Christian world was reaffirmed by the gradual replacement of Latin with vernaculars as the state's official written languages. The Reformation, which subjected their religious to state and paved the road to secular statehood, replaced Latin in liturgy with already established and newly written vernaculars. Theos of the newly written vernaculars often did not coincide with established power centers, and thus potentially could be employed to empower regional groups aspiring to join a state's elite, or to become a separate elite in their own right. Later, similar processes spread to Catholic areas, especially in the wake of the French Revolution, which separated state from church, and thus excluded Latin from the realm of secular politics. Cf. Patton 2006, Timowski 1999, Urbanchik 2000. This revolution, alongside the Industrial Revolution in the United Kingdom and enlightened absolutism of Prussia and Austria, prepared the ground for another qualitative change in the politics of language. Industrialization and growing state bureaucracies required increasingly more numerous workforce that would be literate in the official language, of a state. The increasing economic output generated enough profit to finance free elementary education for a growing number of the inhabitants, until, at the end of the 18th century, the ideal emerged that all children should attend elementary school in order to ensure basic literacy and numeracy for the entire population. The shift from divine legitimization of power to that accorded by a polity's population allowed for construing the literate inhabitants as nation, or the ideological sovereign of the state. To this end, the political rights and duties of the inhabitants were made uniform, making them into equal citizens irrespective of birth or wealth. In this manner, nation-state was born. In most cases, women were partially excluded from the newly found national commonality. 9. Until the first half of the 20th century, when they finally obtained full suffrage. That is why earlier more men were literate than women. In the case of men, their skill of reading and writing in their nation-state's official/national language, was reinforced during their service in national armies of mass conscription. The increasingly centralized model of national statehood aspired to pervade the entire public sphere in a polity. This evoked tacit or explicit policies of ethno-linguistic homogenization. The official/national language of a state replaced other written languages traditionally used within thepoli, whereas popular education and mass media contributed to leveling differences in speech, which meant the liquidation of these forms of oral language construed as dialects of the official/national language. In Western Europe, this trend toward the uniformization of written language use unfolded gradually and lasted over several centuries, producing the counterfactual impression that a given state's population has spoken the official/national language since times immemorial. The multilingual and multi-ethnic empires of Austria-Hungary, the Ottomans, and Russia did not want, or failed, to transform themselves into centralized nation-states, in which divine right legitimization of power would be replaced with a nation-based one. Full legal equality of the three empires' inhabitants and the doing away with divine right legitimization of power were not effected prior to their disappearance after World War I. This bred social instability because the Western model of national statehood proved increasingly attractive, especially in conjunction with the economic and military successes of Western Europe's nation-states. Hence, in the eyes of the inhabitants of these nation-states and those of the aforementioned empires, the Western, European, model of national statehood appeared as the norm. In accordance with this line of thinking, the Ottoman Empire was dubbed the sick man of Europe, and Austria-Hungary and the Russian Empire became known as prisons of nations. Because many inhabitants not belonging to the elites of the three empires gradually conceded to these initially Western opinions, the Western powers felt obliged, obviously, when it suited their interests, to intervene in the empires and saw their interventions as fully justified by the non-national, backward, and abnormal character of these polities. In the West, at the turn of the 19th century, the belief arose that humanity is naturally divided into nations and that this fact should be appropriately reflected in the state organization of the, at least non-colonial, world, meaning one state for each nation, or, in reality, one nation for each state in the case of Western Europe and the Americas. In the second half of the 19th century, European scholars and statisticians, confronted with the non-national character of Central and Eastern Europe, believed that the nations, which had to exist there, could be brought out from the ambiguity of multi-ethnic populaces using statistics. In the subsequent censuses, one had to declare one's language, variously interpreted as mother tongue, family language, or language of everyday communication. The declaration of more than one language per person was 10. Not permitted, which by default excluded the phenomenon of bi- and multilingualism from official scrutiny. The logic of this exclusion stemmed from the conviction that a person can belong to one nation only. By the same token, declarations of variously named dialects, already construed as belonging to a national language, were noted as declarations of this national language. Census queries on one's language did not so much measure as create nations in Central and Eastern Europe. Stateless nations, to reaffirm their difference vis-a-vis other stateless groups and the state, of their residents, which they do not perceive as theirs, and ensure their own continued existence, have no choice but to ground their specificity in a set of ethnic markers. Language was the main marker of this type in Central Europe. For instance, religion played a more significant nation-building role than language in the Balkans and the Middle East. Understandably, having grasped this unusual political significance of language, aspiring leaders of fledgling ethno-linguistic national movements in Central Europe set themselves or their supporters to the task of codifying their respective national languages. This codification entailed making a collection of frequently disparate dialects, that in the past might have been even defined as separate languages, spoken by the tentative members of a postulated nation into a written, standard, national, language. The process often involved absorption of some older written language, and writings produced in it, them, as the long-standing tradition of literacy in the newly codified national language. In most Central European cases, codification was achieved by the compilation of a standard grammar and dictionary, which were endorsed by the majority of a national movement's leaders. An increasing number of secular books and periodicals published in a newly written language, alongside the introduction of this language to schools as a medium of education and to state offices as an auxiliary or co-official language, constituted a prelude to the further process of codification, known as standardization. In the course of standardization, variety in pronunciation, grammar, and lexicon was eliminated and a standard of the national language, worked out in such a manner, was recorded in an authoritative multi-volume dictionary and extensive academic grammars. This standardized national language was communicated to the rank-and-file members of the nation via a school textbook, one-volume dictionary, an officially endorsed book with grammatical and orthographic principles on how to write and speak correctly in the language, and a periodical devoted to the cultivation of this language. 7. A national movement and/or the elite of a nascent ethno-linguistic nation aspired to develop their national language, which meant putting it to such uses and describing it in such works as this happened earlier in the case of Western Europe's main languages. Invariably, an Academy of Sciences was established to oversee the process of further standardization of a respective national language. Dictionaries of etymology, dialects, neologisms, foreign words, and historical. 11. Dictionaries of the national language followed later. The crowning effort came in the form of multi-volume universal encyclopedia, which encapsulated the most significant information about a given nation and the world as mediated through the lens of the nation's own national language. The final step on the way to the ethno-linguistically defined independence of a nation and its national language came when the nation obtained its own nation-state, where the national language was declared the sole official language of the polity. In the nation-state, dictionaries, grammars, and textbooks of the national language along with encyclopedias in this language proliferated. They continually reformed and updated the national language in line with the needs of the nation and politics, but also with an eye to novel ways of describing and analyzing language as practiced in the West and neighboring nation-states. Prior to the rise of its ethno-linguistic nation-state, the national movement used the national language as an argument to confirm in the eyes of international public opinion that the postulated nation resided on a given territory, which should be made into the nation's nation-state. When the goal was achieved, the language served to forward territorial claims against neighboring states on the basis that conspicuous minorities speaking the national language were left outside the borders of their nation-state. In turn, education and state bureaucracy in the national language ensured assimilation of minorities who resided in the nation-state but spoke other languages than the national one. When a border change was desired, but no significant minority speaking the national language resided in a neighboring state, historical linguists came to the succor of politicians. They proved that on the territory in question, the national language was spoken in the Middle Ages until the perfidious ancestors of a neighbor nation assimilated the speakers of the national language by oppression and arbitrary use of power. And in a case of deadlock, the sides of a conflict succumbed to a ban on the use of languages other than the national one, population exchange, unilateral expulsion, forced emigration, and even genocide in order to make the political borders of the nation-state coincide with the borders of the national language's speech community, Bluntschli 1870, Bach 1866, Crowley 2005, Hartwig 1999, Haubricks 1996, Herrick 1985, 1999, King 2002, 57-58, 164, 225, Leishner 2004, Tramp 1908. Where is Central Europe? There is no agreement on what the term Central Europe should mean. This concept entered the world of English language scholarship perhaps due to the impact of Robert William Seton Watson's, 1879-1951, writings, cf. 1922. He was the first Anglo-American researcher to seriously concentrate on this part of Europe for several decades. However, this usage seems to be the reflection of 12. The seminal work by German Reichstag deputy, Friedrich Naumann, 1860-1919. In the midst of the Great War his Mitteleuropa 8, 1915, Berlin, proposed a vision of a Central European economic political union under the joint guardianship of Germany and Austria. A year later, the volume was translated into English as Central Europe, London. This coinage became obsolete in the wake of World War II when the Iron Curtain split the continent into the dual structure of Western and Eastern Europe, thus replicating the division of the world into the two Cold War camps, cf. Dvornik 1949. The US-sponsored area studies programs fortified this bipolar perception of Europe, which continued largely unabated until the breakup of the Soviet bloc in 1989. It is worthwhile remarking though that almost 2 decades earlier a group of United States scholars of Central European origin had attempted to challenge this dualistic vision by reintroducing the concept of Central Europe into Western discourse and scholarship with the multi-volume A History of East Central Europe, Sugar and Treadgold 1974. They perceived Central Europe as a region consisting of two halves. The eastern one was non-German speaking and after 1945 found itself in the sphere of Soviet domination. They associated the western half with the Germanophone population of divided Germany, Austria, Switzerland, and with the Germanic speakers of the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg. In doing so, they emulated the German scholarly distinction between West Mitteleuropa and Ost Mitteleuropa, cf. Eberhard et al. 1992. Following the fall of communism, Czech, Hungarian, Magyar, Polish, and Slovak intellectuals as well as the average person in the street often sought to disassociate herself or himself from the half-century-long tradition of imposed Sovietization. And in the latter half of the 1980s, Central Europe appeared the obvious choice, especially so because it was now insulated from implications of German hegemony by the post-1945 division of Germany. Two smaller Germanys better fit Central Europe as partners, not in a position to dominate the region. The discussion about the third path of Central Europe between the western and eastern peripheries of this continent was usefully recorded in the volume In Search of Central Europe, Scofflin and Wood 1989. In this work, the clear tendency appeared to narrow the definition of Central Europe just to the erstwhile core lands of the Habsburg patrimony, Austria, the Czech Republic, Hungary, and Slovakia, while the broader-minded camp preferred to speak of Kozipuropa, Magyar for in-between Europe, that includes all the states extending from Finland to Greece between Russia in the east and Germany and Italy in the west. The attraction and utility of the concept of Central Europe became apparent when Lithuania and Ukraine, or, at least, its western part, strove to distance themselves from the tarnished legacy of Sovietized Eastern Europe, or when Croatia decided to right itself out of the Balkan cauldron and 13. Disassociate itself from Serbia's new Yugoslavia, Milorad VC 1998. In the eyes of the West, Central Europe constitutes the good section of New Europe as opposed to its bad twin of the Balkans ravaged by its ancient hatreds, Todorova 1997, 140-160. Neither Latvia nor Estonia shared such preoccupations with Lithuania because they decided to enter Northern Europe, epitomized by Scandinavia's economic and social success. Slovenia had a complicated love-hate relationship with Central Europe. Slovenian intellectuals readily accepted the multicultural vision of the region, but disliked the possibility of German or Germanic domination, symbolized for them by Austria-Hungary. On the other hand, the submergence of Slovenia in Yugoslavia between 1918 and 1990 made the intellectuals wary of possible dominance of their tiny polity by other middle-sized Central European or Balkan states. Recently, enjoying the richest and best developed state of all the post-communist ones, the Slovenes have seen their nation rather as unquestionably belonging to Western Europe. From the vantage point of historic cartography, Paul Robert Magocsi's, 1945, atlases of this part of the continent put the discourse about Central Europe on the map. The first edition of his work, published in 1993, was entitled Historical Atlas of East Central Europe. It comprised the lands of the former states of Poland, Lithuania, Prussia, Austria-Hungary, and the Balkans. A decade later another edition appeared. Its title, Historical Atlas of Central Europe, 2002, clearly indicates that the classificatory division of the European peninsula of the Eurasian landmass, as extending from the Urals to Iberia, into three equal parts with the middle one named Central Europe, has become an accepted usage among area studies scholars. With the 2004 enlargement of the European Union, EU, a new problem appeared, namely the division of the Central European states into those that are in and those that are left out. This new border of exclusion and inclusion ran along the eastern borders of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, and Slovenia. In 2007, Bulgaria and Romania joined the club, and a tentative promise of membership had been given to Croatia and Macedonia. But still Belarus, Moldova, and Ukraine, as well as Albania, Bosnia, Montenegro, and Serbia remain outside the pale. And however benign it may be, there is no denial that the border of the enlarged European Union is a barrier to free movement of people, ideas, as recorded in books and periodicals, and goods. The ramifications of this phenomenon are already discernible. For instance, as of the beginning of the 21st century, the mass media and the inhabitants of the Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia have begun to speak of their states as part of Western Europe. Soon it may turn out that there is no place for Central Europe once again, so that it may reacquire its former role as the refuge for unwanted peoples and states, this time those stranded between Russia and the European Union. 14. As the author of this work, I had to make a decision that would give a more concrete character to this malleable concept. Otherwise it would be impractical to employ it as an organizational framework for this work in the comparative analysis of language policies and nationalisms of the Czech, Magyar, Polish, and Slovak national movements and nation-states. In this respect, I am following Piotr Stefan Wandich's, 1923, Geographically Dynamic Vision of East Central Europe. I take liberty to abbreviate this term as Central Europe, as the sum of the territories of the Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia, or their predecessors in the past, 1992, 12-17. But I cannot stick to the model inflexibly in studying the relationship between language, nation, and nation-states in this region. Thus, the Czechs, Magyars, Poles, and Slovaks, together with their languages and statehoods, constitute the focus of this book. Without referring to their neighbors, however, it would be impossible to comprehend many developments and mutually cross-fertilizing influences. That is why most of the time I take into account the issues of language and nationalism, especially those concerning the Lithuanians, Belarusians, Ukrainians, and, less consistently, those pertaining to the Bosnians, Croatians, Montenegrins, Serbs, Slovenes, and Romanians. For the sake of comparison, the Germans and the German speakers of Austria-Hungary are also singled out, where appropriate, and I try to give due consideration as well to the diasporic ethnic groups or nations of the Jews and Roma, alongside the stateless ethnic groups or nations of the Kashubs, Lemkos, Mazurs, Morocks, Rusins, Sorbs, Slunziks, Zlonziks, or Polshuks. The states of Central Europe 9. In antiquity, no durable state organization was extant in Central Europe. Only the northeastern borders of the 5th century Roman Empire overlapped with what are Western Hungary and the Slovak area south of Bratislava today. 10. The short-lived, 623 to 658, Slavic realm of the Frankish merchant Samo extended from Lusatia to southern Slovakia and southeastern Austria. The Avar Khanate established at the beginning of the 7th century lasted until the Franks destroyed it during Charlemagne's reign, 771 to 814. It comprised contemporary Hungary, southern Slovakia, and western Romania. The Greater Moravian Empire emerged in the 830s. It largely coincided with Samo's state, with the exception of Carinthia, annexed by the Franks, but with the additions of Pannonia, western Hungary, the territories of modern Slovakia, and southern Poland. In the west, the empire bordered on the Frankish kingdom, and in the southeast, on the Bulgarian Empire. At the end of the 9th century, the Magyars moved westward, crossing the Carpathians. They destroyed the Moravian Empire by 906. East of Poland's current eastern border, during the second half of the 9th century, Kievan 11 Rus came into being, established by Varangian, Scandinavian, that is, Germanic, military leaders. 15. The political shape of Central Europe that largely remains unchanged to this day started emerging in the 10th century. Following the defeat of the Magyars at the Battle of Lechfeld, 955, the Holy Roman Empire took over the western lands of the Greater Moravian Empire, that is, of Lusatia, today in eastern Germany, and Bohemia and Moravia, in the Czech Republic. The Piast dynasty organized the state of the Polanians, future Poland, in the second half of the 10th century, while the Magyars established theirs in the 990s. The Polanian state, mostly coinciding with contemporary Poland, disintegrated in 1138 into numerous and then fully, independent principalities. In the mid-12th century the Kingdom of Hungary comprised the territories of modern Hungary, Slovakia, Croatia, Bosnia, northern Serbia, and northwestern Romania, Transylvania. Because of the special position of Croatia in this structure, this arrangement made the kingdom into a dual Hungarian-Croatian state. In 1226, the Duke of Mazovia granted to the Crusader Order of the Hospitallers of St. Mary of the Teutons a small territory around the town of Chelmsford. They renamed it Kulmsee, and in the course of their crusade against the heathen Pruthenians, Prussians, related to the Lithuanians, established the ecclesiastical Teutonic state. At the close of the 13th century, this polity comprised of what today is northeastern Poland, Russia's Kaliningrad Oblast, southwestern Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. The Mongol campaigns, 1236 to 1242, destroyed most of the virtually independent Kievan Rus principalities. The state of the pagan Lithuanians, with its center at Trakai, stepped into the power vacuum and by the 1360s expanded as far as Podolaya in the south, Pereyaslav in the southeast, Novhorod-Siversky in the east, and Pskov in the northeast. Kiev, the capital of the original Rus state, was annexed in 1362. The Kingdom of Poland, reunited in the first half of the 14th century, conquered the Rus Kingdom of Galicia-Volhynia in the 1340s and western Podolaya in 1366. The Kingdom of Bohemia, alongside the Margravate of Moravia dynastically linked to it, continued its largely independent status in the Holy Roman Empire. Within this empire's borders, it expanded southward, and by 1269, Lower and Upper Austria, Styria, Carinthia, and Carniola belonged to it. The Habsburgs then drove away the Puri-Misled rulers of Bohemia-Moravia from this Alpine region, so the Third dynasty began to expand its realm to the north. By 1373, the new Luxembourg dynasty of Bohemia-Moravia had acquired Lusatia, Silesia, and Brandenburg. The union of the lands of the Czech crown, founded in 1346, stabilized with the loss of Brandenburg in 1411. Importantly, in 1344, the ecclesiastical subjection of the crown to the Mainz archbishop was terminated when Rome had elevated Bohemia to the status of archdiocese. Between 1370 and 1382, Poland and Hungary-Croatia were united in the brief personal union under the rule of the Angevin, Anjou, dynasty. This connection gave way to the much more permanent personal union of Poland with the Grand Duchy of Lithuania that was promulgated in 1385. The ethnically Lithuanian 16. Dynasty of the Jagiellonians not only reigned in both these states but also in the Czech lands, 1471 to 1526, and Hungary, 1440 to 1444, 1490 to 1526. After 1526, Central Europe was divided between the Jagiellonians ruling Poland-Lithuania and the Habsburgs ruling the Czech lands and Hungary-Croatia. Following their capture of most of the Balkans in the 14th and the first half of the 15th century and the fall of Constantinople, 1453, the Ottoman Turks commenced the conquest of the lands north of the Danube. At the beginning of the 16th century, Bosnia and southern Dalmatia, along with Jetistan, Yedisan, and Budjak, the southeastern region of modern Ukraine on the shores of the Black Sea, were already part of the Ottoman Empire, while Moldavia and Wallachia were vassal states. The Battle of Mohacs, 1526, that marked the expansion of Habsburgs' rule in Central Europe, also sealed the destruction of medieval Hungary-Croatia. All of modern Hungary up to the Balaton Lake, together with contemporary Bosnia and Croatia, apart from a sliver of land extending from Rijeka to Zagreb, were incorporated into the Ottoman Empire. Transylvania became an Ottoman vassal state that, with time, gained virtual independence. By 1645, the Ottomans had annexed further Hungarian territories, including eastern Slovakia, western Ukraine, and northeastern Hungary. The narrow crescent of Hungary remaining under Habsburg control with its capital at Prespig, Bratislava, 12 extended from western Croatia via western Hungary to western and central Slovakia. The defeat of the mainly Protestant estates of the lands of the Czech crown at the Battle of White Mountain, Bílá Ora, near Prague in 1620 meant the gradual dissolution of this distinctive structure into the hereditary lands of the Habsburgs. At the Union of Lublin, 1569, Poland-Lithuania was made into the dual estates Commonwealth of Poland-Lithuania. As a result of this event, the Grand Duchy of Lithuania ceded to the Kingdom of Poland its western and southern borderlands of Podlachia, Volhynia, Podolia, and Ukraine. In 1454, the westernmost part of the Teutonic state of Prussia was incorporated into Poland and its remaining eastern half became a Polish fief in 1466. The 1525 secularization of the Duchy of Prussia and its homage to Poland commenced the rule of the Hohenzollerns over this Lutheran state. During the 1560s, Poland-Lithuania seized their parts, belonging to the Livonian Order, or the Knights of the Sword, of the Teutonic state, Courland and Livonia in modern-day Latvia, and Estonia, but Sweden annexed most of the territory in 1629. In 1660, the Ottomans liquidated the semi-independence of Transylvania, and 12 years later annexed Poland-Lithuania's Podolia and Ukraine. The lifting of the Ottoman siege of Vienna, 1683, commenced the Habsburgs' reconquest of the lands of the Kingdom of Hungary. By 1718, they had regained all Ottoman Hungary, Transylvania, and Croatia, except Dalmatia seized by Venice, and annexed northern Bosnia, the north of Serbia south of the Sava River, as well as Banat and Oltenia, today in southwestern Romania. During the same 17 time, Poland-Lithuania reacquired Podolaya, 1699. Eastern Ukraine with Kiev was seized by Muscovy, future Russia, in 1667. During the years 1697 to 1764, Saxony joined Poland-Lithuania in a personal union. Shortly after its commencement, the Great Northern War, 1700 to 1721, erupted involving the above-mentioned states alongside Muscovy, Sweden, and Denmark. The initial sweeping successes of the Swedes allowed the 1701 proclamation of the Kingdom of Prussia consisting of East Prussia and the duchies of Pomerania and Brandenburg. The two duchies remained within the boundaries of the Holy Roman Empire. This new Lutheran kingdom of the Hohenzollerns proved an effective player in Central European politics along with the Muscovy, renamed as the Russian Empire in 1721. Both states, with the participation of the Habsburgs of Austria, initiated the three partitions, 1772, 1793, 1795, that erased Poland-Lithuania from the political map of Europe. Russia annexed almost all of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania including the Polish provinces of Volhynia, Podolaya, and western Ukraine. Prussia took the western half of the Kingdom of Poland including Mazovia with the Polish capital of Warsaw, while the Habsburgs seized the central and southeastern regions of this kingdom. In the second half of the 18th century, the Habsburg-Ottoman border stabilized along the historical frontiers of Croatia, Hungary, and Transylvania. Prussia won 7/8 of the rich Duchy of Silesia from Vienna during the years 1740 to 1742. The remaining part of southern Upper Silesia became unofficially known as Austrian Silesia so as to distinguish it from Prussia's province of Silesia. In 1774, Austria annexed northern Bukovina, today in southeastern Ukraine, while in 1792 the Ottomans ceded Jetistan, the strip of the Black Sea littoral in contemporary southern Ukraine bordering on Moldavia. The onslaught of Napoleonic France in 1805 to 1807 and the Congress of Vienna wrapping up the period of Napoleonic Wars gave a final political shape to Central Europe that remained largely unaltered till the end of the Great War, 1918. In 1804, the Holy Roman Emperor Francis II, reigning 1792 to 1835, proclaimed the Austrian Empire that comprised the hereditary lands of the Habsburgs and the Kingdom of Hungary and became the Austrian Emperor Francis I. The French imposed dissolution of the Holy Roman Empire followed 2 years later. Thus, the most durable and sizable political structure of the continent, dating back to the times of Charlemagne, disappeared after 1 millennium of continued existence. In 1807, Napoleon re-established a semblance of Poland-Lithuania in the form of the Duchy of Warsaw. It was made up of almost all the territories, except West Prussia, that Prussia had gained during the partitions of Poland-Lithuania as well as of the northern section of the Austrian partition zone. Another Napoleonic addition to the political map of Europe was Illyria, 1809-1813. This province of the French Empire consisted of Dalmatia, formerly divided between Venice and the Republic of Ragusa-Dubrovnik, southern and western Croatia, without Zagreb, Carniola, future Slovenia, and Carinthia. 18. Today in Austria. In 1812, Russia obtained Bessarabia, or the eastern section of historical Moldavia between the rivers Dniester and Prut, today mostly in Moldova, from the Ottoman Empire. After the defeat of Napoleon, the Congress of Vienna, 1815, overhauled and legitimized this new political map of Central Europe. The Duchy of Warsaw was made into the Congress Kingdom of Poland and joined in the real union with Russia. Simultaneously, West Prussia and the Grand Duchy of Poznan, were detached from this kingdom and returned to Prussia, which also gained most of Saxony. In addition, the territory around Krakow was instituted as the Free City of Krakow, also popularly, though incorrectly, known as Republic of Krakow, under the joint protection of Austria, Prussia, and Russia. The lands of short-lived Illyria reverted to the Austrian Empire together with Salzburg Tyrol and Lombardy Venetia. In the wake of the 1846 Galician Jacquerie that the Austrians directed against nationally minded Polish noble activists, the Free City of Krakow was incorporated into Austria's crown land of Galicia. The January Uprising, 1863–1864, mostly of the Polish-Lithuanian nobility against Russia in the Congress Kingdom of Poland, led to the abolition of the distinctive legal and administrative status of this polity. This kingdom, unofficially renamed the Vistula land, was divided into 10 regular gubernias of the Russian Empire. In the Balkans, Great Britain, France, Russia, and Austria exerted increasing pressure on the Ottoman Empire. As a result, after various periods of autonomy granted by the Ottomans, the following new nation-states gained independence: Greece, 1832, Romania, Serbia, Montenegro, all three in 1878, Bulgaria, 1908, and Albania, 1913. Other significant changes during the second half of the 19th century resulted from the development of German nationalism. In lieu of the Holy Roman Empire, the Congress of Vienna established the German Confederation that embraced all the German-speaking provinces of Future Germany, except Prussia's provinces of Posen and West and East Prussia, as well as the Austrian Empire, except the Hungarian lands. Vienna was the leader of this confederation, though with time the industrialization of Prussia shifted the balance of economic and military power into Berlin's hands. Prussia utilized its clout by creating the German Customs Union in 1834. The year of 1866, when the Prussian armies defeated the Austrian Empire during the 7 Weeks' War, was the harbinger of change. By that time, all the Germanic states had joined Prussia's German Customs Union, except Austria. In 1867, the German Confederation was replaced by the Prussia-led Northern German Confederation, which also superseded the German Customs Union. The way to the eventual proclamation of the German Empire in 1871 was open. Austria lost to Prussia in the standoff for mastery in the Germanophone world. Berlin managed to create a German nation-state, but a faulty one, as it did not contain the German-speaking provinces of the Austrian Empire. Thus, its critics dubbed it a little German nation-state, Kleindeutschland. They disagreed that the new polity was worth the name of Germany. At the same time, the supporters 19 of the German Empire tacitly conceded to the view, but opined that this empire was but a significant stepping stone to a future true German nation-state that would include all the German-speaking polities and territories. Faced with the unstoppable ascendance of Prussia, now cloaked as the German Empire, the Austrian Empire had no choice but to reform itself to prevent its disintegration under the growing pressure of various ethnic nationalisms. In 1867, Austria was overhauled as the dual monarchy of the Austrian Empire and the Kingdom of Hungary. Additionally, in the Austrian crown land of Galicia, Poles obtained political and cultural autonomy so as to offset the politically obstructive influence of Czech nationalism, painfully felt in Vienna's richest crown land of Bohemia. World War I was to utterly destroy the 19th century political configuration of Central Europe. Austria-Hungary disappeared from the map, while Russia and Germany were pushed away from this area and lost their common border that had existed unchanged since 1815. Their place was taken over by the new nation-states of Poland, Czechoslovakia, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and the non-national Free City of Danzig, Gdansk. The Russian Empire evolved into the Soviet Union and together with Poland annexed the short-lived nation-states of Belarus and Ukraine. 13th A Polish nation-state comprised the territories of St. Petersburg's erstwhile Congress Kingdom of Poland, Vienna's crown land of Galicia, most of West Prussia and almost the entire province of Posen, Poznan, gained from the German Empire, as well as the gubernia of Grodno, Hrodna, and the western halves of the gubernias of Minsk, Minsk in Belarusian, Minsk in Polish, and Volhynia, gained from the Russian Empire. In 1920, an army of Polish irregulars seized Vilnius, Wilno, with the area around it from Lithuania, and proclaimed the territory as the state of Central Lithuania. In 1922, it was incorporated into Poland, which the international community had no choice but to recognize the following year. Lithuania did not recognize this fact and continued to claim Wilno, Vilnius, as its rightful and historical capital. At the same time, the Prussian region of Upper Silesia, with its industrial basin, second largest in continental Europe, was divided between Germany and Poland, 1922. Czechoslovakia was founded on the basis of the Austrian crown lands of Bohemia, Moravia, and most of Austrian Silesia, apart from its easternmost sliver granted to Poland, and of Upper Hungary, that is, Slovakia and Carpathian Ruthenia. Post-war Hungary lost two-thirds of the historical Kingdom of Hungary to Romania, Transylvania and most of Banat, Czechoslovakia, Slovakia and Carpathian Ruthenia, the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, Croatia, Slavonia, Vojvodina, Sirmia, and Eastern Banat, and to Austria, Burgenland. The Austrian section of the dual monarchy was limited to a tiny Austria, which also lost southern Tyrol and Istria to Italy and Carniola to the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. Other territorial losses of Austria not yet mentioned included Bosnia, annexed in 1908, to the 20. above-mentioned kingdom, and Bukovina to Romania. Bucharest also obtained Bessarabia from the defunct Russian Empire. Adolf Hitler's, 1889–1945, construction of a real, great German nation-state, Großdeutschland, along with the insulating outer shell of its Germanic DD Empire, did away with the 2 decades of uneasy interwar stability. In 1938, Austria, renamed as Ostmark, or Eastern Mark, and the Sudetenland, that is, the southern and northern regions of Czechoslovakia's Bohemia and Moravia with most of Czech former Austrian Silesia, were incorporated into the Third Reich. Hungary seized southern Slovakia and southern Subcarpathian Ruthenia, while Poland took the rest of Czech Silesia and small territories in the north of Slovakia. In the following year, Berlin liquidated the regionalized state renamed Czechoslovakia. The Czech lands were incorporated into Germany as the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. Slovakia gained sovereignty, but the short-lived and not recognized independence of Subcarpathian Ruthenia finished with Hungary's annexation of this territory. In September 1939, Berlin and Moscow attacked Poland and partitioned it. The east of the state was incorporated into the Soviet Union, while the west and the center, with the capital Warsaw, went to Germany. As part of the Kremlin's scheme, Lithuania obtained the coveted region of Vilnius, Wilno. The Free City of Danzig was incorporated into Germany. A year later, the Kremlin annexed Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia alongside Romania's Bessarabia and northern Bukovina, creating the modern border that today separates Romania from Ukraine and Moldova. Bucharest also had to cede north-central Transylvania to Hungary and southern Dobruja to Bulgaria. In order to round up the description of the changes in the south of Central Europe, it must be added that Yugoslavia, as of 1929, the new name of the former Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, and Greece were partitioned. Germany annexed northern Slovenia and Italy, the southern half of this country. Hungary received Vojvodina and Bulgaria, southern Serbia, today's Macedonia, and western Thrace centered on the Greek town of Xanth. Montenegro, the west of contemporary Macedonia, and southern Kosovo went to Italy, which had already annexed Albania and the northern Greek territory around Praga. The truncated Serbian state found itself under German rule. Nominally, the independent state of Croatia, consisting of Croatia and Bosnia, belonged to the Italian sphere of influence, but Berlin also controlled this polity along with the rest of Greece. As a result of the German attack against the Soviet Union, 1941, Berlin took over eastern Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, which were until then under Soviet rule. Furthermore, the German occupation extended over the whole of Belarus, Ukraine, and western Russia. The territories of pre-war Poland were directly incorporated into the Third Reich. Central Poland, with the 1941 addition of some parts of the Soviet zone of occupied Poland, was made into the German-controlled general government with its capital at Krakow. The rest of 21. The previous Soviet zone of occupation was divided between the Reichskommissariat Ostland and the Reichskommissariat Ukraine. The former comprised all of ethnically defined Belarus and also Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, whereas the latter overlapped with former Polish and Soviet Ukraine. Romania, as a German ally, reacquired Bessarabia and was granted Transnistria, or Transnistria in pro-Russian sources, a strip of land east of the Dniester, formerly autonomous Soviet Moldavia included within Soviet Ukraine. After the collapse of Fascist Italy in 1943, Berlin handed over Dalmatia to Croatia and separated Montenegro from Albania, making the latter into a puppet state. At the end of World War II, the Allies redrew the political map of Central Europe again. Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, with its enlarged borders including Vilnius, were reincorporated into the Soviet Union. The Soviet annexation of the east of pre-war Poland, in agreement with the German-Soviet Secret Pact, was reaffirmed. These lands became parts of the Soviet republics of Belorussia and Ukraine. Moscow also annexed the northern half of East Prussia and incorporated it into the Soviet Republic of Russia. Post-war Poland was indemnified with the pre-war German territories of southern East Prussia, eastern Pomerania, eastern Brandenburg, and Silesia. The interwar free city of Danzig also became part of Poland. In sum, one-third of interwar Polish territory was lost to the Soviet Union, whereas one-third of post-war Poland was composed of German lands. Czechoslovakia reacquired most of its pre-1938 borders, but lost Subcarpathian Ruthenia, now renamed Transcarpathia, to Soviet Ukraine. Wartime Hungary was reduced to its interwar borders, while Romania, having been a German ally, not only had to return its war gains of Transnistria to Soviet Ukraine, but additionally had no choice but to concede to the permanent loss of Bessarabia to Soviet Moldova, northern Bukovina to Ukraine, and southern Dobruja to Bulgaria. Yugoslavia was re-established in its pre-war shape, but with the addition of Zara, Sadar, Theoslan Slagosta, Lastovo, and Chereso, Cres, Istria, the southwestern corner of Carniola, the territory of Gorizia Gradiska, and two-thirds of the Trieste area, which were ceded by Italy. The territories which Bulgaria and Albania gained from Yugoslavia and Greece during the war were returned to their pre-war owners. A territorially diminished Germany and Austria, together with their capitals, were divided between the four victorious powers. In 1949, the western zones of occupation gave rise to West Germany, with its enclave of West Berlin, and the Soviet one to East Germany. At the end of the 1940s, it was obvious that Central Europe had become part of the Soviet sphere of influence. Czechoslovakia, East Germany, Hungary, Poland, Bulgaria, and Romania were made into members of the Soviet bloc. Yugoslavia and Albania remained communist mavericks largely independent of either West or the Kremlin. In 1955, Austria was re-established as a neutral state. Despite the communist insurgents, Greece and Turkey remained in the Western sphere of influence. 22. The Iron Curtain apportioned most of Central Europe to the Kremlin's hegemony and thus made it into a rather undistinguishable part of the Soviet Empire. After Josip Broz Tito's, 1892–1980, fallout with Joseph Stalin, 1878–1953, in 1947, Yugoslavia followed its own course between the East and the West, which won Belgrade the leadership of the non-aligned states of the world. Autarkic Albania severed its ties with the Soviet bloc in 1961 in its displeasure with the policy of de-Stalinization, which left this state isolated from the rest of the world until the fall of the communist regime in 1990. When NATO admitted West Germany as a member, Moscow reciprocated with the creation of the Warsaw Treaty Organization that united the Soviet satellite states, including Albania, that officially left only in 1968, until its dissolution in 1991. The main achievement of this organization was the Soviet-led intervention in Czechoslovakia, 1968, so as to prevent the state from leaving the Soviet bloc. The following year Moscow overhauled the centralized state of Czechoslovakia into the Federation of the Czech and Slovak Socialist Republics. The 1989 collapse of communism and the breakup of the Soviet bloc that commenced in Poland, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia precipitated another overhaul of the political map of Central Europe. In 1990, West Germany absorbed East Germany, and, by default, the new Eastern Länder found themselves in the unexpectedly enlarged European community. In 1991, the Soviet Union disintegrated into its constituent national republics, now elevated to the status of independent nation-states. 2 years later, the Czechs and the Slovaks proceeded with their peaceful divorce and created the first ever Czech nation-state, the Czech Republic, and independent Slovakia. The immensity of these changes may be illustrated by the fact that, by 1993, Poland was surrounded by brand new neighbors. Their three predecessors, Czechoslovakia, East Germany, and the Soviet Union, had vanished into thin air, to be replaced by reunited Germany, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Ukraine, Belarus, Lithuania, and Russia, that is, the Kaliningrad Oblast, or former Northern East Prussia. At the same time, like the Soviet Union and Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia disintegrated into its constituent national republics, giving rise to the nation-states of Slovenia, 1990, Croatia and Macedonia, 1991, and Bosnia-Herzegovina, 1992. Belgrade's subsequent wars against Slovenia, Croatia, and Bosnia, 1992 to 1995, and Kosovo, 1999, reduced the Serbia-dominated rump New Yugoslavia to a loose coupling of the two sovereign nation-states of Serbia and Montenegro by 2003. The uneasy union was terminated in 2006 when Montenegro announced its independence. The Dayton Agreement, 1995, also made war-ravaged Bosnia into a union of the Serbian Republic and the Croat-Bosnian Federation under international control. A similar status of international protectorate excluded Kosovo from Belgrade's control, though nominally the province 23 remained part of Serbia, until the independence of Kosovo was announced in 2008. The collapse of the Cold War order in Europe entailed the eastward enlargement of the Euro-Atlantic structures. First, in 1995, Austria, Finland, and Sweden joined the European Union. 4 years later, the Czech Republic, Hungary, and Poland became members of NATO. The year 2004 brought about the historic dual enlargement of the European Union and NATO. The Czech Republic, Cyprus, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Malta, Poland, Slovakia, and Slovenia acceded the former organization, whereas NATO accepted to its fold Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Slovakia, and Slovenia alongside Bulgaria and Romania. In 2007, Bulgaria and Romania became new EU members. Brussels also extended tentative invitation to the European Union for Bosnia, Croatia, Montenegro, and Turkey. The process of the enlargement of the European Union and NATO seems to have put in place a new line of division between such an enlarged West and the diminished East that coincides with Russia's near abroad instituted in the form of the Commonwealth of the Independent States, CIS. The CIS groups all the erstwhile Soviet republics except Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Since the mid-1990s, Belarus has hoped to establish an equitable union with Russia. But with this goal seemingly unachievable, both states may remain separate. After gaining independence, the Moldovan elite initially worked toward some form of reunification with Romania. The tactic, however, backfired and led to the Civil War, 1991, which gave rise to the unrecognized state of Transnistria with its Russian-speaking majority. Chisinau recognized its mistake, and in the new 1994 constitution it granted Transnistria a special autonomous status. However, this legal change has not yet reversed the division of post-Soviet Moldova. In addition, the Moldovan government created the territorially discontinuous autonomous region of Gagauzia, Gagauz-Uri, for its Gagauz, Christian Turkic, minority. On the similarity between the concepts of nation and language. The two concepts of unusual social and political importance that established themselves into our world today are nation and language. They form the infrastructural basis of localized and global-wide actions that are described with the adjectives social, political, and economic. These adjectives also circumscribe the main spheres of social science research. Yet, without nation and language as we understand or misunderstand them, the social, the political, and the economic would be quite different from what they are now. These two basic building blocks of the currently obtaining social reality are obvious to the point of appearing as transparent categories. Because of this social and intellectual transparency of nation and language, the condition is worth probing. 24. Into. This section analyzes the concepts of nation and language and points out the crucial similarities between them. These similarities illustrate the fact that the two concepts are ascriptive labels, the application of which is arbitrary and mostly depends on the will of the already recognized nation-states. The last 2 centuries witnessed the globalization of the model of the nation-state, Kohn 1962. After the wave of decolonization during the 1960s and following the breakup of the Soviet Union in 1991, all the existing states have presented themselves as nation-states, Kaduri 1971, Roy 2000. Nationalism is the only universally accepted ideology of statehood legitimization in such divergent polities as the United States, Poland, and Iran. In this framework, the nation functions as the sole source of sovereignty. All existing states are defined in civic and ethnic terms, Krejci and Velimsky 1981. Under the civic rubric, the state is primary in relation to the nation. It was the former that created the latter. Consequently, the citizenry is the nation, and citizenship equals nationality, that is, the state of belonging to a nation. In the ethnic paradigm, the nation coalesces around a specific ethnicity and usually emerges prior to the state. It is the nation that builds its nation-state. Consequently, ethnically defined nationality is the prerequisite, without which an inhabitant cannot be conferred with the citizenship of an ethnic nation-state, Brubaker 1992. The classical examples of civic and ethnic nations are provided by the Americans or the French on the one hand and the Germans or the Italians, on the other. In the former case, ethnicity is usually of little significance. As long as individuals acquire American or French citizenship, they are considered to be members of the American or French nation. On the contrary, when people cannot prove their German or Italian ethnicity and, by extension, their belonging to these nations, that is, nationality, they are not eligible for citizenship of the German or Italian nation-state. There were in the past and still are numerous ethnic nations or national movements aspiring to statehood, but none of those was or is civic, Minahan 2002. So because civic nations cannot exist without the state that defines and creates such nations. Hence, the American, or, more correctly, the United States nation had not existed before the rise of the United States. The French nation came into being as a result of the 1789 French Revolution. This upheaval overhauled the proprietary kingdom into the nation-state, which it vested with the mission of creating the French nation. The story was different in the case of the ethnic nations of Italians and Germans. Initially, it was the narrow, elitist-led national movements that proliferated the national news among the potential members of the two postulated nations. With time, the massification of these movements and the establishment of the Italian and German nation-states stabilized and ensured the continued existence of the previously stateless Italian and German nations, Greenfeld 1992, Hurk 1985, Weber 1976. 25. Most of the existing nations are civic. The commonality of national experience and the specific geographic relations in the context of the neighboring nation-states imbue such a civic nation with a degree of ethnic character. The same is true of ethnic nations that attain statehood. This introduces a civic element to their predominantly ethnic nationalisms. Ethnic and civic nationalisms are the ideal outcomes of the ethno-civic continuum along which the extant nationalisms can thrive. The German truncation of the French state into the Vichy regime during World War II did not mean having or ending the French nation. By the same token, should the United States statehood ever cease to exist due to some tragic internal disruption or a foreign invasion, the catastrophe would not entail the instantaneous disappearance of the American nation. Analyzing ethnic nations demonstrates that attainment of statehood tends to de-ethnicize their character. For instance, Italy terminated its original national policy of irredentism, and now it no longer claims the Swiss canton of Ticino and its Italian-speaking population for the Italian nation-state. What is more, naturalization as the way of acquiring Italian citizenship is open to ethnically non-Italian immigrants. At the beginning of the 19th century, the idea of popular literacy as the prerequisite of civilizedness appeared in Western Europe, Astle 1784. During the 20th century, this concept extended to all the corners of the globe, Illich and Sanders 1988, McLuhan 1962. From that time on, it was insufficient just to speak and communicate successfully. People had to speak something recognized as a language, reified by writing, Anderson 1991, Billig 1995, 31. The illiterate speech of those not conforming to this new communication pattern was dubbed as a dialect and became subordinated to a language. Dialects created in this manner were made into a language's oral, that is, uncivilized, patrimony or anachronistic offspring. 14, cf. Bloomfield 1926, 162. Ideally, the rise and development of the nation-state requires full literacy, otherwise the uniformity of law of much significance for civic nationalism cannot be established, cf. Anderson 1965. Or the commonality of the ethnic national experience cannot be homogenized and related to all of the population that is interpreted as a given nation. The concept of language, as popularly understood, is limited to the written form of language. Writing is a highly specialized technology used for the visualization of language, which is basically an oral phenomenon. On the other hand, this process detaches language from the human agent and allows preserving and transferring messages as objects. In this manner, the previously limited face-to-face situation in communication can be broadened to involve larger groups of people, who will never meet most of their fellow nationals. As a consequence, written language became the principal tool of creating national cohesion. The construction of homogeneous nations would be impossible to achieve without this instrument, LE page 1964. Uses of a standard language may differ, but civic. 26. Nationalists employ it for largely non-ideologized communication within the nation-state, while their ethnic counterparts tend to ideologize language into part or even the very basis of their nation's ethnic core, Buck 1916. The United States has no federal legislation on a national or even an official language, or one that plays such a role. The situation is different in the ethnic nation-state of Poland, where Article 27 of the Constitution reserves the official status for the Polish language exclusively. On the other hand, some nation-states, such as France, which pride themselves to be civic, nevertheless prefer to impose a highly ideologized national language on the populace, to the exclusion of other languages, cf. Klebocik 1980, Constitution of the Republic of Poland 1997. Despite its functions, any written language is a complicated socio-political phenomenon, a product of history, deliberate choice, and compromise. Quite an extensive economic and political effort must be expended to codify a written language, Covarrubias and Fishman 1983. First, the codifiers have to agree which piece, S, of dialect/Creole continuum, A, 15 they will use for the planned written standard. Second, they have to settle on a writing system, S, in which to compile appropriate dictionaries and grammars. This is followed by the translation of the basic world canon of writings into such a standard. Next, the freshly standardized language must be put to use in an increasing number of the formal and informal spheres of social life. And, last but not least, this language should be accepted by the society for which it was designed. In today's world of nation-states, This target group tends to be a nation, Haugen 1966. The creation of nations and standard languages includes those considered to be members of such a group and using an appropriate language, but it excludes the others. Thanks to that, the former are empowered and the latter disempowered. In civic nation-states, persons without citizenship and not knowing the official language of statewide communication are stigmatized as an underclass of immigrants. In ethnic nation-states, besides being described as such, they also can be defined as ethnic or national minorities, cf. Uman 1997, Tollefson 1991. In a nutshell, the terms nation and language function similarly. They are purely ascriptive labels, because there is no procedure that prescribes how a group should be elevated to the status of a nation or a segment of dialect/Creole continuum to the level of a language. These are arbitrary decisions. And it is the already recognized nations clad in the mantle of their own nation-states that control these decisions. More or less objective criteria, elaborated by linguists or anthropologists, are of no importance unless their work happens to conform to the needs of a given national/linguistic movement. Surveying the sphere of civic nationalism reveals that a Tanganyika or Zanzibar nation does not exist because these two former colonies merged into Tanzania, resulting in the creation of the Tanzanian nation. Ethnic cases may be even more complex. Northern Poland's Kashubs are not recognized as a 27 nation because no foreign power would benefit, and Warsaw has no wish to diminish the numerical strength of the ethnically defined Polish nation, Sinak 1998. Conversely, the much less numerous, Lusatian, Sorbs of Germany are deemed as a nation because, in the interwar period, Czechoslovakia and some other Slavic nation-states wished to weaken Germany by supporting the Sorbian national cause, the issue of which was also officially discussed at the Paris Peace Conference, 1919, Rzitelska Flesko 1993, Witter 2003, 133-139. Despite a century-long history of their own national movement, the Kurds, although usually recognized as a nation, cannot achieve their own nation-state. In the Tajik case, Moscow fashioned the Persian-speaking population of Soviet Central Asia into the Tajik nation in order to separate them from Persia. Unexpectedly, the collapse of the Soviet Union enabled these tentative Tajiks to assume full nationhood, complete with their own nation-state, Roy 2000. In our contemporary world of nation-states, similar trajectories of standard languages may be traced. Despite the completed standardization of the Kashubian language, Poland had problems recognizing it until 2005, because in the Central European paradigm, where language equals nation, such an acknowledgement could be tantamount to the recognition of the Kashubian nation, Majwiz 1989, 14. Until 1990, the Moldovan language was written in Cyrillic. After adopting the Latin alphabet, Moldovans have virtual the same language as the Romanians. For political reasons, the Moldovan constitution recognizes Moldovan as the national language of Moldova. This political act alone makes the Moldovan language separate from the Romanian, King 1999. Low German, Plattdeutsch, spoken in northern Germany, is incomprehensible to the speakers of Alemannian German, Alemannisch, which is used in western Austria and southwestern Bavaria. But both are considered Tobe dialects of the same German language. Low German is virtually identical with Dutch, but the different national identities of the speakers keep them either from proclaiming Low German a dialect of Dutch, or Dutch a dialect of German, or from creating a common Dutch-Low German language, Sulk 1999. The categories of nation and language, being pervasive and simultaneously transparent in the modern world, require further study and deepened reflection. This may save scholars from the sin of anachronism or from unreflective espousal of the nationalist stance dubbed as primordialism. Otherwise, they may fall into the pitfall of unfounded claims that play into the hands of ideologues. Numerous Chinese academics project their nationalism onto the paleontological past and seriously maintain that the Chinese nation has existed at least for several million years. This is much further in the past than Homo sapiens sapiens that originated some 100,000 to 200,000 years ago, Soetman 2001, 103. The same is true of languages. Bulgarian was standardized at the end of the 19th century, Macedonian in the mid-20th century, while Croatian emerged. 28. From the commonality of the Serbo-Croatian language only a decade ago. Proponents of all these three nationalisms advanced mutually excluding claims to the unbroken continuity of their national languages with Old Church Slavonic. In the 9th century, this written liturgical cum administrative language developed on the basis of the Slavic dialect spoken in the Byzantine town of Thessaloniki, Thessaloniki. Slavonic served the Slavic and East Romanesque world of Orthodox Christianity for 1 millennium. This does not restrain Sofia, Skopje, and Zagreb from labeling Old Church Slavonic as Old Bulgarian, Old Macedonian, and Old Croatian, respectively, Okika 1998, Schenker and Stankiewicz 1980. Another error against the objectivity of scholarly research consists of succumbing to the urge to view one's own nation and language as immortal in order to compensate for one's individual and inescapable mortality. Social reality is like a river. Nothing in its current is present forever. Past experience shows that distinctive human groups and states are created and recreated even during one's lifetime. For instance, Czechoslovakia existed for 74 years and East Germany for only 4 decades. The regional cum ethnic group of Germany's Prussians vanished into thin air due to the post-war expulsion of millions of Germans from the territories east of the Oder-Neisse line, and after the Allies dissolved the land of Prussia in 1947. The rising sea level of the Pacific Ocean, in a matter of few years, may sink the 29-year-old island nation-state of Tuvalu, as the highest elevation on Tuvalu's islands measures a mere 5 meters. In 2002, the Tuvaluan government appealed to Wellington for allowing the 11,000-strong Tuvaluan nation to resettle in New Zealand, which, provided the request was granted, would lead to their merger with New Zealanders. Similarly, ideologues and some social scientists persist in the vain hope that the extant written languages will exist interminably. But the fate of a language depends on its speakers and how they fare in the highly malleable world of human groups and states. When a distinctive language community disperses and its members enter new linguistic communities, the old language disappears. After World War II, this happened to Slovencian, a language akin to Kashubian, and to the Prussian variety of Low German. The story may soon repeat itself in the case of Tuvaluan. On the other hand, even written and standardized languages change continuously. That is why it is an ordeal for a modern Anglophone student to read the works of Shakespeare which are purportedly written in something incongruously dubbed as modern English. To make head or tail of Old English, the student must learn it as if it were a foreign language. Interactions of English, Spanish, or French with the colonial and post-colonial language environs have resulted in the rise of completely new languages labeled as Creoles, for instance, Tok Pisin in Papua New Guinea or Creole in Haiti. 29. The future of nations and languages is obscure. For the time being, the place where we live is still the world of nations, nation-states, and national languages. Understandably, then, the creation of nations and standard languages is overwhelmingly a political phenomenon. The members of the earlier created nations and the speakers of the earlier established standard languages have a major role to play on the acceptance or not of new nations and arising languages. Unpredictable exigencies and vagaries of politics and history may bring into being nations and languages about which nobody has dreamed before, including the very members of these nations and the speakers of these languages. On the other hand, circumstances may time and again deny recognition to otherwise well-established nations and standard languages. The normative isomorphism of language, nation, and state. One of the most interesting questions pertaining to Central Europe and its past is how and why the region's national movements, and later, the nation-states that these movements would construct, adopted the ethno-linguistic kind of nationalism as their ideological basis. This kind of nationalism legitimizes statehood with the notoriously difficult to achieve tight overlapping of language, nation, and state. This normative isomorphism of these three elements assumes that all the members of a nation ought to speak the standardized version of their national language. Preferably, they should be exclusively monolingual, meaning they must not have the command, however scant, of any other languages, and the diversity in the form of dialects construed as belonging to the national language ought to be done away with. 16. In turn, the nation-state created for such an ethno-linguistically homogeneous nation-state should be inhabited exclusively by the members of this nation, who speak only the standardized national language. Ideally, no members of the ethno-linguistic nation ought to reside outside their nation-state. If they do, such an occurrence obliges the nation-state to expand its territory in order to embrace these stray members of the nation within the state's frontiers. Alternatively, but not preferably, the nation-state may encourage the nation's members living abroad to resettle, repatriate, in their nation-state. On the other hand, the nation-state is to expunge any threat to its ethno-linguistic homogeneity. Dialects of the national language are ridiculed and banned from public life as the sign of backwardness and local particularisms, which hinder the spread of the homogeneous national consciousness in the population. And, even more significantly, speakers of languages other than the national one must either acquire the latter and forget the former, thus assimilate, or leave this nation-state, which is not theirs. 17. At the level of international relations, the normative isomorphism of language, nation, and state produces the unprecedented phenomenon of a political frontier, which doubles as the ethnic boundary of the nation, and the linguistic. 30. 1. Of the national language. This leads to another crucial precondition of this model, namely the nation-state cannot share its national language with other nation-states or stateless nations. If it does, this means it is not a nation-state unless it merges with or absorbs such a polity or polities. Obviously, the notoriously difficult question is which polity should be the absorber and which the absorbed. In the case of a stateless nation sharing its national language with the nation-state, this polity has the choice of several courses of action. First, it can annex the territory inhabited by the stateless nation. However, this previously stateless nation has to be coaxed to renounce any of its differences that may hinder its ethno-linguistically seamless merger with Thepali's population. Second, the stateless nation may be allowed to follow its own national path if it decides that its language is different from that of the nation-state and the nation-state agrees to such a decision. Third, the nation-state may encourage a third nation-state on whose territory the stateless nation resides to assimilate this troublesome population. This model of ethno-linguistic nationalism was never fully expounded in a treatise by some theoretician of this ideology. It emerged by trial and error, though elements of ethno-linguistic nationalism may be traced back to writings by, for instance, Giambattista Vico, 1668–1744, Johann Gottfried Herder, 1744–1803, Johann Gottlieb Fichte, 1762–1814, Ernst Moritz Arndt, 1769–1860, or Giuseppe Mazzina, 1805–1872, Abizade 2005, Berlin 2000, Trabant 2006, 195–201, 217–229. Actually, there were never any nationalist thinkers who wrote on the ideology of nationalism in general. This fact distinguishes nationalism from other ideologies, whose supporters explicitly formulated principles of their pet ideologies. For instance, one readily associates liberalism with Friedrich von Hayek, 1899–1992, John Dewey, 1859–1952, or Isaiah Berlin, 1909–1997, socialism with Comte de Saint-Simon, 1760–1825, Robert Owen, 1771–1858, or Karl Marx, 1818–1883, fascism with Benito Mussolini, 1883–1945, Adolf Hitler, 1889–1945, or Francisco Franco, 1892 to 1975, Communism with Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, 1870 to 1924, Iosif Stalin, 1878 to 1953, or Mao Zedong, 1893 to 1976, Anarchism with Johann Most, 1846 to 1906, Mikhail Bakunin, 1814 to 1876, or Murray Rothbard, 1926 to 1995, Social Democracy with Rosa Luxemburg, 1871 to 1919, Karl Koski, 1854 to 1938, or Otto Bauer, 1881 to 1938, Conservatism with Edmund Burke, 1729 to 1797, Joseph Meister, 1753 to 1821, or Friedrich Jentz, 1764 to 1832, Christian Democracy with Pope Leo XIII, 1878 to 1913, Pope Pius XI, 1922 to 1939, or John Paul II, 1978-2005, and Libertarianism with Adam Smith, 1723 to 1790, Thomas Jefferson, 1743 to 1826, or Milton Friedman, 1912 to 2006. Today, nation-state and nation are the universally accepted models of territorial division of the habitable land mass and the humankind, Cohn 1962. No state defining itself in terms other than those of nation-state is considered legitimate, and only these human groups who define themselves as nations 31 are eligible for their own statehood. These currently normative concepts unfolded in an unplanned manner in the course of many local developments, such as the Glorious Revolution in England in 1688, American Revolution in 1776, French Revolution in 1789, Latin American revolutions of national independence between 1813 and 1825, or Bolshevik Revolution in 1917, which proposed these two concepts as the legitimate alternative to pre-modern, that is, pre-national, models of political and social organization. The highly malleable message of nationalism was succinctly summarized in the French Revolution slogan Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité, which is notoriously ambiguous when it comes to the application of the principles. Whatever nation and nation-state meant had to be time and again invented and reinvented by states that transformed their populations into nations and by national movements that created their nations and strove to provide them with appropriate nation-states. Hence, the meaning and actual application of both concepts changed each time when it came to their application in a specific moment, in a specific place, and in relation to a specific group of people. Despite this inherent localism and particularism of nationalism, nowadays, this is the sole global ideology of statehood legitimization. A legitimate polity must be a nation-state. Non-national polities must either transform themselves into nation-states or perish. Not surprisingly then, in the absence of any nationalist thinkers on nationalism in general, one can enumerate an endless procession of fathers of nation. Hardly any mothers of nation are mentioned, which is the reflection of the overwhelming paternalization of politics, which continues to this day. 18, who led specific national movements and wrote copiously on corresponding national projects. It suffices to mention Mustafa Kemal Ataturk, 1881 to 1938, of Turkey, Otto von Bismarck, 1815 to 1898, and Konrad Adenauer, 1876 to 1967, of Germany, Simon Bolivar, 1783 to 1830, associated with numerous Spanish-speaking nation-states of Latin America, Roman Dmowski, 1864 to 1939, of Poland, Benjamin Franklin, 1706 to 1790, of the United States, Jomo Kenyatta, 1893 to 1978, of Kenya, Giuseppe Mazzini of Italy, Gamal Abdel Nasser, 1918 to 1970, of Egypt, Reza Pahlavi, 1877 to 1944, and Ayatollah Khomeini, 1900 to 1989, of Iran, František Palacký, 1798 to 1876, of the Czech Republic, Jan Smuts, 1870 to 1950, and Nelson Mandela, 1918, of South Africa, Taras Shevchenko, 1814 to 1861, of Ukraine, or Sun Yat-sen, 1866 to 1925, and Mao Zedong of China. The only time when nationalists came to creating a movement that would transcend state borders and local ethnicities, was in 1834, when Mazzina founded the International Organization of Nationalists, Giovine Europa, Young Europe. This feat was not repeated later, unless one takes into consideration the League of Nations and the United Nations Organization. 19. However, membership in both organizations has been limited to internationally recognized nation-states, while Mazzina's Giovine Europa grouped representatives of stateless nation-states in search of their own nation-states. Although there has been no place in the League of 32 Nations and United Nations for stateless nations, the global character of both organizations strongly contributed to the worldwide spread of nation-state as the sole model of legitimate statehood. If a nation-state is a state for one nation only, the question arises what a nation is. There is no single definition of nation, to which all parties concerned would subscribe. But looking beyond the essentialism of the what question, it may be more worthwhile to inquire what political function the concept of nation fulfills. It confers any human group that chooses to describe itself as a nation, provided the group's claim is accepted by recognized nation-states, with the right to seek its own statehood, enshrined in international law as the principle of national self-determination. Borrowing biological nomenclature, one could say that nation is the highest taxon, classificatory unit, of human groups. In today's politics and political vocabulary, there is no concept that would grant a human group a more privileged status than that of nation. Beyond that extent, nations seem to have nothing else in common. For instance, the demographic size of state-endowed nations may vary from well over 1 billion members, China, India, to 11,000, Nauru, Tuvalu, and that of stateless nations from 15 million, the Kurds, and 6 million, the Catalonians, to several tens, Native American nations in Northern America and Russia's native Siberian nations. On the other hand, in the case of staggeringly multicultural, multilingual, or multireligious nations, the Democratic Republic of Congo, India, Papua New Guinea, or the United States, hardly anything else but common citizenship of their nation-state unites populations concerned. In other cases, sharing the same religion, language, customs, or the myth of common origin is the prerequisite to membership in a nation. 20. In a nutshell, nation is an ascriptive label arbitrarily applied to selected human groups. This selection is conducted by fully recognized actors of international relations, that is, nation-states, and proceeds in line with these actors' interests. Hence I call this process arbitrary, because it is entirely dependent on the discretion of the decision-makers and not connected to some objective, earlier agreed upon criteria. From the point of view of the human groups wishing to apply for the status of nation, the process is an unpredictable lottery. Interestingly, the character of the concept of a language is very similar to that of nation. There is no linguistic definition of a language that could be satisfactorily applied to all the entities recognized as languages. In 1926, the United States linguist Leonard Bloomfield, 1887 to 1949, proposed that mutually intelligible forms of language should be defined as dialects and those mutually unintelligible as languages. But the concept of intelligibility is extremely subjective. For instance, Portuguese usually have no problems understanding Spanish, but Spaniards do not understand Portuguese unless they acquire it as a second language. Moreover, where to put the border between intelligibility and unintelligibility? If one understands 60% of what an interlocutor says, is that 33 an indicator of intelligibility or unintelligibility? And what if one understands 40% of what is said? 21. Furthermore, social and political reality has falsified Bloomfield's definition time and again. For all practical reasons, Czech and Slovak are mutually intelligible, Bulgarian and Macedonian extremely close, and Romanian and Moldovan identical, but politics, that is, the dynamics of nation and nation-state building, made them into separate languages. On the other hand, the dialects of Chinese are as diverse and mutually unintelligible in speech as French and Italian. Hong Kong's Chinese students speak the Cantonese dialect, but have to learn the Mandarin, Beijing dialect as a foreign language if they wish to pursue their studies or career elsewhere in China. What unites Chinese dialects is the writing system. Because all the dialects share the same grammatical structure and system of word formation, usually a typical text noted in the Chinese script can be read and understood by the speakers of each dialect. Obviously, dialectal oral realizations of the same text remain mutually unintelligible. Similarly, some dialects of German are mutually unintelligible as well. For example, the speakers of the Low German dialect, Plattdeutsch, do not understand those speaking in the Alemannic dialect, Alemannisch. On the other hand, Low German speakers have no problems communicating with Dutch speakers, but this fact does not make Low German into a Dutch dialect or Dutch into a dialect of the German language. There are no attempts to forge some separate Dutch Low German either. What separates Low German from Dutch is the political border that keeps the German and Dutch nation-states separate. Because the Latin script shared by the written languages employed in Western and Central Europe, it could not be used for unifying the German dialects, as the Chinese script does in the case of the Chinese dialects. The German dialects are construed as belonging to the German language on the ground that most of the territories inhabited by the German speakers used to be contained within the borders of the Holy Roman Empire until its dissolution in 1806. Furthermore, unlike in China, practically all German speakers acquire Standard German at school for the purpose of official and interdialectal communication. Prior to the rise of written vernaculars, Europeans wrote and read in Latin, Byzantine Greek, Slavonic, Hebrew, and Arabic, but more often than not spoke in local dialects much removed from these languages. Standard languages as employed in today's Europe usually stem from the dialect, s, connected to a power center, s, capital, royal court. Obviously, from the temporal perspective, these languages are secondary to dialects, as any written language to its oral realization, which initially constituted the basis for the rise of the former, made independent from its speakers, and reified as an entity by the technology of writing, but it is popularly, though entirely anachronistically, believed that dialects are children of a mother language. From the viewpoint of areal linguistics, dialects form dialect continua within which dialects change gradually from village to village. 34. From town to town, from region to region. 22 dialects in the neighboring parishes are mutually intelligible, but the farther one ventures from one's village the more difficult it becomes to understand speakers of dialects used in faraway localities. Zones of sharp linguistic discontinuity exist only between such dialect continua, for instance, in Central Europe between the North Slavic, West Germanic, and Magyar dialect continua, in Western Europe between the West Germanic and Romance continua, and in the Balkans between the Romance, South Slavic, Greek and Turkic continua. Hence the question arises, for instance, how it was decided where Polish dialects stop and Czech ones begin, and where Czech dialects terminate and Slovak ones commence, if all of them are part of the seamless North Slavic dialect continuum? Obviously, it was a political decision usually imposed by the process of state formation. The North Slavic dialects contained within the boundaries of Poland were construed as Polish, and by default as belonging to the standard Polish language. The same process unfolded in what today is the Czech Republic and Slovakia. If Polish linguists claimed that the area of the Polish dialects dipped into the Czech lands or Slovakia, and if their Czech and Slovak counterparts claimed the same for their languages in regard of the Polish territory, the usual reason of these claims were political aspirations, not the linguistic reality, characterized by the gradual change within the North Slavic dialect continuum. 23 Because languages are much more politicized in Central and Eastern Europe than anywhere else, this possessive political thinking about standard languages, construed as national, and their dialectal areas is of profound influence on historical linguistics too. The 19th and 20th century political decisions on which dialects belong to which national languages is anachronistically projected into the distant past when even no states and nations, as we know them, existed. For instance, the concept of the Slovak language as distinct from Czech emerged between the end of the 18th century and the mid-19th century, when Standard Slovak was indeed codified. But modern Slovak historians of their national language claim all the manuscripts and publications produced in any Slavic dialect on what today is the territory of Slovakia, as written in Slovak, though authors of the documents called the language, in which they were writing as Slavic, Bohemian Slavic, our language, or simple language, but not Slovak, cf. Preston 1993, Risner 1929-1934. In Central and Eastern Europe, this anachronistic and nationally motivated approach to historical linguistics led to contentious clashes among scholars in the region. The most telling instance is the struggle over the correct national ownership of Old Church Slavonic. Bulgarian, Croatian, Macedonian, and Serbian historical linguists claim it for their own national languages, naming it Old Bulgarian, Old Croatian, Old Macedonian, and Old Serbian. From time to time Slovak and Slovenian linguists also join the fray, identifying Old 35. Church Slavonic as Old Slovak and Old Slovenian. The political significance of language for Central and Eastern European nationalisms did not allow these linguists to agree that Old Church Slavonic, originally codified on the basis of the Slavic dialect of Thessaloniki, today, Thessaloniki in Greece, with time, spawned and/or influenced the rise of Bulgarian, Croatian, Macedonian, Serbian, Slovak and Slovenian, as separate languages, Stankiewicz and Wirth 1966, 117-144. The situation is much different in Western Europe, where linguists from Catalonia, France, Galicia, Italy, Portugal, or Spain never claimed that Latin, from which their national languages originated, was really Old Catalonian, Old French, Old Galician, Old Italian, Old Portuguese, or Old Spanish. They even allowed from the transitory period of Vulgar Latin between the gradual disappearance of Standard Latin as a written and spoken language in the last centuries of the first millennium CE, and the emergence of Catalonian, French Galician, Italian, Portuguese, and Spanish as new written languages at the beginning of the second millennium. Romanian linguists also followed this Western tradition of historical linguistics because their Romance vernacular is inherently unintelligible to the vernaculars of the neighboring nations, that is, Magyar, Ukrainian, Bulgarian, and Serbian. Hence, there was no need to emphasize the separateness and antiquity of Romanian by claiming Latin as Old Romanian. The prestige derived from the fact of having originated from Latin was enough to secure high international status for the Romanian language, Schlosser 2005, 38-44. Like nation, the concept of a language is an ascriptive label arbitrarily designated by political forces to this or that dialect, vernacular, endowed, or to be endowed, with its specific written form. As such, a language properly belongs to the set of issues researched by political scientists. Linguistics is the study of language, in general, and dialects. Due to their intimate link, the linguistic and the political mutually influence each other. It is sociolinguists who probe into the under-researched interface between those two. 24, Bloomfield 1926, 162, Crystal 1987, 25, Kamusella 2004. Having presented the meaning and mechanics of the normative isomorphism of language, nation, and state in its role of the organizational and ideological basis of Central and Eastern European nationalisms, it is necessary to reflect on the ethical ramifications of the actual implementation of this principle. From everyday practice, we know that without succumbing to totalitarian methods, it is extremely hard, if not impossible, to make people monolingual and sift away those speaking different languages into separate homogeneous entities imagined as nations. An even greater degree of difficulty is posed by the second step required to be taken after this initial unmixing of nations. A new ethno-linguistic nation must be fitted into its own nation-state. But the nation-state, to be true to its name, it has to be cleansed of foreigners, that is, inhabitants. 36. Who lived on the territory for generations, but happened to speak a language different than that of the nation in possession of the polity. Nowadays, in comparison to the majority of extant polities worldwide, most of the nation-states of Central Europe are unnaturally homogeneous in their ethno-linguistic composition. Non-Polish speakers constitute less than 1% Poland's population, non-Magyar speakers amount to 2% of Hungary's inhabitants, non-Czech speakers are less than 3% in the Czech Republic's populace, non-Romanian speakers constitute less than 11% of Romania's inhabitants, and non-Slovak speakers amount to less than 15% of Slovakia's populace. But the vast majority of the minority non-national language speakers could not help acquiring this language at school within the nation-state of their residence. In most cases, it will ensure their assimilation in the near future. Eberhardt 1996, 128, 135, 138, 244, 250. This unusual homogeneity was achieved at a stupendous human cost. The borders of new nation-states founded on the rubble of the destroyed multi-ethnic polities after 1918 were drawn and redrawn after both world wars. These ethno-nationally motivated and legitimized changes made tens of millions into foreigners without their need of moving to a different country, and tossed tens of millions across the changing borders in forced population exchanges, internationally agreed expulsions, unilateral schemes of forced emigration, deportations, internal dispersals, and due to the denial of citizenship, among others. The interwar descent of the region from democracy into authoritarianism, the wartime Holocaust of Jews and Roma perpetrated by the Third Reich, and the post-war imposition of Soviet totalitarianism facilitated this process of ethno-linguistic homogenization by loosening and nullifying established social bonds and absolving national leaderships from observing the conventional moral norms. Finally and ominously, one could be true to one's nationalism, which made one's own nation into the highest good to be fortified and cherished at whatever cost and suffering it could mean to other nations and national minorities. Magoxy 2002, 191, There and Siljak 2001. The thrust of the aforementioned factors was less felt in the Eastern European territories contained within the borders of the enlarged, post-1945 Soviet Union. The policy of enforcing spatial and social mobility within the state, and the policy of Russification, disguised as Sovietization, intended to transform the polity's population into a classless communist nation/people, narod, mitigated the drive to pursue ethno-linguistic homogenization of the national republics. In comparison with the interwar period, the degree of homogeneity increased only in Soviet Ukraine, 17% of non-Ukrainians, and Soviet Moldova, one-third of non-Moldovan speakers. In Soviet Belorussia, Belarus, the share of non-Belarusians in the population slightly increased to 22%. 25. On the other hand, the rise in ethno-linguistic heterogeneity was dramatic in the Baltic republics annexed by the Soviet Union in 1940 to 1945. Non-Latvian speakers, 37. amounted to 48% of the population in Soviet Latvia, non-Estonian speakers almost to 40% in Soviet Estonia, and non-Lithuanian speakers to 20% in Soviet Lithuania. Eberhardt 1996, 54, 56-57, Magoxy 2002, 136, 139, 152. In the Balkans, the situation in Albania, Bulgaria, and Greece recalled that of Central Europe, while federated communist Yugoslavia, like the Soviet Union, preserved more of a traditional ethno-linguistic heterogeneity in its national republics. In Greece, 7% of inhabitants were non-Greek speakers in the interwar period, and this low percentage was maintained after 1945. In post-war Albania, the share of non-Albanian speakers sank to 3%, and in Bulgaria of non-Bulgarian speakers to 12%. In post-war Yugoslavia, the interwar statistical category of Serbo-Croats was shelved, and as a result no national group formed an ethno-linguistic majority anymore. But the Bosnians, Croats, Montenegrins, and Serbs speaking their common Serbo-Croatian language made up 72.6% of the population. A bout of ethnic cleansing similar in its intensity to that suffered in Central Europe between 1939 and 1950, occurred in the course of post-Yugoslav wars, 1991 to 1999, which, so far, produced 5 nation-states, Croatia, Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, and Slovenia, and tri-national Bosnia. Another casualty of these wars was Serbo-Croatian split into 3 new languages, Bosnian, Croatian, and Serbian. 26 non-Slovenian speakers amount to 12% of Slovenia's population, non-Croatian speakers to 22, or even 10%, of Croatia's inhabitants, and non-Macedonian speakers to 1/3 of Macedonia's populace. In Serbia-Montenegro, prior to the 2006 dissolution of this confederation, Serbian-speaking Serbs and Montenegrins constituted 67.6% of the population. In Serbia proper this percentage was 89.2, and in Montenegro 71.1. In autonomous Vojvodina, Serbian speakers amount to 59% of the inhabitants, while almost exclusively Albanian speakers reside in the UN Protectorate of Kosovo, independent since 2008. In Bosnia, Bosnian speakers, 43.6%, Serbian speakers, 31.3%, and Croatian speakers, 17.3%, account for the majority of the population. 27, Eberhardt 1996, 313, Magoxi 2002, 156, 158, 160, 162, 165 to 166, 169, 173. Languages and politics in an historical perspective. In the pre-modern world, languages tended to function as ethnolex, that is, distinctive badges of human groups. The effect of group forming is isolation, meaning that members of a given group interact more intensively and for longer periods of time with one another than with members of other groups. In turn, this isolation and in-group interaction produce language difference. In mutual feedback, this isolation and language difference reinforce each other and contribute to the rise and maintenance of the ethnic boundary, which, despite existing entirely in the heads of the group's members, effectively encloses their 38. Group and separates it from the outside world, that is, other human groups. Looking at a human group from this perspective makes it into an ethnic group, Barth 1969. Should we translate this anthropological reflection into sociological terms, the concept of basic-level ethnic group is replaced with that of community, Gemeinschaft, whose most pervasive trait is face-to-face communication, conduct via direct verbal exchange in the community's dialect or language. The usual low spatial and social mobility of the members of a community, in their eyes, confers their community with a quality of timelessness. The growing number of links established among similar communities was mediated by specialists, that is, merchants, warriors, nobility, and men of religion, clergy, who together constituted a demographically narrow elite. This elite endowed with higher spatial and social mobility amounted to the organizational framework of a polity. The elite created and maintained the polity, controlling and gluing together a plethora of largely isolated communities contained within the polity's political borders, Gellner 1983, 5. What decisively distinguished the elite, that is, natio of medieval and early modern Western and Central Europe, from the immobile members of communities, populace, that is, non-estates population composed of peasantry and commoners, was literacy, which allowed for the rise and spread of non-face-to-face communication. Literacy spawned bookkeeping, archives, and diplomatic correspondence. This unique technology permitted the rise of potentially worldwide polities and development of formalized communication among these polities, communication construed as international relations, as subject studied by political scientists. Before the rise of writing, people talked to communicate, but literacy required writing and speaking something construed as a language to ensure effective communication. Face-to-face communication is crucially facilitated by the shared immediacy of familiar social context and body language, always available within the bounds of a community. Since this prop is not accessible in non-face-to-face communication, the novel situation necessitates standardization of the vocabulary, usages, and grammar of a language employed for communication mediated by writing. However diverse ethnic origins of a given elite may be, it typically settles for the official use of 1 to 3 written languages within its polity. 28 Obviously, this language, or languages, evolved from the vernacular, oral language, of some community, or a group of closely related communities. This community or communities may but do not have to constitute part of the elite, which employs an official written language that began as a vernacular of the community, i.e.s. Latin is an obvious example of such an official language, which did not emerge in Central Europe. Armstrong 1982, 282, Billig 1995, 31. In the pre-modern world, borders and territories of polities frequently intersected as exemplified in Europe by various groupings and different kinds of 39. Territorially disparate, even discontinuous, states and statelets enclosed inside the Holy Roman Empire. In addition, Habsburg and Prussian monarchs had equally extensive possessions within as outside the empire. The divine legitimization of rule endowed religions with special political significance, and by extension, also the written languages connected with them, namely, Latin in Western Christianity, Byzantine, Archaizing Attic, Greek and Old Church, Slavonic 29 in Eastern Christianity, and Classic, Arabic in Islam. 30 The written form being of more importance than the oral, with all the 4 languages, specific writing systems got indissolubly attached, namely the Latin alphabet, the Greek script, Cyrillic, and the Arabic alphabet, respectively. The rise of the modern state in Europe was steeped in the 16th century theory of sovereignty, developed in the writings of Niccolò Machiavelli, 1469–1527, Martin Luther, 1483–1546, and Jean Bodin, 1529–1596. After the Treaty of Westphalia, 1648, this theory was put into widespread practice across Europe, in line with the principle, quis regio, eius religio 31, coined in 1555 for the needs of the Peace of Augsburg. The theory of sovereignty maligned the phenomenon of overlapping state borders and jurisdictions and recommended centralization and homogenization of jurisdiction in a polity. Economic development encouraged urbanization and intensification of economic contacts at all societal levels and spurred population growth as well. This translated into the growth of the elite, which increasingly doubled as the state's budding bureaucracy. Literacy began to spread beyond the elite's confines among non-noble and non-estate traders, artisans, money-lenders, landowners, intelligentsia, civil servants, teachers, and journalists, and impoverished nobility, who eventually constituted the middle class, bourgeoisie, in the modern states of Western Europe. This change took longer in Central and Eastern Europe, where serfdom and the largely non-monetary and agricultural mode of economy hindered modernization until the late 19th century and even the first half of the 20th century. Instead of a full-fledged middle class, only an intelligentsia 32 came there into being as a mediator between the populace and the estates, natio. Later, this intelligentsia began to propagate the national message. It was difficult, though not impossible 33, to achieve this widespread of literacy in languages removed from the everyday vernacular, spoken by population at large, languages, which were not transmitted from generation to generation in a natural manner, that is, within families and, speech, communities. Latin and Slavonic were exactly this type of languages, acquired in classroom usually by the male members of the elite. Hussitism and the Reformation challenged the established religious political order along with the elevated status of Latin. Jan Hus, 1370–1415, and Luther encouraged the use of vernaculars for improved comprehension of the Holy Scripture among the faithful. This entailed the rise of vernaculars as new written and official languages, usually stemming from the dialects of power centers, royal courts and capitals. The technology of printing. 40. Sealed this change, though the bulk of book production in Western and especially Central Europe remained in Latin until the turn of the 18th century. The connection of Latin with modernization and progress was so strong that in the very century, the Russian Academy of Sciences, founded in 1724, published its preceding Synthese language. Paradoxically, when Latin was replaced by vernaculars in Western Europe during the 16th and 17th centuries, its use spread to Eastern Europe at the expense of the official status of Church, Slavonic, increasingly perceived as eponymous with backwardness. At the turn of the 18th century, the use of Slavonic was limited to the ecclesiastical sphere in Poland, Lithuania, and the same occurred in the Russian Empire during that century. Burke 2004, 52–60, Skiwa 1998, 62. English replaced Latin and Norman French as the official language in England between 1420 and 1460. In 1532, the official use of Welsh was proscribed in this kingdom. But French was not banned from British law courts until 1788. After 1492, Spanish, Castilian, predominated in Spain's administrative use, which was also true of Portuguese in Portugal. Between 1555 and 1713, Spanish was the official language in the Low Countries, then followed by French and Dutch. In 1539, French supplanted Latin as the official language in France. In the same year, the gradual replacement of Latin by Polish commenced in the Polish half of Poland-Lithuania. In the Polity's Lithuanian section, Ruthenian, predecessor of modern Belarusian and Ukrainian, was employed until 1696, when Polish replaced it. Danish supplanted Latin after 1536, but the use of French and German in their official capacity continued in Denmark, and Norway, which was included in this kingdom, until the turn of the 18th century. Latin was also revived in Denmark as an instrument of curbing the Germanophone influence radiating across the border from the Holy Roman Empire. The rise of official Swedish followed a course similar to that of Danish, with the difference that Latin remained in official use, especially in Sweden's Finland. German tended to replace Latin in the northern half of the Holy Roman Empire where Protestantism supplanted Catholicism. German was the sole official language of the Kingdom of Prussia, founded in 1701. In 1784, German replaced Latin as the official language in the Habsburg lands, but 6 years later, this measure was revoked in the Kingdom of Hungary, where Magyar replaced Latin gradually between the 1820s and 1844. 34. Obviously, since 1784, German had remained the official language of the Southern Catholic section of the Holy Roman Empire. Italian, Tuscanian, Florentine, though of high prestige since the 14th century, became an established official language when modern Italy was founded in 1861. Contrary to the drive for establishing a single official language in a polity, in 1798, the official status of Italian, German, and French was instituted in Switzerland and reconfirmed in 1848. In 1938, Romansh was added as Switzerland's fourth official language. 41. The monolingualism of state administration was exported by European colonial powers overseas. In 1757, Portuguese replaced all other administrative languages in Brazil. This decision was reinforced by the moving of the Portuguese capital from Lisbon to Rio de Janeiro in 1808, where it remained until 1821. In 1770, Spanish was decreed the sole official language in Spain's seaborne empire. Exclusively, English and French were used for administrative purposes in French and English colonies, when they were founded beginning in the 17th century. 35. The continental character of the Russian Empire, established in 1721, distinguished it from the seaborne empires built by the colonial powers of Western Europe. The transition from Old Church Slavonic to Russian commenced in the early 18th century, when modernized Cyrillic, as we know it today, was developed for printing non-religious books in the empire. Russian written in this new Cyrillic emerged as a compromise hybrid of Slavonic and Moscow's vernacular between the mid-18th century and the beginning of the following one. The liquidation of the multiplicity of administrative languages in the Russian Empire lasted between the 1860s and the beginning of the 20th century. Although the process was never completed, Swedish and Finnish remained in official use in Russia's Finland despite the imposition of official Russian in 1900, which proved ineffective. For all practical reasons, Russian was the sole administrative language of the Russian Empire in the 1910s. In the Ottoman Empire, the need for linguistic unification was not felt until the demise of the Caliphate in 1923. The non-territorial autonomy given to accepted religious communities, millets, preserved the official use of Byzantine Greek and Slavonic in the Orthodox millet. Turkey, as the empire's successor, had no choice but to adopt Turkish as the sole official language in order to be accepted as a modern and legitimate nation-state by the West. This also entailed the radical supplanting of the backward Arabic script with the progressive Latin alphabet for writing Turkish, 1928, in the emulation of the Soviet example. In the Soviet Union, Cyrillic was not entirely dropped in favor of the Latin script, but this step was seriously considered in the 1920s, construed as necessary for spurring up modernization. It was maintained that modernization equates Latinization, that is, the introduction of the Latin alphabet. 36. Hence, the traditional scripts of almost all the languages used for writing in the Soviet Union were Latinized between 1923 and the late 1930s, except those of Armenian, Belarusian, Georgian, Russian, Ukrainian, and Yiddish. Beginning in the late 1930s, Cyrillic replaced the diverse versions of the Latin alphabet employed by the Soviet Union's numerous languages. 37, Altermat 2002, 339, Burke 2004, X, 14, Markowski and Puzinina 1994, 56, Martin 2001, 182-207, Osler 2005, 332-333, 374, 394, 468, Price 1998, 125, 126, 175, 257, 368, 457, 463-464, Russification 2006, Scaglione 1984, 81, Schlosser 2005, 101. 42. Social Scientists, Nationalism, and Languages. Conventionally, the history of modern Europe is associated with the French Revolution, 1789, and this caesura is often employed in the periodization of world history with the parallel edition of the American Revolution, 1776. In light of this article's focus, the main difference between these two revolutions is that, in 1794, in France the use of languages and dialects other than Standard French was proscribed in administration, education, and other public contexts. The founding fathers of the United States saw no need for such a law, and to this day, there is no single piece of federal legislation that would make English the official language in the United States. 38. Hence either in New York City or in Wyoming, one does not have to apply for a permit to publish election ballots or erect public signs in Spanish, Chinese, Polish, or Somali, or any other language for that matter. Although France and the United States are posed as the par excellence examples of civic nation-states, French nationalism includes a strong ethnic strain, expressed by the extreme politicization of the French language. The first, very limited, provision for the public use of minority and regional languages in France was legislated only in 1951. This proves that each nationalism is an ideological mixture of the civic and the ethnic. The conventional distinction between civic and ethnic nationalism is drawn for analytical reasons. One sees the basis of civic nationalism in citizenship, jus soli, and that of ethnic nationalism in ethnically construed nationality 39, jus sanguini, which one has to clearly express in order to qualify for citizenship of such a nation-state as Germany or Poland. In a civic nation, citizenship equates nationality. Another difference between these two kinds of nationalism is that in the civic model it was the state that transformed its population into a nation, and by default, itself into a nation-state. Conversely, in the ethnic model it is the nation, created by a national movement, which has to secure a nation-state for itself, Brubaker 1992, Edwards 1994, 154. Between the French Revolution and the main wave of decolonization in the 1960s, nationalism became the sole ideology of statehood legitimization. Nation, also known as people's will, replaced God as the fountain of temporal power. Soviet-style communism also aspired to this role. But following the breakup of the Soviet Union, 1991, all the successor states reinvented themselves as nation-states with the tentative exception of Belarus, in which case Minsk prefers to use Sovietism, that is, Soviet communism, less communism, to legitimize its power. Nowadays, the vast majority of the world's nation-states are civic in their ideological creed. The ethnic ones concentrate in Central and Eastern Europe, and in Asia, where mainly the Soviet ideologues were responsible for spreading the ethnic version of nationalism. They drew from the Soviet Union's 43. Administrative division, which was based on the framework of ethno-linguistic national republics. In textbooks of modern history, the gradual globalization of the model of nation-state encapsulates the process of modernization in the eyes of a political scientist. Sociologists describe the same development as the process of gluing face-to-face and relatively isolated communities into non-face-to-face societies, Gesellschaften, usually coterminous with polities. The lack of face-to-face communication, which previously ensured internal cohesion of communities, was replaced by the mediated communication conducted via writing and printing in the nation-state's official, or most widely employed, language. Cohesion in million-strong societies was achieved by the spread of full literacy and granting all the members with the same kind of citizenship and full suffrage. In Central Europe, the latter goal was achieved after World War I, and the former in the wake of another World War. 40. These changes boosted spatial and social mobility of the former members of communities within the limits of the state frontiers and across all the social strata. The usual instruments for increasing this mobility and ensuring the polity's internal cohesion were popular elementary education, military conscription, the press, and popularly espoused political mythologies, which produced the feeling of national commonality, popularly interpreted as patriotism. In this manner, citizens of the newly founded nation-states transposed their loyalty from their Gemeinschaften to the nation and its nation-state, Anderson 1991. In turn, the same process introduced a clamp on the elite's mobility, who, prior to the rise of nation-states, had roamed the breadth and width of Europe and the colonial world. At first, the privilege was available to those of noble birth or ecclesiastical position with the knowledge of Latin, Greek, or Slavonic. Later, no specific citizenship was required for entering the service of the colonial empires, but some sought for expertise and the knowledge of a language necessary for a given venture. In the pre-national age, the command of French or German enabled secondary school leavers and university graduates, that is, members of the intelligentsia, to seek career in many polities of continental Europe. All these aforementioned developments are conventionally referred to as modernization. This is a versatile, though a little solipsistic, catch-all term. We simply assume that the world we live in is modern and radically different from those times we bracket away as pre-modern. One can conveniently point to the differences between the modern and pre-modern times, but the term modernization obfuscates variegated ways that led to such a defined modernity, and also the various outcomes of these disparate processes, which we unreflectively lump together as modernity. It seems that the lowest common denominator of modernity is the fact that nowadays the world's entire population is neatly divided into nations and all the habitable land masses among nation-states. We live in the age of nationalism. 44. Because social sciences arose during the 19th century in the West, where the construction of nations and nation-states commenced, by default, their subject of research is the national. When a sociologist says society, she usually means nation, and by uttering the term state, a political scientist actually refers to nation-state. Likewise, sociolinguists research language communities, sprachgemeenschaften, implicitly construed as ethno-linguistically homogeneous nations. Anthropologists were partly immune to this tendency because they maintained a clear conceptual distinction between community and society and alternated between researching modern and pre-modern human groups. The rest of social scientists predominantly focused on the so-called modern world, which deprived them of this useful comparative perspective. Perhaps this explains why such groundbreaking theoretical analyses of nationalism as Nations and Nationalism, 1983, and Imagined Communities, 1983, were authored by anthropologists Ernest Gellner, 1925–1995, and Benedict Anderson, 1936, respectively. 41. Sociolinguistics developed during the 1960s and 1970s in North America and the United Kingdom as a reflection on the linguistic dimensions of ethnic and racial difference. Soon, however, important contributions to this discipline were added in West Germany, Switzerland, and Austria. Significantly, the most comprehensive reference on sociolinguistics available is the bilingual English-German 2-volume publication, Sociolinguistics, an international handbook of the science of language and society/Sociolinguistik. Ein Handbuch zur Sprache und Kommunikationswissenschaft Sociolinguistik, Amman 1987–1988, 2nd ed. 2004–2005. This development seems to be the function of the unusual politicization of language in Central and Eastern Europe. Scholars from this area of the continent tend to speak of ethno-linguistic nations and nation-states. This collocation is largely unknown among Western European and Northern American political and social scientists. From Languages to Nations. John Locke, 1632–1704, claimed that the function of language was to communicate ideas that existed independently of it and lamented that language was a mist before our eyes, which separated humans from knowing the real world. Commenting on Locke's An Essay Concerning Human Understanding, 1690, London, Etienne Bonnat de Condillac, 1714–1780, in his essay Sur l'origine des connaissances humaines, Essay on the Origin of Human Understanding, 1746, Amsterdam, maintained, unlike Locke, that the function of language was constitutive in the formation of ideas. In his work, Condillac also presented his vision of the origin of language with which Johann Gottfried Herder, 1744–1803, disagreed in his Abhandlung über den Ursprung der Sprache, the 45. Treatise on the Origin of Language, 1772, Berlin. This discussion redirected scholars' attention from the process of conveying messages via language to language as a phenomenon in itself. A development parallel to that in everyday life when people thrown out from their cozy Gemeinschaften into non-face-to-face Gesellschaften could not just speak to communicate but, while speaking, had to conform to the principles of formalized systems construed as languages. Thus, at the levels of everyday experience and scholarly research, language ceased to be a transparent category, which Immanuel Kant, 1724–1804, still failed to include in his vast philosophical system of the categories of human understanding, Trabant 2006, 165, 177. Herder's thinking on language was not only informed by the changing social role of written language, and this new quality in scholarly research on language, but also by the widespread feeling that the written use of his own vernacular, German, still needed to be justified in the face of the continued domination of prestigious French and Latin in scholarship and politics, that is, among aristocracy and in royal courts. To this end, the genre of defenses of a vernacular-turned-written language emerged. Perhaps the initial model for all such defenses was La Défense et illustration de la langue francoise, the defense and description of the French language, 1549, Paris, written by the poet Joachim du Bellay, 1522–1560. Obviously, the theoretical basis for such defenses stemmed from Dante Alighieri's, 1265–1321, Latin essay, De Vulgari Eloquentia, on the eloquence of vernacular, which encouraged the rise of literature in Italian. In his Prose della Vulgar Lingua, Vernacular Prose, 1525, Venice, Pietro Bimbo, 1479–1547, proposed the puristic and archaizing model for shaping proper Italian as steeped in the Florentine language of Dante, Francesco Petrarca, 1304–1374, and Giovanni Boccaccio, 1313–1375. Bimbo also introduced to the discourse the concept of l'amore della lingua, love of one's language, in emulation of that of l'amore della patria, love of one's fatherland, Trabant 2006, 87–88. This tradition influenced the poet Martin Opitz, 1597–1639, who in his Latin publication, Aristarchus, Sub de Contemptu Linguae Teutonicae, Aristarchus, or On the Contempt for the German Language, 1617, Buchen and der Oder by Tom Odrzyński, defended the German language and presented an inspiring vision how it should be shaped to become an equal of French and Latin. That such defenses of German, like that of Opitz, were needed was clear because even the Prussian monarch Friedrich the Great, ruled 1740–1786, preferred to use French and spoke about German with disdain. French was also the language of science, and in 1784, the Berlin Academy of Sciences rewarded the French writer, Antoine de Rivarol, 1753–1801, for his Discours sur l'universalité de la langue française, a treatise on the universality of the French language, Berlin. The elite of the German-speaking polities began to favor the German language over French only in the course of the Napoleonic Wars in the 1810s, Schlosser 2005, 78–79. 46. Herder presented his views on language, history, and human groups in his massive and all-embracing Ideen zur Philosophie der Geschichte der Menschheit, 1784–1791, Riga and Leipzig, Outlines of a Philosophie of the History of Man, 1800, London. Significantly, he identified languages as markers of ethnic groups and ethnically defined nations, Volkere, which contributed to the emergence of the notoriously vague term Volksgeist, spirit, genius, soul, or character of the nation, people, or ethnic group. Herder actually never used this word and, in his works, spoke of Geist des Volks, Geist der Nation, Nationalgeist, Genius des Volks, and Nationalcharakter, which means the same. In his terminological choices, he fell back on older similar coinages, Locke's national character, Montesquieu's, 1689–1755, L'esprit général d'une nation, general spirit of nation, Voltaire's, 1694–1778, Esprit de Hommes, spirit of people, Friedrich Karl von Moser's, 1723–1798, National Geist, national genius, 1765, or Jacob Wegelin's, 1721–1791, Esprit de Nations, Spirit of the Nation, 1772, and Esprit de la Société, Spirit of the Society, 1772. This line of discourse spawned the terms national character and national consciousness, widely used to this day, and that of Russkaya dusha, Russian soul or spirit, frequently used to explain the Russian exceptionalism. It was George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, 1770–1831, who coined the term Volksgeist in 1801 for referring to customs, laws, and traditions as forming the inner life or spirit of a nation, people, or ethnic group. On this basis, Fichte spoke of Geist der Zeiten under Welten, spirit of the times and the world, and Ernest Renan, 1823–1892, claimed that different nations possess different spirits. This conviction in the existence of an entity named Spirit of Nation moved Hamann Steinthal, 1823–1899, and Moritz Lazarus, 1824–1903, to establish a separate science devoted to the study of this entity, namely, psychology of nation, Völkerpsychology. To this end, they founded their influential periodical, Zeitschrift für Völkerpsychologie und Sprachwissenschaft, Journal of Psychology of Nation and Linguistics, 1860–1928, Eisler 1904, Leischner 2004, 396–397, Rotenstriach 1974. Herder's equation of language with nation, ethnic group, went back to Bimbo and Vico, and also stemmed from the Bible-inspired search for the pre-Babel lingua adamica, or the original language given by God to the humankind. This impulse led to the compilation of extensive dictionaries of purportedly all human languages, for instance, Peter Simon Pallas's, 1741–1811, two-volume Linguarum Totius Orbis Vocabularia Comparativa, the Comparative Dictionary of the Languages of the World, 1786–1789, St. Petersburg. In such dictionaries, languages were implicitly or explicitly defined as idioms of different peoples. In the 19th century, this approach spawned historic linguistics, which searched for parallel genealogies of languages and peoples. The greatest achievement of this movement was the thesis and proof of the common origin of the Indo-European 42 languages and peoples. These developments alongside Herderian thought shaped the Prussian scholar Wilhelm von Humboldt's, 1767–1853. 47. Belief that die Wahrheit ist eigentlich Sprache, actually, one's real fatherland is one's language, quoted in Bobrovnica 2003, 126. This tradition of thinking on language resulted in the hypothesis that language determines thought. 43. From this complex of ideas in 1812, that is, at the height of anti-Napoleonic struggle remembered in German historiography as the Befreiungskrieg, or the War of Independence, the Prussian poet and German nationalist, Ernst Moritz Arndt, 1769–1860, coined the popular slogan that Germany is there where the German language sounds in his famous poem Was ist das deutsche Vaterland? What is the German fatherland? Perhaps Arndt drew from Fichte's 1808 Reden an die Deutsche Nation, Berlin, Addresses to the German Nation, 1922, Chicago and London, where the latter identified the true frontiers of a nation-state with the territory inhabited by the speakers of the national language, Abizadeh 2005, 340, Trabant 2006, 210–239. In the absence of any polity identifiable as Germany, this association of the postulated German nation with the German language became a widespread ideological basis for German nationalism at the beginning of the 19th century. In the first half of the century, this ethno-linguistic strain of nationalism became popular in Central Europe and the Apennine Peninsula, where, unlike in Western Europe or the Americas, the extant polities failed to transform their respective populations into nations and themselves into nation-states. In emulation of the German example and following the Herderian reflection on language, various incipient national movements in this region began to collect folk songs and codify respective vernaculars as national languages. In their own eyes and in the eyes of other national movements, these activities lent legitimacy to their national projects. What is more, Herder's Ideen zur Philosophie der Geschichte der Menschheit is a bag full of anecdotes and prophecies, which came handy when his equation of nation and language became popularly accepted in the mid-19th century. For example, he claimed a brilliant future for the downtrodden Slavic peoples, thought that Magyar was bound to disappear under the pressure of German and the Slavic languages, and characterized the Germanic peoples as bellicose and their Slavic counterparts as peace-loving. This effectively spawned various national myths, upon which various national movements acted well into the interwar period. Sundhausen 1973. The road of ethno-linguistic nationalism to political reality took over half a century. This ideology emerged in the 1810s, mainly in Prussia in the course of the Napoleonic Wars. The political influence of this kind of nationalism became apparent when in 1848 to 1849 various ethno-linguistic national movements fought or appealed for autonomy or independence in the Austrian Empire. In 1848, the first All-Slavic Congress convened in Prague. It paved the way for Slavic national movements and the growing Pan-Slav and Russian influence among many of them. Ironically, delegates participating in the Congress communicated in German, the usual lingua franca of Slavic intellectuals and 48 politicians before it was partially replaced by Russian at the turn of the 20th century. The first widely accepted fruition of ethno-linguistic nationalism came with the founding of the Kingdom of Italy, 1861, and the German Empire, 1871, as Italian and German nation-states, respectively. Understandably, linguistic homogenization became a priority. In the 1870s, minority languages and German dialects were banned from education and official use in the German Empire. Similarly, in the 1860s, Tuscanian cast in the capital of Rome as Italian became the national language in the Kingdom of Italy. The knowledge of Standard German became widespread in the German Empire by the end of the 19th century, when illiteracy disappeared and each child attended elementary school. On the other hand, the economic backwardness of Italy delayed the liquidation of illiteracy and the acquisition of Standard Italian by the population until the mid-1970s. To this day, many an Italian says that the inhabitants of Naples or Sicily do not speak dialects of Italian but separate languages. Markowski and Pusinina 1994, 45-46, 53, 63-65. In the Balkans, nation-states began to be carved out from the Ottoman Empire's periphery with the aid of the Western European powers. In 1832, Greece gained independence, while Montenegro, Romania, and Serbia in 1878, Bulgaria in 1908, and Albania did so in 1913. The linguistic element was present in the Balkan nationalisms, but it was not predominant at that time. What mattered was religion. For instance, the Treaty of Lausanne, 1923, provided for exchange of population between Greece and Turkey. The criterion for this exchange was religion, not language. Orthodox Christians, many speaking exclusively in Turkish but writing it down in Greek characters, were expelled from Turkey to Greece, and Muslims, many speaking only Greek but writing it down in Arabic characters, from Greece to Turkey. In autonomous Montenegro and Serbia, autonomous Bosnia administered by Austria-Hungary, and on the territory of future Bulgaria, Russified Slavonic persisted as the local, millet, official language until the 1860s and 1870s, and Byzantine Greek, Katharevousa, literally purifying language, in Greece until 1976. The language element was more clearly visible in Romanian nationalism. In 1821, Romanian replaced Byzantine Greek as the official language in Wallachia and Moldavia, which unified in 1859 forming Romania. Drawing from the belief that Romanians were descendants of ancient Roman settlers and in search of progress, between 1860 and 1863 the Latin alphabet replaced Cyrillic for writing Romanian. The Albanians were religiously disunited. Half of them professed Islam, one-third Orthodox Christianity, and the rest Catholicism. What set them apart from other Balkan nations was their specific language, which they decided to write in Latin characters in 1908. Previously, Albanian had also been noted down in Arabic, Cyrillic, and Greek letters. Crampton 1997, 62, Price 1998, 6, 221, 386, Schenker 1980, 80. In Central Europe, the model and ardent promoter of linguistic homogenization was Prussia/the German Empire. Because Berlin adopted nationalism as the 49 legitimizing ideology of its state-building aspirations, the German language, as the basis of German nationalism, became a significant instrument of politics. In the 1861 statewide census, the question about one's language was included for the first time. In 1866, the Prussian statistician Richard Bach, 1824–1927, published his influential treatise, Die statistische Bedeutung der Volkssprachlichen der Nationalität, the statistical significance of the people's speech as the indicator of their nationality, in Steinthal and Lazarus's equally influential journal, Zeitschrift für Völkerpsychologie und Sprachwissenschaft. In his contribution, Bach proposed that one's nationality is apparent in one's language. This thesis, which he had propagated since the First International Congress of Statistics in Brussels, 1853, scientifically proved that censuses could measure the demographic size of nations by asking the question about one's language. Under this influence, significantly, Bach was one of the organizers of the Fifth International Congress of Statistics in Berlin in 1863, the Sixth International Congress of Statistics convened at St. Petersburg in 1872, accepted language as the objective indicator of nationality. By the turn of the 20th century, this equation of language with nation became so widely accepted in Central Europe that Ludwig Tramp pompously stated in his 1908 book that each healthy nation endowed with its own state, and each healthy nation-state must wish that its national language is also the state language, and its state language the national language. 44, Tramp 1908, 268. In Austria-Hungary, the first census with the language question included was conducted in 1880, and only 17 years later in the Russian Empire. It was a political hot potato. Soon it turned out that the question did not merely measure nations, but rather created them. Census results provided aspiring national movements with arguments to demand autonomy and independence of specific territories where the majority of the inhabitants belonged to this or that nation. Not surprisingly, manipulation and falsification of census data by governments and these movements became rife. Censuses also facilitated the task of the national movements striving to create ethno-linguistic nations. Census takers were instructed to disregard dialects and the phenomenon of bi- and multilingualism. A person had to pick one of the recognized standard written languages. On the other hand, Jews disappeared from statistic, because they did not speak a single language, and Yiddish, disparaged as jargon, was classified as German. But anti-Semitism persisted, which provoked the rise of Zionism, Jewish nationalism. After much controversy in the first half of the 20th century, revitalized Hebrew was made into the national language of the Jewish nation in Israel, in line with the ethno-linguistic paradigm of nationalism. Hobsbawm 1990, 97, 100, Jezernik 2004, 174, Leishner 2004, 393. The pressure of ethno-linguistic nationalisms was most keenly felt in the Austrian Empire. The 1867 reform, which transformed it into Austria-Hungary, lessened the pressure for a while by replacing German with Magyar as the 50 official language in the Hungarian half of the dual monarchy. In its section of the monarchy, Vienna had also to agree to the supplanting of German with Polish in Galicia, and Budapest to the elevating of Serbo-Croatian to a co-official language alongside Magyar in Croatia-Slavonia. Beginning in the 1870s, Budapest set on the course of transforming the Hungarian half of the empire into an ethno-linguistically homogeneous nation-state. Magyarization became the order of the day. Vienna pursued a more liberal course of espousing multilingualism. In 1880, Czech became a co-official language, alongside German, in Bohemia and Moravia. Ruthenian, that is, Ukrainian, was allowed into education in Galicia, and Slovenian in Carniola. In the monarchy's Hungarian half, Budapest purged languages other than Magyar from public life and education, with the tentative exception of Croatia-Slavonia. They persisted though in churches, private schools, and publications. These languages included German, Romanian, Ruthenian, that is, Rusin, Serbian, Serbo-Croatian, and Slovak. The Serbo-Croatian language was a compromise standard based on THIRD, Stokavian, dialect and accepted by a handful of Croatian and Serbian intellectuals in 1850 at a meeting held in Vienna. They hoped for the creation of a common South Slavic nation-state, that is, Yugoslavia. The difference between the two national variants of Serbo-Croatian was maintained with the instrument of script. Croatians retained the Latin alphabet for writing, and Serb Cyrillic. Other differences separating these variants were negligible, when one chose not to emphasize or politicize them. In 1868, Serbia and Montenegro resigned from Slavonic in favor of Serbo-Croatian, but it went under the name of Serbian in the latter state until 1923. In 1877, the name of this language was changed from Croatian to Serbo-Croatian in Croatia Slavonia, and in 1907, from Bosnian to Serbo-Croatian in Austria-Hungary's Bosnia. In Russia after the 1905 revolution, the use of minority languages was allowed in publications and sometimes in education. Among others, they included Estonian, German, Latvian, Lithuanian, Little Russian, Ukrainian, Polish, and White Russian, Belarusian. St. Petersburg also reconfirmed Finnish and Swedish as the official languages of the Grand Duchy of Finland. The Great War electrified national movements across Central and Eastern Europe, because it opened the window of opportunity for replacing multilingual empires with ethno-linguistic nation-states. Interestingly, the German and Austro-Hungarian occupation administrations replaced Russian in its capacity of the official language with German and Polish in Russia's Vistula land, formerly, Kingdom of Poland, and with German and Latvian, Lithuanian, Polish, Ruthenian, Ukrainian, White Ruthenian, Belarusian, and Yiddish in other occupied Western Russian territories. All these languages, except German and Polish, were employed in this role for the first time in history. This constituted a precedence, which the national movements wanted to use in order to develop their own separate ethno-linguistic nation-states, whenever possible. Leolavicius 2000. 51. From linguistic nations to linguistic nation-states. The eventual rubber stamping of the ethno-linguistically defined national principle into the basis of the political order in post-World War I Central and Eastern Europe came with the Allies' espousal of the United States President Woodrow Wilson's, 1856–1924, concept of national self-determination. Austria-Hungary was slated for splitting along ethno-linguistic lines into nation-states. Czechoslovakia, Estonia, Hungary, the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, after 1929, Yugoslavia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland were founded as ethno-linguistic nation-states. The collapse of the Ottoman Empire spawned the Turkish nation-state, but the rhetorical acceptance of the principle of self-determination by the Bolsheviks actually stalled the creation of nation-states on the territory of the former Russian Empire. Briefly independent Belarus and Ukraine were suppressed. However, shortly afterward, the revolutionary authorities bowed to the force of ethno-linguistic nationalism and based the administrative division of the Soviet Union on ethno-linguistic national republics, including Ukrainian and White Russian, Belarusian, republics, and the autonomous Moldavian, Moldovan, republic as part of Soviet Ukraine. Self-determination was denied to Rump German Austria, which together with the Germanophone areas of Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia, later known as the Sudetenland, aspired to be united with Germany. The state was also forced to rename itself as Austria. Otherwise, in all the aforementioned new nation-states and the Soviet Union's republics, respective national languages were employed as official languages. 45 One language per nation-state or Soviet republic. The tactical use of nationalism in the Soviet Union meant that in the latter case the paradigm was not always observed as in the case of Belorussia, where also Russian, and between 1920 and 1938, Polish, and Yiddish functioned as co-official languages. Not to fall foul of the internationally accepted and encouraged normative isomorphism, overlapping, of language, nation, and nation-state, the 1920 Czechoslovak Constitutional Law on State Language declared Czechoslovak as the official and national language of the Czechoslovak nation and its nation-state. Similarly, the 1921 Constitution declared Serbo-Croato-Slovenian as the official and national language of the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. But the kingdom's name still enumerated three different nations. In statistics, Serbs and Croats were rolled into Serbo-Croats, but Slovenians featured separately. After the 1929 coup, the discrepancy disappeared. The state was renamed Yugoslavia, literally, South Slavia, meaning the South Slavic nation-state, while its inhabitants were usually referred to as the Yugoslavs, and Serbo-Croato-Slovenian as the Yugoslav language. The problem was that in reality Serbo-Croatian was not unified with Slovenian, and the Serbo-Croato-Slovenian dialect of southern Serbia, that is, Macedonian, was more similar to Bulgarian than Serbo-Croatian. The amalgamation of the Croats, Serbs, and Slovenians 52 into a single Yugoslav nation also failed to materialize. A similar predicament was suffered in Czechoslovakia. Czech and Slovak remained separate languages, like the respective nations of Czechs and Slovaks speaking these languages. In addition, all the new nation-states and republics were far from homogeneous from the ethno-linguistic viewpoint. For instance, Moldavian speakers constituted a mere one-third of Soviet Moldavia's populace, Czechoslovak speakers two-thirds of Czechoslovakia's inhabitants, Polish speakers two-thirds of Poland's population, Latvian speakers 73% of Latvia's populace, Ukrainian speakers 80% of Soviet Ukraine's inhabitants, Belarusian speakers 81% of Soviet Belarusia's population, Serbo-Croato-Slovenian speakers 83% of Yugoslavia's populace, Lithuanian speakers 84% of Lithuania's inhabitants, Estonian speakers 88% of Estonia's population, Magyar speakers 90% of Rump Hungary's populace. In the post-1918 hugely enlarged Romania, the share of Romanian speakers in the population sank from 92 to 72%. In Bulgaria, Bulgarian speakers amounted to 83%, Albanian speakers to 92% of Albania's inhabitants, and Greek speakers to 93% of Greece's populace. After the population exchange with Turkey, Eberhardt 1996, 40-42, 161, 168, 215, 237, 283-284, Magoxi 2002, 173, Rothschild 1977, 36, 89, 192, 203, 284. The lack of ideologically required ethno-linguistic homogeneity in the newly founded nation-states necessitated regulation of the resultant precarious status of the non-speakers of the national language, which made them into foreigners in these new nation-states, even though they remained in villages and towns where their families had lived for centuries. Hence, the Allies imposed an intricate lattice of bilateral and multilateral minority rights protection treaties on the new nation-states. 46. This new order did not extend to the Soviet Union. But the Kremlin recognized that ethno-linguistic nationalism could not be disregarded en route to communism. During the 1920s and 1930s, national minorities in the national republics obtained autonomy at the level of regions, communes, towns, and kolkhozes, villages turned into collective farms. Beginning in the late 1930s, this intricate system of minority rights protection was limited to regions within the national republics. Martin 2001. The Holocaust, population movements and exchanges caused by World War II and its aftermath, reaffirmed the application of the principle of the isomorphism of language, nation, and state in Soviet-held Central Europe at the cost of minorities and their rights. The degree of ethno-linguistic homogeneity achieved was unprecedented. But the short-lived existence of the Slovak nation-state during the war terminated not only the linguistic but also the political fiction of the Czechoslovak language, making post-war Czechoslovakia a binational state. Between 1940 and 1945, the Soviet Union annexed Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania alongside vast tracts of territory severed from Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Romania, which were incorporated into Soviet Belorussia. 53. Soviet Ukraine, and Soviet Moldavia. After limiting the scope of ethno-linguistic and national autonomies in the late 1930s, following World War II, the Kremlin set out on the course of combating the bourgeois national deviation in order to make the population into a communist Russian-speaking and classless Soviet nation, people. Official encouragement for speaking the communist language of Russian usually decreased ethno-linguistic homogeneity within the national republic, but boosted the percentage of Russian speakers in the entire Soviet population. During World War II, Germany and Italy partitioned Slovenia, Serbia proper, less Vojvodina annexed by Hungary, was made into a German protectorate, and Montenegro into an Italian one. Bulgaria seized southern Serbia, post-war Macedonia, while Croatia proper and Bosnia were made into the independent state of Croatia. These wartime divisions mostly followed ethno-linguistic lines and thus unraveled the post-1929 drive to produce a homogeneous Yugoslav-speaking nation out of all the South Slavic inhabitants. Communist Yugoslavia was re-established as a federation. The political and linguistic fiction of the Yugoslav, Serbo-Croato-Slovenian, language was replaced with Serbo-Croatian and Slovenian, and the political fiction of the Serbo-Croatian, Yugoslav, nation with the separate nations of Croats and Serbs complete with their own national republics. In order to unmake wartime Bulgarianization of southern Serbia, Belgrade made it into the Republic of Macedonia and supported the rise of the Macedonian nation complete with its own Macedonian language. The Montenegrins also received their own national republic, and a similar Republic of Bosnia was unexpectedly granted to the newly declared Muslim nation, soon renamed as Bosnian. 47. As a result, the common Serbo-Croatian language came to be shared with four separate nations of Bosnians, Croats, Montenegrins, and Serbs. This development went against the logic of the normative isomorphism of language, nation, and state. When independent India was founded in 1947, the leadership of this new civic nation-state wished to emulate the Soviet model of ethno-linguistic union republics in basing post-colonial India's administrative division on ethno-linguistically homogeneous states. In 1956, when the new administrative division was due to be implemented, Delhi partly backed off from this position. Indian politicians rightly noticed that proposed overlapping of administrative borders with linguistic, and thus, sometimes with religious ones, would encourage the rise of ethno-linguistic, and sometimes also additionally religion-based, nationalisms, which could eventually destroy the state. Undoubtedly, they were right in taking into consideration the religious national, communal, violence, which has sporadically threatened the unity of India to this day, Ambedkar 1955. But Yugoslavia, located in this part of Europe where statehood legitimacy is derived exclusively from the normative isomorphism of language, nation. 54. And state, the stratagem of the common Serbo-Croatian language for most of the nations residing in Yugoslavia did not last. In 1991, the Soviet Union broke up into ethno-linguistic nation-states, including Belarus, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Moldova, and Ukraine, among others. Apparently, in the post-communist world, there was no place for multinational polities in Central and Eastern Europe. Similarly, beginning in 1991, Yugoslavia split into three ethno-linguistic nation-states, Croatia, Macedonia, and Slovenia, binational Serbia-Montenegro, trinational, Bosnian, Croatian, and Serbian, Bosnia, and the overwhelmingly, GEG, Albanian-speaking UN Protectorate of Kosovo, Kosova, gained independence in 2008. At the same time, the linguistic reality of Serbo-Croatian became a political liability, which entailed the division of this previously common language into Bosnian, Croatian, and Serbian. The separation of Serbian and Croatian was easily achieved as the former is written in Cyrillic characters and the latter in Latin ones. but this leaves practically no graphic difference between Bosnian and Croatian, which share the same version of the Latin alphabet. The Montenegrins marked their linguistic difference by employing two Cyrillic letters not used by Serbs and claiming to have two national alphabets of equal significance, that is, Cyrillic and Latin. In 2006, Belgrade and Podgorica did not renew their confederal agreement, and Serbia and Montenegro parted their ways after the Montenegrin Declaration of Independence. Both polities became straightforward ethnic nation-states, but the normative isomorphism of language, nation, and state may entail separation of the Montenegrin language from Serbian, which, if effected, would transform Montenegro and Serbia into full-fledged ethno-linguistic nation-states. Kosovo may follow the same path if allowed independence, provided it would not join Albania. Should then Tirana and Podgorica not agree on a new compromise Gegtask standard of Albanian, the Kosovans might decide to codify their own Geg language in opposition to Albania's Tosk-based language. In such a case, Kosovo would emerge as another, seventh, post-Yugoslav ethno-linguistic nation-state. In Central Europe, the force of the normative isomorphism of language, nation, and state required the federalization of Czechoslovakia in 1968 to 1969, which produced the Czech and Slovak Socialist Republics. In 1993, binational federal Czechoslovakia broke up and was replaced by two straightforward ethno-linguistic nation-states, the Czech Republic and Slovakia. The force of this normative isomorphism was distinctly felt in Estonia and Latvia, both of which were seriously Russified by the influx of Russian-speaking Russians, Ukrainians, and Belarusians during the post-war period. After regaining independence, both nation-states withheld citizenship from these Russian speakers unless they mastered conversational Estonian and Latvian, respectively. Russification was much more limited in Lithuania and was thus even welcomed by Lithuanians because it countered the traditional Polish influence in this country. 55. In Soviet Belarusia and Soviet Ukraine, Russification entailed the disparaging of Belarusian and Ukrainian as backward peasant talk not better for anything else but folklore songs and tales. In practice, this attitude allowed to make the de jure recognized languages of Belarusian and Ukrainian into dialects of Russian, a status that had been officially imposed on both languages in Tsarist Russia. As a result of this policy, not only do all Belarusians and Ukrainians speak Russian, but also many of them have no command of their national languages. The ideological status of Ukrainian as the sole national language of Ukraine was reaffirmed in the 1996 constitution. Accordingly, Ukrainian politicians and administrators made conscious effort to learn Ukrainian if they had not spoken it before. In post-Soviet Belarus, Belarusian remained the nation-state's undisputed official and national language until 1995, when Russian was made a co-official language. But in reality, Russian is now the sole official language of this polity. Between 2000 and 2005, all universities and secondary schools with the national language of Belarusian as the medium of instruction were either closed or Russian supplanted Belarusian as the language of instruction. Studiously drawing legitimacy from the Soviet symbols and history, Minsk/Minsk succeeded in the transformation of Belarus into a non-ethno-linguistic, Soviet-style, civic nation-state. Post-Soviet Moldova, Moldavia, reaffirmed its status as an independent nation-state by emphasizing the national and official status of the Moldovan language over Russian, much to the dislike of the Russian-speaking minority concentrated in the easternmost sliver across the Dniester River. The replacement of Cyrillic with the Latin script for writing Moldovan made this language look the same on the printed page as Romanian. This change was part and parcel of the initially enthusiastically embraced project of union with Romania, which, however, alienated Moldova's Russian speakers and led to a civil war in 1991. The overwhelmingly Russian-speaking East was made into the unrecognized polity of Transnistria, with Russian as the official language and a provision for Moldovan that it can be employed in minority education as long as it is written in Cyrillic characters. In order to address the fears of the Russian speakers, now Chisinau emphasizes the politically construed separateness of Moldovan vis-a-vis Romanian, the Moldovan government also dropped the project of a union with Romania and granted wide-ranging autonomy to Transnistria to entice it back into Moldova's fold, but so far to no avail. Officially, post-Soviet Russia remains a multinational and multilingual federation, but in reality Russians make up almost 80% of its population, while, native and second language, Russian speakers 99%. Russian functions as the sole official language of the entire federation, and it makes serious inroads into the administration and education, which should be conducted in the national languages of the autonomous republics. The most independent-minded of all the republics is Tatarstan. The Tatarstan parliament decided that 56. The script of the Tatar language would be changed from Cyrillic to the Latin alphabet. This change would follow the early Soviet tradition of Latinization and the example of the Turkish language. Earlier, in the post-Soviet Turkic nation-states of Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan, appropriate versions of the Latin script replaced Cyrillic for writing the respective national languages. But in 2003, the Russian Duma overruled the decision of the Tatarstan parliament by decreeing that only Cyrillic can be employed for writing the national languages of the Federation's autonomous republics. This decision may be interpreted as the Kremlin's effort to prevent pan-Turkic influences from penetrating into the Russian Federation, given that in the 1990s, Turkey propagated the idea of developing a single version of the Latin alphabet for all Turkic languages. On the other hand, the Duma's act can be a reflection of the Chinese model of ensuring cultural unity for the multinational and multilingual state by the means of a single writing system. The normative isomorphism of language, nation, and state, today. The intellectual roots of the normative isomorphism of language, nation, and state can be traced back to Herd-Ryan-Thoughten language, early 19th century German nationalism, that, among others, drew on his ideas, Prussia's political use of this nationalism beginning in the mid-19th century, and to the founding of the German Empire as a German nation-state on the basis of this nationalism. The founding of Italy as an ethno-linguistic nation-state also reinforced this trend, though the German example was of more significance due to the unprecedented economic, military, and economic success enjoyed by the German Empire. Mainly from this polity, the idea that a legitimate nation-state must be created from the tight overlapping of language, nation, and state spread across Central and Eastern Europe. However, German nationalists have not achieved this ideal to this day. During World War II, Hitler aspired to gather all the German speakers within a truly German nation-state of the Third Reich, but did not manage to incorporate the German-speaking Swiss into this polity. After 1945, the idea of this normative isomorphism as a national project definitively lost luster in divided Germany. Today, German is a national or official language shared by 6 nation-states: Austria, Belgium, Germany, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, and Switzerland. 48 Although language was a significant element of Italian nationalism, Italian nationalists had to be pragmatic because their country was economically and socially quite backward in comparison to Prussia and the German Empire. Hence they did not emphasize the importance of Italian as much as their German counterparts did in the case of the German language. On the other hand, after the Great War, with the exception of Switzerland, there were few Italian-speaking communities remaining outside the Italian borders, unlike in the case of interwar Germany, whose international politics was closely related. 57. The million-strong German-speaking minorities spread across Central and Eastern Europe. Nowadays, Italy shares its national language with San Marino, Switzerland, and the Vatican, and in Italy's autonomous region of Trentino Alto Adige, South Tyrol, German is a co-official language. The nation-states fully conforming to the ideal of the normative isomorphism extend east of the German and Italian frontiers. In Central Europe, the majority of polities neither share their unique national languages with other states nor allow additional official or national languages, nor permit the founding of some autonomous regions or republics on their territories, in which such additional languages would be employed. Today, that is, in late 2006, the post-communist nation-states of this kind include Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, Romania, and Slovakia. 49. The post-Soviet ones include Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, and the post-Yugoslav ones, Macedonia and Slovenia. Actualizations of a weaker version of this normative isomorphism of language, nation, and state exist north, east, and south of Central Europe. Sweden is a splendid example of an ethno-linguistically homogeneous nation-state, but it shares its national language of Swedish with Finland, where it functions as a co-official language along with the national language of Finnish. This disqualifies Finland from the exclusive club of true ethno-linguistic nation-states. Denmark practically fulfills all the requirements to qualify, but autonomous Greenland and the Faroe Islands are included in the Danish state along with their specific national languages of Inuit and Faroese. None of these predicaments is suffered by Norway, but its national language comes in two not fully intelligible varieties, which are as much different from one another as Danish from Icelandic. 50. Bokmål, literally, book language, is a slightly Norwegianized version of Danish, and Nynorsk, literally, New Norse, a standard developed in the late 19th century from local Norwegian dialects, deemed to be closest to medieval Norse, the language of Vikings. 51. But with this reservation, Norway belongs to the club as Iceland does. The Icelanders do not share their Icelandic language with any other state or an autonomous region located outside Iceland. 2. South of Central Europe, Turkey qualifies to be a member of the club of the ethno-linguistic nation-states, but not Greece, since the latter polity shares its national language with Cyprus. The 1974 division of Cyprus is not recognized and neither is the independence of North Cyprus with Turkish as its official language. But any future reunification of this island state will perhaps require making Turkish a co-official language along with Greek, which, by default, will exclude Turkey from the club. Albania almost attained the ideal of becoming a straightforward ethno-linguistic nation-state, but for Kosovo with Albanian as its co-official language. In communist Yugoslavia, Kosovo was an autonomous republic included in the Socialist Republic of Serbia. Even before the post-Yugoslav wars broke out. 58. Kosovo had been stripped of its autonomous status in 1989, and Albanian was banned from official use. In 1999, the region was made into an international protectorate with Albanian, English, and Serbian as its official languages, but the Serbian presence is minuscule in comparison to the Albanian population. In reality, Albania and Kosovo, as Albanians prefer to write the name, are two Albanian-speaking polities. In 2006, Montenegro and Serbia chose not to renew their confederal agreement, which in the wake of the Montenegrin Declaration of Independence, meant the rise of Montenegro and Serbia as two new nation-states. Due to the autonomous status of Vojvodina located in Serbia, and the official use of Serbian in Bosnia, Kosovo, and Montenegro, Serbia still does not qualify as a member of the Club of the Polities, which fulfill all the requirements of the isomorphism of language, state, and nation. But should Montenegro declare Montenegrin, construed as separate from Serbian, as its national language, this polity could join the club. Croatia does not fulfill the isomorphism's all preconditions, because Croatian, like Serbian, is a co-official language in Bosnia. East of Central Europe, Ukraine is the closest to attaining the status of a true ethno-linguistic nation-state. In 1996, Kiev enshrined the status of Ukrainian as the sole national and official language in the constitution and did not give in to Moscow's pressure into making Russian a co-official language as numerous post-Soviet states had done, with the exception of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. But in 1991, the Crimea was made Ukraine's only autonomous region with Russian and Tatar as co-official languages. Belarus's exceptionalism stems from the fact that it is the sole Central or Eastern European nation-state, which, beginning in 1995, completely resigned from seeking its legitimacy in ethno-linguistic nationalism. Minsk/Minsk chose the civic model, which also meant the replacement of fledgling democracy with Soviet-style authoritarianism. All other post-Soviet states still aspire to the ideal of ethno-linguistic homogeneity, including the Russian Federation, where Russians make up more than 4/5 of the population, and practically all non-Russians speak Russian and are not allowed to use any other script but Cyrillic for writing their national languages as long as they enjoy their own autonomous republics. The Jewish Autonomous Region Birobijan is the sole exception, as Yiddish written in the Hebrew script is employed there in official capacity. With the exception of Turkmen-speaking Turkmenistan, all other post-Soviet nation-states, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan, do not fully fulfill the isomorphism's requirements, because either they allow the co-official use of Russian along the national language, or house autonomous republics or regions with co-official languages other than the national one, or enjoy autonomous republics or regions with the national language but located on the territory of the neighboring states. 59. Although on the plane of rhetoric, in Western Europe, the civic kind of nationalism has traditionally played a more significant role than its ethnic counterpart, the ideological significance of language was not overlooked. Hence, it is almost a contradiction in terms to be a Frenchman or Frenchwoman and not to speak the French language. Neither does Paris allow any autonomous regions on the territory of France. But, on the other hand, French functions as an official and national language in numerous other nation-states that used to be French colonies. The same phenomenon is experienced by monolingual Portugal, and by the Netherlands, 52 the United Kingdom, and Spain, where languages other than Dutch English and Spanish, respectively, are allowed in autonomous regions. In Belgium, Ireland, Luxembourg, and Switzerland 2 or more official languages are in use. In Western Europe, only one small polity qualifies as a straightforward ethno-linguistic nation-state, the aforementioned Iceland. Malta with its national language of Maltese would have qualified, too, except that English is a co-official language there. 53 South of Europe, the Islamic nation-states from Morocco to Iraq share Arabic as their national/official language. In sub-Saharan Africa, several national/official languages are used in a single polity or a singular national/official language shared with an erstwhile colonial power. The situation is similar in the Americas. The exceptions include Ethiopia and Somalia. In the former nation-state, Amharic is the sole national and official language and Somali in the latter. However, Somalia as a polity disappeared in the early 1990s, while colonial English and Italian, alongside Arabic, remain in widespread use. The ideological importance of the isomorphism of language, nation, and state is much more discernible in Asia. Iran with its national language of Persian, Farsi, was a straightforward ethno-linguistic nation-state until the Islamic Revolution, 1979, which endowed Arabic there with a semi-official, political-cum-religious status. Only encounters the same situation in Pakistan with its national language of Urdu and in Bangladesh with Bengali. Arabic brushes shoulders with them in religious and traditional education, and in politics. On the other hand, Urdu and Bengali are co-official languages in India's various states. Furthermore, in both Pakistan and Bangladesh alongside India, Myanmar, Burma, Malaysia, Nepal, the Philippines, and Singapore, English functions as a de jure or de facto co-official language. China is divided into two separate polities, Communist China and Taiwan, and Korea as well, North and South Korea. They may evolve into separate nation-states. In addition, in Communist China's autonomous regions Mongol, Tibetan, and Uyghur function as co-official languages. But Bhutan with its sole national and official language of Dzongkha, 54 Cambodia with Khmer, Israel with Hebrew, Japan with Japanese, Laos with Lao, Indonesia with Indonesian, Thailand with Thai, and Vietnam with Vietnamese appear to be straightforward ethno-linguistic nation-states with no co-official languages or autonomous regions embedded in their territories. In Oceania, the same could 60. be said of Papua New Guinea with Tok Pisin, Nauru with Nauruan, Samoa with Samoan, Tonga with Tongan, and Tuvalu with Tuvaluan, if English did not function there as a de facto co-official language. In addition, the Samoan nation is split between independent Samoa and the United States territory of American Samoa. Central and Eastern Europe houses 11 ethno-linguistic nation-states, which fully comply with the restrictions of the normative isomorphism of language, nation, and state. In Western Europe, there is one state of this kind, 2 in Africa, and 9 in Asia, so altogether 12 outside Central and Eastern Europe. Although it would require another paper to answer fully this question, nevertheless it is interesting to ask what the causes of the rise of ethno-linguistic nation-states outside Central and Eastern Europe were. It seems that ideologized monolingualism in Bhutan, Iceland, and Japan is the function of the long-lasting isolation of the polities until the 20th century. Japan and Thailand successfully and Ethiopia almost successfully withstood attacks of the colonial powers. Central and Eastern European Jews brought the ideal of the normative isomorphism to Israel, and Soviet functionaries to Turkmenistan. In Asia, 4 genuinely ethno-linguistic nation-states, Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, and Vietnam, are clustered together in Indochina. Except Thailand, all of them used to be French colonies. Perhaps their espousal of ideologized monolingualism in local languages was a reaction to the excesses of French colonial rule, which had imposed on the local elites the ideologized French monolingualism. Cambodian, Laotian, and Vietnamese nationalists who fought against French colonialists could not help but construct the legitimization of their nation-states by emulating the French example of not allowing any other languages, but the national one, the exclusive official status in the nation-state. This also influenced Thailand's modernizing efforts. A similar mechanism of reaction to an emulation of Italian colonial rule could be discerned in the case of Somalia. Regarding the most populous ethno-linguistic nation-state, Indonesia, with 242 million inhabitants, it seems that the Indonesian national movement drew from the example of Japanese ideologized nationalism. During World War II, Japan occupied the Dutch East Indies, which became independent as Indonesia. Some Indonesian nationalists also experienced ideologized monolingualism in the Netherlands and nearby France and Germany when they pursued their university education in Europe. The most ethno-linguistically homogeneous nation-states, that is, almost without native speakers of other languages than the national, are Iceland, Japan, and Poland. 55 In the cases of Iceland and Japan, this unusual homogeneity was achieved by the long-lasting maritime isolation of both polities. On the contrary, large-scale ethnic cleansing, expulsion, population exchanges, and sweeping border changes were employed to arrive at this resultant Polish case. In Africa, none of the 2 ethno-linguistic nation-states is homogeneous, though. 61. In Somalia, Somali speakers make up 85% of the population. From the viewpoints of territory and population, in Central and Eastern Europe, Poland, 38 million inhabitants, is the largest ethno-linguistic nation-state. In the perspective of the entire world, this distinction goes to Indonesia 56 or to Japan, 120 million inhabitants, if one takes into consideration the high degree of ethno-linguistic homogeneity in the latter polity. On the other end of the continuum, in Central and Eastern Europe, one finds Macedonia and Slovenia, each with 2 million inhabitants. 57 From the global perspective, the smallest ethno-linguistic nation-states are Bhutan 58 and Iceland, with populations of 2.23 million and 0.3 million, respectively, World Factbook 2005. In 9 out of 11 Central and Eastern Europe's ethno-linguistic nation-states, the Latin script is employed for writing their national languages. Cyrillic is used to write the national languages in Bulgaria and Macedonia. Outside the region, in the world's 12 remaining ethno-linguistic nation-states, 5 national languages are written in Latin characters: Icelandic, Indonesian, Somali, Turkmen, and Vietnamese. All other 7 national languages employ their own unique scripts. Japanese uses a writing system derived from the Chinese script, the national languages of Ethiopia and Israel alphabets derived from the Semitic, Canaanite, script, and those of Bhutan, Cambodia, Laos, and Thailand scripts derived from the classical Brahmini syllabary of Sanskrit. Rogers 2005, 120, 205, 221 to 222. Worldwide, the Latin alphabet is employed for writing national languages in 14 out of the globe's 23 ethno-linguistic nation-states. In Central and Eastern Europe, 6 national languages spoken in the 11 ethno-linguistic nation-states are Slavic, Bulgarian, Czech, Macedonian, Polish, Slovak and Slovenian, 2 Finno-Ugric, Estonian and Magyar, 2 Baltic, Latvian and Lithuanian, and 1 Romance, Romanian. 59 Clearly, so far Slavic national movements have been most persistent and successful at achieving in their nation-states the ideal of the normative isomorphism of language, nation, and state. 2. Language in Central Europe, an overview. Difference of language being generally a sign of difference of nation, an attempt against a language, will look like a design against the nation that speaks it, 1711. Richardson in Crowley 2005a, 94. Human language consists of words, which were fashioned by peoples, who are absolute lords of language. 1. Vico 1990. Principi di scienza nuova di intorno alla comunicazione delle nazioni, 1744, section 32. Giambattista Vico, 1668–1744. The fact of living together and continually communicating in a distinctive language makes a human group into a nation. The natural boundaries of states are, their internal boundaries corresponding to the fact of speaking the same language. 2. Fichte 1845, 315, 346. Reden an die Deutsche Nation, Addresses to the German Nation, 1808. Johann Gottlieb Fichte, 1762–1814. Dialect words, those terrible marks off the beast to the truly genteel. The Mayor of Casterbridge, 1868, Chapter 20, Thomas Hardy, 1840–1928. He medieval peasant spoke, but the modern person cannot merely speak, we have to speak something, a language. Billig 1995, 31. 62. 63. A language is the interplay and struggle of regional dialects, professional jargons, generic commonplaces, the speech of different age groups, individuals, and so forth. Clifford 1988, 46. National languages are all huge systems of vested interests, which sullenly resist critical inquiry. Sapir 1963, 118. Language uses us as much as we use language. Lakoff 1975, 3. Beginnings. The linguistic picture of Central Europe, as we know it, started forming in the 6th to 9th centuries. The coming of the Slavs, or rather the spread of their language and way of life to unrelated various ethnic groups, marks the beginning of the caesura that largely closed in 896 AD when the Magyars crossed the Carpathians into Pannonia. This event gradually divided the hypothetically continuous area of Slavic settlement into a southern section, extending from contemporary Slovenia to Bulgaria, and into a northern section, which coincided with the areas from the Elbe in today's eastern Germany to the upper Volga in northeastern Russia. In the west, the Magyar speakers skirted the East and Carinthian marks, future Eastern Austria, of the Holy Roman Empire. This region, previously the meeting point of Slavic and West Germanic speakers, changed into the linguistic borderland between the latter and the Magyars. In the eastern corner of the Arch of the Carpathians, future Transylvania, perhaps, the transition region of East Romance and Magyar speakers developed. East of the mountains, the open steppe, extending to Central Asia and Siberia, attracted various groups, mainly Turkic-speaking groups of pastoralists from the east, as it had the Huns, Avars, Bulgars, and Magyars before. Pekangs, Cumans, and, between the 1230s and 1380s, Tatars of the Golden Horde dominated this area. During the time, Romance speakers from Transylvania and the eastern Carpathians migrated to the steppe south and east of the Carpathians, which created a more homogeneous East Romance phone area extending to the Danube Delta and the Dniester. This process culminated in the emergence of Moldavia and Wallachia in the second half of the 14th century. As a result, the territory, populated by Magyars and East Romance speakers, separated the northern and southern Slavs, Magoxi 2002, 6-15, Sidler 1994, 3-13, Urbanchik 2000, 136-138. Official Romanian historiography proposes that these East Romance speakers were the remnants of the Latin-speaking settlers who had peopled Dacia when it had been a Roman province in the years 106-271. In this view, these settlers had 64. Mingled with the local population of Illyrians and Thracians, who had become increasingly Romanized. This hypothesis of ethno-linguistic continuity between the Roman settlers and present-day Romanians has not been sufficiently substantiated yet. It seems more likely that the retreat of the Roman Empire entailed a gradual disappearance of the Romance phone influence, as it happened in Britain after the Roman legions left the island in 410, though the Roman rule, established in 43, had lasted there twice as long as in Dacia. Most probably the Romance speakers survived south of the Danube in Pannonia and Dalmatia. The Byzantine Empire partly shielded them from the upheavals between the 5th and 10th centuries, but seeking security they abandoned agriculture and the sedentary way of life, because they stood no chance of successfully defending themselves against steppe nomad Sinopan plains or valleys. These Romance speakers sought security in the Dinaric, Balkan, and Rhodope mountains, where they became transhumant pastoralists. Searching for newer pastures, they migrated northward along the arch of the Carpathians and perhaps lost the skill of writing, for they did not leave any documents. Slavophone Christianity, complete with the Cyrillic alphabet, probably came to them from Bulgaria. Between the 13th and 18th centuries, they settled along the Middle and northern Carpathians up to eastern Moravia. Mostly they preserved their Orthodox Christianity, but became Slavicized. Dam and Mikuzinska 2000, 220, Sidler 1994, 146. The language of the Romance phone population living between the Carpathians and the Danube is nowadays classified as East Romance because, with the coming of Magyars and the southward expansion of Slavs in the Balkans, Romance-speaking pastoralists, who were spread northeastward along the mountain ranges, lost direct contact with other Romance speakers in northern Italy and Dalmatia, where Latin literacy survived. The boundary between Slavic and Romance speakers in this region gradually moved southward and to the west. Until the 16th century, a Romance phone population lived in the east of historical Croatia between the towns of Karlstad, Karlovac, and Nin. This severing of the Romance dialect area led to the evolution of the West Romance speakers, identified today as the Catalans, Corsicans, Galicians, Italians, Franco-Provençal speakers, French, Occitans, Rheto-Romance speakers, Sardinians, Spaniards, and Portuguese. I have enumerated only the most significant groups. Specialists often add Dalmatian to the group of the West Romance languages. It was a language spoken from Istria to Ragusa, Dubrovnik, that died out in the 17th century, though pockets of its speakers held out for 2 centuries longer. But this classification tends to be contentious. Vlachs, Kutsovlaks, Vilas, or Tsinsari are remnants of the Balkan Romance-speaking transhumant pastoralists, whose groups occur in the mountainous areas of northern and central Greece, southeastern Albania, southern Macedonia, Dobruja, and Istria. Although the pockets of the Romance phone population seem, to a certain degree, to be the remnants of the Romance dialect continuum. 65. In the Balkans, since the end of the 19th century, Bucharest has claimed their languages as Subdanubian dialects of Common Romanian, most fully represented Bitico-Romanian, or the Romanian language, Carmichael 2005, Dam and Mikuzinska 2000, 25, Price 1998, 121-122, 382-383. The philological division between West and East Romance languages gained currency in the middle of the 19th century. At that time, the political significance of language was on the rise, as manifested in the successful nationalisms of the Italian and German nation-states, founded in 1861 and 1871, respectively, which were linguistic in character. In addition, the example of these two nationalisms inspired a plethora of ethno-linguistic national movements in Central Europe. In line with the West's self-professed scientific progress, which produced the Industrial Revolution, philologists aspired to transform their eclectic field of antiquarian and folkloristic pursuits into a rigorous science of language. Drawn to the midst of public interest by Charles Darwin's, 1809–1882, theory of evolution as per analogy in biology, philologists turned linguists trusted most the method of classifying the similar as related in single families and the dissimilar in separate ones. Soon, this classificatory approach was translated into the practice of putting together cognate ethno-linguistic groups into larger clusters as long as they were territorially contiguous. Such divisions initially were applied on the synchronic plane. But Darwin's concept of the diachronic, genealogical, tree of life, illustrating the divergence of species from one another through time, proved an attractive model for linguists as well. Following the tenets of diachronic classification, the Germanic-speaking inhabitants from the territory of the former Holy Roman Empire were described as Western. In this classificatory scheme, the eastern branch comprised the Germanic languages of the Ostrogoths, Visigoths, Burgundians, and Crimean Goths, dead for a long time since the existence of Gothic speakers was attested for the last time in the Crimea in the 16th century, Majwiz 1989, 35. Thanks to the classificatory efforts of linguists, we know that Magyar is the only non-Indo-European language extant in Central Europe. It belongs to the Uralic family, which is divided into the Finno-Ugric and Samoyedic subfamilies. The Samoyedic languages, namely Enets, Nenets, Uruk, Enganazan, Tofgai, and Selkup, Ostiak Samoyed, survive in northern Siberia but are bound to disappear, for only 33,000 people spoke them in 2002. The Finno-Ugric subfamily is usually divided into the Finnic, Finno-Permian or Finnic-Valgai-Klap-Permian, and Ugric branches. The former is comprised of 4 subdivisions. The Baltic, Finnic, embraces Estonian, Finnish-Ugrian, Karelian, Livonian, Lud, Livy, Vepsian, and Voshian. The Sami, Lap, consists of 6 Sami, Lap, languages or dialects. Mordvin, Urzaya, Moksha, and Mari, Shermis, constitute the Volga, Volgaic, subdivision, while Komi, Zyrian, Zurian, Komi Permiak, Permian Komi, 4 and Udmurd, Voshiak, the Permian subdivision. The speakers of these languages live in the region that extends from northern Scandinavia. 66. Finland and Estonia to northwestern Russia over to the Urals. Only Finnish and Estonian can claim more than 1 million speakers. Other Baltic Finnic languages were spoken by 59,000 people in 2002. At the same time, the speakers of Sami, Lap, languages numbered 34,000, of the Permian Finnic languages 0.78 million, and of the Volga Finnic languages 1.1 million. The Ugric branch comprises Magyar along with Mansi, Vogel, and Kanti, that is Ostiak proper. There is no territorial continuity between the areas where the Ugric languages are spoken. Magyar speakers live in Hungary as well as in its neighbor countries, namely in southern Slovakia, Ukraine's Transcarpathia, along the border with Romania and in the center of that country, eastern Transylvania, and in Serbia's autonomous region of Vojvodina. The Mansi and Kanti speakers numbered 16,000 in 2002. They reside in Thobi River Basin located in northwestern Siberia. Some scholars believe that the common Finno-Ugric speaking area extended from the Obi River and the Urals to the Baltic, but that was at least 4,000 years ago. Hence, the Finno-Ugric languages, unlike Slavic languages, are not mutually comprehensible. Apart from Estonian, Finnish, Magyar, and Sami, the vast majority of the speakers of other Uralic languages live in the Russian Federation. In 1917 to 1918, together with Turkic peoples, who reside side by side, they established the short-lived Muslim state of Idel-Ural. Idel is Tatar for the Volga River, which extended on the western side of the Urals from the Arctic to future Kazakhstan. Today, Russia's Finno-Ugric speakers inhabit 4 autonomous republics, Karelia, Komi, Mari El, and Udmurt, along with the Komi-Permiak Autonomous Region, Komi-Perm. However, their minority and linguistic rights are usually observed in the breach, which means rapid Russification. Abondolo 1998, Dying Fish Swims in Water 2005, Kiss and Nagy 1999, 35-36, 40, Uralic Languages 2006. Writing radiated into Central Europe from the Roman Empire in the 2 script forms derived from the Roman and Greek alphabets. The 2 scripts were correlated with the respective literacies in the Latin and Greek languages. The border zone between these 2 different writing traditions largely coincided with the line that divided the empire into western and eastern halves. Latin prevailed in western Dalmatia and Pannonia, while Greek was adopted east of this area and also in the south of the Apennine Peninsula. In emulation of the Avar Khaganate, founded in the late 560s, in Central Europe, where the Polites, Turkic or Caucasian-speaking, elite-ruled the Slavic-speaking population, the Turkic Bulgars, known as Proto-Bulgarians in Bulgarian national historiography, established their predominantly Slavophone Khanate along the lower Danube at the close of the 7th century, having wrested these lands from the Eastern Roman Empire. They had earlier come in touch with Greek literacy while residing on the northern shores of the Black Sea. Not surprisingly, they employed Greek letters to carve short stone inscriptions either in Slavic or Turkic Bulgarian, sometimes confusingly called Proto-Bulgarian. The 67. Presumably illiterate Avars isolated the Bulgars from the Western European tradition of Latin script-based literacy until the 810s, when the Bulgars alongside the Frankish Empire destroyed the Avar Khaganate. Significantly, it seems that the Avar elite adopted Slavic as the lingua franca of their multilingual and multi-ethnic Khaganate. Thus they were responsible for spreading the use of this language in the vast territory from the northern Carpathians to the Danube and the Drava, and from Carinthia to Transylvania. The Magyar scribes also learned the skill of writing in what today is southern Ukraine. They adapted the so-called runes, perhaps, from their Turkic neighbors 5, to their specific phonological needs and developed their own Magyar alphabet. They carved short inscriptions and numbers with knives onto wooden sticks. This tradition of Magyar writing prevailed until the 17th century among the Magyar-speaking Zeklers, Székely in Magyar, of Transylvania, who, in the past, had defended the eastern borders of the Kingdom of Hungary. Similarly up to the same century, the runic script survived in Sweden. Very few Magyar runic inscriptions survive to this day but, interestingly, the historian István Szamoskozsa, 1565–1612, used these runes in writing as a code. At the end of the 20th century, a limited use of the Magyar runes was revived in Budapest among Magyar nationalist circles for symbolic rather than any practical ends. However, some nationalist scholars, on the basis of the accidental similarity between a few Magyar runes and Sumerian characters, spuriously claim that the Magyars are descendants of Sumerian settlers, who arrived in Pannonia 6,500 years ago. This continued symbolic and politicized use of the Magyar runes evokes time and again the persisting legend that at the end of the 16th century, an attempt was made in Trenčín, to make the runes the official script in the Kingdom of Hungary. Balish 2000, 107, Benko and Imre 1972, 344, Kurta 2004, 146–148, Magyar 1996, Mojadel 2005, 137, Sidler 1994, 425–426, Urbanchik 2000, 131. As a rule, however, in the early Central European polities, writing was an unknown technology. Writing arrived in this area with the advance of Christianity. The new religion was introduced in the region either from the Holy Roman Empire or the Byzantine Empire. In the wake of the missionary endeavors, the two different literacies, Latin and Greek, respectively, penetrated Central Europe. The tradition of Eastern Christianity allowed the translation of the Holy Scripture into languages other than official Greek or Latin, as well as the use of these languages in writing where practical. In this manner, during the 3rd to 5th centuries, the mainly Greek-based alphabets were developed for the Semitic languages of Coptic and Syriac employed for official purposes and liturgy in Egypt and Asia Minor, and also for the Indo-European language of Armenian and the Caucasian languages of Georgian and Albanian 6 in the Caucasus. An exception was the Gothic language with its script based on the Roman alphabet, but the Goths operated north of the Danube where the influences of the Latin and Greek literacies converged. 68. Another liturgical and administrative language of this type entered history in the mid-9th century. At that time, the Frankish kingdom and Bulgaria opposed further expansion of Greater Moravia, 7 a Slavophone polity that had arisen in Central Europe 2 centuries after the destruction of the Avar Khaganate. 8 Moravian leaders sought an alliance with Byzantium, which resulted in the Christianizing mission, 863 to 867, and the conversion of this realm to the new faith. The two leading missionaries, brothers Constantine, Cyril, and Methodius, who came from Thessalonica, Salonika, put into writing the local Slavic dialect of their hometown using a new script, Glagolitic. Later, the brothers and their disciples translated the Bible 9 and other Christian writings into the Slavic language. Constantine and Methodius sought formal recognition from the Holy See because Greater Moravia was in the Frankish kingdom's sphere of influence. Rome consented, but after Methodius's death, 885, his followers were expelled from the country. The Byzantine Rite was replaced with the Latin one and the Latin language replaced Slavic. The change was sealed with the destruction of Greater Moravia at the hands of the Magyars, Piccio 1980, 5-6. It is assumed that the Glagolitic alphabet stemmed from the fusion of the Carolingian minusculi and the Greek cursive. It also included one letter derived from a Hebrew character. The script was known as Cyrillic after its presumed inventor, Saint Cyril, Constantine. The term Glagolitic, derived from the Slavonic term for word, glagol, became current only in the 16th century, Scriptura Glagolitica, Frenali c. 1994, 12, Sidler 1994, 426. At the same time, philologists named the language written in Glagolitic Old Slavic, or Old Bulgarian. Nowadays, it is more common to refer to this language with the terms Church Slavonic, or Old Church Slavonic, which were coined at the beginning of the 19th century. 10 Previously, the language of Slavophone liturgy and Slavic translations of the Bible was known as Slavic or, simply, as our language. These designations of the liturgical language remained widespread among the Orthodox Slavs until the end of the 19th century, Piccio 1980, 1-5. Following the demise of Greater Moravia in the first decade of the 10th century, Bohemia and Moravia found themselves within the borders of the Holy Roman Empire, 950, and the tradition of Western Christianity, steeped in the Latin language. In 966, the Polonian state, future Poland, accepted Christianity from Bohemia. Hungary followed suit in 1000 or 1001 when the Pope recognized the pagan Vajk as King Stephen, reigned 997 to 1038. Stephen suppressed the last vestiges of liturgy in Slavic in the territory of his kingdom. However, it survived until the 1030s in the Polanian state, and until the 1090s in Bohemia. By that time, Latin had become the language of liturgy and written communication in Central Europe. Within the limits of Western Christianity, Slavonic liturgy in the Glagolitic script was tolerated in Croatia, where it persisted until the beginning of the 20th century in the island of Vegli, KRK. In the Kingdom of Bohemia, Croatian monks were allowed to settle in the Emmaus monastery. 69. Imazi, or Na Slovenish, in Prague during the 14th century. They celebrated Mass in Slavic and wrote in Glagolitic until the 17th century. In 1390, some Emmaus monks moved to Cloister near Krakow and introduced the Slavic rite to the Holy Cross Church in the capital of the Kingdom of Poland. This tradition lasted there until the 15th century. But these pockets of Slavonic liturgy, surviving in the sphere of Western Christianity, were of no political or cultural significance apart from maintaining the channel of communication through which the Czech language homilies of the Bohemian religious reformer John Hus, transcribed into Glagolitic, entered 15th century Croatia. Only the Reformation gave Slavonic liturgy a new lease of life when the Protestant printing press was established in Urich near Tübingen to publish Slavic texts in Glagolitic characters. In the course of the 30 Years' War, Emperor Ferdinand II, reigned 1619 to 1637, seized this press in 1626 and in the following year, passed it on to Rome, where it was used to publish Catholic Slavophone texts in Glagolitic until 1905, Fernali c. 1994, 18-20, Sidler 1994, 148-149, 427. Pope Innocent XI, 1676-1689, in his preface to the Roman Illyrian Breviary published in 1688, attributed the invention of the Glagolitic script to Saint Jerome, 340-420, who had completed his official Latin translation of the Bible, known as the Vulgate, in 405. This saint had come from the Roman province of Dalmatia that serendipitously happened to coincide with Croatia. The link Medinthe's anachronistic manner allowed claiming the alphabet for the Roman Catholic tradition and resulted in the new name for it, the Hieronymian script, derived from Saint Jerome's name. At the same time, some called Glagolitic the Illyrian alphabet, relating it to the Roman prefecture of Illyria that had contained the Balkan Peninsula, but not Dalmatia. In the Slavic Orthodox tradition, the Glagolitic script and early books preserved in it were perceived as an inalienable part of Orthodox Christianity. Hence, Orthodox churchmen called it Bukvica, a name derived from the East Slavic word for letter, Bukva, 11, and, in Croatia, those who wished to emphasize the Slavic connection chose to dub the script as Slovenish, that is, Slavic, Glagolitic 2003. Cyrillic resembles the Greek alphabet more closely than Glagolitic. The Cyrillic script probably developed in the First Bulgarian Empire, 681-1018, where the disciples of Cyril and Methodius settled after 885, following their expulsion from Greater Moravia. The idea of writing had been known to the Turkic Bulgars since the moment they had emerged as an ethnic group at the mouth of the Don River at the beginning of the 6th century. On the northern shores of the Black Sea, the Greek script had been known since antiquity, while the Goths introduced the runic alphabet in the 3rd century. This was followed by the Gothic script in the 4th century, and the Armenian, Georgian, and Akvanian alphabets in the 5th century. Some undeciphered runic inscriptions left by the Bulgars include characters similar to some Cyrillic letters. 70. Khan Boris I, reigned 852-889, adopted Christianity in 864 and the Bulgarian Sobor, Diet, of 893 proclaimed Church Slavonic as the official language of the Bulgarian Empire for both religious and secular purposes. And to emphasize the independence of Bulgaria from Byzantium, Boris founded the Bulgarian Patriarchate at Ohrid. The monks expelled from Greater Moravia established the centers of Church Slavonic scholarship and education in Ohrid and the Bulgarian capital of Preslav. At the end of the 9th century, or at the turn of the following century, they codified Cyrillic. This new script gradually replaced Glagolitic among all Slavic peoples who accepted Christianity from Byzantium. Glagolitic manuscripts ceased to be produced in Bulgaria at the turn of the 11th century. Croats stuck to Glagolitic and the Latin alphabet replaced it in Bohemia and Moravia. Cyrillic-based Church Slavonic literacy reached Kievan Rus with the official Christianization of this realm in 988. But it is known that between 907 and 972, Kievan and Byzantine rulers contracted agreements, written in Greek and Slavic. Glagolitic might be used for the Slavic texts, but the earliest Kievan Rus inscription in Slavic, found near Smolensk, was done in Cyrillic and dates back to the first quarter of the 10th century, Crampton 1997, 13-16, Fajadikova etal 1989, 463-464, Mojadel 2005, 157-158, Pinsent and Konikova 1993, 464. Serbs arrived in the area they now occupy in the 7th century. Their leaders accepted the authority of the Byzantine Empire 2 centuries later, which also meant their gradual Christianization. The first Serbian state had a checkered history in the 10th and 11th centuries before it was established as a stable and orthodox Christian polity in the mid-12th century. During the 12th century, the Serbs adopted the Slavic language written in Cyrillic so as to mark their separateness vis-a-vis the Greek language of the Byzantine Empire. With the enormous territorial expansion of tiny pagan Lithuania at the beginning of the 14th century, its rulers acquired northern and northwestern Rus with its Orthodox Christian population. They also accepted their Slavic Chancery language written in Cyrillic as the official language of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. The officially pagan character of the polity continued until the Lithuanian Duke Jagiello, Jogaila, adopted the Roman Catholic faith and became the King of Poland in 1386, Sidler 1994, 426. The Rus recension, variant, of Slavonic continued to be employed in Orthodox churches located in the Rus lands annexed to Poland and Lithuania. In secular use, this language acquired numerous characteristics of the contemporary speech of the Orthodox Slavic inhabitants of Poland-Lithuania. As such, it became known as Ruski, Ruthenian, and functioned alongside Latin, German, in cities, and Polish, as an official language of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania until 1697. The Baltic language of Lithuanian remained an unwritten idiom used as a family, and sometimes, secret language among the members of the Jagiellonian dynasty until the late 15th century. Jagiello's son, Kazimierz IV, reigned 1446-1492, was 71. The last Polish-Lithuanian monarch to speak this language, Ostroka 2005, 104, Snyder 2003, 19, Topolska 2002, 79, 336. Hebrew exerted an important, though not prevailing or lasting, influence on early Central European literacies. The most accepted view is that Jews arrived in Central Europe from the Frankish Empire and the Holy Roman Empire as traders beginning the 12th and, especially, 13th centuries. At that time, Crusaders crossing Europe on their way to the Holy Land incited much anti-Semitic fervor in the empire, which convinced numerous Jews to leave for Bohemia, Poland, the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, and Hungary, where they were welcome and their skills valued. The occurrence of the Black Death, 1347-1354, brought about another wave of persecutions and sent most of Western European Jews to Poland-Lithuania. In the second half of the 14th century, numerous expulsion edicts issued against Jews in Western Europe hastened this process. Some scholars claim that Hazaria, neglected by researchers, also contributed to the rise of the Central and Eastern European Jewry, especially at its earliest stage in the 9th and 10th centuries. Jewish refugees from Western Europe were surprised to find in Central Europe Jewish communities, which had already been several centuries old. Jewish settlers from Hazaria offered a credible solution to this mystery. At the beginning of the 7th century, the Hazars, the Turkic people, established their empire between the Sea of Azov and the northern Caspian Sea. In 740, the ruling clans of the Hazars converted to Judaism. The Hazar realm, attacked from the south by Arabs, eventually collapsed in 965 under the onslaught of Kievan Rus. This event dispersed the Judaized Hazar elites to Byzantium and the Balkans. Some enterprising Jews were valued in early Central European states for their rare skills. Subsequently, between the early 11th and the late 12th centuries, some of them minted coins for the Polonian rulers and even put inscriptions in Hebrew characters on them. These inscriptions and interlinear translations of biblical and Talmudic passages into Slavic, but always written in Hebrew characters, are a proof of a Judeo-Slavic language, which flourished between the 10th and 13th centuries in the Czech lands, Poland, Lithuania, and the Rus lands. Jewish authors traditionally referred to the Slavic lands of Central Europe as Canaan, because of their belief that the ancestors of the Slavs came from Palestine, known as Canaan before Jews conquered this land. Accordingly, they named the Slavic language of the aforementioned glosses and inscriptions in Hebrew characters, as Canaanic. In order to distinguish between the Semitic vernacular of the ancient Canaanites and Judeo-Slavic, the latter is known under the name of Nanak, a Romanized transliteration of the Hebrew term Leshon Non, Davies 1982, I-79, Geller 1994, 24-28, Gomoski 1975, Kinder and Hilgman 1978, 154-155, Stankiewicz 1984, 13, Wexler 1993, 28-55. The Carolingian Empire, renewed as the Holy Roman Empire in 962, became the model of development for these Central European polities that had no direct contact with Byzantium. As early as the 11th and 12th centuries, rulers of the 72 kingdoms of Bohemia and Hungary, as well as Polish princes, began to invite monastic orders, craftsmen, and settlers from the overpopulated areas in the Holy Roman Empire. They brought along the new form of self-government for towns and villages, which assured swifter economic growth than the direct rule of a lord. Towns and villages were founded and refounded on the basis of this Teutonic law, ius Teutonicum. First, they were founded in the western part of Central Europe, for instance, Vienna, Marburg, Maribor, and Esztergom prior to 1200, and Agram, Zagreb, Linz, Buda, Hermannstadt, Sibiu, Kaska, Kassa, Košice, Prague, Plock, and Danzig, Gdansk, before 1250. By the end of the 14th century, this phenomenon spread to the easternmost nooks of the kingdoms of Poland and Hungary, as well as to the main towns in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. In the mid-16th century, the very last towns in Poland-Lithuania's easternmost reaches, among others, Polok, Polotsk/Polotsk, Vitebsk, Vitebsk/Vitsebsk, Smolensk, Smolensk, Minsk/Mansk, Minsk in Polish, Kiev, Pereyslaw, Pereyaslav, Zhytomyr, Zhytomyr, and Kolomyja, Kolomyja, were granted Teutonic law self-governments, Magoxi 2002, 40-41. The overwhelming majority of the settlers spoke a great variety of West Germanic dialects. Because their groups usually were recruited from specific regions, they tended to preserve their dialects and specific local cultures in the new environs. That is why until today, the groups of Saxons 12 have survived in central Romania, and pockets of Swabians in the area where the borders of Hungary, Romania, and Serbia meet. These settlers stopped coming to Central Europe in the 15th century and, by that time, the compact area inhabited by Germanic speakers extended to western Pomerania, Lower Silesia, the northern, western and southern mountainous edges of the Czech lands as well as to the westernmost strip of Hungary, today Austria's Burgenland and the region around the Slovak capital. A significant number of Germanic-speaking islands were located in East Prussia and in the south and west of the Kingdom of Hungary. This spotty transitory borderland marked the meeting point of the West Germanic dialect continuum with the North and South Slavic, as well as Magyar dialect, continua. During the 16th to 19th centuries, more Germanic phone settlers were invited to settle in Hungary and the Russian Empire. But the general ethno-linguistic shape of Central Europe survived, largely unchanged until the flight and expulsion of Germans and German speakers in 1944 to 1950, Magoxi 2002, 104-105, Ther and Siljak 2001, Vardy and Tuli 2003. The Teutonic law towns and villages used Chancery German as the language of administration, for instance, until the 14th century in Krakow, the capital of the Kingdom of Poland, still longer, that is, the next century in Lwów, Lviv, and even longer in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, Davies 1982, I-94. When Polish became the language of politics and culture across Poland-Lithuania, the influence, however, was so strong that Polish and Latin replaced German at the 73. End of the 16th century, as the language of the Landtag, regional diet, in Royal Prussia, the western part of Prussia incorporated into the Kingdom of Poland in 1466, Friedrich 2000, 38. The German language or languages. The first Central European vernacular made a written language. German 13 was the first vernacular in Central Europe that challenged the monopoly of Latin as the dominant written language of Western Christianity. It became a leading language of administration in the Holy Roman Empire during the 13th and 14th centuries, though it was used alongside Latin. By the time of Emperor Ludwig the Bavarian, reigned 1314 to 1347, most imperial documents were issued in Chancery German, especially those pertaining to matters in the South German-speaking areas. His successor, Charles IV, reigned 1347 to 1378, who was also the King of Bohemia, instituted the lands of the Czech crown as a separate entity centered on Bohemia and guaranteed this entity administrative distinctiveness within the empire. Charles moved the imperial capital to Prague, which brought the center of Chancery German within Central Europe. At that time, Chancery German developed as a specialized jargon for imperial administrators and lawyers, guided by Thalatinate usage, employed at the imperial chancery. The decentralized nature of the Holy Roman Empire, combined with the frequent changes in the location of the imperial capital, caused the emergence of several varieties of Chancery German, though their users strove to keep them mutually intelligible for the sake of efficient exchange of documents within the empire. Had this polity not survived until 1806, political fragmentation could have been paralleled by the rise of separate languages from these varieties of Chancery German, as happened in the case of the Slavic languages. Church Slavonic had the potential of becoming the source of a most important Slavic language, if it had been accepted as the official one in a polity embracing most of the Slavic speakers. But due to its association with the Orthodox Church, Church Slavonic did not become the sole official language in Poland-Lithuania. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth declined in the late 17th century and no Slavophone polity, comparable to the Holy Roman Empire, that would have embraced most of the North Slavic speakers, arose. The Russian Empire, founded in 1721, spurred the rise of its own Russian language and limited the use of Church Slavonic to matters ecclesiastical in the course of the 18th century. The aforementioned perceived separateness of the varieties of Chancery German is clearly visible in German terminology that refers to them as Chancery languages, Kanzleisprachen. Between the 14th and 16th centuries, there were 5 main varieties, which differed in grammar, pronunciation, vocabulary, variants of the Gothic script, and, above all, prestige. Lower Saxonian. 74. Niedersächsisch, was the Chancery language of the Hanseatic League, founded in the mid-12th century with its center in Lübeck, employed in the north of the Holy Roman Empire and in the northern half of the Teutonic Order state, Livonia, that is, from the Low Countries to present-day Latvia and Estonia. Lower Saxonian chanceries occurred as far north as Bergen, southern Norway, and the Baltic island of Gotland, today, belonging to Sweden, and as far south as Dortmund, Magdeburg, and Berlin. Lower Saxonian was fairly close to Dutch, but the 843 partition of the Carolingian Empire had allocated western Flanders to the West Frankish Kingdom, which subsequently evolved into France. In 1581, the Protestant United Provinces, today, the Netherlands, announced their independence and left the empire. The Habsburgs, in possession of the Catholic Spanish Netherlands, today's Belgium, contested the independence of the United Provinces until it was finally reaffirmed in 1648 in the Peace of Westphalia. The political separation of the United Provinces facilitated the rise of Dutch as asperate language based on the dialect of Amsterdam in the 17th century. The process was completed with the publication of the officially commissioned and endorsed Dutch translation of the Bible, 1626 to 1637. In addition, Calvinism separated the Dutch from the overwhelmingly Lutheran Low Germanic speakers. In the Spanish Netherlands, which became Belgium in 1830, French dominated, thus preventing the spread of Dutch or standardization of the local Germanic dialects until 1898, when Flemish was recognized as a co-official language alongside French. Although almost identical with Dutch, the political and religious border shaped Flemish into a separate language. The Language Union of 1982, signed by Belgium and the Netherlands, made Dutch and Flemish two equal varieties of the Netherlandish language. Linguists tend to project the present-day difference between Dutch and German into the past by dividing the Low Germanic linguistic commonality between Low Franconian and Low German/Lower Saxonian. The former, construed as the source of Dutch, denotes the western section of the original Low Germanic dialectal area, and the latter, construed as belonging to the history of the German language, the eastern half of this dialect area. Ironically, the successful competition posed by the towns of the Low Countries hastened the decline of the Hanseatic League in the 15th and 16th centuries. Before, for all practical reasons, it disappeared in the 17th century. Had the League won the competition, a Lower Saxonian German might have become an official language of northern Germany, the Netherlands, and Belgium's Flanders. The book production in Low German peaked in the mid-16th century at 800 titles per annum, but rapidly declined to 100 in 1700. The last Lower Saxonian Bible was published in 1622. The last chanceries stopped using Lower Saxonian and switched to West or Middle West German chancery languages by the 1660s. 75. Another interesting phenomenon in the northern reaches of the Holy Roman Empire was the Frisian language, a cognate of Dutch and Lower Saxonian. The Frisians, seafaring fishermen and merchants who lived on the Frisian Islands and the facing coastland extending from the present-day western Netherlands to southern Denmark, operated between the Holy Roman Empire, Scandinavia, and England. In 802, Charlemagne recognized the Frisians as a separate people, but under the pressure of Dutch and German, the Frisian language ceased to be employed for official purposes after 1573. Frisia, split between the Empire and the Netherlands, preserved its autonomy until 1744 in the former polity and until 1795 in the latter. The revival of the Frisian language commenced in the 19th century. In the Netherlands, the Frisian Academy was founded in 1938, and in West Germany, the North Frisian Institute followed in 1964. In 1970, Frisian became a co-official language alongside Dutch in the Netherlands and has been used in the polities administrations since 1986. Apart from Lower Saxonian, the other four chancery Germans were Upper German, Oberdeutsch, Swiss German, Schweizerdeutsch, East Middle German, Ostmitteldeutsch, and West Middle German, West Mitteldeutsch. All the four belong to the High German, Hochdeutsch, branch of Germanic dialects as opposed to the Low German, Niederdeutsch, Plattdeutsch, 14 branch represented by Lower Saxonian. Hence, Lower Saxonian was more distinctive vis-a-vis the other four chancery Germans than the four vis-a-vis one another. The East Middle German and West Middle German chancery languages represented the Middle German sub-branch of the High German dialects, while Upper German and Swiss German the Upper German sub-branch. The terminological employment of the term High German is further complicated by its use as a synonym for Standard German and for the most prestigious variants of Chancery Germans, except Lower Saxonian, in the past. Hence, Old High German, Althochdeutsch, of the 9th century is none other than West Middle German, Middle High German, Middle Hochdeutsch, of the 13th century, Swiss German, and New High German of the 17th and 18th centuries, East Middle German. Erratically, the label of High German is denied to the High German dialect, which, between the 14th and 16th centuries, formed the basis for the most significant German chancery language employed in the imperial chancery. This variety is known as Common German. The Middle German dialects were spoken south of Aachen, Magdeburg, and Thorn, Turin, whereas the Upper German, south of Karlsruhe and Nuremberg. The imperial chancery of the Habsburgs, usually located in Vienna, employed Upper German, which endowed it with so much prestige that its usual designation was Common German, Gemeinsdeutsch, also known as Bavarian. Due to its prestige, this Chancery German was employed by Low German speakers in the southern half of the Teutonic Order state, that is, from Danzig, Gdansk, to Königsberg, Kaliningrad, and Kurland, present-day Latvia. But 76. Habsburg emperors, busy controlling vast territories from Spain to Transylvania, did not pay any special attention to their Chancery's variant of German, because, apart from this language, they employed Chancery Bohemian, French, Italian, Latin, and Spanish in administration. This allowed for the emergence of West Middle German and East Middle German as separate Chancery Germans. The former, also known as Franconian, was employed in the Rhineland, especially in Cologne, the latter in Thuringia and Saxony, or the region between Erfurt and Dresden. In the 16th century, Saxony was the most developed region in the empire, and the Elector of Saxony was often entrusted with imperial administration when the emperor was away from Vienna. This made East Middle German the second most significant Chancery German immediately after Imperial Common German. East Middle German was popularly referred to as the Meissen language, Meissness, derived from the 10th century Meissen mark. Another designation for this language was Upper Saxonian, Obersächsisch, as contrasted with Lower Saxonian. The northwestern corner of present-day Germany, extending from the Danish border to Essen and Merseburg, was the homeland of the Saxons, 15 for the first time mentioned in the 2nd century. It was this ethnic group, who, together with the Angles and Jutes, invaded Britain in the 5th and 6th centuries. In 1180, their extensive Duchy of Saxony was dissolved, but its memory survived in the Estonian and Finnish names for Germany, namely, Saxe-Mae and Saxe. The part, later known as Saxe-Wittenberg, became the electoral Duchy of Saxony in 1356. In 1423, it passed into the hands of the Margrave of Meissen. The Margravate and Duchy became the core of New Saxony with its capital in Dresden, which extended from Brandenburg to Bavaria and from Gotha to Gorlitz, Gorlitz/Zgorzelec. The memory of the original Saxony is preserved in modern Germany's land of Lower Saxony and of the later Saxony in the Länder of Saxony-Anhalt and Saxony. The Chancery language of Swiss German, Alemannian, developed when the core cantons of future Switzerland commenced their successful struggle against Habsburg control in 1291. In 1499, the emperor confirmed the autonomous status of Switzerland before it gained full independence in 1648 and left the Holy Roman Empire. Unlike in the Netherlands, the Chancery variety of German did not develop into a separate language due to the multilingual and multi-confessional character of the polity. But in Switzerland's Germanophone section, local dialects of different cantons, for instance, Zürichdeutsch in Zurich or Berndeutsch in Bern, tend to be employed in speech, even in official situations, and the use of Standard German is limited to writing. However, since the 1970s, it has been opined that Swiss German, officially referred in this language as Schweizerdeutsch, should be recognized as a separate fifth official language of Switzerland. The situation is similar in Liechtenstein and Luxembourg. The former gained independence in 1866 and the latter a year later. The inhabitants of both polities speak local Upper and Middle. 77. German dialects, respectively, but write in official German, and also French in the case of Luxembourg. Luxembourg strode the middle ground between Switzerland and the Netherlands. The local dialect, Luxembourgish, Luxembourgian, Letzeborges, was introduced to schools in 1912, has been used in the parliament since 1945, and was elevated to the status of the national language of Luxembourg in 1984. Between the 17th century and 1945, Alsace, Alsace, and Lorraine, Lotharingen, changed hands between the Empire/Germany and France. In Alsace the population spoke an Upper German dialect and a Middle German in Lorraine. In 1466, the first German translation of the Bible was published in the Alsatian capital of Strasbourg. The use of both dialects was discouraged in France through administrative methods. However, despite Paris's displeasure at the fact, the Strasbourg Educational Administration introduced in 1982 obligatory lessons of Standard German in all Alsatian elementary schools and of the Alsatian dialect in all secondary schools. In Lorraine, the local dialect was traditionally known as Francic or Platt. The latter term is confusing, as the dialect belongs to the West Middle German dialectal area. Perhaps this usage is a reflection of the general incomprehensibility of the Low German Flemish speech, which French speakers encountered to the north in the borderland between Wallonia and Flanders. On the other hand, Platt is also the colloquial German term for any German dialect. Francic refers to the Duchy of Franconia, Herzogtum Franken, which extended from east of Metz to Bamberg. In the 5th century, from their homeland on the Lower and Middle Rhine, the Germanic Franks 16 conquered the land which became known after them as Franconia. From this base, they set out to build their kingdom of the Franks, which spawned the Carolingian Empire and latter, France and the Holy Roman Empire. Drawing on this illustrious past, the Germanic speakers in Lorraine appealed for the recognition of their Franconian dialect as the original national language of France, equal to the French language. The Nancy Metz Educational Authority proposed to introduce German, instead of Franconian, to Lorraine schools, because the latter seemed too close to Luxembourg's Luxembourgish language, which Paris declined to recognize. Finally, in 1991, the French Ministry of National Education allowed for the selection of matriculation examination in Lorraine's local dialects or the Franconian language of Luxembourgish. In Alsace, Germanic speakers, satisfied with the German diglossia model of speaking the dialect at home and Standard German in official situations, did not appeal for elevation of their Alsatian dialect to the status of a separate language. In addition to the aforementioned distinctive dialects, near languages, and languages from the West Middle German dialect area, the Jewish language of Yiddish emerged. Jews first arrived on the territory of the future Holy Roman Empire as Roman settlers in the 4th century. They concentrated in the region of Cologne. Another wave of Jews again reached the Rhineland in the 9th century. 78. They probably came from Romance-Fon-Lorraine. For several generations, their community was bilingual, Romance and Germanic speaking. Soon, for the purposes of everyday communication, they adopted the Germanic speech of their Christian neighbors. Jewish merchants contributed to the spread of Jewish communities across the empire. Although Hebrew was even then considered to be Lashon Kodesh, the language of holiness, these merchants, meeting their co-religionists from variegated language communities, for the sake of mutual comprehensibility, used Hebrew as a limited language of commerce and bookkeeping, which, in turn, influenced the Germanic speech of the empire's Jewish communities. The Fourth Lateran Council, 1215, imposed various restrictions on Jews across Western Europe, among other things, forcing them to live in ghettos. This social isolation spawned Judendeutsch, Jewish German, or Yiddish, which emerged from this Hebrew-Germanic amalgam. Jewish refugees took this language to non-Germanic phone areas in Central Europe. They did not swap it for the Slavic, Magyar, or Baltic idiom of their neighbors because Jews mainly settled in towns and cities, frequently populated by Germanic-speaking settlers from the empire and their descendants. Alongside Latin, Chancery German remained there an official language until the 16th century. The high status of this language prevented Jews from acquiring the languages of the nobility and the peasantry living in the countryside. However, with time, numerous Slavic influences entered Yiddish. Unlike other Germanic languages, Yiddish was written and printed in Hebrew characters, which graphically made it into a Jewish idiom. From the Germanic term Deutsch, nowadays rendered Deutsch in Standard German, for German, not only the name of Yiddish emerged, as explained above, but also that of Dutch, which is Dits in Dutch though it is Nederlandus or Hollandus in German. In the 16th century, Dutch Dietsch, Ditsk, Duits, or Nederduits for the Dutch language, was even closer to German Deutsch. Similarly, Deutsch sounded to the uneducated English speaker more like Dutch than German. Hence, the dialectal speech of the ethnoreligious groups of Amish and Mennonites residing in eastern Pennsylvania I referred to as Pennsylvania Dutch, though their idiom is derived from the Upper German dialectal area. In addition, Deutsch became Deutsch in the Swiss German name for itself, Schweizerdeutsch. When German was codified in the 17th and 18th centuries, its newly elevated status meant condemnation of dialects disparaged as kitchen or rotten German. The same treatment was meted out to Yiddish. In the 18th century, Jews, who remained in the empire, aspired to leave ghettos and merge with the mainstream of Germanophone society. They achieved this aim in the 19th century, which entailed giving up their low-status language for prestigious German. At that time, Yiddish was dubbed jargon, and the Yiddish-speaking Jewry of Central and Eastern Europe accepted this view as their own, though. 79. They accessed their Hebrew-based Jewish culture through translations into this language. Hence, from Yiddish's original name, Deutsch, the Yiddish verb, to explain, Teitcher, emerged, and the Yiddish explanatory translation of the Pentateuch was known as Teitcher Komesh. Before World War II, 3/4 of all the Jews spoke Yiddish. Along with Belarusian, Polish, and Russian, it was a co-official language in Soviet Belarus, 1920 to 1938. But the ideological decision to ally Zionism, or Jewish nationalism, with renewed Hebrew, coupled with the Holocaust, made Yiddish a marginal language. Geller 1994, 26, Sherman 2006, Siddars 1992, 17-24. The monopoly of chanceries declined in the 16th century with the spread of printing and the rise of religious discord. The developments pitted Imperial Common German and the Meissen language, associated with the Catholic and Protestant camp, respectively, against each other. The Protestant translation of the Bible was published in the Meissen language, and the Catholic in the Imperial Common German. The technology of printing in the hands of the intellectual movement of religious reform could fulfill the Protestant promise of the Holy Scripture and liturgy in people's speech. A complete German translation of the Bible by Martin Luther, 1483-1546, the Thuringian, was published in 1534. Its phenomenal success was thanks to his conscious attempt to make this translation comprehensible to the largest possible number of Germanic speakers, whatever dialectal and regional differences may have split them. Luther employed his native Upper Saxonian, Meissen, language, which he purged of localisms not occurring in other Chancery Germans. Simultaneously, he borrowed from these Chancery varieties the words and grammatical constructions that were most widespread. The merger resulted in Luther's own variety of written German. This was acknowledged in Johannes Clagius's, 1535-1592, Grammatica Germanici Lingui, ex Biblius Lutheri Germanicis et aliis eius Libris Collecta, a grammar of the German language, based on Luther's Bible and his other writings, 1578, Leipzig, which was published until 1720. In the latter half of the 16th century, Druckersprachen, printers' languages, or varieties used by publishing companies, replaced Chancery languages, though the latter's tradition continued in handwritten manuscripts and documents. For instance, Lower Saxonian survived in Lübeck city registers until 1809. Luther's variety of German, bolstered by the incessant production of his German Bible, 200,000 copies by 1626, was identified with the Upper Saxonian Druckersprache employed in the printing centers of Leipzig and Wittenberg. Other Druckersprachen included Bavarian Austrian, derived from Imperial Common German and employed in Vienna and Prague, Swabian Bavarian, Augsburg, Nurembergian, Nuremberg, Upper Rhenish, Basel, Switzerland, and Strasbourg, Middle Rhenish, Frankfurt, Mainz, Worms, and Cologne, and Swiss, Zurich and Bern. Upper Saxonian and Middle Rhenish stemmed from the 80. Middle German dialectal area and all the other Druckersprachen from the Upper German dialectal area. Symptomatically, after the decline of the Hanseatic League, there developed no Druckersprache identified with the Lower Saxonian Chancery language or the Low German dialectal area, though some books were printed in Chancery Lower Saxonian in Lübeck and Hamburg until the last decades of the 17th century. In addition, Swabian Bavarian was fairly close to Bavarian Austrian. In the 18th century, linguists began to use the term High German, Hochdeutsch, as a synonym for Standard German, because all the Druckersprachen drew on the High German dialectal area. This usage relegated the Low German, Niederdeutsch, to a low status of peasant talk, popularly designated as Plattdeutsch. Although the German scholarly term for dialect is dialect or Mundart, literally by the way of mouth, in colloquial speech it is referred to as Platt, an abbreviation of Plattdeutsch. The European invention of the movable type for printing is associated with Johann Gutenberg, 1399–1468, who perfected this technology in the late 1440s when active in Strasbourg and, then, in Mainz. 17 Initially, print shops were established in Mainz, c. 1450, and Strasbourg, 1458, followed by Bamberg, before 1462, Subiaco near Rome, 1464, Cologne, 1465, Rome, 1467, Basel, Switzerland, 1468, Plzen, Bohemia, 1468, Augsburg, 1468, Lübeck, 1468, Venice, 1469, Milan, 1469, Paris, 1470, Argos, Switzerland, 1470, Regensburg, 1471, Verona, 1471, Treviso, 1471, Bologna, 1471, Ferrara, 1471, Naples, 1471, Florence, 1471, Cremona, 1471, Messina, 1471, Speyer, 1471, Buda, Hungary. 1472, Esslingen, 1473, Merseburg, 1473, Ulm, 1473, Lyon, 1473, Aalst, Flanders, 1473, Louvat, Flanders, 1474, Valencia, Spain, 1474, Krakow, Poland-Lithuania, 1474, Blaubeuren, 1475, Breslau, Wrocław, 1475, Bergdorf, 1475, Trent, 1475, Saragossa, Spain, 1475, Rostock, 1476, London, 1476, Seville, Spain, 1477. Angers, France, 1477, Eichstätt, 1478, Prague, Bohemia, 1478, Oxford, 1478, Chablis, France, 1478, Barcelona, Spain, 1478, Würzburg, 1479, Toulouse, France, 1479, Poitiers, France, 1479, and St. Albans, 1480. Between the mid-13th century and the 1470s, the new technology became firmly established in the Holy Roman Empire, including the Low Countries, Switzerland, Bohemia, and Moravia, and the Apennine Peninsula, whence it spread to France, England, Spain, Hungary, and Poland-Lithuania. Leaving aside this core area, I note the significant directions along which printing spread at a later date. Print shops were founded in Vienna, 1482, Erfurt, 1482, Passau, 1482, Odense, Denmark, 1482, Stockholm, 1483, Kosinje, Croatia, Hungary, 1483, Granada, Muslim Andalusia, early 1480s, for producing Hebrew texts, Magdeburg, 1485, Heidelberg, 1485, Brunn, Brno, Moravia, 1486, Schleswig, 1486, Copenhagen, 1490, Hamburg, 1491, Chernichow, Chernihiv, Poland-Lithuania, 1493, Cetinje, Zeta, 1493, Sinj, Croatia, Hungary, 1494, Constantinople, Istanbul. A Hebrew press, moved there from Muslim Granada, conquered by Christian forces in 1492, Danzig. 81. Gdansk, Royal Prussia, Poland-Lithuania, 1498, Constantinople, Istanbul, 1506 and 1727, Edinburgh, Scotland, 1507, Tirgoviste, Wallachia, Ottoman Empire, 1508, Uppsala, Sweden, 1510, Selanik, Thessaloniki, Ottoman Empire, 1510, Wilno, Vilnius, Poland-Lithuania, 1520, Iceland, 1531, Kronstadt, Brasov, Hungary, 1534, Lwów, Lviv, 1539, Ireland, 1551, Belgrade, Ottoman Empire, 1552, Adrianople, Edirne, Ottoman Empire, 1554, Moscow, 1565. Warsaw, 1580, Ostrog, Austria, Poland-Lithuania, 1581, Smyrna, Izmir. Ottoman Empire, 1628 and 1646, Damascus, Ottoman Empire, 1605, Moscow. Polis, Ottoman Empire, 1731. Today, Foskopoj in Albania, Corfu, Ottoman Empire, 1817, Greenland, 1830. The use of printing technology was largely limited to Catholic and Protestant Europe. The Orthodox Church favored handwritten books until the 18th century in Russia and until the 19th century in the Balkans. Only at the beginning of the 20th century, did printing become widespread in the Ottoman Empire and its successor states, despite ulamas, learned men of Islam, opposition. Hence, the northward spread of this empire across the Balkans to southern Central Europe between the 14th and 16th centuries hindered the rise of printing in this region. The vast majority of the print shops produced books in Latin characters, that is, either Gothic or Antiquatine. The first publications in Church Slavonic rendered in the Glagolitic script came off the press in Kosinje, 1483, Venice, 1483, 1493, and Sinj, 1494. The earliest Cyrillic book in Church Slavonic was published in Krakow, 1491, followed closely by ones produced in Cetinje, 1493, Tirgoviste, 1508, Prague, 1517, Venice, 1519, Wilno, 1522, and Hermannstadt, Sibiu, 1546. The vast majority of Cyrillic books were produced in Poland, Lithuania and Hungary/the Habsburg lands until the mid-18th century, when Russia took over the leading role in this field. Since the 1460s, prints in Hebrew characters, were published for biblical scholars and Jewish communities. The few print shops which were active in the Ottoman Empire prior to 1727 usually catered to the Sephardic Jewish reader, producing books in Hebrew and Ladino, all printed in Hebrew characters. The very first books printed were invariably in Latin, and most of the book production remained in this language until the 18th century. But the first books in Central Europe's vernaculars were printed quite early, in German, 1461, Bamberg, Czech, 1468, Plzen, Classical Greek, 1476, Milan, Polish, 1513, Krakow, Latvian, 1522, Byzantine Greek, 1526, Magyar, 1533, Krakow, Yiddish, 1534, Krakow, Estonian, 1535, Lithuanian, 1547, Königsberg Kaliningrad, in Ladino, 1547, Constantinople, Slovenian, 1550, Tübingen, Albanian, 1555, Wallachian, Cyrillic-based Romanian, 1559, Kronstadt, Cyrillic-based Ruthenian, 1562, Nicewiez. Nicevish, Lower Sorbian, 1574, Biblitina, Slovakized Chancery Czech, 1581, Bartfeld Bardajev, and Upper Sorbian, 1597. Later, they were followed by the first books in Finnish, 1642, Grajdanka-based vernacularized Church Slavonic, 1708, Ottoman. 82. Old Turkish, 1729, Gagauz, 1810, Vienna, Modern Slovak, 1846, Prespig Bratislava, and Esperanto, 1887, Warsaw, among others. Today, scholars from Croatia and the Orthodox Slavic states tend to identify early publications in the local recensions, versions, of Old Church Slavonic as books published in their national languages, standardized in the 19th and 20th centuries. Bearing in mind this qualification, they claim that the first book in Glagolitic-based Croatian came off the press in 1483, Kosinje, in Serbian, or Montenegrin, in 1493, Cetinje, in Belarusian in 1517–1519, Prague, in Ukrainian in 1581, Ostrog, in Russian in 1564, Moscow, or in Bulgarian in 1683, Rome. Some Russian scholars recognize this problem and agree that the first book in Russian or in the vernacular of Muscovy came off the press in 1625. Similarly, according to some, the printing of the first Serbian book occurred in 1761. By comparison with Western Europe, the first book in Italian was printed in 1471, followed by English, 1474, Catalan, 1474, French, 1476, Flemish, 1477, Spanish, 1483, Portuguese, 1489, Danish, 1495, Swedish, 1495, Breton, 1499, Provençal, 1501, Icelandic, 1540, Basque, 1545, Welsh, 1546, Romansh, 1557, Gascon, 1565, Scottish Gaelic, 1567, Irish, 1567, Finnish, 1642, Sami, 1649, Cornish, 1700, and Manx, 1707. 19. The sway of Luther's German was such that even Catholic translations of the Bible followed his variety of German. One of the few exceptions was John X. 1486-1543, translation, which stuck to the Bavarian usage of Upper German. When a publisher of a German-language Bible realized that some words employed by Luther may have been incomprehensible for the readers in a given region at which the translation was targeted, a glossary of Lutheran terms explained in a local dialect was appended. Common German remained the language of imperial administration, but in the 17th century, the Meissen language as redefined by Luther was increasingly accepted as the German language of literature and scholarship. The Silesian poet Martin Opitz, 1597-1639, who also served as a secretary to the Polish-Lithuanian king, Vladislav IV, reigned 1632-1648, promoted the use of this variety for writing poetry in German in his Von der Tüchen Poetire, on German poetry, 1624, Briegbretteg. His appeal was espoused and implemented by the Silesian Saxonian school of Baroque poets active in the 17th century. Following the example of Florence's Accademia della Crusca, 1582, which promoted the Tuscanian dialect as the Italian language, the Fruchtbringende-Gesellschaft, Fruition Society, was established in Weimar in 1617, 5 years after the first edition of Accademia's Vocabulario degli Accademici della Crusca, the Dictionary of the Accademia della Crusca, Venice. Additional German Sprachgesellschaften, or language societies, sprang up in 1633, 1642, and 1644. The Académie Française, French Academy, was founded in Paris in 1635. It followed the puristic model of the Accademia della 83. Crusca in its aim to clean the tongue from dirt, Burke 2004, 146. Crusca means chaff, which is shorthand for separating wheat from chaff. To the Académie's Dictionnaire de l'Académie Française, the Dictionary of the French Academy, 1694, Paris, emphasized that this work was to maintain the French language's purity. Similarly, in 1697, Daniel Defoe, 1660-1731, proposed that a language academy should be established to promote and safeguard the purity of English. Not surprisingly, the program of the Fruchtbringende-Gesellschaft adopted in 1644 obliged the society to maintain the purity of German through the purging of foreign words, mainly French and Latin, and to compile a dictionary of this language. Luther's variety of Upper Saxonian was popularly deemed to be the model of purity and excellence. Naturally, in his Der Tüchen Sprachstammbaum, oder Tücher Sprachsatz, the genealogical tree of the German language, or the German vocabulary, 1691, Nuremberg, which was the first normative dictionary of German, Casper, Stieler, 1632-1707, drew on this variety. But, the opposition to Upper Saxonian continued in the Habsburg lands, where Imperial Common German remained in popular use until the end of the 18th century. The domination of Upper Saxonian in the role of Standard German was ensured by Johann Christoph Gottsched's, 1700-1766, Grundlegung einer deutschen Sprachkunst, The Foundations of German Grammar, 1748, Leipzig, and Johann Christoph Adelung's, 1732-1806, Monumental, 5-volume Versacheinsvollständigen grammatisch-kritischen Wörterbuch Hochdeutschen Mundart, an attempt at the full grammatical critical dictionary of the High German dialect, 1774–1786, Leipzig. No comparable movement for the standardization and elaboration of Imperial Common German developed. What is more, in addition to the flowering of German linguistics in Saxony, the University of Halle, also located in the same kingdom, was the first one to replace Latin with German as the medium of education. As a result, not only theologians, writers, and poets, but also scholars employed Upper Saxonian as their preferred variety of German. Linguists frequently refer to it as Middle German literary language, Ostmitteldeutsche Schreibsprache. Its prestige was so conspicuous that at the turn of the 19th century, when German nationalism arose in reply to Napoleon's destruction and occupation of the Holy Roman Empire, the variety replaced Swiss German as an official language in Switzerland. Saxony, popularly referred to as German Attica and Tuscany, truly became the cradle of Standard German. The kingdom's special role for German language and culture continued after 1815, when it lost half of its territory to Prussia as a reprisal for Saxony's support for Napoleon. Between this date and 1871, when Prussia founded the German Empire, the German political, economic, and cultural center shifted from the southern and central Germanophone polities to Prussia. Most Prussians, as well as the inhabitants of the North Germanophone polities, spoke local Low German dialects. The 3-century-long tradition. 84. Of German literacy in Upper Saxonian was established well enough that the political changes did not bring about the slightest attempt to resurrect the Low German Chancery language of Low Saxonian as a standard German. Hence, Low German-speaking population used their local dialects at home and with friends, but they employed Standard German in church and office. The Low German dialects being practically mutually unintelligible with Standard German, Low German speakers acquired Standard German at school as if it were a foreign language. The resultant diglossia continues to this day in northern Germany. Unlike in the other areas of Central Europe, nowadays largely cleansed of dialectal variants, local dialects remain in popular use along the standard language in the Germanophone polities. Prussia's unreserved embrace of the fledgling Upper Saxonian standard of German, combined with Thepeli's increasing political and economic might, and also the desire to harness this language in the service of German nationalism, made this state home to philological endeavor equal to that which continued in truncated Saxony. Other than Adelung's, significant early multi-volume dictionaries of German were published in Prussia or Prussia's close allies, namely Berlin, 1793–1800, Braunschweig, 1807–1811, Hanover, 1818–1820, Magdeburg, 1833–1849, Darmstadt, 1834, and Frankfurt am Main, 1834. But Saxony continued to lead the way with the second edition of Adelung's dictionary, 1793–1802, and further extensive lexicographic works printed in Halle, 1793–1795, and Leipzig, 1834, 1852–1861, 1860–1865. In addition, the publication of the definitive 33-volume Deutsches Wörterbuch, commenced by Jacob Grimm, 1785–1863, and his brother, Wilhelm Grimm, 1786–1859, in Leipzig in 1854, was completed in 1971 in the very same city, then in communist East Germany. Having conceived this dictionary in 1838, they aspired to collect all words perceived as German, from Luther to Goethe, as attested in extant publications and manuscripts. In the late 1850s, this inspired the compilation and publication of the New English Dictionary on Historical Principles, 1884–1928, which the Oxford University Press later renamed as the Oxford English Dictionary, which pledged to gather all English words from 1000 onward. But the employing of German, more attuned to the Upper German dialects and graphically differentiated from the Upper Saxonian standard by the use of a different version of the Gothic script, continued especially in Bavaria and Switzerland, though also in Austria-Hungary. In 1830, a significant two-volume dictionary of this Upper German variety was published in Munich. This divergence was limited with the political and economic ascendancy of Prussia, which defeated the Austrian Empire in 1866 and forged the German Empire in 1871. The actual standard of the German language was agreed upon only after the creation of this new empire. In 1879, Bavaria, a constituent of this empire, adopted a generally binding orthography, and a year later Prussia officially espoused. 85. It too, when Konrad Duden, 1829–1911, enshrined this spelling system in his dictionary compiled in accordance with the new Prussian and Bavarian rules. This event officially marked the rise of Binnenschutz, or Common Standard German, and not surprisingly, Duden's orthography became the spelling norm in force all over the empire. Since that time German orthography has undergone two major reforms, agreed upon by the representatives of the Germanophone states, in 1901 and the 1990s. The Duden Wörterbuch, whose new editions duly reflected these changes, however, still remains the guideline for all writing in German. 20. In 1898, Theodor Siebes, 1862–1941, worked out the pronunciation norm of the German language in his Deutsche Bernaussprache, German stage pronunciation, Berlin. As a convinced Prussian, though born in Bremen, he declared the Middle German pronunciation as the standard of German pronunciation. German linguists consider Siebes's codification as a North German, Norddeutsch, contribution to the standardization of German in order to include, though in an indirect manner, the suppressed tradition of Lower Saxonian. Lower Saxonian, though spoken by the majority of Prussia's population, was so much disparaged that many more people spoke there in Standard German than elsewhere in the German-speaking areas, where the retaining of local dialects for everyday communication was much higher. But Siebes's translation of the officially agreed-upon standard of written German into the sphere of pronunciation did not hold much outside Prussia. To this day, pronunciation of Standard German varies considerably in various regions of the Germanophone polities, strongly influenced by local dialects, which are usually used in colloquial speech, Umgangssprache. The cultural and social significance of some of these dialects is such that they serve as Kultursprachen, or written culture languages that do not usually alter the user's national identification bond with Standard German and his or her nation-state. These varieties express the regional difference centered on a distinctive dialect of high local prestige. The most significant of the Kultursprachen include Swiss German, Bavarian, akin to the preceding, Alsatian, Elsass, and, less so, Low German, Plattdeutsch. In northern Germany. Fledgling Kultursprachen were also in use in East Prussia, Silesia, and the Sudetenland, but their development was cut short after the post-1945 expulsion of Germans from the territories east of the Oder-Neisse line, incorporated into Poland and the Soviet Union, and from Czechoslovakia. The diglossic presence of dialects alongside Standard German maintained difference in the use of the written standard in Germanophone states. The resultant varieties, Varietäten, Varianten, employed in Austria, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Namibia, and Switzerland, German scholars refer to as Außenschutz, or outside, foreign, German. However, authoritative dictionaries were published only in Austria and Switzerland with the goal of codifying the two states' written varieties of German as slightly different from the Binnenschutz employed in Germany. Traditionally, such 86. Dictionaries have had some influence on the use of German in Bavaria. In addition, the political, ideological, and economic division of post-war Germany into West Germany and East Germany, 1949 to 1990, produced many lexical differences, giving rise to the concepts of West German and East German. The latter variety, duly recorded in specialist dictionaries, disappeared following the collapse of communism and West Germany's wholesale absorption of East Germany. Last but not least, it is interesting to note how politics and history influenced the stance of German as a lingua franca in Central Europe and in the world. The economic, scientific, and cultural success, and the soaring international prestige of the German Empire was such that in the 1900s German surpassed French as an international language of scholarly periodicals. In addition, between 1909 and 1925, more monographs in the field of natural sciences were published in German than in any other language, including English. The dismantling of the German colonial empire after the Great War entailed that the use of German as an official language was once again limited to Europe, with the partial exception of Southwest Africa, Namibia. World War II demoted German and French as international languages of scientific communication to the Second League. English won this competition hands down, because the English-speaking states of the United States and the United Kingdom, alongside the Soviet Union, contributed most strongly to the victory of the Allies in this war. The Kremlin's participation in the success translated into the growing significance of Russian as an international language of science. This language's ascendancy was over after the fall of the Soviet bloc, 1989, and the breakup of the Soviet Union, 1991. In the 1990s, more than 90% of natural sciences monographs were published in English, and 75% of all scientific periodicals employed this language. Buch Drucker Kunst 1888, 550, 556 to 557, Burke 2004, x. 13, 146, Deutsche Sprache 1889, 788 to 789, Druckarstvo 1983, FAC 1994, 45, Gill 2005, 78, 264, Horek 2003, 32 to 33, Janik and Gruhl 2002, 37 to 38, Kloss 1978, 90 to 145, Koenig 2005, 92 to 93, 102 to 103, 132, Langveld 1999, List 1993, Magoxy 2002, 54 to 56, MacArthur 1992, 438, 736, 757, Moshinsky 2006, 51, 124 to 126, Nabert 1994, Map, Price 1998, 130 to 134, 179 to 182, 199 to 200, 203, 257, 312 to 313, Richter 2003, Skio 1998, 66 to 149, Schmeruk 1992, 18, Stevenson 1997, 66, Sulk 1999, 63 to 74, 81 to 84, 89, 94 to 95, 202 to 203, 229, Tornoff 2005, 294 to 295, Virek etal 2002, 244, Zelazny 2000, 247, 262 to 263, 266 to 267. Latin, from lingua franca to dead language. After sketching the rise and codification of German as the first written vernacular to arise in Central Europe, it is necessary to have a look at the first ever widespread and long-lasting written language of this region, Latin. It was in administrative and official use from the time when the first Central European 87 polities adopted Christianity from Rome, 880s to 1000s, to the eventual replacement of Latin with local written vernaculars, 1780s to 1840s. Obviously, some vestiges of Christianity as established in antiquity on the Roman territories south of the Danube, present-day Austria and western Hungary, survived into the early Middle Ages. However, In the 560s, Slavs and Turkic Avars seized control of the region, which effectively demoted Christianity from the position of state religion. Until Central Europe found itself firmly placed under the control of or in the sphere of influence of the Frankish Empire, it had been a transitory region between this polity and the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine missionaries, Cyril and Methodius, who Christianized Greater Moravia beginning in the 860s, also sought Rome's approval for their activities. This allowed for lessening the linguistic political tension, which had unfolded between the Church of Rome and Byzantium since the 7th and 8th centuries. The two missionaries walked the middle path of compromise and, instead of choosing either Greek or Latin, so strongly politicized, they settled for elevating the Slavic vernacular into a written language endowed with a brand new script, Glagolitic. This compromise was over upon the death of Methodius in 885, when his and Cyril's disciples were expelled from Greater Moravia and fled for safety to Bulgaria. In this manner, Church Slavonic literacy became established in the Slavophone areas of the Balkans. Shortly afterward, Glagolitic was replaced with Cyrillic, which was more similar to the Greek alphabet. Most of the Balkans was in Byzantium's sphere of influence, hence, Church Slavonic Christianity and Cyrillic-based literacy became unambiguously part of Byzantine Christianity, conceptualized as orthodoxy after the Great Schism of 1054, and ideologically opposed to Latin-based Catholicism in Western and Central Europe. The influence of Byzantine Christianity in Kievan Rus dated back to the 860s, but only in the 950s, it became socially and politically influential, clothed in the garb of Cyrillic-based Church Slavonic before it became the state religion in 988. The victory of Rome's Latin Christianity in Greater Moravia was short-lived, since Magyar invaders destroyed this polity between Themid 890s and 906. Meanwhile, the northwestern reaches of former Greater Moravia, that is, later Bohemia and Moravia, found themselves under the influence of the East Frankish kingdom. As a result, the continuity of Christianity as the state religion was preserved in this region. The mostly non-Christian Slavic territories and polities between the Oder, Odra in Czech and Polish, and the Elbe, and in today's Austria, were incorporated into this kingdom, and, later its successor, the Holy Roman Empire, between the 920s and 1010s, which entailed the imposition of Latin Christianity as well. The Magyars' westward expansion was checked at the Battle of Lechfeld, near Augsburg, 955, when the Holy Roman Emperor, Otto I the Great, reigned 936 to 973, defeated them. From that time onward, Hungary found itself under the influence of the Holy Roman Empire and strove to expand at the cost of Byzantium in the Balkans. Although Hungarian rulers initially 88 issued a handful of documents in Greek, Latin Christianity had gained much social and political significance since the 970s and became the state religion in 1000 or 1001. Latin won again. In the Polonian state, future Poland, Latin Christianity was adopted as the state religion in 966 from Bohemia in order to emphasize the former polity's desire to maintain its independence from the Holy Roman Empire. Since the early 10th century, Bohemian rulers had managed, time and again, to win a modicum of independence from East Frankish kings before they settled for the autonomous status of their state within the Holy Roman Empire. It was the Teutonic Order, which between 1226 and 1400, in the course of an ongoing crusade, introduced Latin Christianity along the southeastern Baltic littoral from Danzig, Gdansk, to present-day Estonia. Meanwhile, in 1385, Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania formed a union, which meant the adoption of Latin Christianity by non-Christian Lithuanian speakers in the north of this duchy and making it the state religion of Poland-Lithuania. In the rest of the extensive Grand Duchy of Lithuania, mostly composed from erstwhile Kievan Rus territories, Cyrillic-based Church Slavonic Orthodoxy continued to predominate. It was also true of Kievan Rus areas seized by Poland in the mid-14th century. Orthodox Christianity, complete with Cyrillic-based Church Slavonic literacy, also dominated in the northeasternmost corner of Hungary, today, Ukraine's Transcarpathia, where the cultural and political influence of Kievan Rus preserved the tradition of Greater Moravia Slavonic Christianity. In Wallachia and Moldavia, which emerged as separate polities at the turn of the 15th century, Cyrillic-based Church Slavonic Orthodoxy was adopted to emphasize their political and cultural independence or separateness vis-a-vis Catholic Hungary and Poland-Lithuania. This example was emulated by Wallachian speakers in Hungary's Transylvania. Following the defeat of the Hungarian forces at the Battle of Mohacs, 1526, the Ottomans seized most of Hungary. Ottoman, Old Turkish, replaced Latin as the official language of the state administration in central Hungary, though Latin continued to be used for administrative purposes in the Ottomans' autonomous Transylvania, though Magyar replaced it gradually in Thie's role. At the same time, the Reformation, instigated in Wittenberg by Martin Luther's 95 Theses in 1517, spread in the center and east of the Holy Roman Empire, in Scandinavia, the former Teutonic Order's land, incorporated into Poland-Lithuania, partly as a fief, and into Sweden, and in Transylvania. Strong Protestant influences also permeated the rest of partitioned Hungary, and Poland-Lithuania. Following the end of the 30 Years' War in 1648, the extent of homogeneously Protestant territories in Central Europe was limited to the northern half of the empire and the Baltic littoral. Lutheranism and Calvinism survived alongside Catholicism and Orthodoxy in Transylvania, Catholicism and Islam in Ottoman Hungary and Catholicism in Royal Hungary. In the 89 homogeneously Protestant areas, local written vernaculars supplanted Latin in secular and ecclesiastical administration and liturgy, though it remained there a significant language of scholarship and education until the mid-19th century. In Poland, Lithuania and Hungary, the thrust of the Counter-Reformation was not aimed against Protestants alone. The desire was to make the polities homogeneously Catholic. In 1596, the Uniate Church was established for Poland-Lithuania's Orthodox population, which entailed the temporary suppression of these hierarchies and the faithful, who chose to remain Orthodox. The Habsburgs followed this example in the wake of their successful reconquest of most of Hungary from the Ottoman hands, which was completed by the turn of the 18th century. New Uniate churches were established in northeastern Hungary, 1646, and Transylvania, 1700. In these manner, Latin, and sometimes Greek, replaced Church Slavonic as the language of ecclesiastical administration in the eastern half of Poland-Lithuania and in northeastern Hungary, and Church Slavonic and Cyrillic-based Wallachian in Transylvania. This cultural and ecclesiastical eastward spread of Latin allowed for abolishing Cyrillic-based Ruthenian as an official language of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania in 1697. In the course of the Counter-Reformation, the Society of Jesus, founded in 1540, created a dense network of elementary and secondary schools complete with university-level colleges. They catered to Nobelindberger sons in Central Europe, which fortified the everyday use of Latin as the elite language of written and oral communication, because this language was the medium of education in this Jesuit educational system. The success of this system was such that Orthodox hierarchs had to acquire Latin despite seeing it and its alphabet as a language of the devil. 3 years after the proclamation of the Russian Empire, when the Russian Academy of Sciences was founded in St. Petersburg in 1724, the dispute broke out as to whether its proceedings should be published in not yet standardized Russian, that is, Grajdanka-based Muscovian Church Slavonic vernacularized by the strong influence of Ruthenian and the Moscow vernacular, or German. Latin turned out to be the only possible compromise solution. Although the Jesuit educational system combined with various political measures contained the spread of Protestantism, it could not revert the steady increase in the use of vernacular languages at the expense of Latin. Luther still wrote as many as 60% of his letters in Latin, not German. Incidentally, Heinz speared and encouraged the Latin translation of the Quran, which was published in Basel in 1543. In the 1520s, 90% of all printed book titles were in Latin. This percentage sank to 70% half a century later, but it took much longer before half the book titles were published in Latin and half in German in the Holy Roman Empire beginning in the 1680s. The switch from Latin to vernacular was quicker in France, where in 1501, 10% of book titles produced in this kingdom were in French, 20% in 1549, and already 55% in 1575. This process of transition to vernaculars in book production was slow in Poland, Lithuania, and even slower in Hungary. The 1773 dissolution of the Order of Jesus marked the beginning of the end of the dominance of Latin in Central Europe as the language of politics, administration, education, and scholarship. In that year, Polish was made into the sole language of the educational system in Poland, Lithuania, and the last vestiges of Latin were removed from official use in this polity by the early 1790s. In 1784, German replaced Latin as the official language of the Habsburg lands, but beginning in the early 1790s, this reform was limited to the Holy Roman Empire. In Hungary, Latin remained the main official language alongside Magyar and German, which first reasserted their significance in towns and comitats. 21 Finally, Magyar replaced Latin as Hungary's official language in 1844. However, soon the Magyar War of Independence, 1848 to 1849, nullified this achievement, meaning the replacement of Magyar with German and Latin. This situation remained largely unchanged until the founding of Austria-Hungary, with Magyar in 1867 as the sole official language in the Hungarian half of the dual monarchy. During World War II, the independent state of Croatia used Latin as a symbol of its fundamental difference vis-a-vis the Cyrillic-based literacy of the Serbs, who had dominated interwar Yugoslavia. For instance, the title of a monumental, though never completed, Hrvatska Encyclopedia Croatica, Croatian Encyclopedia, 1941–1945, Zagreb, was given in Croatian and Latin. Obviously, in Central Europe, as elsewhere in the world, Latin remained the language of Catholic liturgy until the turn of the 1970s. The replacement of Latin as an, or even the, official language in Central Europe's polities between the mid-18th century and the 1860s by local written vernaculars was accompanied by the ascendancy of French as the language of international communication, polite discourse, and increasingly of scholarship and science. French superseded Latin as the sole official language of France between 1490 and 1539. Following the Norman conquest in 1066, Norman French supplanted Latin as the official language in England during the 13th century. After England lost most of its territorial possessions in France in the 15th century, the turn of the following century was marked by the supplanting of both French and Latin, with English. However, French remained the language of law courts in England as late as 1733. The territorial shrinking of the increasingly impotent Holy Roman Empire, especially visible after the Treaty of Westphalia, 1648, the continued political fragmentation of the Apennine Peninsula, and the waning of the Spanish Empire, rounded up with the loss of most of its American colonies in the 1810s and 1820s, translated into the political and cultural dominance of France in Western and Central Europe. In the first era of globalization during the 19th century, the defeat of Napoleonic France in 1815 did not hinder the transformation of French into the worldwide language of diplomacy, scholarship, and science. This shift from 91 Latin to French among Central Europe's elites was facilitated by the Romance commonality of both languages. In the second half of the 19th century, German successfully rivaled French in its role of the language of international and scientific communication in Central Europe. This elevated status of French and German was over after World War II. Russian was imposed on the unwilling population in East Central Europe, the Soviet bloc, while English gained a similar position in the western half of the region, like elsewhere in Western Europe. The Iron Curtain separated the Cold War spheres of political, military, and economic influence of the Soviet Union and the United States, complete with Russian and English, respectively, as the preferred media of international communication. Following the fall of communism, 1989, the breakup of the Soviet Union, 1991, and the acceptance of 8 post-communist states into the European Union, 2004, effectively broadened the sphere of the use of English in its function of international language to the western borders of Russia and Belarus. In Ukraine, Kazakhstan, the post-Soviet Caucasus, and much of post-Soviet Central Asia, both English and Russian function as languages of international communication. The name of Latin stems from Latium, literally, the land of the Latini, an Italic ethnic group, or the region, which in antiquity extended around Rome, and today, constitutes the southern half of the Italian region of Lazio. In turn, Lazio is the contemporary Italian rendering of Latium. Initially, Latin was the vernacular of Rome and its vicinity. It was closely related to other Italic languages, dialects, Equian, Faliscan, Marrucinian, Marcian, Oscan, Paeolinian, Piesnian, Sabina, Samnitic, Umbrian, Vestinian, and Volscian. None of them is known from more than a handful of inscriptions. Rome dominated the central section of the Apennine Peninsula before established traditions of literacy in these languages could have developed and spread. In the 7th century BCE, the alphabet was brought to Sicily and the south of the Apennine Peninsula by Greek colonists. The non-Indo-European Etruscans adopted this so-called Western Greek script for writing in their own language, and, in turn, Italic peoples emulated this example. The Latin form of this alphabet is attested from the 5th century BCE onward. It is difficult to clearly distinguish earlier forms of the Latin script from similar alphabets employed for writing in other Italic languages. All of them were rather alike. As in other Italic languages, Latin was initially written from left to right or in the boustrophedon, literally, as an ox plows, fashion, that is, lines were written alternatingly left to right and right to left. But by the 5th century, the left-to-right norm had been established and is followed in all languages, which employ the Cyrillic, Greek, and Latin scripts for writing. The other, right-to-left direction is employed, for instance, by languages written in the Arabic and Hebrew scripts. 92. The Latin scripts capitals, used for an increasing number of epigraphic inscriptions on monuments and stone plaques, reached their present form by the 1st century BCE. Cursive forms of this alphabet developed for everyday and literary use. By the 5th century BCE, a new kind of cursive, known as uncial, had emerged as a formal book hand. It spawned various local scripts employed in Western Europe after the disappearance of the Roman Empire. One of them, the specific Irish alphabet, survived until 1965. Carolingian minuscule, derived from this late Roman uncial, became the basis of modern lowercase letters, but also influenced the rise of the Gothic script, which was used for writing numerous languages in Central Europe and German for the longest time, until 1941, and also the Irish, Gaelic, Celtic, alphabet. Records of Latin were very sparse before the end of the 3rd century BCE. Beginning in this century, the tradition of Latin literature commenced with translations and emulations of Greek literary works. By 200 BCE, the Roman Republic had conquered almost the entire Apennine Peninsula, the eastern and southern coast of Iberia, and the southeastern coast of the Adriatic, modern Albania. 70 years later, Roman rule extended over nearly the whole of Iberia, parts of southern Gaul, Dalmatia, the south of the Balkans, present-day Greece, Western Asia Minor, and the province of Africa, today, Tunisia. When the Republic was transformed into the Roman Empire in 27 BCE, the polity had already absorbed entire Gaul, most of the northern Balkans, Central Asia Minor, and most of the Asian and African littoral of the Mediterranean Sea, from Syria to present-day Algeria. The rapid territorial expansion of Rome required efficient administration. This practical requirement contributed to the progressive standardization of Latin as the main medium of this administration in the 1st and 2nd centuries BCE. Latin orthography was standardized rather late, around 20 BCE. Archaism were preserved or even revived in legal and religious texts, while the bilingualism of the Roman elite in Greek and Latin translated into the adoption of numerous Greek linguistic loans. The historic writings of Sallust, 86-35 BCE, and Livy, 59 BCE, 17 CE, along with the poetry of Virgil, 70 BCE, 19 CE, and Horace, 65-8 BCE, constituted the corpus of the classics or the norm of correctness to which the later generations of Latin writers aspired. This norm enforced by the educational system, administration, military, and merchants preserved unity of Standard Latin as long as the Roman Empire remained a coherent political unit. The attraction of the empire was such that the inhabitants of its western half acquired Latin as a lingua franca and soon it became their first language. In its eastern section, the empire ensured a parallel ascendancy of Greek. The political disorder of the 3rd century caused a temporary decline in Roman education and literary output. The gap between the classical norm of Standard Latin, already 300 years old, and the spoken 93 language deepened. Regional differences in the vernacular developed too. Thereafter, Christian and non-Christian authors sought to reassert classical Latin as the written standard, though the former preferred to make it a bit closer to spoken usage in the interest of more efficient evangelization. Despite the cultural significance of Greek, Latin remained an official language of Byzantium until the 6th century. After the termination of the Western Roman Empire, 476, written Latin was best preserved in the most thoroughly Latinized areas of Italia, Iberia, Gaul, and Dalmatia. Pope Saint Damasus, 366-384, probably commissioned Saint Jerome, 342-420, to check and edit existing Latin translations of the Bible into Latin. In the process, the latter produced the Vulgate, which became the standard translation of the Bible employed in the Western Christian Church. With no political organization effectively uniting Western Europe, this church ensured the linguistic and cultural unity of the region. The correctness of Latin as the written language of Western Christianity was increasingly checked against the Vulgate, from Latin editio Vulgata, or popular, approved, widely accepted edition of the Latin Bible, and not the pagan classics. The last renowned Latin language writer to compose works in Vulgate Latin was Gregory of Tours, 538-594. He criticized the king of the Franks, Chilperic I, reigned 561-584, for introducing 4 new letters to our Latin alphabet, intended to represent Germanic sounds better, and for ordering existing manuscripts to be corrected with the use of these novel characters. AE and W survive to this day, and graphically mark the transition from classical to medieval Latin. The 5th and 6th century fragmentation of the patrimony of the Western Roman Empire was followed in the 7th century by the rapid expansion of Islam in the Middle East and Northern Africa, which limited Byzantium to the Balkans and Asia Minor. This entailed the replacement of Greek and Latin with Arabic as the official language in these regions. During the 2nd and 3rd decades of the 8th century, almost entire Iberia and the southwestern corner of Gaul were incorporated into the Caliphate. This separated 1/3 of the Latin-speaking areas from the world of Western Christianity and demoted Latin in the region to a language of a non-dominant religion. As a result of these events, the cultivation of Latin learning and scholarship was limited to a handful of monasteries, while, on the other hand, regional differences between Latin-speaking regions widened. In turn, these increasingly distinctive Latin dialects tended to influence the use of Standard Latin, producing Vulgar Latin, that is, heavily vernacularized written Latin. This dialectal interference was avoided in Ireland, whose Celtic vernacular was so much distant from Latin that Irish priests and monks had to learn Latin by the book. In this manner, Standard Latin was best preserved in Ireland, which was Christianized between the mid-5th and mid-6th centuries. Meanwhile, non-Christian Germanic ethnic groups of Angles, Jutes, and Saxons invaded. 94. England and largely terminated there the post-Roman tradition of Latin learning and speaking in this language. Irish monks alongside missionaries from the Apennine Peninsula rechristianized England at the turn of the 7th century. Likewise, in the 8th century, the rechristianization was furthered in the Germanic-speaking territories, which would later coincide with the Holy Roman Empire. Learned non-Romance-speaking Irish English and Germanic, Teutonic, monks spearheaded the revival of Vulgate-based Standard Latin, Lingua Latina, vis a vis vernacular, vulgar, Latin, which came to be known as Lingua Romana, Roman language, Rustica Romana lingua, rural Roman language, or Romancium circa Latinum, Roman close to Latin, beginning in the 8th century. Only non-Romance speakers were not influenced by these non-standard Romance, Latin, dialects, which made it easier for them to use Standard Latin as a second language, unlike in the case of Romance speakers who could not prevent their everyday speech from coloring their use of Latin. The founding of Charlemagne's, reigned 768 to 814, Frankish Empire, 800, which was comprised of the majority of the Romance, Vulgar Latin, speaking territories under control of Christian suzerains, accelerated the revival of Standard Latin. This empire's elite saw this polity as the direct continuation of the Western Roman Empire. This claim could not be successfully substantiated without the tradition of Latin literacy and the ongoing use of Standard Latin vis-a-vis Greek-speaking Byzantium or the Eastern Roman Empire. Hoping for the re-establishment of Latin as the universal language of Western Christianity, Charlemagne employed the English monk Alcuin, Elewine, Albinus, of York, 735 to 804, in 781, to educate the royal family and the court. In 796, he settled at Tours as abbot, and the school there became one of the most important centers of learning in the empire. Beginning in 789, Alcuin effectively standardized Latin anew with his works on grammar and his copious writings in Latin. Thanks to Charlemagne's unwavering support, this new standard, popularly known as medieval, Carolingian, Latin, became the universal written language of Western Christianity, and was also employed for oral communication by nobles and clergy. The success was so resounding that already in the 820s, the belief emerged that Latin was the ultimate sacred language. It was claimed that the Latin text of the Bible had been written under the inspiration and dictation of the Holy Ghost, who accorded it supreme authority even as to matters of grammar. On the other hand, this new standardization deepened the gulf of difference between the Romance vernaculars and Latin, making the latter into a language with no native speakers, let alone for a handful of rulers and scholars raised by their parents to speak Latin since their early childhood. During the Renaissance, the humanists saw many elements of Alcuin's codification as corruption, and sought to reassert the classical form of Latin as established at the turn of the 1st century CE. Dante Alighieri, 1265–1320. 95. Petrarch, Francesco Petrarca, 1304–1374, and Giovanni Boccaccio, 1313–1375, popularly seen as the fathers of the Italian language, themselves valued their Latin writings more than rerum vulgarium fragmenta, bits of stuff in the vulgar tongue. Their popularity as writers, combined with their opinion that eternal fame could come only from works composed in the eternal language of Romans, led much authority to the humanist project of renewing Latin. This movement, intellectually led by the examples of the non-Romance speakers, Desiderius Erasmus of Rotterdam, 1466–1536, and Thomas More, 1478–1538, produced the new standard of humanist Latin, often termed Neo-Latin. The first project of the Neo-Latinists, to translate the surviving Greek texts into Latin, was completed between the 14th and 16th centuries. The most accomplished poet, writing in the new standard, was a Polish-speaking Polish-Lithuanian noble clergyman, Sarbiewicz, Maciej Kazimierz Sarbiewski, 1595–1640, whose poetry earned him the sobriquet of Christian Horace. Even when increasingly more books were written and published in vernaculars, most scientific, philosophical, and theological literature, along with popular belles lettres and works dealing with political science, economics, history, biography, or memoirs, were swiftly translated into Latin, especially from English, Italian, French, German, and Spanish, between 1370 and 1830. Beginning in the 16th century, the hub of this lively and profitable publishing and translation industry was located in the Low Countries. While Neo-Latin won the hearts of secular users in the 15th century, the Catholic Church stuck to medieval Latin, before Neo-Latin entered ecclesiastical use as an element of the Counter-Reformation in the 16th century. The clear sign of which Latin a writer preferred was script. The first printed Western book was Gutenberg's Latin Bible, 1455, produced in Gothic letters, which evolved from the Carolingian minuscule. 10 years later, in the Apennine Peninsula, Latin publications were composed with the use of Antiqua, modeled on the Latin alphabet as written in classical Rome. Although books in most vernaculars continued to be printed in the Gothic script, Antiqua has already become the standard script for Latin language publications in the mid-16th century. In education, the shift from medieval Latin to Neo-Latin was visible in the use of textbooks. Students perused Donatuses, flourished in the 4th century, Latin grammar, popularly dubbed Donat until the 16th century. In their schools, Jesuits replaced it with Emmanuel Alvarez classicizing Latin grammar for the first time, published in Lisbon in 1572. Like Donat earlier, this grammar became known as Alvar. Neo-Latin won in writing, but medieval Latin, which allowed for various linguistic loans from vernaculars, mostly remained a popular language of oral communication across Western and Central Europe. Beginning in the 16th century, along their Donats or Alvars, students used Ambrogio Calpino's, 1440–1510, monolingual dictionary of Latin, Cornucopiae, published in 1502 in Reggio. This work codified the lexicon of medieval Latin. 96. And Neo-Latin and became a household name as Calpinus. In subsequent editions, this dictionary was paired with numerous vernacular languages, and the lexical standards of Neo-Latin gradually replaced those of medieval Latin in this dictionary. Jacopo Facciolati, 1682–1769, Andy's student, Egidio Forcellini, 1688–1768, produced the most famous 7-language version of Calpinus, Pavia, 1718, which was frequently reprinted. Charles Dufresne Ducange, 1610–1688, compiled the authoritative monolingual dictionary of medieval and Neo-Latin, Glossarium Mediae et Infami Latinitatis, which was published in 3 volumes in Paris, 1678. Further editions followed. The 4th was broadened to 8 volumes, Paris, 1840–1850, and the definitive 5th one to 10 volumes, Niort, 1883–1887. Ducange still treated Latin as a means of everyday communication among the educated and elites, unlike Facciolati and Forcellini. They saw Latin to be a closed chapter and conceived of collecting all Latin words as attested in extant books and inscriptions. In the 4 volumes of Totius Latinitatis Lexicon, the entire lexicon of Latin, 1771, Padua, the fruit of their labor, they provided copious citations illustrating different meanings along with Italian and Greek equivalents. This scholarly dictionary, not that of Ducange, provided the basis for all modern bilingual dictionaries of Latin. Following the division of the Carolingian Empire in 843, there was no single polity that could enforce the use of a single medieval standard of Latin throughout most of the Western Christian world. Byzantium fulfilled such a role for Greek until 1543, and latter, the Orthodox millet within the Ottoman Empire. Hence, even though modern Greek is as different from Byzantine Greek as the Romance languages from Latin, the singularity of the Greek language was preserved through political means. Classical Greek, as codified in Athens in the 5th century BCE, Byzantine Greek of the Eastern Roman Empire, classicizing Katharevousa, purifying language, Greek of the 19th century and the present-day vernacular Greek, Demotic, Dhymotiki, literally, language of common people, differ widely from one another, but they have been invariably conceptualized as a single language. The splitting of the Romance, vernacular Latin, speaking area into France, a plethora of Italian statelets, Spain and Portugal produced the stimulus for elevating local vernaculars to the status of written languages alongside prestigious Latin, which was increasingly less intelligible to Romance speakers. The awareness of the difference between Standard Latin and Romance vernaculars, Vulgar Latin, grew during the 8th to 10th centuries and gave way to writing in French, Italian, Tuscanian, Spanish, Castilian, and Portuguese in the 11th and 12th centuries. The early flourishing of literature in these languages occurred during the 13th century. Between the 14th and 15th centuries, they were widely used in administration and largely replaced Latin as the official language in the 16th century. The first printed book in Italian came off the press in 1471, in French in 1476, in Spanish in 1483 and in Portuguese in 1489-22. The Romance language of Romanian is the product of an 97. Interaction between Romance speakers from Byzantium's northern periphery, Byzantine Greek, Church Slavonic Orthodoxy, and corresponding literacies, which makes this language very different from other Romance languages. In spite of that, Cyrillic-based Wallachian, Romanian, became an official language of Wallachia and Moldavia at the end of the 16th century. The first printed book in Romanian was published in 1544, though Church Slavonic, and beginning in the early 18th century also Greek, dominated in liturgy and ecclesiastical administration until the 1820s. In the 15th and 16th centuries, Latin was pushed away from official use by ascending vernaculars, Romance and other, in Western Europe. A similar, though belated, phenomenon unfolded in the Holy Roman Empire and Poland-Lithuania in the 18th century. Still more books in Latin were published in this region by the mid-18th century than in local written languages. And Latin continued to dominate in the politics and administration of the Kingdom of Hungary until the mid-19th century. All these aforementioned vernaculars later made into standard languages in Western and Central Europe began as local color verbatim quotations in Latin texts and textbook-like props and glossaries to make acquisition of Latin in schools easier. The first vernacular texts were usually translations from Latin, the first grammars of the vernaculars were written in Latin, and in the first dictionaries of these vernaculars were invariably paired with Latin. In 1809 to 1810, a reform of the educational system in Prussia came complete with the classical secondary school. Students were taught 10 hours of Latin and 6 hours of classical Greek a week. As in the case of the Jesuit educational system, such secondary schools produced graduates able to freely converse in Latin. This model of classical gymnasium spread to Western German-speaking states, the Austrian Empire, and Russia. But in the second half of the 19th century, Central European universities ceased to insist that students submit their theses in Latin. Those times when René Descartes, 1596 to 1650, or Isaac Newton, 1642 to 1727, for the sake of precision and Europe-wide communication, felt compelled to write their scholarly treatises in Latin were definitively over. In the interwar period, Latin and Greek were demoted in schools to the status of subjects with the goal of providing one with a mere passive knowledge of both. After World War II, Greek was altogether dropped from the general curriculum, while the teaching of Latin was limited to legal practitioners, medical doctors, and biologists who employ elements of this language for their specialized needs. Until the Second Vatican Council, 1962 to 1965, Latin had remained the language of Catholic liturgy and, to a significant degree, the language of the higher echelons of the administration in the Catholic Church. At the turn of the 1970s, local vernaculars replaced Latin in both functions. Latin is still the official language of the Vatican, and the Church's most important documents and texts, including papal encyclicals, are published in this language. However, Italian 98 nowadays fulfills the role of the actual vernacular of the Vatican's administration and inhabitants. The Pope's Swiss Guards actually communicate in German. Enthusiasts of Latin can enjoy weekly 5-minute Latin language radio news broadcast from Finland since 1989 and Latin translations of the famous French comic book series, Asterix. In order to avert the decline of Latin as a language of administration and everyday education, Pope Paul VI, 1963 to 1978, established the Latinitas Foundation in 1976. Its mission is to promote the study of classical and medieval Latin and, significantly to promote the increased use of the Latin language by publishing texts in Latin and other suitable means, usually, radio broadcasts. In 1992 and 1997, this foundation published the 2-volume Asof Lexicon Recentis Latinitatis, Dictionary of Recent Latin, Vatican, which records new Latin words as mainly coined by the members of this foundation for describing the realities of the modern world. They meet each week to deliberate on new Latin words. Within this limited scope, Latin continues as a semi-living language in the Vatican, meaning its predominantly male speech community whose members usually acquire this language in adulthood. Since the times of Alcuin's codification of Latin that definitively dissociated this language from any language community, which could be defined as Latin's native speakers, there was no way to know how exactly Latin words were pronounced, let alone in classical Rome. Users of Latin usually reconstructed this pronunciation on the basis of their native vernaculars. Today, the most popular reconstruction is that based on Italian, which in pronunciation seems to be closest to Latin. In the past, Central European students usually deepened their command of Latin at universities in the Apennine Peninsula, which added to the current popularity of this pronunciation. The most curious version of Latin pronunciation emerged in England in the wake of the so-called Great Vowel Shift in English, which almost completely detached English spelling from pronunciation between the 15th and 17th centuries. Unreflectively, this change was transposed on how English speakers pronounced Latin, making them virtually unintelligible to Latin language interlocutors from elsewhere in Europe. For instance, Caesar's, 100 to 44 BCE, Veni, Vidi, Vici sounds /Veni, Vidi, Vici / in the Italianate pronunciation became /Vine, Vidi, Vici / in a less radical anglicized pronunciation and /Weni, Widi, Wiki / in a more radical one, Alisoscus etal 2006, 770, Banyard 1995, 111 to 117, Burke 2004, X, 11, Egger 1992 to 1997, Grafton 2006, Grant 1954, Hankins 2001, Hrvatska Encyclopedia 1941, Janig and Bauer 1991, 22 to 23, Koenig 2005, 99 to 100, Kinteler 1999, 50 to 54, Cosa 1999, 50, Latin. Today 2003, Liesering 2004, 57, Magoxi 1996, 71 to 72, 2002, 8, 12 to 13, 18 to 19, 21, 47, 53, 63, 65, Mikolaj Zak 1998, 153, 190, 254 to 255, 263, Mojadel 2005, 109 to 110, Poxa Tetal 2005, 9 to 242, Pop 2005b, 36 to 38, Price 1998, 175, 251, 256 to 257, 286 to 293, Radital. 1995, 31 to 39, Richter 1982, 436, Rogers. 99. 2005, 172 to 176, Schlosser 2005, 43, Schneider 1998, 9 to 10, Simpson and Wiener 1991, 2253, Stanton 2005, 94, Wolf 2003, 68, 92, 112, 131, 133, 140. The rise of Chancery German, s. in emulation of Latin, as the first written vernacular in Central Europe furnished a model that, along with those of French and Italian from Western Europe, was quickly emulated. Czech and Polish became full-fledged Chancery languages of politics and administration in the 14th and 16th centuries, respectively. The continuous tradition of writing in the Czech language commenced at the beginning of the 14th century. During the reign of Charles I, that is, Holy Roman Emperor Charles IV, texts, not only religious and didactic but also scholarly, were written in this language. And beginning in the last quarter of the 14th century, legal and administrative documents were issued in Czech. Not surprisingly, written Czech, being so closely connected to the royal and imperial court, grew from the central Bohemian dialect of Prague. The Czech language. The earliest texts with strong Czech influences were committed to paper in Glagolitic letters during the 9th century. Glagolitic literacy soon was limited to Croatia, but its elements survived in Bulgaria through the 12th century, and from the mid-14th century Croatian monks revived this tradition at the Emmaus Monastery near Prague. Initially, they wrote in Old Church Slavonic but soon switched to vernacular Czech. By 1416, the monks had even completed a full translation of the Bible into Czech, written in Glagolitic letters. However, the prevailing standard was to write in the Latin script. The problem was how to reflect Czech sounds with Roman letters that had been originally devised for the Latin language so different from Slavic. Chancery German, which had battled with this problem in the 12th and 13th centuries, provided Czech language writers with a method of dealing with this predicament. Groups of 2 to 4 letters, digraphs, trigraphs, or multigraphs, were employed to represent sounds, which did not occur in Latin. For instance, German sh and tsch correspond to the sounds, phonemes, /sh/n/ch/. Similarly, Czech phonemes written today as c, s, and r were originally represented with cz, ss, and rz. Usually no trigraphs or multigraphs were used to represent Czech sounds. During the Hussite Wars, this kind of writing with the use of digraphs became associated with Catholicism. The Catholic establishment of the Holy Roman Empire attacked the Bohemian reformer Jan Hus, 1370–1415, on many counts, including his support for singing hymns and conducting some elements of liturgy in vernacular Czech rather than in Latin, which he did in the Bethlehem 100 Chapel, Betlemska Kapel, Prague. To this day, this chapel is associated with the beginnings of Hussitism. Hus translated numerous hymns taken from the Vulgate, official Latin translation of the Bible, into the Czech vernacular spoken at that time in Prague. After he was burned at the stake as a heretic, his supporters, Hussites, espoused not only written Czech as the language of their liturgy and administration, but also Hus's vision of new Czech orthography in a symbolic opposition to unreformed Catholicism. In his D'Orthographia Bohemica, on the Czech orthography, 1406, Hus opposed digraphs and argued that single letters should represent different sounds. He proposed to modify Latin characters with diacritics. So C, S, and R replaced CZ, SS, and RZ, respectively, and the distinctive diacritical characters A, E, I, O, and U were introduced for representing long vowels. Originally, Hus wrote them with the use of a dot above the letter, for example E, a method borrowed from the Jewish practice of rendering the Slavic palatal consonants with Hebrew letters modified by diacritical dots. At the end of the Hussite Wars in the 1430s, this system became the spelling norm, especially in the Hussite stronghold of Bohemia. In Moravia, which remained largely Catholic and free of Hussite influence after 1469, the use of digraphs continued, which erected the graphic boundary between the Chancery varieties employed in Bohemia and Moravia. This gave rise to separate Chancery Bohemian and Moravian, which persisted as separate languages until 1918, due to the growing administrative and political separation of Bohemia and Moravia. Apart from that, some digraphic exceptions remained in Hus's usage. Notably to this day, German, Czech, Polish and Slovak share the digraph ch for denoting /palatal h/. In addition, in Czech and Slovak, this digraph follows letter H in the alphabetic order of dictionaries and encyclopedias, Auty 1980, 163-170, Moshinsky 2006, 31, Panzer 1999, 98, Porak 1979, 9-17, Syatkowska 1992, 87, Stankiewicz 1984, 13. The first print shop in the Czech lands opened in Plzeň, Bohemia, 1468. Hus's Czech translations of the New Testament appeared in 1475 and 13 years later, his full translation of the Bible. The first grammar of Czech, that is, Chancery Bohemian, Gramatika Česka, Czech grammar, 1533, Nam est, by Benes Optat, died in 1559, was based on the usual model of Latin grammar, but it was written in Czech, which emphasized the high status of this language vis-a-vis German and Latin. This grammar even came off the press a year earlier than the first grammar of German written in German, Teutsche Grammatica Augsburg by Valentin Ichelsimer 1500-1537. On the other hand, the first grammar of Czech written in Latin, Vavrinek Benedictis, Laurentius Benedicti, 1555-1615, Grammaticae Bohemici, Czech grammar, Prague, was published only in 1603. The first printed dictionary of Chancery Bohemian, in which it was paired with Latin, was published in 1511 in Plzeň. 2 years later, a Latin-German Bohemian dictionary, Vienna, followed, and in 1531, a Latin-Italian-French Bohemian-German one, Nuremberg, was released. Further, Zygmunt Hruby. 101. Sigmund Gellenius, 1495-1554, commenced Czech lexicography with his Greek-Latin-German Bohemian Lexicon Symphonum, the Symphonia of Words, 1537 and 1544, Basli. Interestingly, he still spoke of the Slavic language, lingua Sclavinica, not Czech or Bohemian. Matis Pensovsky, 1550-1595, authored the first monolingual dictionary of Bohemian, Njezka Sločeskik, the Book of the Czech Words, 1587, Prague. In 1598, in Prague, 2 extensive dictionaries, Nomenclator Quadrilinguis, the four-language Czech-Latin-Greek-German dictionary, and Alphabetical Silva Quadrilinguis, the Forest of Four Languages, were published, both authored by Daniel Adam Z. Vileslavina, 1546-1599. In his 1571 Grammar of Czech, published in 1857 in Vienna, the Hussite bishop Jan Blažislav, Blazik, 1523-1571, reflected on the Slavic languages. He opined that there existed 3 Slavic dialects, Church Slavonic, Czech, Bohemian, and Polish. Blažislav also remarked on the transitional dialect area between Czech, Bohemian, and Polish. He stated that in Moravia the language was closer to Czech and in Silesia to Polish. Between 1579 and 1594, the publication of the full Czech translation of the Bible from the original languages completed the codification of Chancery Bohemian. The Unitas Fratrum, or Jednota Bratrska, Czech Brethren, stemming from the Hussites, printed this translation in Kralis in western Moravia. Hence, it is widely known as the Kralis Bible. It was a late flowering of Chancery Bohemian, which had been a truly international language in the 15th century. The spread of the use of Chancery Czech in diplomatic correspondence was spurred by the monarchs from the Polish-Lithuanian dynasty of Jagiellonians. Between 1471 and 1526, they reigned in the lands of the Czech crown, and between 1490 and 1526, in the Kingdom of Hungary, which created a personal union between both polities. At that time, Polish was not yet widely employed for writing purposes, while Cyrillic-based Ruthenian, unambiguously associated with Orthodox Christianity, of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania was not deemed appropriate for the administration of the Catholic Czech and Hungarian crowns. Apart from Latin, the obvious choice was Chancery Bohemian, whose prestige was such that many Polish-Lithuanian nobles preferred it to Polish until the mid-16th century. German had been a significant chancery language in the Holy Roman Empire since the 13th century, but in Hungary and Poland-Lithuania its use was limited to the self-governments of towns and cities populated by Germanic-speaking settlers from the empire. In addition, the Germanophone Habsburgs competed with the Jagiellonians for dynastic domination in the lands of the Czech crown and Hungary. The initial victory of the Jagiellonians strengthened the position of Chancery Bohemian as a language of diplomatic correspondence between the Czech crown, Poland-Lithuania, and Hungary. Between 1346 and 1411, Czech kings also reigned as the Holy Roman Emperor, which added to the prestige of Chancery Bohemian in the empire's German-speaking areas. In the second half of the 14th century, Brandenburg and Bavaria's Upper Palatinate were briefly 102 incorporated in the lands of the Czech crown. Hence, Czech was employed in correspondence with Bavaria, Brandenburg, and Saxony. In the Battle of Mohacs, 1526, which opened Central Europe to Ottoman 23 penetration, the last Jagiellonian king of the Czech crown and Hungary, Louis, died. The Habsburgs, who had ruled as emperors since 1438, gained the Czech and Hungarian thrones, too. This translated into the ascendancy of Chancery German in diplomatic correspondence all over Central Europe. In 1527, the language was introduced into the administration of Bohemia. The resultant bilingual Bohemian German administration of the lands of the Czech crown became more German than Bohemian after the mid-16th century. The 1607 decision of the Moravian SNM, Diet, that children of domiciled, usually German-speaking, foreigners could inherit real estate only if they knew Bohemian was not observed. The growing tension between the emperor and the Protestant estates of the lands of the Czech crown culminated in the Bohemian SNM, Diet, of 1615. Among other things, it was decided that Czech, Bohemian, should be the exclusive language of the body, with the exception of delegates from Silesia and Lusatia, who would be allowed to speak in German. The decision never took effect but, nevertheless, contributed to the growing politicization of language by associating Czech with Protestant nobility and burghers, and German with their Catholic counterparts. The violent standoff between the emperor and the Protestant estates of Bohemia and Moravia, which commenced in 1618, ended in the triumph of the imperial forces at the Battle of White Mountain, 1620, Bílá Hora, today in Prague. The Catholic emperor's victory entailed massive expulsions of Protestant Czech-speaking nobility, who were the main users and protectors of Chancery Czech. This language reached the highest point of its development in the numerous polemical, theological, educational, and scholarly writings of renowned Czech Protestant Comenius, Jan Amos Komenský, 1592–1670. In 1628, he, along with a group of Czech brethren, escaped to Leszno in the Kingdom of Poland. He never returned to Bohemia and died in the Netherlands. For some time, he also resided in Upper Hungary, future Slovakia, where numerous Czech Protestant expellees settled down. They brought to this land Chancery Czech whose correctness was checked against the usages employed in the Kralis Bible. This gave rise to the Bible language, Biblitina, which was preferred by Upper Hungary's Slavophone Protestants, mainly Lutherans, to Catholic Latin. In the 19th century, the Protestant group also referred to this language as Old Czech and Old Slovak. On the other hand, in the first half of the 19th century, codifiers and promoters of modern Czech pictured Komenský as the Czech Luther, whose writings made Czech into a full-fledged language equal to German and Latin. Obviously, this propagandistic sobriquet was a liability in Catholic Moravia and delayed the acceptance of Standard Czech in this region. The Czech language did not immediately disappear from administrative and literary use after 1620, as popularly believed. The process of replacing it in the 103 Slavophone lands of the Czech crown, that is, Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia, with Latin and German was gradual and never complete. The renewed organization, Vernuert Landesverfassung, of Bohemia, 1627, and Moravia, 1628, put GG Chancery German on equal footing with Czech as the official languages of both these lands. After this, German gradually replaced Czech in most important administrative functions. Written Czech, referred to as Bohemian and Moravian, survived in court minutes, guilds, and local self-governments. The fusion of official German and vernacularized Czech resulted in the Slavic idiom heavily interlaced with Germanic lexical and syntactic loans. The Germanophone elites referred to it contemptuously as Kuchelbumus, kitchen Czech. However, in the mid-18th century, a few book titles were published in this kind of Czech, along with reprints of some religious publications written in 16th century Czech, idealized as the language of the Kralis Bible. Nowadays, scholars tend to refer to the post-1620 Czech, employed in counter-Reformation publications printed in Bohemia and Moravia, as Jesuit Czech, because leaders and educators of the Society of Jesus spearheaded the recatholicization of Central Europe. After the abolishment of the Bohemian Chancellery in 1749, Czech disappeared from the central government institutions in Vienna, Auty 1980, 172, Heck and Orzechowski 1969, 132, Horek 2003, 54-56, Janik and Gruel 2002, 303, Ken and Ziedenike 1984, 30, 189, Kovaci 1998, 67, Magoxi 2002, 54, Price 1998, 116, Rada et al. 1995, 229, Syatkowska 1992, 121, Tornquist Pliwa 2000, 208. Some authors continued to write scholarly texts in Czech, and grammars for use in schools kept appearing. There were even opinions that the Czech language should be purified from foreign words and phrases, most strongly voiced by Václav Jan Rosa, 1625-1675, in his Latin language work, Čekorenost, Seu Grammatica Lingui Bohemici, The Grammar of the Bohemian Language, 1672, Prague, Auty 1980, 172-173, Stankiewicz 1984, 5-6. This puristic streak in linguistic thinking appeared more strongly in Bohemia in the context of the attempts undertaken to cleanse the German language of Latin and French. Loan words, Neustupny 1989. In the Holy Roman Empire, still 1/3 of all the book production was in Latin during the 1740s. In Vienna, Emperor Joseph I, reigned 1705-1711, and his court used Italian. Emperors Charles VI, reigned 1711-1740, and Francis I, reigned 1745-1765, used Spanish while French was commonly spoken when other emperors ruled. Friedrich the Great of Prussia, reigned 1740-1786, also talked in this language and openly despised German. This disparaging attitude to vernaculars was popular among the nobility in all of Central Europe. They favored Latin and, beginning in the 18th century, French. Basage 1999, 163, Waterman 1966, 137. Latin united the Central European world of literacy until the sweeping social reforms of the Queen of Hungary and Bohemia, Maria Theresa, reigned 1740-1780, and of her son, Emperor Joseph II, reigned 1765 to 1790. They centralized the administration of the Habsburg hereditary lands, created a civil service and 104. Military based on merit not birthright, established popular elementary education, and commenced dismantling of the serf system. Their modernizing efforts took France as a model. They noted that the written vernaculars had already replaced Latin, and also French in the latter polity, in France and the United Kingdom, in the 16th century. Written French and English, much closer to the speech of the subjects, proved a better instrument of unification and modernization than Latin. Obviously, imposition of such a written vernacular put at disadvantage those groups of subjects who spoke starkly different idioms, for instance, Celtic languages, or Basque. However, Latin was available only to the narrow estate stratum that accounted for not more than 5% of the population. Potentially, literacy in a vernacular was accessible to the majority of the population. The situation was different in the Habsburg lands where Latin was supplanted by German. Most of the subjects spoke Slavic or Magyar, not German. The replacement of Czech with German as the medium of education in Bohemian schools had been completed by 1775. To this end, a year earlier, Maria Theresa's decree had replaced most Czech-language schools and villages either with Germanophone or bilingual ones. At that time, teaching in all the town elementary and secondary schools was already being conducted in German. In 1784, German replaced Latin as the language of instruction at the University of Prague. Since Czech was useful for German-speaking administrators in Slavic-speaking areas, it survived until 1806 in the military academy at Vienna. Interestingly, Czech was then supplanted by Polish, but reinstated in 1824. The dissolution of the Society of Jesus, 1773, made the exclusion of Latin from non-ecclesiastical contexts easier. From the mid-16th to the mid-18th century, the Jesuits had united Catholic Europe through the introduction of Latin as the medium of modern education for the members of the estates. It was especially true of the Catholic lands in the Holy Roman Empire as well as Poland, Lithuania and the Kingdom of Hungary, Kin and Zdenike 1984, 196, Pisova 1997. The originally Western European inclination toward vernacular literacy became quite visible in Central Europe at the end of the 18th century. In 1784, Francis II issued an imperial decree that replaced Latin with German as the language of state administration and higher education, Johnson 2002, 139. The socio-cultural unity of early modern Central Europe, steeped in Latin and more tentatively in Catholicism, started unraveling under the influence of revolutionary France. The idea that the population of a realm, construed as a nation, not God, is the source of legitimacy, decisively overhauled European politics. The bayonets of the French imperial army spread the message of nationalism all over Central Europe at the beginning of the 19th century. The intellectual currents that emphasized the importance of the language of the people surfaced throughout the 18th century before Johannes Gottfried. 105. Herder, 1744–1803, enshrined it in his writings. For instance, as early as 1746, in his essay Sur l'origine de connaissances humaines, an essay on the origin of human knowledge, Amsterdam, the French philosopher Étienne de Condillac, 1715–1780, argued that each language expresses the character of the people who speak it, Geary 2002, 25. And Herder famously proposed that language most fully expresses the invisible genius, spirit, of a people. In the 19th century, his view became one of the more important philosophical underpinnings of the specifically Central European linguistic variety of ethnic nationalism. This kind of nationalism, seen as the font of statehood legitimization, completely overhauled the political map of Europe between 1871 and 1945–1989. Initially, the estates expressed strong opposition to Vienna's modernizing reforms, which they perceived as an onslaught against their ancient privileges. The members of the estates still did not use ethnic nationalism to legitimize their defense of the administrative and cultural distinctiveness of their traditional homelands. Nobility, propertied burghers, and clergymen saw no contradiction in remaining loyal subjects of the monarch while preserving simultaneously their specific political rights in Bohemia or Moravia, even at the cost of stalling the modernization that Vienna imposed from above. Changes were destroying the established order that, in the eyes of the estates, had served them and their ancestors well for centuries. It was anathema to them that Joseph II refused to be crowned as king of the Czech lands. This move weakened the already tentative ties between Bohemia and Moravia. His brother and successor, Leopold II, reigned 1790 to 1792, had to reverse some reforms of his mother and Joseph II so as to stabilize the situation in his lands. In 1791, he symbolically reaffirmed the unity of the Czech lands through his coronation at Prague. Ironically, the Moravian estates opposed this act that could lead to the renewed subjection of Moravia to the political supervision of Prague, and the Bohemian estates, as had been the rule in the previous centuries, Ken and Zdeněk 1984, 191-194. While at Bohemian estates used the Czech language to emphasize their separateness, their Moravian counterparts could not, as it would amount to accepting political and cultural subjugation of Moravia to Bohemia. So, while Bohemian students usually chose to pursue their further education at the University of Prague, the majority of their Moravian colleagues chose the University of Vienna. Similarly, when Bohemians continued to call their Slavic language Bohemian in Latin and German, and Czech in Czech Slavo-, and Germanophone Moravians talked about theirs as Moravian, Slavic or Moravian Slavic. In teaching history, they did not follow the Bohemian tendency of subsuming the past of Moravia under Bohemian history and published their own locally produced textbooks of Moravian history. In the eyes of both the Bohemian and Moravian estates, the Kingdom of Bohemia and the Margravate of Moravia appeared to be separate polities. But Bohemian leaders, drawing on the largely 106. discontinued tradition of the lands of the Czech crown, desired to extend the concept of their kingdom so that it would become coterminous with the territorial extent of this erstwhile crown. Obviously, the Moravian estates were appalled. Hruck 1999, 78-79. The regional patriotism, Landisch Patriotismus, Zemské vlastenectví, oft I Bohemian estates is often, though incorrectly, associated with the beginnings of Czech ethnic nationalism. Regional patriots of the bilingual German-Czech Bohemian Natio, which excluded the peasantry, that is, the majority of the population, did not want to create some ethno-linguistically homogeneous Czech-speaking nation. Primarily, they aspired to preserve their homeland as a distinctive political and administrative unit, then endangered by centralizing and modernizing reforms of the Theresian and Josephine eras. Secondarily, they hoped that one day it might be possible to recreate the union of the lands of the Czech crown. A revived Chancery Czech, Bohemian, would be useful to this end, because, on a linguistic and literacy basis, it would allow for marking the difference of Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia, construed as the crown's territorial core, vis-a-vis the Habsburgs' other hereditary lands, lying within the perimeter of the Holy Roman Empire, which were overwhelmingly German-speaking. Such an illustrious Bohemian noble as Franz Joseph Kinsky, 1739-1805, who served as Field Marshal of the Austrian army, defended the rights of the Czech language. He was a son to Philip Joseph Kinsky, 1700-1749, Maria Theresa's loyal High Chancellor of Bohemia, but a staunch Bohemian autonomist. Franz Joseph Kinsky wrote his famous defense of Czech in German. German dominated in this genre of defenses of the Czech language that came off the press during the last 3 decades of the 18th century, because Czech was yet to be revived and developed while German was a prestigious and widely used language, which allowed for making the defense of Czech heard across the Holy Roman Empire. Kinsky 1888, 744. Similarly, Dante's defense and praise of Italian, De Vulgari Eloquentia, on vernacular eloquence, 1303-1305, first published not in the original but in the Italian translation, as De la Vulgar Eloquenzia in 1529 in Vicenza, which started and legitimized the movement for the official use of vernaculars in Western Europe, was written in Latin. Before Dante himself codified and dignified Italian, or rather Tuscanian, in La Divina Commedia, 1309-1321, Latin was the sole prestigious and widespread written language of scholarship, and temporal and ecclesiastical administration. The road to the codification and official recognition of New Czech commenced at the turn of the 1790s. Initially, it drew from Jan Karel Rons, Johann Karl, 1711-1779, 4-volume Czech Latin-German nomenclator, dictionary, 1746-1768, Prague, and Karel Ignatham's, Karl Ignas Tom, 1763-1816, 2-volume German-Czech National Lexicon, National Dictionary, 1788, Prague and Vienna. In 1789, Václav Mat E. J. Kramarius, Václav Mat E. J. Kramarius, 1759-1808, founded one of the earliest Czech-language newspapers, in which he 107 propagated the use of the Czech language. 2 years later, the chair of Czech language was established at the University of Prague, Heck and Orzechowski 1969, 196. However, the Catholic priest and prodigious scholar, Josef Dobrowski, or, in Standard Czech, Josef Dobrovsky, 1753-1829, whose groundbreaking study on the history of the Czech language and literature, Geschichte Bohmiskan Sprach und Literatur, Prague, was published in 1792, wrote exclusively in German and Latin. In 1802 and 1821, his equally groundbreaking and comprehensive 2-volume German-Czech dictionary, Ausführliches, und Vollständiges Deutsch-Böhmisches TT Synonymous Phraseologisches Wörterbuch WW, Prague, came off the press. Dobrovsky's scholarly activities were the direct result of the dissolution of the Jesuit order. However, subsequently, the ecclesiastical structures could not provide a demanding and rewarding career for such ambitious individuals as Dobrovsky. Dobrovsky, a student of Johann Christoph Adelung, applied the methods and theories his teacher had developed while codifying the German language, to the standardization of Czech. Drawing support from Franz Josef Kinsky and other Bohemian aristocrats, Dobrovsky worked as a Bohemian patriot, Landespatriot, Zemský Vlastenec, and not a Czech ethno-nationalist. He subscribed to the traditional estates program of maintaining the separateness of Bohemia and recreating the union of the lands of the Czech crown within the framework of the Habsburg lands. The idea of establishing a monolingual and ethno-linguistically homogeneous Czech nation-state did not occur to Dobrovsky, though nowadays Czech school textbooks usually describe him as an early Czech national activist. However, Dobrovsky's choices presented in his scholarly works laid the foundation for the codification of contemporary Czech as a national language, which, in the 20th century, was employed for the task of creating a homogeneously monolingual Czech nation-state. He grounded his codification in the archaic grammatical structures of Chancery Czech as used in the Kralis Bible, the dictionaries and historical works of Daniel Adams e Vyslavina, and in the writings of Komensky, Auty 1980, 176, Basage 1999, 164-165. At the turn of the 19th century, gradually fewer Czech-language publications were printed in the Gothic lettering so strongly associated with the German language. The switch from the Gothic script to Antiqua for writing and publishing in Czech was largely complete by the 1830s. A sudden surge in the publication of grammars, 28, dictionaries, 14, and theses, 20, between 1775 and 1825 reflects the broad range of the discussion about how to standardize the Czech language. It also helped the acceptance of Dobrovsky's model on the part of Czech national activists in the first half of the 19th century. The early fruition of this process came with the publication of the 5 volumes of the first authoritative dictionary of the Czech language, Slovenské ekonomiky, The Czech-German Dictionary, 1835–1839, Prague, compiled by Joseph Jungmann, 1773–1843, Hruck 1999, 66. 108. Between Dobrovsky and ethno-linguistic Czech nationalism stands the towering figure of Bernard Bolzano, 1781–1848. He was a famous Bohemian student of religion, and a philosopher and mathematician, who regarded the limitation of the concept of nation merely to Bohemia's Czech speakers as an anathema to the social and historical reality of this crown land. In his 1810 and 1816 lectures, he proposed that Czech and German speakers of Bohemia should create their own bilingual nation of the Bohemians, instead of trying to split the land along the linguistic cleavage. His approach to the national question combined regional patriotism of the estates with the Western European concept of political nation. The whole population of the province was to be made into a nation irrespective of ethnic and confessional differences. Thus the established and administrative structure would not have to be overhauled. This stability would allow the swift modernization of the proposed Bohemian nation, as happened in the case of France or the United Kingdom. Bolzano's ideas lost in the confrontation with the Central European model of the ethno-linguistically defined nation, which, incited by the Napoleonic onslaught, entered the region in the form of German ethno-linguistic nationalism. When a modicum of status quo ante was reintroduced at the Congress of Vienna, 1815, this nationalism was suppressed. But in the latter half of the 1840s, an officially espoused revival of German nationalism was encouraged. In 1848, this process culminated in the endeavor to build a German nation-state that would encompass almost all German speakers, less those of Switzerland. Vienna opposed it because such a national polity would have necessitated the destruction of the multilingual and multi-ethnic Austrian Empire. In addition, German nationalists did not take into account interests and political ambitions of the non-German speakers who lived on the territory of the German Confederation, largely coterminous with the former Holy Roman Empire, and Prussia. As a result, German nationalism incited numerous Central European ethno-linguistic nationalisms in the second half of the 19th century. In 1871 and after 1918, these nationalisms along with their German counterpart would destroy the existing traditional societies and polities to replace them with ethnically homogeneous nations housed exclusively in their own nation-states. Despite the havoc of forced assimilation and ethnic cleansing that this process entailed, the rise of nation-states is equated with modernization, as if modernization had been inherently impossible in multi-ethnic and multilingual polities. Hruck 1999, 197–205. The discussion of this issue continues in further chapters. The Polish language. After German and Czech, Polish was the third written vernacular language to develop in Central Europe. There are no early Old Church Slavonic manuscripts as in the case of Czech that could be associated with the Polish language. 109. However, Slavophone Christianity and Church Slavonic literacy reached Silesia and Malopolska when these future Polish regions were part of Greater Moravia. In Bogorodica, the Mother of God, the oldest preserved Polish song from the 13th or 14th century, which served as the military anthem of the Polish army in the 15th century, clear Church Slavonic elements were preserved. The first extant texts recorded in Polish date back to the 14th century, but a tradition of continuous literacy in this language developed only at the beginning of the 16th century. Christianity came to Poland from Bohemia. This involved the influx of Czech-speaking churchmen, officials, and scribes to the fledgling polity of the Polonians, or the ethnic group that built this state and gave the name to Poland, as attested in the records from the 12th century, Bame W. Isniewska 1998, 69. Obviously, as in Bohemia, the Czechophone specialists wrote in Latin but communicated with the locals in their own Slavic idiom, which meant the transfer of Western Christian Church terminology into Polish via the Czech language. When Czech became a chancery language already in the 14th century, its influence on spoken Polish increased. Chancery Czech became an international language for use in the Slavic-speaking areas of Central Europe if one did not know Latin, or if his interlocutor might not grasp a message spoken in this classical tongue of ancient Rome. Alongside towering Latin, Czech developed into a language of diplomacy and culture on a par with German. Czech mostly played the role of an auxiliary official koine in the Slavophone areas of Central Europe, like German in the Germanic phone areas of Central Europe and the Holy Roman Empire. In the 15th century, Polish developed thanks to numerous texts that were either emulations or translations of Czech originals. It was the usual way for a new written vernacular to be codified. For instance, the first texts written in Czech were translations from Latin originals. Translating Latin prayers and hagiographies also facilitated the emergence of Polish as a written language. The Frenchman, Piotr Stajensky, Statorius Petrus, Gallus, or Th. Onualanus, died in 1591, authored the first grammar of Polish, Poloniki Grammatices Institutio, the Foundations of Polish Grammar, 1568, Krakow. The first grammar of Polish written by a Pole was Compendiosa Lingui Poloniki Institutio, the brief grammar of the Polish language, 1690, Gdansk, by Jan Karol Wana, Jan Karol Wojana, Karola Stygisienica, 1605–1693. Despite numerous grammars of Polish written in Latin and German, the latter for the benefit of German-speaking merchants from the Holy Roman Empire and for burghers and nobility in Poland-Lithuania's Germanophone provinces of Prussia and Courland, during the 17th and 18th centuries, the first Polish-language grammar of this language, Walenty Zilarski's, 1730–1770, Gramatyka Powszechna Ozystkim Językom I Olasn Polskiemu Praidla w Sobie Zamykajika EEAA, Universal Grammar of All Languages. With the principles of Polish duly presented, was published in 1767. 110. In the 16th century, when Polish became a fully developed Chancery language, it was still fashionable to speak in Czech or at least to include Czech words and phrases in one's speech. This phenomenon spread among aspiring nobility and burghers, who were not rich enough to master Latin at one of the universities in the distant Apennine Peninsula. Instead of speaking in rudimentary and incorrect Latin, which could make one into a butt of ridicule, the obvious choice was to make oneself popular through using Czech. The famous Czechophile and influential Krakow printer, Jan Sandecki Malachy, 1490–1567, even opined that Polish was a dialect of the Czech language. This Czech influence in Polish weakened at the end of the 16th century. However, Grzegorz Napski, Napius, 1564–1639, who authored the extensive 3-volume Polish-Latin-Greek dictionary, Thesaurus Polonolitino-Graecus, 1621–1632, Krakow, used Czech entries from the dictionaries of Daniel Adams Wlesławina as the model for the Polish translations of Latin and Greek terms. But it was Robert Essaïn's 1503–1559 Dictionnaire Français Latin-French Latin Dictionary, 1541, Paris that served as a general model for Napski's dictionary. After the 1526 union of the lands of the Czech crown with the Habsburg lands, the importance of Chancery German increased in the Czech lands. At the same time, the political importance of the Czech crown declined, especially due to continued confessional discord sealed by the massive expulsions of Protestant nobility after 1620, Orlo's 1993, 16–20, 24–29, Sietkowska 1992, 98–101, 194, Stankiewicz 1984, 38–39, 48. The 16th century was the golden age for the Kingdom of Poland, as was the 14th century for the Czech crown. The Polish economy, based on the extensive grain-producing latifundia, grew rapidly. A unique kind of noble democracy, also obtaining in Hungary and Bohemia, developed, and after the extinction of the Jagiellonian dynasty, 1572, produced an institution of the monarch elected by all the nobility. In 1569, prior to the death of the last Jagiellonian king Zygmunt August, reigned 1548–1572, The 1385–1386 personal union between the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania was transformed into a union between these states. The Commonwealth of Poland-Lithuania emerged as one of the largest and most powerful European states of that time. Although the first publications in Poland-Lithuania were produced in Krakow in 1473, the first extant Polish-language printed book came off the press only in 1513. This was followed 4 decades later by the first printed Bible in Polish, published in 1553 in Brzesc, Brest, today in Belarus, thanks to the effort of Polish Protestants, Calvinists. Subsequently, Catholics responded with their own translation of the Holy Writ, 1561. However, only Jakub Wojciech's, 1541–1597, Catholic translation of the Bible, 1599, gained significance equal to that of the Protestant Brzesc Bible when it came to setting standards for written Polish, Bienkowska and Komorska 1990, 7–9, Kolmencio's 1974, 255. The Noble Writers, Protestant Mikołaj Reg, 1505–1569, and Catholic Jan. 111. Kochanowski, 1530–1584, forsook Latin in favor of Polish, and codified the Polish language with their numerous poetic and prose writings. Although the first Polish-Latin glossaries began to appear in the first half of the 16th century, the first extensive Polish dictionary, Jan Moczynski's A.A., 1520–1584, 2-volume Lexicon Latino-Polonicum, the Latin-Polish dictionary, was printed in 1564 at Königsberg in Ducal, Prussia. Like Jan Blagoslaw, he maintained that Polish is a dialect of the larger Slavic language, and that all Slavic speakers use various dialects of the same language. Stojensky's first grammar of Polish was in Latin, unlike Optat's Gramatyka Česka written in Czech. In 1589, Jan Rybinski, 1561–1621, who stemmed from a Polonized Czech family, published his praise of the Polish language, De linguarum in genera, tum Polonicae sourcem prestantia et utilitate oratio, on language in general, including the defense of the Polish language and a speech on its usefulness, Gdansk. He wrote it in Latin, though, as had Dante his De Vulgari Eloquentia. In 1670, the Jesuit priest, Bohuslaw Balbin, Bohuslaw Zalowicius Balbi, 1621–1688, wrote a similar defense of Bohemian, Czech, Dissertatio Apologetica pro Lingua Slavonica, Principia Bohemica, a dissertation in defense of the Slavic language, especially Bohemian, published in 1775 in Prague. Prior to the 1620s, the prestige and official status of Chancery Bohemian was so strong that there was no need to defend this language. Kolmencio's 1974, 353–354, 412, Radidal 1995, 295, Sietkowska 1992, 137, Stankio's 1984, 46–47, Zymek 1980, 363. Although Latin had been the sole official language of Poland-Lithuania, the scales began to tip in favor of the vernacular, Polish, due to the extensive use of this language as a propaganda tool of the Reformation in the 15th century. At that time, Polish also became the main sociolect of the Polish-Lithuanian nobility. In 1505, this nobility gained upper hand over the monarch and effectively transformed itself into a Poland-Lithuanian natio, which from that moment effectively controlled the state. The first significant official change in favor of forming Chancery language of Polish happened in 1536. Polish replaced German in sermons delivered at the Marian Church, the most important Catholic church in the Polish capital of Krakow. The default use of German in Teutonic law towns rapidly declined. In 1539, the Sejm, noble parliament, decided that all laws and edicts would be published in Polish with a summary in Latin. The first use of Polish in this capacity by the Sejm eventually occurred in 1543. All these developments guaranteed Chancery Polish a more elevated political status than even Latin enjoyed. When a semi-real union replaced the personal one between the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania in 1569, Polish became an official language in the Grand Duchy alongside Latin and Ruthenian. Kulmencio is 1974, 234, Schenker 1980, 200, Tornquist Pliwa 2000, 193 to 194, Wiedra and Recepka 2004, 180. In the 16th century, Polish orthography achieved its general shape. Initially, publishers and writers emulated the German and Czech models of digraphs. 112. For representing specific Polish sounds. Later Huss's idea of using single letters modified with a diacritic became popular. But as Huss and his writings were associated with Protestantism, Polish-language Catholic writers were reluctant to espouse the Czech innovation wholeheartedly. Hence, the Polish spelling system is a mixture of specific diacritic letters A, E, C, EEL, N, O, S, Z, Z, and digraph CH, CI, CZ, DZ, 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 JA, JE, JU, RZ, SI, SZ, ZI. Interestingly, Polish is the only standard Slavic language that preserved the nasal vowels of Common Slavic, as reflected in Old Church Slavonic writings, namely A4/nasal O/ and E4/nasal E/. Obviously the Polish nasal vowels are not exactly the same as in Church Slavonic. In addition, some relics of nasal vowels are found in some South Slavic dialects. The only other European languages to use nasal vowels are French and Portuguese, Panzer 1999, 62, Urbanchik 1983. In late medieval and early modern Central Europe, the ethnic background of the monarch and his court tended to diverge from that of the population over which he ruled. The Lithuanian dynasty of the Jagiellonian rulers of Poland-Lithuania, 1386 to 1572, used the Baltic language of Lithuanian in their family and household at least until 1492, Snyder 2003, 19. Ruthenian, written in the Cyrillic letters of Orthodox Christianity, functioned as the official language of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania before its personal union, 1385-1386, with the Kingdom of Poland and the official Christianization of this duchy. The Jagiellonian rulers of Poland-Lithuania did not find it difficult to acquire Polish, as it was rather close to Ruthenian. On the other hand, actual Christianization applied only to the northernmost, Lithuanian-speaking nook of the Grand Duchy, as the rest of its extensive territory had been Christian since the times of Kievan Rus. Christianity arrived in Lithuania from Poland in the form of Catholicism, and Polish, written in the Latin alphabet, was the language of politics and power. The 1569 union with the Kingdom of Poland fortified the position of Polish in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and marginalized the Ruthenian language and the Cyrillic alphabet. The Counter-Reformation gradually limited the extent and popularity of Protestantism in the late 16th century. For historical and political reasons, the Catholic nobility of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the local noble converts from Protestantism to Catholicism preferred Latin to Polish, since the latter was perceived as symbolic of the Reformation. Beginning the mid-17th century, more publications in Latin than in Polish were published in the Grand Duchy, which was preferred over Polish in administration also. In 1697, Ruthenian was abolished as an official language of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, which led to the gradual emergence of Polish as the de facto sole official language in the Grand Duchy. This created a paradoxical situation wherein Latin, alongside Polish, continued to be the official medium of politics and bureaucracy in the Kingdom of Poland, but predominantly Polish was used in this capacity in the Grand Duchy. Obviously, Latin was also present in the political life of Lithuania, as the Polish nobility and the Lithuanian boyars 24 gradually 113 merged, after 1413, into the largely homogeneous noble estate, natio, of Poland-Lithuania. Their languages of choice were Polish and Latin, Topolska 2002. Although burghers continued to use German for official business in Krakow until the end of the 16th century, as elsewhere in the towns of western Poland, its use waned, sometimes officially discouraged, with the rise of Poland-Lithuania as the regional power of Central Europe. In the late 16th century, Latin and Polish replaced German in Poland's Royal Prussia, and both languages made considerable inroads in the Polish fief of Ducal Prussia after its 1525 homage to the Polish king. In 1561, Poland-Lithuania gained Courland and Livonia, but Polish did not replace German as the official language in this territory until 1677. The position of Polish became fortified across Poland-Lithuania, while Chancery Czech remained the official language in the Commonwealth's two tiny duchies of Oswiecim and Zadar, near Krakow, gained from the Czech crown in the latter half of the 15th century, until the 17th century. Armenians, who settled in Poland-Lithuania as merchants, and Tatars, who joined Thepeli's army and were ennobled, wrote in Polish and Ruthenian, or local Slavic dialects, employing Armenian and Arabic letters, respectively. The former switched to the Latin alphabet in the 17th century, but the latter kept their specific script until the 20th century. Interestingly, both groups, divided by religion and history, originally shared the same vernacular: Kipchak Turkic, Cook 2000, 93, Friedrich 2000, 38, Tajbir 2001, 281, 296 to 298, UCN 2001. In the second half of the 16th century and especially in the 17th century, Polish attained the rank of a Central European Koine earlier enjoyed by Czech, because at that time Poland-Lithuania became the center of Central European politics, economy, and culture. Outside this polity, Polish was employed as the language of official, scholarly, and diplomatic discourse in Muscovy, Moldavia, 25 and Wallachia. Peter I the Great, reigned 1682 to 1725, who modernized and transformed Muscovy into the Russian Empire, spoke Polish and admired the language, despite his military conflicts with Poland-Lithuania and his support for the official use of simple language, future Russian. Polish along with Latin, Dutch, German, and French seemed to him media better suited for channeling modernization into his realm than official Church Slavonic, inextricably bound with the Orthodox Church. Peter decisively limited the Church's political hold on the state to allow for Westernization, which entailed the gradual reducing of the use of Church Slavonic to matters ecclesiastical. In the 17th century, Latin and Italian, Tuscanian, gradually lost their role of international languages in Western Europe to French. During this transitional century, Spanish became an aspiring regional language in Southern and Mediterranean Europe, and German in the Holy Roman Empire and Scandinavia. By the same token, Polish was the language of choice in Slavophone areas from Lusatia to Muscovy and in the Balkans. In the Empire, Germanic-speaking merchants learned Polish when they planned to pursue business ventures in the Slavic-speaking regions. The status of 114. The language did not change much after the territorial and institutional decline of Poland-Lithuania commenced in the mid-17th century with the Cossack Wars and protracted warfare against Muscovy and Sweden. The Cossack leader Bohdan Chmielnicki, Khmelnytski, 1595–1657, was a petty Polish-Lithuanian noble-educated by Jesuits. As such, while governing and administering his Cossack state, he employed Polish alongside Church Slavonic. He also maintained correspondence in Latin and spoke Ottoman Turkish. In Smolensk, Chernichow, Chernihiv, Kijew, Kiev, and other Polish-Lithuanian territories incorporated into Muscovy in 1667 and 1686, the tradition of using Polish for social, cultural, educational, and administrative ends continued until the 1830s, and among Polish noble gentry there until the end of the Great War. Beauvois 2005, 475–723, Janois 2006, 17, Magoxi 1996, 196, 256, Tajbir 2001, 275, 281, 286 to 287, 301 to 318. The renewed influence of Latin in Central Europe commenced with the Counter-Reformation. The Jesuits were the main carriers of this trend in culture and education. They believed that if Catholic reforms were to be truly universal, they had to be transmitted through the sacred medium of Western Christianity, the Latin language. Their thinking in this regard clashed strongly with the Protestant propagation of local vernaculars in liturgy and public life. In southeastern Poland-Lithuania, these two contradictory trends met and caused Orthodox leaders to establish schools with Greek and Church Slavonic as the media of instruction. The latter language was close to the local idiom, while the former as distanced from it as Latin from Central Europe's vernaculars. During the 1550s and 1560s, Jesuits opened numerous colleges in the Czech lands, Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia, Hungary ruled by Habsburgs, as well as in Poland-Lithuania. When Theoryder was dissolved in 1773, 200,000 students were learning at Jesuit colleges in Poland-Lithuania alone. By that time, virtually every Central European nobleman had received his education in a Jesuit school and could communicate in Latin in speech and writing. This emphasized the difference between the nobility and the peasantry, even if both spoke the same or similar idioms. In the 16th and 17th centuries, this contributed to the rise of the influential ideology that maintained that the Polish-Lithuanian nobility descended from the Iranian Sarmatians and the peasants from Slavs. Hence, the nobles sometimes referred to Polish as the Sarmatian language, completely forgetful of its Slavic character. Magoxi 1996, 157 to 159, 2002, 51, Mikolaj Zak 1998, 186 to 187, Tajbir 2001, 284. In the 16th and 17th centuries, Holy Roman emperors, with their realms and interests extending from the Adriatic to the Iberian Peninsula and the Americas, frequently spoke languages different from the Germanic or Slavic idioms of their subjects. Similarly, many elective kings of Poland-Lithuania did not have a command of Polish or Ruthenian, as they usually came from abroad. As a result, they had to resort to Latin in order to govern and administer their new 115 realm. In the 18th century, French gradually replaced Latin at the royal court in Warsaw, the Polish capital since 1611, as elsewhere in Europe. But the personal union with Saxony, 1697 to 1763, led to the renewed influence of the German language. Until the mid-17th century, the Polish-Lithuanian monarchs of the originally Swedish Vasa dynasty had tended to address Royal Prussia's Germanophone nobles and burghers in German. It was also the first language of the Russian Empress Catherine the Great, reigned 1762 to 1796. Her St. Petersburg court employed it on par with French. Administrators also used German in Muscovy's Livonia, today's southern Estonia and northern Latvia, where cities were uniformly German-speaking. After Russia annexed half of the territory of Poland-Lithuania, partitioned in 1772, 1793, and 1795, it turned out that the majority of the empire's literate subjects spoke and wrote in Polish. For all practical purposes, their ruling elite became trilingual, that is, Russian-, Polish-, and German-speaking. Hence, Russian Tsars, until Alexander II, reigned 1855-1881, tended to address and reply to the representatives of the Polonophone and Germanophone nobility and burghers in French, Polish, and German. With his cultural policies, the ethnically Polish King Stanislaw August Poniatowski, reigned 1764 to 1795, contributed to the diminishing role of Latin in Poland-Lithuania. He could not be active in international politics, since at that time Russia closely controlled the Commonwealth's domestic matters and foreign relations. After Pope Clement XIV, 1769 to 1774, dissolved the Society of Jesus, 1773, the Commission of National Education, KEN, Komisja Edukacji Narodowej, took over the Jesuit educational system. It was the first ministry of national education in Europe. This commission replaced Latin with Polish as the medium of education and subsidized the writing of appropriate textbooks. The Piarist priest Onufry Kopczynski, 1735–1817, wrote the first school grammar of the Polish language. It remained in popular use well into the mid-19th century. Johnson 1950, 76, 287, Kulmencius 1974, 496–506, 652–653, Rodkius 1998, 160, Schenker 1980, 206, Tajbir 2001, 296, 300. The first partition of Poland-Lithuania, 1772, constituted a shock that convinced the Polish-Lithuanian ruling stratum centered around a monarch to reform the state. They wished to centralize Poland-Lithuania and endow it with a hereditary monarchy in order to transform the Commonwealth into an absolutist polity modeled on those of Russia, Prussia, and Austria. The introduction of Polish as the language of education was the first step in this direction. During the 1770s and 1780s, Polish also became the dominant language of politics. Reformists opined that Polish should become the sole official language of Poland-Lithuania. This view gained much credence after German was imposed as the sole official language in the Habsburg lands, 1784. Similarly, German had been almost exclusively employed in this function in Ducal Prussia since 1660, when it had gained independence from Poland-Lithuania, and especially after the 1701 transformation of the duchy into a kingdom. When in 1791, 116, the Sejm enacted the first ever constitution in Europe, which encapsulated the reform program, its text was published in Polish only. In the following year, Polish supplanted Latin in all courts, elevating, for all practical purposes, the former to the status of the Commonwealth's sole official language. The leaders of the reform postulated Polonization of the population, especially Ruthenian speakers and Jews. To this end, the production and import of Cyrillic and Hebrew script books were to be prohibited, except for religious needs. In these Polonization plans, Lithuanian-speaking peasants were not mentioned. They were commonly overlooked since they constituted a tiny minority of no political influence. On the other hand, the position of German in Central Europe was so well established that no one considered the extension of similar Polonization measures to German speakers. Father Franciszek Salesy-Jezierski, 1740–1791, a high official in KEN, defined nation as an assembly of people sharing the same language and customs. Jacobins in revolutionary France, who prohibited the use of languages and dialects other than Parisian French in 1794, soon espoused the same view. The 1791 constitution unsuccessfully attempted to transform Poland-Lithuania into a unitary and centralized monarchy. But the promulgation of this document sped up the two further partitions, 1793 and 1795, that removed Poland-Lithuania from the political map of Europe. German replaced Polish as the official language in those Polish-Lithuanian lands that were granted to Berlin and Vienna, though the majority of the population there could be defined as Polish speakers. With Vienna annexing Galicia in 1772, prior to the introduction of German as the official language in the Habsburg lands and before Polish gained the same status in Poland-Lithuania, Latin continued to play a significant role there until the beginning of the 19th century. On the other hand, Polish remained the language of administration and education in the Russian partition, though the majority of the inhabitants were Ruthenian-, Lithuanian-, German-, or Yiddish-speaking. The 1797 decision to replace Polish with Russian was not heeded. In Napoleon's Duchy of Warsaw, a French protectorate consisting largely of erstwhile Poland-Lithuania's bare Polish-speaking corps, taken back from Austria and Prussia, Polish regained its official role alongside French, so frequently heard then in government offices. Beauvois 2005, 212, Kulmencio's 1974, 507-513, Tajbir 2001, 301, 304-311. In this rump Polish-Lithuanian state, carved out by Napoleon's decision, Samuel Bogomil Linda, 1771-1847, secured for himself the position of principal of the bilingual Polish-German secondary school in Warsaw. Linda came from a German-speaking Protestant family in Torun. With the support of Prince Adam Czartoryski, Linda compiled and published his 6-volume Słownik Języka Polskiego, the Dictionary of the Polish Language, 1807-1814, in Warsaw. In this work, he supplied comparative translations of significant Polish terms into German, in the Gothic type, and Russian, in Cyrillic, and compared many 117 of them with similar words in other European and Slavic languages. Linda's dictionary not only standardized the Polish language but also provided the model for the standardization of other Slavic languages. Joseph Jungmann's 5-volume Słownik Nemecki, the Czech-German Dictionary, 1835-1839, Prague, closely emulated that of Linda. Kulmencio's 1974, 653-656, Orlo's 1993, 42-45. Linda's work remained the first and sole authoritative dictionary of Polish until the beginning of the 20th century, when a similar 6-volume work appeared. In 1815, when France's Grand Duchy of Warsaw was partitioned, its western half was reincorporated into Prussia, while the rest, organized as an autonomous kingdom of Poland, was passed on to Russia. In the absence of a state, which the Polish-Lithuanian nobility would choose to call Poland and to identify with, the Polish language, as codified by Linda's dictionary, became a symbolic state for this stateless noble natio. Self-nourished on Polish culture and past glory, the nobility hoped to recreate Poland-Lithuania. In the second half of the 19th century, Polish language and literature incited for the national cause the growing group of Polish-speaking intelligentsia of variegated social background. At the turn of the 20th century, Polish ethnic nationalists emerged from this intelligentsia. They envisioned an ethno-linguistically homogeneous Polish nation-state. After 1918, and especially in the wake of World War II, the Polish language was to become the instrument for creating national homogeneity. Tajbir 2001, 319. Interestingly, to this day, Polish scholars have not managed to agree on the dialectal base from which the Polish language sprang. Claims and counterclaims for the distinction were usually traded by historians and linguists from Wielkopolska and Malopolska with their centers in Poznan and Krakow, respectively. Tellingly, the Polish names of the two regions include the word Poland in their names, viz. Great Poland and Little Poland. Prior to the partitions, nobles from both regions had engaged in a similar competition claiming the historical distinction of original Poland either for Wielkopolska or Malopolska. There is no such difficulty in the case of the Czech language, whose development was closely connected with Prague as the capital of Bohemia and the lands of the Czech crown. Moravia, with its separate tradition of literacy that persisted from the 17th century until 1918, never became the center of all Czech policy-making or nation-building efforts. The fledgling Moravian regionalism cum nationalism, especially strong after 1905, did not supplant Czech nationalism, either. Thus, no Czech region or city has ever, or successfully, aspired to replace Prague as the center of Czech political and cultural life. The situation was quite different in the Polish case. The Polanian state originated during the 10th century in Wielkopolska with its capitals in Gniezno, and later in nearby Poznan. But this polity's capital moved to Krakow in Malopolska in 1038, where it remained until 1611. Then, 118. The capital moved again, this time to Warsaw in Mazovia. Between the late 12th century and the mid-16th century, the region was largely independent and did not become fully integrated with the Kingdom of Poland until 1577. The moving of the capital to Warsaw secured the reincorporation of the Mazovia to Poland and brought the power center closer to the geographical center of Poland-Lithuania. In 1138, the Polanian state splintered into an ever-growing number of semi- and fully independent principalities that were not reunited until 1320, with the significant exceptions of Mazovia and Silesia. The latter became a part of the lands of the Czech crown. The first extant texts recorded in Polish date back to the 14th century, which mostly links them to the new post-1320 Polish state with its capital in Krakow, that is, in Malopolska. Nevertheless, some scholars agree that the dialect from Wielkopolska formed the basis of Chancery Polish because the ruling Piast dynasty came from this region. The other camp opts for Krakow's Malopolska dialect, as the power center of the Kingdom of Poland was located there for almost half a millennium, during which period written Polish came into being and developed into a full-fledged language. The Wielkopolska opponents criticize this thesis and duly note that some particularities of the Malopolska dialect are not reflected in Standard Polish, cf. Budzik 1956, Kulmenciois 1974, 35-76. Both camps underestimate the influence of power decentralization on the coalescing Polish culture and language prior to the 14th century. In addition to Krakow, semi- and fully independent centers of princely power arose in Gdansk, Poznan, Sieradz, Plock, Dobrzyń, Inowroclaw, Krasno-Odrzańskie, Zaga, Głogów, Jawor, Wrocław, Pol, Bytom, Raciborz, and Cieszyn, among other places. All the rulers stemmed from the Piast dynasty, which guaranteed a modicum of political unity and fortified the position of the Polish vernacular as the oral language of interdynastical and political communication. German and Czech, however, made inroads as languages of written and oral communication in Silesia, and Malopolskan German gained prominence in Pomerania and northern Mazovia. The interregional political use of the Polish vernacular shielded it from local dialectal influences and gradually made it into a supradialectal vernacular of power. Individuals who spoke local dialects but aspired to a career at the princely or ecclesiastical court readily acquired this dialect as a badge of distinction and sophistication. The tentatively established use of the Polish vernacular was significantly modified by the incorporation of the vast Ruthenian-speaking areas after the conquest of the Halych Rus, 1340, and the personal union with the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, 1385-1386. Simultaneously, the direct male line of the Piast dynasty died out and power shifted into the hands of the Lithuanian and Ruthenian-speaking dynasty of the Jagiellons. Polish was a third language, which they acquired along with Latin. The point of political and economic gravity of the state moved eastward from the Polish-speaking area to the borderland. 119. Where Polish and Ruthenian were spoken side by side. At that time, the latter vernacular enjoyed greater prestige because Ruthenized Church Slavonic was the written language of administration in the Grand Duchy, and due to its closeness to their speech, Ruthenian speakers identified it as their Ruthenian language. Polish speakers were disadvantaged in this respect, since their vernacular was too much distanced from Latin or German, the languages of writing. Hence Polish emerged as a chancery language in the 16th century as a result of the fusion of the Polish supradialectal vernacular with strong Ruthenian influences. These influences weakened during the 16th and 17th centuries because the Cyrillic script and, increasingly, the Ruthenian language were identified with the marginalized Orthodox population. The Grand Duchy's boyars became Polonized, and after 1596, a significant section of the Orthodox population joined the Uniate Church, which entailed gradual resignation from temporal Ruthenian and ecclesiastical Church Slavonic for Polish and Latin, and also from Cyrillic for the Latin script. After the 1697 abolishment of Ruthenian as an official language in the Grand Duchy, in the 18th century, manuscripts in Ruthenian, which were few and far between, were largely done in Latin letters. To the untrained eye of a native Polish speaker from the Ruthenian-speaking areas, these manuscripts appeared to be written in local Polish. Similarly, local Tatars also wrote Ruthenian but in the Arabic script. Today's transliterations of their books into the Latin alphabet are frequently identified as Polish, and those into Cyrillic as Belarusian. The Ruthenian culture and idiom, redefined at the turn of the 20th century as Belarusian and Ukrainian, remained a significant factor in the development of Polish language and literature at least until 1945. In the wake of World War II, ethnic Poles living between Wilno and Lwów were expelled west of post-war Poland's new eastern border, while that same harsh treatment was extended to Ukrainians, Belarusians, and Lithuanians, who were expelled to the east of this border. Between the 16th and 18th centuries, superdialectal Polish infused with Ruthenian influences became the sociolect of the Polish-Lithuanian nobility, whatever their ethno-linguistic background might be. Because the nobility constituted the privileged ruling stratum, they roamed freely across the Commonwealth unlike the rest of the population, except traders and itinerant artisans. This spread linguistic innovations among the nobles and dialectal differences, which they acquired during childhood. Their Polish they recorded in numerous books and manuscripts, which they invariably wrote for the noble reader. Poland-Lithuania was an overwhelmingly rural country, so burghers were few and many spoke German or Yiddish, not Polish. The peasantry, who spoke many languages, Polish, Ruthenian, German, Lithuanian, Latvian, Estonian, was reduced to slave-like serfdom. By law and tradition, both peasants and burghers were excluded from Polish-Lithuanian politics. As a 120 result, they usually did not write or read books published in Polish. Hence, until the 19th century, the Polish language remained a noble affair, język or the language of the lords, Martel 1938, Ostroka 2005, 104, Stang 1932. Today, pan is the Polish form of formal address, mr in English, as opposed to the familiar ty, thou. Prior to the rise of Polish ethnic nationalism in the late 19th century, the term pan was reserved for addressing nobles. In the Belarusian and Ukrainian-speaking areas in the east of interwar Poland, this form of address served as the ethnic boundary between the local Poles, who did not perceive their non-Polish-speaking neighbors as equals and so they chose not to address them as panoi, pl of pan. Poles living in this region maintained that they were nobles or of noble origin, unlike Belarusians and Ukrainians to whom they accorded the perennial role of peasants and social inferiors. Not surprisingly, the authorities in Soviet Belarusia and Ukraine successfully employed this ethno-social cleavage in anti-Polish propaganda. In Russian, Belarusian, and Ukrainian, informality and formality in speech is rendered by the distinction in thou vs you, cf2 vs vous in French, or du vs sie in German, that is, ty vs vy. Hence panov became a pejorative term intended to designate Polish noble lords, oppressors of the Belarusian and Ukrainian peoples. When the Soviet Union annexed the eastern half of interwar Poland, pan as the form of address was strictly prohibited even in the case of Polish speakers. It was replaced with the terms obywatel, citizen, and towarzysz, comrade. Interestingly, in reaction to imposed Russification, Ukrainian speakers retained pan as the form of formal address, often combined with vy and the plural form of the verb. The Lithuanian language form panas functions as pan in Poland and Soviet propaganda did not manage to eradicate this usage or mark it as negative. In Czechos and Ukrainian, the same combination of pan and vy is employed in formal contexts, unlike in Slovak, which follows the Polish usage of pan with the singular form of the verb. This is one of the few differences between the extremely close languages of Czech and Slovak. Pan probably entered Polish by way of Czech in the 10th century. Prior to the arrival of Magyars in Central Europe, Croatian and Pannonian Slavic Zupan meant governor of a region, Zupa. In this meaning, Zupan, rendered as Ispan, entered the Magyar language and as Gaspan in the German language. In the latter case, today, Gaspan is also a rare term for collaborator. probably the conflation of Pan and Slavic hospod, gospodars, in Polish, for lord, or master of the household spawned Bohemian, Old Czech, hospodin for lord, god. This term gave rise to Ruthenian hospodar, which, in the 14th century, became the official term of address for the rulers of Moldavia and Wallachia. The etymology of Pan is unclear. It is variously claimed to stem from unattested Old Slavic *pan, Avarzopan of unknown meaning, Old Turkic Shapan for helper of a regional governor, or Old Iranian Gopan for shepherd of cows, guard of the herd. Bankowski 2000 Volume 2, 491, Bednarchuk 2005, Bruckner 1927, 173, 393, Martinow 1993, 147, Melnichuk etal 2003, 273, Reject 2001, 210, 444, 752. 121. The Magyar language. Upon Christianization, 1000/1001, Latin became the official language of the straggling Kingdom of Hungary. Apart from the Magyarophone core, the realm's inhabitants included Slavic speakers in Upper Hungary, modern-day Slovakia, and Romance speakers in Transylvania. Even more Slavophone population entered the kingdom's borders after the incorporation of Slavonia, today Western Croatia and Northern Bosnia, in 1089 and the Kingdom of Croatia, Northern Dalmatia, in 1091. The first texts recorded in the Magyar language appeared as early as the end of the 12th century. In the following century, Hungarian rulers started accepting the usually Germanic phone hospites, settlers, from the Holy Roman Empire called Saxons, as well as the Turkic-speaking Cumans, Kun, in Magyar, who fled from the east in the wake of the Mongol onslaught. Before this event, Cumans and Pekengs had been established in the area that would be organized as Wallachia and Moldavia in the mid-14th century. Saxons, Cumans, and the Magyar-speaking Zeklers, Székelyes, secured the Transylvanian border against the steppe nomads, while Saxons also guarded the frontier with the Polonian state. King Louis, Lehos, I, reigned 1342–1382, not only ruled over Poland, as of 1370, but also dominated the Romance-speaking Wallachians, future Romanians, in Wallachia and Moldavia, founded when the control of the Golden Horde had receded from this area. Louis I's power extended over Slavophone Bosnia too, Hungary 2003, King 1999, 13–15, Molnar 2001, 52. Although the Magyars constituted 70% of the population, Hungary 2003, 20, in Hungary proper, without Croatia and these dependencies, the kingdom's sphere of influence and its intensive political and economic contacts with the Apennine Peninsula and the Holy Roman Empire made Latin the obvious choice for the kingdom's official language. The extinction of the original Magyarophone Arpad dynasty in 1301 fortified the status of Latin. Charles Robert, Caroly Robert, of the Angevin dynasty, reigned 1307–1342, came from Naples. In order to isolate himself from the old centers of power that could endanger his rule, the king established his court in Visegrad, 1323, on the Danube Bend, Kosa 1999, 126. Unlike Bohemian and Polonian, Polish, dukes who had to accept the dominant position of the Holy Roman Empire vis-a-vis their realms, King Istvan, Stephen, I, reigned 997–1038, with undisputed control over his state, did not have to recognize the emperor's political suzerainty. Upon Christianization, Istvan received the insignia of royalty from the papacy, an achievement that the Bohemian rulers did not secure in a permanent manner until 1198 and the Polonian ones until 1320. During Istvan's rule, the royal capitals Székesfehérvár, Stolwesenberg in German, and the primate seat in Esztergom, Gran in German, emerged as the centers of power and Latinate culture, Kosa 1999, 117. 122. Although, as in the case of Czech and Polish, some Magyar translations of Latin texts appeared in the 14th and 15th centuries, the Chancery Magyar language emerged only in the 16th century, especially in autonomous Transylvania. In Royal Hungary, Latin persisted in the function of an administrative language, while Ottoman Old Turkish in this section of Hungary directly incorporated into the Ottoman Empire. The two Magyar priests who received education at the University of Prague, that is, in Bohemia, then the foremost center of Hussitism, Thomas Peksy and Balint Ujjalaki, translated the Bible into Magyar between the 1410s and the 1430s, under the influence of Hussitism, which propagated the use of vernaculars in liturgy. First, they worked in Sirmia, today, southern Vojvodina in Serbia, which was Hungary's Magyarophone center of Hussitism, Waldensianism, and Bogomilism. Accused of heresy, both were banished from Sirmia and completed their translation in Hungary's vassal land of Moldavia. Their translation survives in fragments, but, significantly, introduced to Magyar orthography Jan Hus's diacritical device for marking long vowels. First it spread among Calvinist Magyar speakers, but soon their Catholic counterparts accepted the standard as well. This diacritical modification of letters survives in Standard Magyar, like in Standard Czech and Slovak, in the form of acute accent. These diacritic Magyar letters include a, e, I, o, u, and u. The first Hungarian print shop opened in Buda in 1472 and produced its first book a year later. It was a Latin-language chronicle. The first Magyar language book was published only in 1533 at Krakow in Poland. The first translation of the Gospels into Magyar appeared 3 years later in Vienna. The first Magyar language book that was brought out in Hungary came off the press in 1536 at Újszeged. 5 years later, János Szilveszter's, Ioan Sylvester, 1504–1572, translation of the New Testament was published in Sarvar, Kattenburg in German. A pupil of Erasmus, 1466–1536, Sylvester, authored the second grammar of Magyar, Grammatica Hungaro-Latina, the grammar of Magyar written in Latin, 1539, Sarvar. Matthias de Vébero, 1500–1545, known as the Hungarian Luther, authored the very first grammar of this language, published in 1538 in Krakow. Other early grammars, invariably written in Latin, followed in 1606, 1645, 1655, 1682, and 1686. The first extensive Latin Magyar dictionaries appeared in 1590 in Debrecen. The Calvinist scholar, Albertson C. Molnar, 1574–1634, who authored the 1600 grammar, also compiled the most significant dictionary, Dictionarium Latino-Hungaricum, the Latin Magyar Dictionary, 1604, Nuremberg. In 1708, another Calvinist, Ferenc Papai Parais, 1649–1716, updated and modernized Molnar's dictionary, which remained the standard reference for users of Magyar and Latin in the Kingdom of Hungary until the mid-19th century. The Protestant emphasis on the need to make the Holy Writ available in vernaculars encouraged the Visoli Calvinist minister Gaspar Karoli, 1529–1592, to translate the Bible into Magyar. The translation from the original languages was published in 1590 in Visoli. Transylvania's Lutherans also 123 attempted their own translation of the Holy Script, but Gaspar Heltai, died in 1574, managed to complete only the New Testament, 1562, Kolozsvár Cluj. Hungary's Magyarophone Catholics had to wait for their version of the Bible until 1626, when the Jesuit György Kaldi's, 1570–1634, translation from the Vulgate came off the press in Vienna. However, it was the Calvinist Bible of Visoli that has influenced Magyar language and literature more than any other book. Some 300 editions of this translation were recorded up to 1940. It was used among Hungary's Protestants until 1975 and was preferred by Catholics despite the revised edition of Caldi's Bible, which appeared in 1865, and was not superseded by a new Catholic translation of the Holy Writ until 1973, this time from the original languages. In the Czech Crown, it was the Kralis Bible, translated by the Czech Brethren, which became the basis for the further development of Chancery Czech in the 17th century, and the model closely emulated in the standardization of modern Czech at the beginning of the 19th century. In Poland-Lithuania, the Counter-Reformation gradually overcame the significance of Protestantism, and Wojciech's Catholic translation of the Bible constituted the model for those who wrote in Polish during the 17th and 18th centuries. The situation in the Kingdom of Hungary, partitioned between Catholic Austria, the Islamic Ottoman Empire, and multi-confessional, though predominantly Protestant, if one takes into account the nobility and burghers, Transylvania, was still different. The Hungarian primate and Archbishop of Esztergom, Peter Pázmány, 1570–1637, was born a Calvinist, and converted to Catholicism as a teenage student. Recognizing the fact that mainly Protestants contributed to the development of Chancery Magyar in the 16th century, Pázmány adopted this Protestant Magyar for the written and propaganda needs of the Counter-Reformation. Thus, in the 17th century, he shaped this language as a common, supraconfessional medium of literate Magyar speakers, to which Protestants and Catholics contributed equally. His contribution to the partial recatholicization of Hungary earned him the sobriquet Second Apostle of Hungary. The first one was Saint Stephen. Importantly, Pázmány's ideological adversary, the Calvinist Bishop of Transylvania, István Gelegi Katona, 1589–1645, authored the first ever grammar of Magyar actually written in this language, Magyar Grammaticacska, the Small Grammar of Magyar, 1645, Carlsberg Alba Iulia. This grammar unified the principles of Magyar orthography and syntax. The continued importance of the Calvinist Bible of Visoli as the model of Magyar usage emphasized this Catholic, Protestant linguistic symbiosis. In a similar fashion, the Holy Roman Empire's German-speaking Catholics adopted Luther's version of Meissen German as Standard German, in spite of the fact that it differed from the common German of the imperial chancery and administration. Furthermore, any acute politicization of German in the empire and of Magyar in Hungary was prevented by the continued use of Latin as the official language. 124. Prevalent especially among Catholics. Even Matthias I Corvinus, reigned 1458–1490, who stemmed from the Hungarian Magyar-speaking nobility, preferred to employ Latin, which, previously, had been the natural choice for the French House of Anjou or the Germanic-speaking Bavarian, Luxembourg, Habsburg, and Slavophone Jagiellonian monarchs, who had ruled the kingdom between 1301 and 1457, and had had no, or limited, knowledge of Magyar. By the same token, the Prince of Transylvania, István Báthory, elected the King of Poland-Lithuania and known in this position as Stefan Báthory, reigned 1576–1586, communicated with the court in Latin. By law, this lingua patriae, language of the fatherland, remained the official language of the Kingdom of Hungary till 1844, though numerous politicians, nobles, scholars, and members of the intelligentsia of various ethno-linguistic backgrounds and origins wrote and spoke Latin until 1867, Balish 2000, 113, 133, 139, Benko and Imre 1972, 345–347, Drsitova 2005, Janik and Gruel 2002, 324, Kintler 1999, 154, 157, 208, Kosa 1999, 62, Pinsent and Konikova 1993, 469, Tornov 2005, 182, 224 to 226. Thus, the term Chancery Magyar, used for comparison with Chancery Czech and Polish, is a misnomer. The royal chancery hardly ever used Magyar to administer the kingdom. However, this language was employed for low-level ecclesiastical administration in the Protestant churches, which, to a certain degree, justifies the use of this concept, before Magyar became an accepted language of administration, alongside Latin, in autonomous Transylvania. Matyas de Vébéro's Orthographia Vengerica, Magyar orthography, published in 1538 and 1549 in Krakow, contributed to the initial systematization of Magyar spelling, before the task was largely completed by Katona's Magyar Grammaticatska. Biro drew on the example of one-to-one grapheme-phoneme correspondence as envisioned by Jan Hus. But the Chancery and Catholic tradition of digraphs, stemming from German and early Czech usage, also persisted. The amalgamation of both these systems progressed slowly, as it had to overcome the Protestant, Catholic antagonism. This process continued until the beginning of the 19th century. In a nutshell, to this day Magyar orthography, same as the Polish spelling system, includes letters modified with diacritics and digraphs for denoting phonemes. For instance, the diacritic characters, a, e, o, u, and the digraphs, cs4/ch/gy pronounced as in British d-uring, li4/soft l/, New York pronounced as in British new, zs4/zh/, sz4/s/, or Thai pronounced as in British 2ne. This connection between Protestantism and the rise of Chancery Magyar also contributed to the linking of the language with these Magyar dialect areas where Protestants constituted the majority of the population or a leading political force. In geographical terms, it was the eastern reaches of Royal Hungary, modern-day Eastern Slovakia and Eastern Hungary, and Transylvania, today in Romania, Benko and Imre 1972, 275, Janik and Gruel 2002, 324, Kozapisko Letortnelmi at Les 1996, 41, Tornov 2005, 226. 125. The Battle of Mohacs, 1526, holds a similar symbolic value for Magyar nationalism as the Battle of White Mountain does for its Czech counterpart, and had even more traumatic consequences. At Mohacs, the Hungarian king died, which precipitated the dynastic change, and the defeat laid Hungary and much of the Habsburg lands open to Ottoman attack. The defeat was a watershed event that, on one hand, allowed the Ottoman Empire to complete its incorporation of the Balkans, while on the other, it constituted a stepping stone to further expansion in Central Europe and around the northern shores of the Black Sea. In the 1530s, the Ottoman armies campaigned as far west as Vienna and Graz. The situation improved in 1541. Sultan Suleiman I the Magnificent, reigned 1520 to 1566, seized Buda, the Hungarian capital since the early 15th century. The so-called period of trisection of Hungary commenced. The Ottomans directly administered central Hungary with Button, Buda, as their administrative center. The Habsburgs, as the legitimate rulers of the Kingdom of Hungary, retained control over Rump Royal Hungary, the narrow arch of land that extended from northern Croatia via western Hungary, north of the Balaton Lake, to Upper Hungary, Slovakia. The Hungarian nobility established their new capital at Posanate or Pressburg in German and Prisporo, e.k. or Pressburg in Slavic, today Bratislava. Transylvania, with the easternmost slice of modern-day Hungary, was established as a vassal principality of the Ottoman Empire. 26. The Magyarophone Bathory dynasty ruled Transylvania from their capital located at Gyolafaherver, Karlsburg in German, today Alba Iulia, also the seat of the Catholic Bishop of Transylvania, but the region's main center of learning and culture was Kolosvar, Klausenburg in German, today Cluj, Kanteler 1999, 140 to 143. This situation lasted largely unchanged until the end of the 17th century. 3 years after the unsuccessful Ottoman siege of Vienna, 1683, the Habsburg armies recaptured Buda and Transylvania. In 1690, the Transylvanian capital was moved to Klausenburg, Kolosvar, and the region was incorporated into the Habsburg lands. The Sultan relinquished almost all of Hungary in the 1699 Treaty of Karlowitz, Karlica in Magyar, Karlovka in Ottoman, today Sremski Karlovci in Serbia. The Kingdom of Hungary was re-established, but with Croatia and Transylvania administered separately by Vienna-nominated governors. In 1765, Transylvania was made into a Grand Duchy with its capital in Klausenburg. What held together the concept of United Hungary during the 2.5 centuries of the partition was the notion of the Hungarian natio. It was overtly formulated by the Diet of 1498. Like in Poland-Lithuania, all the noblemen, irrespective of the size of their property, enjoyed identical liberties, and together constituted the Crown of Hungary. The jurist, István Werbici, Stephanus de Werbiux, 1485–1541, collected all the customary laws regulating the privileges and duties of the Hungarian nobility in the famous Tripartitum, 3 parts. It was presented to the Diet of 1514. Although the deputies did 126 not ratify the collection, nevertheless it became the basis of Hungarian law until 1848. The Tripartitum was published in Vienna in 1517 and translated into Magyar in 1577. This law code was similar to the Ruthenian language Lithuanian Statute, Litovsky Statute, compiled between 1522 and 1529, and revised in 1566 and 1588. It was translated into Polish as late as 1614. Like Tripartitum, the statute construed the noblemen of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania as a natio, and remained the basis of law on the territory of the former Grand Duchy until 1840. Furthermore, the Hungarian Diet of 1514 passed a legislation that subjected the peasantry to eternal servitude, perpetua rusticatas, which fortified the difference in the social and political status between the peasants and the nobility. In Poland-Lithuania, the gulf of difference between these two social groups was justified by the 16th century theory of their separate ethnic origin, the peasants from the Slavs and biblical Ham, and the nobles from the Sarmatians and biblical Japheth. Ottoman expansion brought to the Balkans and Central Europe a new kind of literacy tightly connected to the religion of Islam. The most visible Sinophit's difference was the Arabic alphabet. However, in this script, scribes noted texts in 3 languages, which were used in separate spheres of social life. Arabic, the language of the Quran, 27 remained the sacred language of the religion. In Persian, the Ottoman elites read and wrote literature, while Ottoman, Old Turkish with significant linguistic loans from Arabic and Persian, served the needs of imperial administration. But this mattered to the new ruling elites only. The Christian infidels were allowed to keep their languages as well as their faith as long as they paid taxes and did not rebel. Areas of compact Turkish-speaking settlement extended only to Thrace, Dobro and Macedonia. Obviously the political identity of this empire was steeped in religion, not in language or ethnicity. Numerous Ottoman administrators and clerks who resided in Ottoman Hungary were either of Slavophone Bosnian stock or Albanian speaking. Sometimes, they also wrote in their own vernaculars with the use of Arabic characters. In addition, the Button Pasha corresponded with his Magyar Rea, non-Muslim subjects, in the southern variant of the Magyar language. For the sake of everyday communication between the new masters and the population at large, the Magyar Turkic Pidgin language developed. Balish 2000, 134, Benko and Imre 1972, 271, Borowski 2001, 70–71, Kintler 1999, 134, Nemeth 1970, 7–10, Suzidalis 1997, 182 to 183, Tornov 2005, 222, 225. In Royal Hungary, where the Counter-Reformation made significant inroads, the Jesuits spread the knowledge of Latin among the nobility. In the proximity of the Holy Roman Empire and the imperial court in Vienna, and the absence of an equally attractive center of Magyarophone culture, German became the language of social advancement. But this development endangered the old privileges of Natio Hungarica, Hungarian Natio, so lesser nobles with no access to German language education stuck fast to Latin as the age-old language of 127. The Kingdom of Hungary. This was made easy by the geographical nearness of Royal Hungary to the Apennine Peninsula. Obviously, the Hungarian nobles' command of this ancient tongue, as in the case of Czech and Polish-Lithuanian nobility, more often than not was limited to several phrases used in speech and writing. Benko and Imre 1972, 271, Toth 2000, 133 to 135. The tradition of Magyar language literacy, always marginal to its official counterpart in Latin, the Magyar language developed most strongly in semi-independent Transylvania. A 1572 princely decree made Unitarianism, Lutheranism, Reformed Calvinism, and Catholicism the principalities for accepted religions. This privilege was extended to Transylvania's three nations of the Hungarians, Magyars, the Magyarophone Zeklers, and the German-speaking Saxons. This arrangement excluded the Romance-speaking Vlachs/Wallachians, future Romanians, and their Orthodox religion, thus preparing the ground for the ethno-national Magyar-Romanian conflict, which would flare up in the second half of the 19th century. The Reformation tradition of using the vernacular in church and the aforementioned social divisions encouraged the development of Magyar and German literacies alongside the traditional use of Latin. The Wallachians' ecclesiastical Old Church Slavonic literacy, as well as their secular one in East Romance dialects written in Cyrillic characters, was barely tolerated. Hence, many Orthodox priests were hardly literate, which was unheard of among Transylvania's Protestant and Catholic clergy. In emulation of the 1596 Brzesc, Brest, union that made a sizable part of Poland-Lithuania's Orthodox faithful into the Uniats with their own Slavonic liturgy but under the Pope's jurisdiction, Vienna pressed for a similar solution in Royal Hungary. The Unvar, Uzhhorod, union was concluded in 1646 for the Slavophone, Ruthenian, Orthodox population in eastern Upper Hungary, today, Ukraine's Transcarpathia. Emperor Leopold I, reigned 1658 to 1705, encouraged the replacement of Orthodox Christianity with the Uniat faith among Transylvania's Orthodox Wallachians as well. The process commenced in 1699. A year later, the emperor confirmed the union in a detailed diploma. Hence, at least by the letter of law, the Romance-phone Wallachians, who joined the Uniat Church, attained the status of another Transylvanian natio equal to the Magyars, the Zeklers, and the Saxons. Hitchens 1986, 543, Hungary 2003, 15, Magoxi 1978, 23. From the 1530s to the end of the 17th century, dramatic political changes disrupted the tradition of Magyar literacy. However, a few outstanding individuals managed to write significant works, which created a modicum of continuity for this literacy. First among them was the poet Balint Balassi, Balassa, 1554–1594. He attained such significance for Magyar literature as Kochanowski for Poles or Komensky for Czechs. Born to an influential Protestant family, Balassi converted later in his life to Catholicism. He died of wounds received during the Ottoman siege of Esztergom. In the same town, then under the Porte's control. 128. Primate Peter Pasmany resided. Not unlike Balassi, he converted to Catholicism and developed the Hungarian variant of Counter-Reformation sermonizing that won back numerous Hungarian Protestants for the Catholic faith. In his writings, the prolific and versatile scholar Albertson C. Molnar opposed Pasmani's Catholicism, besides publishing his groundbreaking Latin-Magyar dictionary, which served many generations of Hungarian nobles striving to express themselves in Latin. Another significant Protestant scholar, János Pasaxier, 1625–1659, published his Magyarophone Encyclopedia, Magyar Encyclopedia, Hungarian Encyclopedia, at Utrecht in 1653. These developments decided that the northeastern dialect spoken in Debrecen, Kaska, Kassa in Magyar, today Košice, and western Transylvania would become the dialectal basis for Standard Magyar. Benko and Imre 1972, 273, 324, Janik and Gruhl 2002, 324, Kantler 1999, 157. It seems that Magyar dialects spoken in the territory of the Kingdom of Hungary remained more mutually comprehensible than the Slavic ones classified as Czech and Polish, and spoken in the lands of the Czech Crown or in Poland. Two factors account for this phenomenon. First, the Magyar language spread from the Pannonian Core territory, where the first Magyar speakers settled in the beginning of the 10th century. The Slavic-speaking population that spawned later the Polish and Czech groups had already been settled in the region in the 6th century. So the history of the divergence of the Slavic idioms is at least 4 centuries older. Second, Slavs were engaged in agriculture, which encouraged a sedentary way of life with a very low level of spatial mobility. The Magyars were the steppe pastoralists, who established themselves in the puszta, from Slavic puszty meaning empty land, or the Pannonian steppe. They retained their pastoral economy that required wandering with herds of cattle for hundreds of kilometers. This high spatial mobility let the Magyars maintain the relative uniformity of their speech, Kosa 1999, 60. Due to the exigencies of Hungarian history, the following languages have exerted the most profound influence on Magyar: Latin, Slavic, including Church Slavonic and the vernaculars of the Bosnians, Croats, Ruthenians, Serbs, Slovenes, and Slovaks, German, East Romance Wallachian, Ottoman, and French mediated via the German of Vienna. But in the wake of the wars with the Ottoman Empire, the main winner in the field of literacy was Latin. In the 1730s, prints in Latin peaked at 69% of all the publications produced in Hungary. Meanwhile, the average annual book production in Magyar amounted to 38 titles between 1697 and 1706, but rapidly sank to between 2 and 5 book titles per year between 1711 and 1728. The drop was caused by Habsburg's seizure of Transylvania from Ottoman control, which entailed the superseding of Magyar with Latin and German as official languages. Later, the centralizing and modernizing reforms of Maria Theresa and Joseph II tipped this ratio of languages in administration and book production in favor of Magyar and German. 129. In 1766, 25 Magyar language publications came off the press. Between 1765 and 1790, the number of Latin publications decreased from 50% to 39% of the total book production in Hungary, while those in Magyar rose from 27% to 34%, and in German from 16% to 23%. 28, Kant 1909, 50, Kozary 1987, 135. The importance and influence of Latin in the cultural and political life of the kingdom was so great that the Hungarian nobility gave it the nickname of father tongue, as opposed to the mother tongue of Magyar. These sobriquets deftly reflected the gender gap in the nobility. Usually boys received formal education, and thus they only had the chance to acquire Latin. Women, noble or not, with the notable exception of aristocracy, tended to speak local vernaculars employed in their families. In the period of modernization that commenced in the mid-18th century, Latin, however, was too weak an instrument to oppose the influence of Imperial German. György Besenyei, 1747–1811, an early Hungarian intellectual and writer, who championed the use of Magyar, published his Agis Tragediaja, The Tragedy of Agis, Vienna, in 1772, which Hungarian linguists and literature specialists consider the beginning of the Hungarian Enlightenment. Today this year is also employed to mark the beginning of the new Hungarian period in a typical classification of the history of the Magyar language, as well as the birth of modern Magyar language literature, Kósa 1999, 67. Beszény and his colleagues made quite an effort to change the linguistic situation. For instance, though the Hungarian press commenced in 1705, the first periodicals were published exclusively in Latin. The first German-language newspaper came off the press in 1764, and the first Magyar-language newspaper, Magyar Hírmondó, Hungarian Messenger, was published in Pressburg in 1780. The number of Magyar newspapers grew to 15 in 1792. But the spread of the ideas encouraged by the French Revolution caused the Habsburg court and the Hungarian nobility to tighten censorship. Only 4 Magyar language newspapers survived in 1805, Kosary 1987, 137 to 139. The absolutist reaction was also connected to the Martinovics conspiracy of 1794 to 1795. Father Ignatius Martinovics, 1755 to 1795, an ex-Franciscan of Serbian descent, proposed to replace the monarchy with a democratic republic in emulation of the French model. The Hungarian republic of his vision would have included the 3 autonomous regions inhabited by non-Magyar speakers, Slavonica containing most of Upper Hungary, Illyrica coinciding with southern Hungary and Croatia Slavonia, and Wallachia composed of a part of Transylvania and Banat. Martinovics and his 5 closest associates were duly executed after the discovery of this plot. Although this event was not of real significance, the political repercussions were enormous. The Hungarian nobility fully agreed with Vienna's suppression of this republican tendency that, however tentatively, could endanger the elevated status of the former and the legitimacy of the emperor's absolutist rule. This also meant the reversal in 130. Language policy from the use of particularistic Magyar and German in favor of universalistic Latin, Kan and Zednike 1984, 229. The Martinovics conspiracy also indicated the beginning of ethnic Magyar nationalism steeped in language and aspiring to transform the population of Hungary into a monolingual Magyar nation. The Hungarian nobility gradually espoused this ideology during the first half of the 19th century, eventually discarding the possibility of building a multi-ethnic Hungarian nation united by common statehood. The way to ethnic Magyar nationalism led through language policy. After 1784, German gradually replaced Latin in the administration of the Kingdom of Hungary, as well as in secondary schools and tertiary educational institutions. All these changes, like most other modernizing reforms in the Habsburg lands, were revoked at the end of Joseph II's reign and immediately after his death in 1790. In the face of the French danger, Vienna gave concessions to the Hungarian nobility in the forms of piecemeal language rights. In 1805, Hungarian government agencies were allowed to correspond in Magyar with the Lieutenancy Council, the institution through which Vienna controlled the kingdom. In 1830, it was agreed that this council, alongside higher courts of law, was to process Magyar petitions in Magyar. The meetings of the Hungarian Diet were held exclusively in Latin until 1840, and this language remained the medium of instruction at the University of Budapest for 4 years longer. Eventually, in 1844, Magyar replaced Latin as the official language of the kingdom. Johnson 2002, 139, Kan and Zednike 1984, 224 to 225, 230 to 234, Kósa 1999, 68. The turn of the 19th century was the period of language renewal, a nyelvváltás kora. Numerous Magyar writers, scholars, and intellectuals set themselves the task of language reform. They aimed at codifying the Magyar language so that it could serve the needs of modern society as English, French, or German did. The 2 main camps that conducted this process were the orthologists, orthologus, and the neologists, neologus. The former wished to correct the usual usage mistakes and leave Magyar largely as it was already. Their opponents hoped to purify the language from foreign influences by the extensive use of made-up words and neologisms, which would replace numerous loans from Slavic, Turkic, German, and Romance. By the 1820s, the neologists' vision of language reform had won the day. Between 1772 and 1849, around 100 various dictionaries of the Magyar language were published, and hence Magyar had been successfully standardized by the mid-19th century. However, the Magyar speakers had to wait for 2 decades for the first multi-volume authoritative dictionary of their language, comparable to Linde's Polish and Jungmann's Czech dictionaries. Gergely Istvan Chukser, 1800–1866, and János Fogarasi's, 1801–1878, 6-volume A Magyar Nyelvzodara, the Dictionary of the Magyar Language, came off the press between 1862 and 1874 in Budapest, Forgax 1998, 104–105, Janik and Gruhl 2002, 323, Kosa 1999, 68–70. 131. The Slovak language. The Slavic population of Upper Hungary included peasants, burghers, and nobility, though practically all nobles, even if of Slavic origin, spoke Magyar and Latin, and as such considered themselves to be the members of the Hungarian natio. The city dwellers usually spoke German as elsewhere in the Kingdom of Hungary, and Central Europe for that matter. Peasants talked in a plethora of local dialects that were mutually intelligible and extended from Bohemia to Hungary's Subcarpathia and across the state border into Poland-Lithuania. Literacy was mainly limited to the nobility and clergy, who wrote in Latin, and to burghers, who preferred to write in German. Obviously, Jews cultivated their religious literacy in Hebrew and Aramaic, and secular writing in Yiddish, but invariably with the use of Hebrew characters. Upper Hungary's noble families of Slavophone provenance, by virtue of being part of the larger Hungarian natio dominated by Magyar speakers, gradually acquired Magyar as their second or, later, even first language. By the same token, Slavic speakers, who managed to establish themselves as burghers in cities, had to acquire German. In both cases, the bilingualism soon turned into monolingualism after 1 to 3 generations. During the trisection of Hungary, Upper Hungary, centered in the new Hungarian capital of Pressburg, emerged as the political and cultural center of Royal Hungary. With the domination of the Habsburg monarchs in this rump Hungary, coupled with the growing significance of cities, German gained the status of an unannounced co-official language, used alongside Latin for administration, education, and scholarship. Probably, the first books printed in Upper Hungary were their religious hymnals in Magyar that appeared during the early 1570s in Komjati, Komjatici, near Nyitra, Nitra, Slovak Collections 2003, 1, Soltez 1973, IL 27. Current ethno-linguistic Slovak nationalism traces the roots of the Slovak language and nation to the times of Greater Moravia, claiming the polity to have been the first Slovak state, and Old Church Slavonic, none other than the Old Slovak language or the vernacular of the Slovaks, which was adopted for written purposes by Cyril and Methodius, Bagin 1993, Durica 1996, 8, 10. However, there is no continuity in politics, culture, or written language between this early Slavic polity and the modern Slovak nation. Although it seems reasonable to propose that, from the biological point of view, the modern Slovaks may be descendants of the Greater Moravian population, this proposition is also true in the case of the Czechs, the Rusyns, the Poles in Malopolska, as well as of a significant section of the population in modern-day Hungary. On the other hand, the Slavic vernacular of Greater Moravia's Slavophone population did not disappear after the incorporation of this area into Hungary. Thus, the continuity of the use of this vernacular was maintained, though it was not the basis for the emergence of Standard Slovak only. The vernacular speech. 132. of Greater Moravia Slavophone population equally contributed to the emergence of the Chancery languages of Bohemian, Moravian, and Polish, and in the 19th and 20th centuries, to the rise of Rusin. Obviously, the vernacular significantly changed and diverged between the collapse of Greater Moravia in the late 9th century and the emergence of the aforementioned languages. Interestingly, in the schul year 1996/1997, the cherished national myths, linking Slovakia to Greater Moravia and Slovak to Old Church Slavonic, were officially taught as facts from the officially approved textbook Dejiny Slovenska Slovakov, History of Slovakia and the Slovaks, by the controversial Slovak émigré historian, Milan S. Durica. It took the principled stance of the Slovak leading historians to remove this textbook from schools, Critica and Context, 1997, 4-65. The very ethnonym Slovak appeared for the first time only in 1485, and until the 19th century it either meant Slavs in general or the Slavic population of Upper Hungary. For most of the time, religion not language was employed for dividing the local population as elsewhere in Central Europe. During that period, most Latin authors simply called the population, Hoint he 19th century would become known as Slovaks, Slavai, Slavs. When a need arose to contrast them with the Slavs of the Czech crown, the Slovaks were dubbed as Slavai Panonii, Pannonian Slavs, as opposed to Bohemii, Czechs. In the second half of the 18th century, Russian scholars denoted the idiom of the Slovaks as Slaviano-Vengersky or Slavic Hungarian as opposed to Slaviansky, that is, Church Slavonic. This semantic closeness of the ethnonym Slovak to that of Slav endowed the Slovak national movement with the myth that of all the Slavic nations the Slovaks are the most direct descendants of the original Slavs, and the Slovak language the most direct continuation of Old Slavic. If it was necessary to issue a document in an idiom comprehensible to the Slavophone Upper Hungarians, Chancery Bohemian, Czech, was the obvious choice. The oldest document from this region issued in this language dates back to 1422. Bohemian emerged as another Chancery language of Upper Hungary alongside German and Magyar. But Latin dominated there until the mid-19th century. This Bohemian language infused with a degree of Slovak dialectal influences developed into two regional varieties. They were employed in city administration, private correspondence, occasional poetry, and church sermons. Because of the geographical centers of these two varieties, the modern Slovak linguists term them as Cultural Western Slovak, Kulturna Zapadna Slovenčina, or Cultural Central Slovak, Kulturna Stredoslovenčina. During the 1980s, Cultural Eastern Slovak, Kulturna Východoslovenčina, made a decisive appearance as an analytical category, but from the ethno-national vantage, it was the written language of the population, who today identify themselves as Slovaks, Slovjaks, and Rusins. Thus, claiming this written language exclusively for the Slovaks is an act of ethno-national appropriation. 133. Soon religious strife decisively imposed itself onto the secular tradition of low-key secular literacy. After the Battle of White Mountain, 1620, numerous Czech Protestants fled to Upper Hungary, where the privileges of religious toleration granted to the Hungarian Natio shielded them from Catholic persecution. With time, Protestants accounted for 1/7 of the Upper Hungarian Slavophone population. They wrote in the Czech, Bohemian, language as codified in the Kralis Bible. It became slightly Slovakized and was dubbed Biblitina, or the Bible language. In the framework of the Counter-Reformation, the Jesuits decided to use the vernacular as proposed by Protestants. In Upper Hungary, their answer to Biblitina, distanced from the local Slavic vernacular, was Cultural Western Slovak. In a largely unchanged shape, it was used in religious publications. During the second half of the 19th century, Czech and Slovak philologists imposed the nationally colored designation of Jesuit Slovak, Jesuitska Slovenina, on this de facto Upper Hungarian Slavic written religious language. The relative Slovakization of the written languages employed by Catholics caused Upper Hungary's Protestants to de-Slovakize their variant, in order to make it closer to Bohemian Czech. To this end, Pavel Dolezal, 1700 to 1778, published his Grammatika Slavico-Bohemica in Prespig in 1746. This work emulated Václav Jan Rosa's Čechorenost, SCU Grammatika Lingui Bohemici, 1672, Prague, who identified the idiom of Upper Hungary's Slavophones as Bohemian, Czech. The title of Dolezal's work can be literally translated as the grammar of the Slavo-Bohemian language, but Slovak and Czech philologists usually settle for the more interpretative translation, referring to the language as Slovak Czech. Although this is an anachronism, they may not be far off the mark, because Dolezal and other Slavophone Upper Hungarian Protestants imagined their idiom as common with that of Bohemia's Czech speakers. Later, this gave rise to the concept of the Czechoslovak language, which hindered the final codification of the Slovak language until the mid-20th century, Jura VC 1980, 211-213, Krjka VC 1988, Palace 1786, Stankiewicz 1984, 5-6, Tornquist Pliwa 2000, 200-201. The Catholic, Protestant split translated itself onto Slavophone literacy in Upper Hungary through religious publications. In 1636, an influential Protestant hymnal, Cithra Sanctorum Nebzalmia Pisnduchevni Stare Inov, the Holy Sitar or Psalms and Old and New Religious Songs, was published in Biblitina. 19 years later, the Catholics replied with their own hymnal, Cantus Catholici, the Catholic hymnal, printed in Jesuit Slovak. The Protestant camp gained the upper hand in this ideological race when Daniel Kremen's, 1663-1740, Biblitina translation of the Bible came off the press in 1722 in Halle. In the mid-18th century, there was an attempt at a Catholic translation of the Holy Scripture into Jesuit Slovak, but it remained in manuscript. Interestingly, Calvinists, who did not wish to cooperate either with Catholics, who wrote in Jesuit. 134. Slovak, Western Slovak, or with Lutherans, who employed Biblitina, close to Czech and Central Slovak, employed the local vernacular of the Komitat of Saros, Saris, today identified as the Eastern Slovak dialect. The Slavophone Calvinists published their translation of the Psalter into their specific written vernacular in 1752 in Debrecen. Calvinist translators used the Magyar system of spelling to make their language decisively different from Biblitina, so much influenced by written Czech. But the innovation of Calvinist Eastern Slovak largely petered out by the turn of the 20th century. This language lasted longest among the Saros Calvinist Slavic-speaking emigrants in the United States, Dolichenko 2004, 196-226, Syatkowska 1992, 232-237. In 1783-1785, Josef Ignac Baja, 1755-1836, published 2 volumes of his Rename-Ladenka Prihodias Kuznosti, Rene or Adventures and Experiences of a Young Man, Prespig, hailed as the first novel in the modified vernacular of Western Upper Hungary, Slovakia. This feat earned him the title of the father of this language, though Baja's written vernacular did not form the basis for the codification of present-day Standard Slovak. At the same time, in 1783, the first newspaper in Slovak, that is, in Jesuit Slovak, started publishing at Prespig, Bratislava. 3 years earlier, Juraj, Georgius, Papanex, 1738-1802, Historia Genta Slavi. Darino Regibusk Slavorum, History of the Slavic People, on the Kingdom and Kings of the Slavs, Funfkirchen Pex, came off the press. Papanek traced the history of the Slavs to Greater Moravia. In agreement with Herdryan thought, subsequent readers, intent on endowing Upper Hungary's Slavic-speaking population with its own particular identity, interpreted Papanek's history as that of the Slovak nation. In this interpretation, The Slovaks are posited as a nation with the oldest tradition of statehood in Central Europe. Unfortunately, a millennium of Hungarian occupation caused them to forget this proud tradition. Bajin 1993, 15, Kozary 1987, 137, Syatkowska 1992, 287. This early coalescing of the Slavic-Slovak national idea found its not fully conscious expression in the grammatical and lexicographic work of the Catholic priest Antonio Bernolac, 1762–1813. Like Joseph Dobrovsky, after the suppression of the Society of Jesus and gradual secularization of life, Bernolac had little possibility of a brilliant intellectual career in the ecclesiastical structures. He chose the profession of a linguist of the local Slavic idiom. While Dobrovsky wrote on the Czech language in German, Bernolac used Latin for the study of Slovak. In 1790, his Grammatica Slavica, the Slavic nowadays, anachronistically translated as Slovak grammar, Pressbog, came off the press and was followed by the posthumous edition of his 6-volume Slovenski Česko-Latinsko Nemecko Uherski SCU Lexicon Slavicum Bohemico Latino Germanico Ungaricum, the Slovak Dictionary, Czech Latin German Magyar, Buda, published in 1825–1827. Bernolac's writings and dictionary codified the variously named Slovak or Slavic language on the basis of Western Upper 135. Hungary's Slavic vernacular, or Jesuit Slovak. The written language was similar to Jesuit Czech, that is, Chancery Czech, which did not follow, or did not fully follow, Huss's orthographic reform and was employed in counter-Reformation religious literature. Chancery Moravian, especially in the form current in Brno, was quite similar to this Jesuit Slovak. Linguists tend to call Bernolac's early codification of Slovak Brno-Latina, Bernolac Slovak, Syatkowska 1992, 288–289, Stankiewicz 1984, 25–26, 30. The crowning of Brno-Latina's success came with the Catholic translation of the Bible into the Slovak, which came off the press between 1829 and 1832 in Esztergom. Over 300 religious books and school textbooks for Slovak Catholics were published in Brno-Latina before the 1860s. But to future activists of the Slovak national movement, Brno-Latina seemed too close to Czech, as the West Slovak and Moravian dialects do not differ much. They perceived Moravia and its speech as belonging to the Czech language. Due to this fact, Bernolac's codification could be used as an argument for subsuming Slovak as a dialect of Czech or for making it into a variant of some common Czechoslovak language. What is more, the parallel persistence of Biblitina among Upper Hungary's Slavophone Lutherans could have reinforced the religious cleavage with a linguistic one. In light of that, the next codification of Slovak, conducted in the 1840s, shunned both Biblitina and Brno-Latina. Standard Slovak was based on the Central Slovak dialect and drew one written tradition of cultural Central Slovak, Bajin 1993, 17, Thuravisi 1980, 216. Slovak proponents of Czech, the most vocal among Upper Hungary's Slavic-speaking Lutherans writing in Biblitina, fought against this new standard, whereas Magyar and German alongside traditional Latin dominated in the public life of Upper Hungary until 1918. Unlike Brno-Latina, the use of Biblitina continued until the Great War. Slovak became an official language of Slovakia within the borders of Czechoslovakia, but only as the Slovak variant of the common Czechoslovak language. In practice, Czech dominated in all the spheres of life in Czechoslovakia. In the short-lived independent Slovakia, 1939–1945, there was no time to complete the codification of Slovak, but at least it was made into the sole official language of the state. This achievement could not be easily overlooked in post-war Czechoslovakia, so Prague grudgingly accepted Standard Slovak as a co-official language. The transition period lasted until 1968, when Czechoslovakia was federalized. The Slovak language received its long-overdue 6-volume Slovnik Slovenského jazyka, the Dictionary of the Slovak Language, 1959 to 1968, Bratislava, edited by Stefan Pisier and others. Similar extensive dictionaries of Polish and Czech were published in the first half of the 19th century, and of Magyar in the other half of this century. But Slovak became, perhaps, permanently the sole official language of a state only in 1993, when independent Slovakia emerged following the breakup of Czechoslovakia. Janik and Gruhl 2002, 275. 136. The history of the standardization of Slovak as conducted in the 19th and 20th centuries does not belong to this section's focus, but the need to contextualize its development with that of Czech, Magyar, and Polish necessitated this brief sketch of future events. By way of comparison, it is interesting to note that Roman lettering, Antiqua, started prevailing in Polish and Magyar language publications already in the second half of the 16th century, whereas Czech prints continued to be published in Gothic letters until the 1820s, and Slovak ones even a decade or two longer. Apparently, Upper Hungary's Slavophone Calvinists followed the Magyar tradition of using Antiqua even in the 18th century, while some stalwart Lutheran Slovaks not only stuck to Biblitina but also to the Gothic lettering until the turn of the 20th century. These typographic choices made Polish and Magyar books graphically different from German publications, which utilized the Gothic lettering well into the mid-20th century, but increasingly fewer German-language prints in Gothic fonts were published after the mid-19th century. The prevalence of Gothic, black, letters in Czech and Slovak books indicated the strong influence of German-language culture in Bohemia, Moravia, and Upper Hungary that continued unabated until the second half of the 19th century. However, in the Gothic script used for printing in Czech and Slovak, diacritic letters devised Behus replaced German multigraphs, Auty 1980, 178, Bajin 1993, 20, Soltes 1973. Due to Slovak's proximity to Czech in the field of culture and politics, Slovak spelling closely follows the example of Czech orthography in the framework of which single letters, monographs, correspond to phonemes. Slovak also shares Czech's only digraph ch for denoting palatal /h/ in addition to a few more digraphs such as ia, ie, iu, dz, and dz that correspond to the Polish usage with ja, je, ju, dz, and dz. Other differences include Slovak's a, o, l, and r that do not exist in Czech, and Czech's e, r, and u that do not occur in the Slovak language, Gasparikova and Kamus 1983, 17. Official languages in Central Europe. The further development of Czech, Magyar, Polish, and Slovak is analyzed in the next chapters as well as the use of these languages for political purposes. But this section deserves a word of summary to put the linguistic situation into a broader Central European perspective. In the late 14th century, following Chancery German, Chancery Czech, Bohemian, was the second vernacular to arrive in Central Europe. Soon, along with Latin and German, it became the language of literature and scholarly discourse, and of administration and ecclesiastical life. In the last field, Czech was largely limited to church liturgy and administration in the communities of Hussites and other groups of Slavophone Protestants living in the Czechlands and Upper Hungary. 137. Polish and Magyar closely followed the Czech model of language codification in the 16th century. The trisection of the Kingdom of Hungary that took place at the very same time, however, stalled the further development of Magyar, which remained secondary to Latin, German, and Ottoman Turkish, Osmanlika, Old Turkish. The use of Czech declined in the mid-17th century following Vienna's suppression of the Slavophone Protestant nobility in Bohemia and Moravia, who used this language in writing. What is more, the union of the lands of the Czech crown gradually unraveled. There was no more political center mutually intertwined with Czech literacy, not unlike in Hungary. With time, this contributed to the emergence of Bohemian and Moravian, as close, but different written languages. The situation was the opposite in Poland-Lithuania, which attained the status of the regional power in Central and Eastern Europe. During the late 16th century and the 17th century, Polish replaced Czech in its function as the intellectual and diplomatic lingua franca in East Central and Eastern Europe, as well as in the Slavophone areas of the Balkans, but also in Moldavia and Wallachia. The period of Polish-Lithuanian economic and political buoyancy stopped during the 18th century, but the Commonwealth survived until its final partition in 1795. Beside the official Latin, Polish became the de facto official language of administration and political life in the Kingdom of Poland already in the first half of the 16th century. At the close of the 17th century, it even rose to the status of the sole official language in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Polish was elevated to this status in the Kingdom of Poland and became the only medium of education in all Poland-Lithuania during the last 3 decades of the 18th century. The international role of Polish also continued, though increasingly curbed by the use of French throughout Central and Eastern Europe. German suffered a similar fate, when even rulers of German-speaking polities talked in French and declined to speak German, this unrefined language of peasants. Polish as an official language had a checkered history during the 19th century. Until the early 1830s, it had survived as the language of administration in the Polish-Lithuanian territories incorporated into Russia. In the Congress Kingdom of Poland under Russian control, it retained a more elevated status as an official language until the mid-1860s. Then Russian replaced it. In the Austrian and Prussian partitions of Poland-Lithuania, German was introduced into administration and public life already at the turn of the 19th century. But in 1869, Polish supplanted German in the function of the official language in Austria-Hungary's crown land of Galicia. In the second half of the 18th century, Magyar re-emerged as a language of literature and education, but it did not decisively replace Latin as the official language of the Kingdom of Hungary until the mid-1840s. Then it was accorded status equal to German only after the founding of Austria-Hungary in 1867. 138. Obviously, the Hungarian part of the dual monarchy was reserved for Magyar, and the Austrian one for German. The birth of modern Czech, though steeped in the tradition of Hasidic Czechophone literacy, commenced at the turn of the 19th century and was not complete prior to the 1850s. In Bohemia and Moravia, Czech became a co-official language vis-a-vis German only in the 1880s. And on the creation of the Czechoslovak nation-state in 1918, Czech became the leading official language in the country at the cost of marginalizing Slovak. But the de facto domination of Czech was muted by the official concept of the Czechoslovak language with its 2 equally legitimate variants in the form of Czech and Slovak. The Slovak language has no history of continuous literacy prior to the end of the 18th century, because there was no single written language identifiable as Slovak, and Slavophone documents produced in Upper Hungary were written in idiosyncratic mixtures of local dialects and Bohemian, Chancery Czech. Even at the turn of the 19th century, whatever tradition of literacy the Slovak language enjoyed, it was closely intertwined with Biblitina, or Hasidic Czech interlaced with Slovakisms, that survived in Upper Hungary as an auxiliary administrative language and as a written language of Slavophone Protestants in this region. The subsequent formation of Slovak as a language of literature was hampered by the competition between Protestant Biblitina and Catholic Brno-Latina, which lasted until the mid-19th century. In the 1840s, another codification joined the quarrel and emerged as Victoria's Standard Slovak because most of Upper Hungary's Slavophone Catholics and Protestants accepted it as their written language. But the late codification of Standard Slovak was not complete even in 1918. So, in Czechoslovakia, Slovak actually attained the status of a language co-official with Czech only after 1945, thanks to the formative experience of the first Slovak nation-state, 1939 to 1945. But Slovak and Czech became the sole official languages of separate nation-states as late as 1993, when Czechoslovakia broke up into Slovakia and the Czech Republic. Similarly, the history of Polish as the sole official language of a polity is connected to the founding of the Polish nation-state in 1918. It is worth mentioning, though, that Polish is the oldest, non-ecclesiastical, written Slavic language with a continuous tradition of literacy and official use, which has lasted unbroken from the 16th century to this day. After Poland-Lithuania was partitioned, in the 19th century, Polish language literature amply made up for the decrease in the official use of this language. The period when Polish functioned as an international language was over in the first half of the 19th century. First, German took its place wherever the power of Vienna and Berlin extended. The ascendancy of Russian as an international language was connected to the rise of the Russian Empire. Russian was codified in the second half of the 18th century, but most of the empire's narrow literate stratum were versed in Polish at the beginning of the 19th century, rather than in Russian. Hence, Polish remained. 139. The language of polite discourse in Russia's Polish-Lithuanian territories until the mid-19th century. Similarly, German was the language of administration in Russia's Latvian and Estonian-speaking provinces until the 1880s. Although Magyar became the sole official language of the Kingdom of Hungary within Austria-Hungary, the Slavic and Romanian nationalisms extant in the area undermined its role either by sticking to Latin and German or by promoting their own vernaculars as written languages. Hence, the Magyar language never attained the status of a widely spoken international lingua franca. Until the mid-19th century, German shared this status with Latin. But the second half of that century and almost 2 decades hence until the end of World War I saw German reign as the paramount international language of Central Europe. Its supremacy survived even the creation of the plethora of Central European nation-states and remained largely unabated until the expulsion of the German-speaking population from Central Europe between 1945 and 1950. Central European literacies. The above picture of the rise of literacy and of various written languages in Central Europe necessarily concentrates on Czech, Magyar, Polish, and Slovak, given this book's focus. But, at the same time, one cannot ignore the context of other linguistic traditions that existed or continue to exist in Central Europe. Considering that these traditions were closely intertwined with the literacies in Polish, Czech, and Magyar at least until the mid-20th century, I believe justice has to be done to them. Religion and the social division between the estates, natio, and the populace, serfs, peasantry, and urban plebs, constituted the main cleavages of political importance in Central Europe during the Middle Ages and early modernity. In the field of literacy, the former cleavage was expressed not so much in terms of different languages, but by different scripts that were used to record and transmit the holy scriptures of Western and Orthodox Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. The Reformation preached the use of vernaculars in church and, by default, this appeal extended to public life too. However, it remained preferable for a Catholic or Protestant to employ the Latin alphabet if he wrote in German or Polish. Similarly, an Orthodox Christian employed Cyrillic to write in Wallachian, Romanian, or Russian, and a Muslim used the Arabic alphabet to note something in Slavic or Ruthenian. A Jew wrote in Germanic Yiddish or Romance Ladino but with the use of Hebrew letters, and an Armenian stuck to the specific Armenian alphabet even if he noted information in Ottoman or Slavic. All these alphabets are connected to liturgical languages. In turn, these languages correspond to specific religions. The Latin language dominated in Catholic liturgy until the beginning of the 1970s. Although Protestants discarded Latin in favor of written vernaculars, their insistence on translating the 140 Bible from the original languages spread among theologians in-depth knowledge of Hebrew, Aramaic 29 and Greek in addition to Latin. The Catholic Counter-Reformation also contributed to this trend but with the emphasis on the popular command of Latin among educated Catholics, mostly, male nobles. The Cyrillo-Methodian tradition left its decisive imprint among the Slavophone and Romance-speaking Orthodox and Greek Catholic, Uniate, Christians. They have consistently used Old Church Slavonic in Cyrillic letters as their language of liturgy and cultured discourse, often to this day. This language, however, being much closer to their vernaculars, except to that of Wallachians, than was Latin to the idioms of Catholic Germanic or Slavic speakers, local Slavic speeches had a significant influence on Church Slavonic usage, just as Romance vernaculars had on Latin. As a consequence, various recensions, or variants, of Old Church Slavonic appeared in the Balkans, Poland, Lithuania, and Muscovy. Greek Catholics/Uniats 30, that is, Catholics using the Slavic rite in liturgy, began to introduce their national languages to liturgy during the first half of the 20th century. Beginning in the 18th century, Transylvania's Romanian Greek Catholics had gradually moved away from Church Slavonic in favor of Latin, closer to their Romance vernacular, before introducing Romanian to liturgy. In 1924, in interwar Poland's section of Belarus, the Catholic Church recreated the Uniat Church for Orthodox Belarusians willing to join it. Officially, this church was known as Byzantine Slavic, but popularly it was referred to as Neo-Uniat. The gradual introduction of Polish in this church bred fears of Polonization and an imposition of Roman Catholicism, which convinced numerous Belarusians not to resign from their Orthodox faith. The Neo-Uniat liturgy was translated into Belarusian during the 1960s. The decision of the Second Vatican Council, 1962–1965, that vernaculars be employed in Catholic liturgy, indirectly influenced the shift toward vernacular liturgy among Greek Catholics and Uniats, especially in Czechoslovakia and Ukraine. But in most cases, except those of Slovak and Romanian, these vernaculars were written in Cyrillic characters. Old Church Slavonic still persists in Slavophone Orthodox autocephalous churches. A rare exception is the several Orthodox parishes in Wrocław, Poland, and the vicinity, where Polish is employed in liturgy, but usually in an archaized version of the local Slavic standard language. The basis of this usage is the 17th-century Russian recension that spread to all the Slavophone Orthodox autocephalous churches when the Russian Empire was the only significant Orthodox Christian power prior to 1918. In Romania, the Romanian language replaced Church Slavonic in liturgy in the first quarter of the 19th century. The use of Cyrillic for writing in Romanian ceased in the 1850s, especially so after the unification of Wallachia and Moldavia, 1859, into Romania. Transylvania's Greek Catholic Wallachians strongly contributed to this change. In the 18th century, they had gradually switched from Cyrillic-based Church Slavonic to Latin and the Latin script, which entailed the experimental publication of the first 141 Wallachian, Romanian, language books in Latin characters. The Latin alphabet seized the day in Romania because it was associated with the West and modernity, as epitomized by France in Romanian eyes. However, Romanian, officially known as Moldovan, literacy in Cyrillic continued in Russia's, and then Soviet, Moldavia, Bessarabia, until 1989. In post-Soviet Moldova's eastern sliver, or separatist Transnistria, Moldovan is still written in Cyrillic letters. Adamchuk and Zdaniwis 1991, 57–74, Hanan 2005a, Nadsun 2006, Zelazny 2004. The resurgence of Greek literacy after the creation of independent Greece, 1821–1832, also translated into the spread of Orthodox liturgy in Byzantine Greek. Obviously, this literacy was complete with its own specific Greek letters. This Greek influence was limited to pre-unification Romania, pre-1878 Bulgaria, and to Macedonia before this Ottoman land was split between Serbia, Bulgaria, and Greece in 1912. The ecclesiastical usage of the Greek alphabet in Macedonia led, as well, to publication of Slavic language books in the Greek alphabet rather than in Cyrillic during the 18th and 19th centuries. But following the division of Macedonia, Slavic literacies replaced Greek in the Serbian and Bulgarian sections of this land, while Byzantine Greek liturgy has continued in Greece's section to this day. Slavic speakers living in Athens as part of historical Macedonia often employ the Greek script while writing in their vernaculars. Koneski 1981, 10–11, Todorova 1992. Armenians, like Jews, created an important diaspora in Central Europe. They have been present in the Balkans since the times of the Byzantine Empire, while the destruction of the Armenian state in 1064 at the hands of the Seljuk Turks caused some Armenians to flee to Kievan Rus. After the territories of the latter state were incorporated into Poland-Lithuania, important Armenian communities persisted in eastern Galicia. The destructive Ottoman-Persian wars played out in historical Armenia sent another wave of refugees to Central Europe during the 16th and 17th centuries. Modern estimates claim that at the beginning of the 19th century, 178,000 out of 250,000 Armenians in this region resided in the Ottoman Balkans and in Constantinople, Istanbul, 50,000 in Romania, 15,000 in Bulgaria, and 10,000 elsewhere in Central Europe. They enjoyed their own specific Armenian Christian church, though in 1689 Poland-Lithuania's Armenians established their separate Uniate Catholic Church. However, in both these churches, Grabar has continued to serve as the language of liturgy. This old Armenian standard was codified in the 5th century and endowed with its unique alphabet. Armenians wrote exclusively in this script, irrespective of which language they spoke. For instance, most Polish-Lithuanian Armenians spoke a Kypchak-Turkic vernacular and wrote this language in the Armenian alphabet. Similarly, Ottoman Armenians wrote down their Turkish speech in Armenian characters, as well. Magoxi 2002, 98, 100, and 9-110, Pisoich 2000, 136. Another diasporic people, the Jews, were even more significant for the culture and history of Central Europe. In some Balkan cities Jewish communities had 142 survived since the times of the Roman Empire. But most of them arrived in Central Europe much later. Some claim that the first Jews arrived in the region during the second half of the 10th century after the destruction of Hazaria, which was located between the Black and Caspian Seas. Between the 12th and 14th centuries, repeated waves of persecution and discrimination sent an eastward stream of Jewish refugees to Central Europe. With the rise of Poland-Lithuania, they settled all over this realm enjoying special privileges of religious, judiciary, and community autonomy. After the partition of the Commonwealth, St. Petersburg transformed its share of Polish-Lithuanian territories into the Jewish Pale of Settlement, outside which Jews would not be tolerated in this Orthodox empire. In Austria's Galicia, as elsewhere in the Habsburg lands and in Central and Western Europe, for that matter, Jews suffered a degree of intolerance. But the process of emancipation made large strides in these areas during the 19th century, unlike in the Russian Empire. In 1867, Jews received the same rights as other Austro-Hungarian citizens. This opened the way to their assimilation with the emerging national communities of the Austrian Germans, the Magyars, the Poles, the Czechs and so on. Similar assimilation in Russia became possible only after the Bolshevik Revolution, when Orthodox Christianity ceased to be the legitimizing ideology of this polity. In 1900, the Jews of Russia and Austria-Hungary constituted 2/3 of the 7.5 million strong Jewish population in Central and Eastern Europe. Almost 500,000 Ashkenazic Jews resided in Germany and 270,000 in Romania. The rest lived in the Balkans and Constantinople. They constituted the Sephardic Jewish community, whose ancestors had been expelled from the Iberian Peninsula in 1492. All of them continued to use Hebrew and Aramaic written in Hebrew letters as their liturgical languages, but in everyday life Sephardic Jews spoke in Romance Ladino, Spanish, while their Ashkenazic counterparts used Germanic, or Germano-Slavic, Yiddish. Asarul. They wrote both languages in Hebrew letters. However, unlike in the case of Yiddish, Sephardic Jews employed Ladino as a liturgical language, as well. Magoxi 2002, 97, 107-108, Wexler 1993, 1-82. Muslims have concentrated on the margins of Central Europe, that is, on the territories absorbed into the Ottoman Empire, mainly in the Balkans. Only with the Austro-Hungarian occupation, 1878, and subsequent annexation, 1908, of Bosnia did a sizable compact Muslim community enter the mainstream of Central European life. A similar significant community of several tens of thousands of Muslim Tatars entered Poland-Lithuania in the 14th and 15th centuries. They made valued and loyal mounted soldiers and gradually entered the fold of the nobility. This meant that they lost their Kipchak-Turkic vernacular, shared with the Polities Armenians, and began to speak either in Polish or Ruthenian. However, they continued to write both the languages in Arabic letters, whereas in religious life they stuck to the Arabic language. This tradition continues to 143. This day, and at least until the 1980s, there were Muslim religious leaders in Poland, who wrote in Polish with Arabic letters supplemented with specific Polish diacritical graphemes, Antonowicz 1968, Stankiewicz 1954, UCN 2001. The Arabic alphabet was of much common use within the borders of the Ottoman Empire, including the Balkans. Various books and documents in Ottoman, Arabic, and Persian were, first, written and rewritten in this script and, as of the second half of the 19th century, printed. In Bosnia, local Muslims also noted texts in their Slavic mother tongue with the use of Arabic characters. Earliest instances of such usage date back to the first half of the 15th century. They called their Slavic language noted in this manner as Adzamijski or Alhamijado. The second term is directly derived from the Spanish word aljamiato that denotes texts in the Romance vernacular, of the Iberian Peninsula, written in Arabic, or Hebrew, letters. Iberian Muslims referred to such texts as al-ajamiyya, meaning in foreigners' idiom. The term ultimately comes from Arabic ajam for foreigners. Also known as Mozarabic, it was the language of Mozarabs, from Arabic mustarib for Arabicized, or Iberia's Romance-speaking Christians who converted to Islam. The Arabic alphabet attuned to the specific phonological needs of Bosančica, Bosnian Slavic, was called Arabica. The first book in Arabica was published at Constantinople in 1868, and 7 years later in Bosnia. All in all, 40 books of this kind were published, the last one in 1941. 31 during Austro-Hungarian rule in Bosnia, 1878 to 1918, also 3 newspapers were printed in Arabica. At that time, Bosnia was a true miniature reflection of multi-ethnic Austria-Hungary. Bosnian printing houses turned out books and newspapers in German, Magyar, and Bosnian, or Croatian, in the Latin alphabet, Ladino and Hebrew in the Hebrew script, Serbian and Old Church Slavonic in Cyrillic, as well as in Arabic and Ottoman in Arabic characters. Interestingly, the renowned United States scholar of Magyar origin, Peter F. Sugar, 1920–2000, used the Arabic script as a secret code when he did research in communist Yugoslavia on the industrialization of Bosnia. To make the life of the secret police hard, he jotted down his notes in Magyar with the use of Arabic letters. In this way, he continued the illustrious tradition commenced by the 17th century Hungarian historian István Szamoskozsa, who made notes in Magyar runes, Cook 2000, 92, Hukavic 1986, 20, Isakovic 1990, 249–270, Isakovic and Popadic 1982, 112–117, 257, Menzel 2000, Schlosser 2005, 52–53, Omerdi c. 2006–2007. The religious inspiration for keeping various language literacies separate by the means of script became obsolete in Central Europe during the 19th century when language-based ethnic nationalisms took over from religion in this role. The overall divide between Orthodox and West Christian, Protestant and Catholic, nations remains marked by the use of Roman letters and Cyrillic. However, only specific languages, with their varying orthographies, are used to keep apart the Central European nations, such as the Czechs and the Poles, who write in 144. The Latin script, or the Ukrainians and the Russians, who note their languages in Cyrillic characters. In addition, modernization and Soviet-imposed atheism effectively excluded religion from the everyday life of state and politics. The situation, however, is quite different in the Balkans, where the pre-modern ideological use of religion and script has survived to this age of nationalism. The existence of the Serbo-Croatian language, as agreed upon by the Croats and the Serbs at Vienna in the Književni Dogovor, Literary Accord, 1850, was perpetuated by the rise of the nation-state of the Southern Slavs, Yugoslavia, 1918, 1991/1995/2003. Its breakup, unlike that of Czechoslovakia, showed that religion, even if deeply secularized, remained the primus movens of Balkan nationalisms. The re-emergence of the nation-states of the Muslim Bosnians, Bosniaks, the Catholic Croats, and of the Orthodox nations of the Montenegrins and the Serbs was accompanied by the splitting of the Serbo-Croatian language. Its offspring include the Croatian language in the Catholic Latin script, the Bosnian language in the same script but with the ideological reference to Arabic alphabet literacy, and the Serbian language in Orthodox Cyrillic. Only the rise of a separate Montenegrin language is hindered by the linguistic and religious closeness of the Montenegrins with the Serbs. In this case, the Central European model of national differentiation through linguistic means would suit the needs of Montenegrin nationalists, better than the Balkan one emphasizing script and religion. The Montenegrins seem to be already heading this way. Bowing to the Balkan model, they have traditionally claimed the Latin and Cyrillic scripts as their two inalienable national alphabets. Furthermore, using the Central European model, 3 additional characters, not employed in the Serbian version of this alphabet, were added to the Montenegrin Cyrillic. After 1995, and especially in the wake of the 2003 founding of the Serbia-Montenegro Confederation, numerous documents and websites, produced by the Montenegrin government, have been marked as done in the Montenegrin language, though others are announced to be in Serbian. The movement for establishing Montenegrin as a language separate from Serbian grew in force after Montenegro gained independence in 2006, Lucic 2002, Okika 1998. Besides their religion, script divide, their cleavage that split Central European societies during the pre-national period and was expressed via literacy was that of social status. Between the 10th and 12th centuries, when most of Central Europe's enduring polities emerged, literacy was the preserve of a handful of scribes, usually monks educated in Western Europe. Most of the rulers were illiterate. In the early modern period, the knowledge of writing was predominantly reserved for male nobles and burghers, as well as for clergy. They formed the estates that, in turn, constituted the ruling stratum privileged to control politics, resources, and labor of serfs and urban plebs, that is, populace, or the vast majority of the population. The share of the estates in the Central European kingdoms was quite high in comparison to Western European. 145. Amounted to around 10% of the inhabitants of the Kingdom of Hungary and Poland-Lithuania. The difference was that, in practice, the nobility equated to the estate society in Central Europe. Cities and towns were few and far apart in both polities, which translated into a de facto exclusion of burghers from participating in statewide politics. Their influence was limited to the administrative boundaries of the self-governing localities. The decision-making power rested with the monarch in royal cities and with magnates in their own. The exception to this rule was Bohemia and Moravia, where cities and towns were as numerous as in Western Europe, and hence the nobility, less than 3 to 5% of the populace, could not ignore or subjugate the burghers. Except in the lands of the Czech crown, burghers never amounted to a significant political factor in Central Europe prior to the age of nationalism beginning there in the mid-19th century and the onset of rapid industrialization in the first half of the 20th century. But, indirectly, burghers made their voice heard by their unique economic power and manufacturing skills, which prevented nobles from crushing urban self-governance by force. Another phenomenon that distinguished Central from Western Europe was serfdom. The Western European peasantry gained legal and economic freedom at the end of the Middle Ages. In the eastern half of the continent, serfdom persisted and was abolished only during the first half of the 19th century in Prussia and the Austrian Empire, and in the 1860s in Russia. In the pre-national age, as a rule, the peasantry was excluded from education reserved exclusively for their lords, that is, the male members of the estates. But even in the latter case, the inflated demographic size of the estates allowed only the richest layers of this stratum to acquire literacy. In the 1640s, 30% of men and only 10% of women were literate in England. In the course of industrialization, these numbers rose to 70 and 55% in 1850, and full literacy was achieved before 1911, with illiteracy reduced to a mere 1% of English society. Similarly, in France, the number of illiterate men decreased to 5% in 1900, and women to 6%. But the situation was quite different in Italy, where in 1901, 18% of the population could not read and write in the northern region of Piedmont, and even as many as 71% in Sicily. The liquidation of the phenomenon of illiteracy in, especially southern, Italy was achieved during the 2 decades after World War II. Between 1931 and 1971, it sank from 21% to 5%, though a 2005 research indicates as high rates of illiteracy as almost 14% in Basilicata and 11% in Sicily. In Central Europe, the rate of literacy remained consistently lower than in Western Europe but with vast interregional differences. At the beginning of the 19th century, Bohemia and Moravia along with Germany, that is, the northern half of the German Confederation, not included in the Austrian Empire, and Lower and Upper Austria largely participated in the Western pattern of economic and social development marked by rapid industrialization and urbanization. As 146. A consequence, the rate of illiteracy in these areas was not higher than 3 to 4% in 1900. The same low level of illiteracy prevailed in Scandinavia and Russia's Baltic provinces, inhabited by the Estonians, the Latvians, and the German-speaking nobility and burghers. Apart from economic and political factors, the high level of literacy in these regions stemmed from the Protestant tradition of providing translations of the Bible, religious books, and elementary education in local vernaculars. In the other areas, where Protestantism was short-lived or never made an appearance, literacy in the liturgical languages removed from the vernaculars remained the preserve of the narrow group of privileged literati. Hence, at the turn of the 20th century, 56% of the inhabitants of the Austro-Hungarian crown land of Galicia could neither read nor write, 66% in Bukovina, and 73% in Dalmatia. In the case of Dalmatia, the level rose to as high as 95% when the Slavophone population alone was considered. An interesting example of stratification in literacy rates induced by the unequal access of ethno-linguistically defined groups to education and state offices is supplied by the Kingdom of Hungary. This autonomous polity within Austria-Hungary was uniformly rural and undeveloped, compared to Western Europe, with the exception of Budapest and its vicinity. After 1867, the Magyars attempted to transform the kingdom into their nation-state by embarking on the policy of ethno-linguistic Magyarization. Only the German speakers, as senior partners of the Magyars in the dual monarchy, were exempted from this treatment alongside the Croats, whose land enjoyed autonomy within Hungary. This linking of one's ethno-linguistic background to socio-political status in Hungary showed clear line literacy rates, which, in 1910, were 70% for Hungary's German speakers, 67% for the Magyars, and 62% for the kingdom's Croats. Between 1870 and 1914, Budapest gradually limited the possibility of education in native languages for the Slovaks, Hungary's Serbs and Romanians, and the Ruthenians, Rusyns. In 1910, the literacy rates for the four groups were 58%, 51%, 28%, and 22%, respectively. Analyzing the rise of literacy in Central Europe on the temporal plane, it is advisable to have a glance at the region around Krakow, the capital of the Kingdom of Poland. At the end of the 16th century, 96% of the landed nobles owning several villages, generae, or magnifici, could read and write. But more than half of their wives were analphabets. They began to catch up with their husbands only during the next century when 78% of them gained literacy. The situation was different among the lower rank landed gentry owning one or, at most, two villages, nobiles. There were 22% illiterates among these male proprietors in the 16th century, and 16% in the following one. But in 1564, as many as 91% of nobles were illiterate if they did not possess any serfs. 147. It seems that in the early modern period, literacy was much more common around Krakow than even in the best developed western regions of Royal Hungary. The regional differences, however, remained vast. During the 17th century, in the voivodeship region of Lublin only 65% of the wives of the generae could write, and 30% of nobili were analphabets. In eastern Galicia, populated by Orthodox and Uniat peasants, and with nobles accounting for 2 to 4% of the population, illiteracy was prevalent. At the beginning of the 18th century, 11% of generae remained illiterate and 72% of nobili. In 1764, only one-third of all the male members of the Polish-Lithuanian estates could read and write. Similar differences obtained in the various regions of the trisected Kingdom of Hungary. A qualitative jump in the ratio of literacy between Western and Central Europe should be contextualized by the situation in Russia and the Balkans. In Muscovy, renamed the Russian Empire in 1721, there was no special educational institution for preparing Orthodox priests until the mid-18th century. In 1719, literacy was decreed mandatory for the children of the nobility and the clergy, but the regulation was often observed in the breach, because 110 exclusively private elementary schools catered to the educational needs of about 2,000 pupils in 1724. The construction of a state educational system began in the late 18th century. Between 1782 and 1800, the number of state elementary schools increased from 8 to 315. The number of students enrolled at Russia's universities grew from 975 in 1808 to 34,500 in 1912. In 1801, when Russia's population was 37.5 million, only 45,000 students attended all types of schools in the country. The ratio was 175 million to population 9.5 million students in 1914. According to the 1897 census, a mere 21% of the Tsar's subjects could read and write, or 29% of men and 13% of women. In the empire, literacy was quite high in the Vistula land. Congress Poland it was higher only in the Baltic gubernias, where 34% of men and 27% of women were literate, and lowest in Siberia and Central Asia with the relevant percentages of 19 and 5, and of 8 and 2, respectively. The situation improved prior to World War I. In 1880, 3/4 of the conscripts were analphabets but only 32% in 1913. However, conscripts were not drawn from among all the ethno-religious communities and the creation of schools did not keep up with the growth of the population. Hence, the general average of literacy was not more than 20 to 25% in 1914. During the 17th century, literacy was a rare phenomenon in the Balkans. In Moldavia and Wallachia, even some Orthodox bishops could read only with difficulty. The same situation prevailed in Dalmatia, Bosnia, and the Albanian-speaking provinces of the Ottoman Empire. Hardly any leader of the Serbian uprising, 1804 to 1813, could read or write. The Serbian Prince Miloš Obrenović, reigned 1815 to 1839, originally a cattle shepherd, was probably the illiterate head of state in Europe at that time. In 1866, 96% of the Serbian 148 population were analphabets, which improved to 83% at the end of the 19th century. Similarly, in 1900, the level of illiteracy was 87% in Bosnia, 78% in Romania, 72% in Bulgaria, and 60% in Greece. The gap in the degree of literacy between men and women was stupendous, for instance 50 and 18%, according to the Greek census in 1907. Apart from the western half of Central Europe where the ideal OFIOL literacy was achieved before the 20th century, this success was repeated elsewhere in the region as well as in Eastern Europe and the Balkans only in the first half of the 1950s, mainly thanks to the communist ideology imposed by the Soviet Union. The totalitarian system of the communist state required control over all the population. This, in turn, entailed extensive bureaucracy and demanded citizens to comprehend a plethora of decisions issued by the authorities in writing. The communist ideology was to permeate every sphere of social, political, and economic life, an impossible task without achieving the precondition of full literacy. Accordingly, in the Soviet Union, the rate of literacy jumped to 51% in 1926, and to 81% before the outbreak of World War II, an astounding achievement, even if one allows for the fact that Soviet statistics were frequently massaged to deliver what the leadership required. On the other hand, the disappearance of illiteracy was slower in Greece and Turkey, which did not fall under Soviet control. In 1981, 10% of the inhabitants of Greece were illiterate, and the Western European level of literacy was achieved there in 1991, when the number of illiterates dropped to 5%. In Turkey, literacy stood at a meager 9% in 1924, but thanks to the Kemalist reforms it grew rapidly to 30% in 1937, 65% in 1975, and 87% in 2004. The persisting phenomenon of illiteracy is limited to Kurds and unschooled rural women. The female-to-male illiteracy ratio at 5% to 20%, as recorded in 2004, is quite surprising. Alisauskas et al. 2006, 173, Analfabetismo in Italia dal 2006, Brzezinski 2002, 47, 239, Carmichael 2005, Comrie et al. 1996, 8, Gill 2005, 267, Grenoble 2003, 47, Johnson 1950, 30, 34 to 35, 173 to 174, 263, 283, 287, 290, Kuzmin 1981, 166, Ron 2003, 133, 136, Sidler 1994, 458 to 475, Toth 2000, 203 to 208. 3. The broader linguistic and cultural context of Central Europe. People belong to a nation because they believe so, and likewise, people simply speak a language they believe that they speak, and name it as it suits them or as they have become used to. In Popiolik 2005, 129, Ranko Bugarski, Professor of Linguistics, University of Belgrade. By contrast with natural, oral speech, writing is completely artificial. There is no way to write naturally. Ong 1992, 82, national languages are, almost always semi-artificial constructs and occasionally, like modern Hebrew, virtually invented. Hobsbawm 1990, 54, is Macedonian really a language? Is there a Bosnian language which is distinct from Croatian and Serbian? Because of the discreteness and continuity problem, there is no way we can answer these questions on purely linguistic grounds. Ironically, it seems that it is only linguists who fully understand the extent to which these questions are not linguistic questions. Trudgill 1995, 145, there is no real distinction to be drawn between language and dialect. Hudson 1996, 36, nationalist ethnography and linguistics were concerned not merely with codifying peasant custom, linguistic and other, so as to use it as the base for a new national culture which was in the process of construction, but also to establish that a given dialect really was a version of Ruritanian, and not, as was shamefully and meretriciously claimed by jealous and unscrupulous braggadocian politicians and intellectuals, whose opportunist scholarship was matched only by their lack of political conscience, a dialect of Middle Braggadocian. Gellner 1998, 131. 149. 150. The success of an orthographic scheme or a new language reduced to writing is a function less of its quality than of the extent to which it is promoted. De Francis 1984, 255, Are you a Sorb? If yes, you should be happy, because it was God himself who gave your nation two languages. In Jaworski and Ostrowski 1995, 5, Frico Rocha, 1863–1942, a Sorbian author writing in Lower Sorbian. Central Europe is an extremely malleable concept. It denotes a region whose political shape has been changing dramatically throughout the last millennium since the emergence of the first polities. This work focuses on the rise and political uses of Czech, Magyar, Polish, and Slovak. But this would mean tearing away the roots of the socio-linguistic reality that surrounds and has deeply interacted with the everyday realities of Slovak, Polish, Magyar and Czech speakers. The resulting picture would agree with the predominant ethno-national thinking about Central Europe as an area neatly divided among the nation-states that contain the corresponding nations speaking exclusively in their own languages. But despite the gigantic and tragic 20th century feats of social engineering to this end, such an ideal has never been achieved. What is more, this tight overlapping of nation-state, and language as proposed by Central European nationalists would baffle most of the Central European rulers, elites, and the population at large prior to the mid-19th century. Thus, if this work's main goal is to analyze the patterns of nationalistic uses Tohic language has been put, it would be inexcusable not to have at least a cursory glance at the emergence of the other languages that have, to a varying degree, influenced Czech, Hungarian, Polish, and Slovak. As a caveat, I must add that the present-day correspondence, one person, one language is a gross overstatement, too. People neither are somehow inalienably bound to languages nor vice versa. And the phenomenon of multilingualism, rather than an exception, was the norm in Central Europe until 1945. Hopefully, this norm is coming back after the end of national homogenization policies, heralded, in 1989, by the fall of communism and the breakup of the Soviet bloc. From Church Slavonic to Ruthenian. The expansion of the Kingdom of Hungary in the Balkans and toward the east, as well as the rise of Poland-Lithuania, brought significant Orthodox populations into both states. Necessarily, after the fall of Constantinople in 1453, the intellectual life of the Orthodox world shifted to both the ideologically Catholic polities. The successful Ottoman subjugation of most of the 151 Hungarian lands in the first half of the 16th century left the Catholic state of Poland-Lithuania as the major cultural and book-producing center of Orthodox Christianity. The Polish-Lithuanian monarchs did not choose to emphasize this status, while Muscovy was much interested in becoming the next leader of Orthodoxy and taking over Byzantium's cultural and political role in order to legitimize its statehood and expansionist aspirations. In 1510, the monk Philotheos, Philothei, 1450–1525, of Pskov, in his famous letter to the Grand Duke of Muscovy Basil, Vasily, III, reigned 1505–1533, addressed the monarch as Tsar, Emperor. One Philotheos claimed that the first Rome having been heretical and the second, Constantinople, captured by the Ottomans, Moscow remained the sole third Rome of Orthodox Christianity, and no fourth Rome would ever follow. Basil's son, Ivan IV the Terrible, reigned 1533–1584, was crowned Tsar in 1547 according to the full Byzantine crowning ritual. Despite the gradual elevation of Muscovy as the political center of the Orthodox world, the first 5 Cyrillic liturgical book titles in Church Slavonic were printed at the Polish capital of Krakow in 1491. Only 8 years earlier, the first Church Slavonic book, a Glagolitic missal, had come off the press probably in Kosinje in Croatia, though some scholars claim that Venice or Vienna was the missal's actual place of publication. In Vienna, a Slavonic book was printed in the Latin script in 1490. Then, in 1494, an early Church Slavonic book in Cyrillic was brought out in Otoik, Cetinje, in Zeta, largely coterminous with later Montenegro. Also, titles in Church Slavonic and Cyrillic were the first books to come off the press in Tirgoviste, 1507, in Wallachia and in Moscow, 1553. Between 1483 and 1575, a mere 12 book titles were published in Church Slavonic or Vernacular Slavic in the Balkans, with a further 9 for consumption in this region published either in Venice or in the Holy Roman Empire. Interestingly, 3 of them were printed in Glagolitic, and 7 in the Latin script, while the remaining 11 were in Cyrillic. In the second half of the 16th century, 62 Cyrillic book titles were published in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, whereas only 18 came off the press in Muscovy. In the first half of the 17th century, 67 titles of this kind were produced in Muscovy and 288 in Poland-Lithuania. The numbers for both the states were equal at 150 during the years 1655 to 1686. Afterward, ever more Cyrillic publications were produced in Muscovy/Russia than in Poland-Lithuania. When the South Slavic centers of Orthodoxy remained under Ottoman domination, Russia was the only significant independent Orthodox state until the creation of independent Greece and autonomous Serbia at the beginning of the 19th century. 3. By default, and thanks to its imperial ambitions, Muscovy/Russia became the sole political center of Orthodox ecclesiastical and secular life. However, most publications produced there were of religious character until the times of Peter the Great, reigned 1682 to 1725, when the first secular press was established. 152. In 1705. The book culture developed in Russia at a slow rate. In the first half of the 18th century, only 50 book titles per annum were published, whereas at the same time there were 70 Latin and Polish language publishing shops in Poland, Lithuania, and a handful of others that brought out publications in German, Ruthenian, and Hebrew. Russia's annual book output, in many languages and also in the Latin script, rose to 439 titles in 1759 and fell to 165 in 1797 before the publishing industry took off in earnest during the 19th century. Byankowska and Kumerska 1990, 15, Fernali c. 1994, 18, Martinovi c. 1994, 17, 38-76, Price 1998, 86, 425, Remnick 1991, 15-19, 23, Topolska 2002, 173. The Grand Duchy of Lithuania was the first polity that made the local Slavic vernacular spoken by the Orthodox population, and written in Cyrillic, that is, Ruthenian, into an official language as early as the 14th century. The English name of this language stems from the Slavic word Ruski, for the Rus language, as mediated via Latin. While the Slavic speakers of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania referred to their official language as Ruski, Ruthenian, their counterparts from Muscovy referred to it as Litovski, Lithuanian. Although Slavic-speaking Muscovians easily understood Ruthenian, they preferred to translate Ruthenian books into Chancery Muscovian, that is Church Slavonic with a few local vernacular additions. The designation of Ruthenian was derived from the name of the medieval polity of Kievan, Rus. Ruthenian remained an official language of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, alongside Latin, until the end of the 17th century when Polish replaced it. Elsewhere in the areas inhabited by Slavophone Orthodox populations, the Church Slavonic language served the needs of written expression until the 18th and 19th centuries, during when their vernacular languages began to be codified. This happened earliest in Russia during the 18th century when the emerging Standard Russian gradually replaced Church Slavonic as the official language. Initially, the uses of Ruthenian and Church Slavonic were strongly intertwined, as in the case of Latin and the Western Romance languages, cf. Muller and Taylor 1932. It is difficult to decide where Church Slavonic stopped and Ruthenian began in manuscripts and printed books. However, the intensive administrative use of the local recension of Church Slavonic combined with a stream of vernacular, Polish, Latin, and German linguistic loans, that first entered the spoken language, facilitated the speedy emergence of Ruthenian as aspirate language. Nowadays, scholars, wishing to rationalize the uses and differentiation of Ruthenian, maintain that it comprised 4 varieties. Ruthenized Church Slavonic came in 2 varieties used for ecclesiastical and lay uses. Chancery Ruthenian employed for the production of documents differed from region to region, as chanceries did not have at their disposal any officially accepted grammars or dictionaries of this language. The mostly spoken variant. 153. Of Ruthenian of official prestige was the speech of the Grand Ducal Court and the Ruthenian magnates living in the Grand Duchy and the Kingdom of Poland. Some nobles left a few notes and memoirs written in this variety. The coexistence of Ruthenian with Polish caused considerable merging of both the languages in written use among the nobility in Poland, Lithuania's Ruslands, and even in the royal chancery of the Jagiellonians. Today, this phenomenon lets some scholars with dislike of Russia claim Ruthenian, Belarusian, and even Ukrainian as West Slavic languages. But there being no territorial divide between West and East Slavonic languages, unlike in the case of the South Slavonic ones separated from other Slavic languages by the territories populated by Magyar and Romanian speakers, the actual border is rather artificial as it solely amounts to the cultural markers of script and religion. Today, it is believed that the West Slavic languages are those written in Latin characters, while the East Slavic ones are written in Cyrillic. The speakers of the former overwhelmingly profess either Catholicism or Protestantism, whereas the latter follow Orthodox Christianity. In the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, the initially Orthodox and pagan nobility adopted Catholicism, and then many nobles turned to Protestantism before returning, or turning, to Catholicism. The number of burghers, they professed either Catholicism or Protestantism, was never large. The majority of the Slavophone population, the peasantry, were Orthodox until the turn of the 17th century, when they were made to join the Uniate Church. Catholics, of whatever language, were referred to as Lithuanians or Poles, and Orthodox and Uniates as Ruthenians. Similarly, Orthodox Christianity and Uniate Catholicism were popularly known as Ruthenian or Greek faiths. Each of these changes in religion and self-identification influenced language choice in liturgy, schooling, and often in ecclesiastical and local temporal administration. Nowadays, the Latin and Cyrillic alphabets are simplistically seen as the badges of the Uniate Catholic and the Orthodox churches. But Orthodox clergy and writers employed Greek also with its own specific script apart from Latin, as well as the Latin alphabet for writing in the local Slavic vernacular. On the other hand, the Lithuanian Statute, or the Grand Duchy's foundation of law and administration, was binding on all the inhabitants, though written in Cyrillic-based Ruthenian. But in 1614, the third edition of the statute was translated into Polish and superseded the Ruthenian language original. Similar processes unfolded in the Ruthenian section of the Kingdom of Poland, that is, the southern half of the Grand Duchy, transferred to Poland in 1569, and largely coterminous with present-day western and central Ukraine. Taking into consideration various combinations of the aforementioned factors, modern scholars interpret and justify the line purportedly separating the East and Slavic languages in many different ways. However, the popular, though not explicitly emphasized, consensus is that Cyrillic-based languages belong to the Eastern group and they're Latin-based. 154. Counterparts to the Western group. This is quite an arbitrary decision if one remembers how frequently the scripts used for writing the same vernacular were changed. Ruthenian was much closer to the local Slavic speech than Church Slavonic, which had sprung up from the 10th century South Slavonic usage of Thessaloniki. but the undeniable link of Ruthenian to Church Slavonic kept the former from becoming a straightforward written reflection of the Slavic dialects of Wilno, Vilnius, or Kijevo, Kiev, where the chanceries of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania's and Poland's Ruthenian lands were respectively located. Francisc Scarina, Franciscus Scorina, 1486–1551, published his Ruthenian, or Ruthenianized Church Slavic, translation of the Bible in Prague during 1517–1519. The Orthodox hierarchy perceived it as heretical because he drew on the Catholic Vulgate in translating the Holy Writ. Scarina continued to print more Ruthenian religious books at the Lithuanian capital of Vilnius in 1519–1525. Later, he went to Moscow to spread his books in Muscovy and with the view of establishing a lucrative printing business there. But his Ruthenized Church Slavonic and the very technology of printing were deemed diabolical, and Scarina's books were publicly burnt. The law code, statute, of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania promulgated in 1529, 1566, and 1588 was also done in Ruthenian, but its first two versions remained in manuscript. The third one was published in 1588 in Vilnius, and its Polish translation came off the press in 1614. Beginning in 1562, Simon Budny, 1530–1593, a radical Protestant preacher and printer, published religious books in the simple language, prosty jazyk, or the local Slavic vernacular. Under his influence, between 1570 and 1580, another Protestant, Wasyl Chapinski, Chapinski, Chapiensky, Japinsky, 1540–1603, wrote, translated and published religious books and the Gospels in the version of Ruthenian that was much closer to the spoken vernacular than the language of Scarina, who still employed numerous Church Slavonic usages. Chapinski also published books in Church Slavonic, which clearly marked the border of usage between it and Ruthenian. Between 1581 and 1611, officially inspired pogroms, directed against Protestants and Orthodox Christians, terminated the fledgling popular tradition of Ruthenian literacy. Despite these setbacks, Ruthenian remained an official language of the Grand Duchy. Hence, the first grammars of Ruthenian, or rather Ruthenized Church Slavonic, referred to as Slavic, were published in Wilno, 1586, 1596, 1618, and Lwów, 1591, for official use. The 1618 grammar authored by Meletii Smotrichkai, Melekja Smotriki, Theophil Ortholig, 1578–1633, served as the model for Russian grammars in the 18th century, including Mikhail Lomonosov's famous grammar of 1755. The first Church Slavonic Ruthenian dictionaries came off the press in Vilnius, 1596, and Kiev, 1627. Both lexicographic works inspired a groundbreaking Church Slavonic Greek-Latin dictionary published in Moscow, 1704. In 155. Secular Ruthenian literature, translations of popular Western European chivalric literature dominated. Most writings in Ruthenian remained in manuscript, and increasingly so from the second half of the 17th century when this language fell out of popular use, replaced by Polish and Latin. In addition, although Ruthenian books were printed in Cyrillic, the language was also written down in the Latin alphabet as early as the 1560s. In the 18th and 19th centuries, it meant the dominance of this script in the few Ruthenian manuscripts created during that period. The Counter-Reformation not only caused reconversion of numerous Protestant nobles to Catholicism, but also exerted pressure on the Orthodox clergy and their parishioners either to join the Catholic Church, or retain mere liturgical autonomy within the Uniate Catholic Church. The rise of Ruthenian literacy and book publishing in this language, expertly used by Protestants for religious purposes, convinced Poland-Lithuania's Orthodox hierarchy to overcome their dislike of the printed word that continued in Muscovy unabated until the 17th century. The Orthodox clergy had no other choice for the Orthodox faith to survive in this increasingly Catholic polity, especially after the 1596 Union of Brzesc, today, Brest in Belarus, that aimed at bringing all the Orthodox subjects of the Polish-Lithuanian king into the Catholic Church's fold as uniats. The Orthodox Church fared better in Poland's Palatinate of Kiev, ruled by the Orthodox Palatine, Prince Konstantin Ostrozki, Konstanty Ostrogski, 1524–1608, than in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. He protected this church and supported Orthodox scholarship. Drawing on the tradition of the Church, Slavonic translation of the Gospel conducted in 1056–1057 in Kievan Rus, for the prince encouraged and financed the first full translation of the Greek-language Bible into Church Slavonic, which was printed in 1581 in Ostrog, today, Ostrog in Ukraine. Harasim Smotritsky, died in 1594, was the chief editor of this translation, and along with the prince, the main champion of the revival of Church Slavonic literacy. Ostrog, the seat of Ostrozki's estate, became the intellectual center of Orthodox life in Poland, Lithuania and the Orthodox Slavophone world, following the founding of the secondary school, academy, in 1578. In methodology and curriculum, the school was modeled on Jesuit colleges. Its language of instruction was Byzantine Greek, but Latin and Church Slavonic were taught as well, which facilitated the renewal of Orthodox scholarship, including the reconnection of Byzantine Greek and Church Slavonic literacies with the use of the Counter-Reformation models of schooling and scholarship that espoused Latin. The fruits of this cultural cross-pollination were disseminated by the print shop, which was active in Ostrog between 1578 and 1612. Furthermore, 2 grammars of Church Slavonic were published in Vilnius and Lwów, Lviv, Lemberg, in 1586 and 1591, respectively. The above-mentioned bilingual dictionaries of Ruthenian were necessarily 156 paired with Church Slavonic. With the disappearance of Ruthenian as an official language in the Grand Duchy, 1697, the first Polish Church Slavonic dictionary was published in 1722 and its second edition came off the press in 1772. Obviously, local dialectolinguistic loans made inroads into Church Slavonic as employed in Poland's Ruthenian lands, and the Ruthenian Chancery, active in Kiev until 1569, when the Ruthenian lands 5 were transferred from the Grand Duchy to the Kingdom of Poland, also exerted its influence on the Church Slavonic of the local Orthodox Church and the Ostrog press. In addition, after 1569, Polish replaced Ruthenian as the main source of linguistic influence on Church Slavonic in this region. But the graphic difference of Polish written in the Latin script, and its association with Catholicism, reaffirmed the boundary between this language and Cyrillic-based Church Slavonic, which was unambiguously bound to the Orthodox Church. Prior to 1569, Cyrillic-based Ruthenian, employed in administration, acted as a bridge between the Orthodox clergy and ideologically Catholic polity. This bridge survived in the territorially smaller, post-1569 Grand Duchy until the end of the 17th century, which fostered the continuation of the vernacular tradition of Ruthenian literacy. On the contrary, in Poland's Ruthenian lands, Church Slavonic literacy developed as an opposition to Roman and Uniat Catholicism ideologically bound up with Polish and Latin, both written in the Latin script. The excesses of the Counter-Reformation, which unfolded at the turn of the 17th century, were finally moderated and, in 1632, the existence of the Orthodox Church which did not merge with the Catholic Church in the 1569 Union, was officially accepted. Also in 1632, Archimandrite Petru Mohyla, Piotr Mohyla, 1596–1647, son of Hospodar, ruler, of Moldavia and Wallachia Simeon, Simon, Mohyla, reigned 1600–1602, 1606–1607, was nominated Orthodox Metropolitan of Kiev. In 1633, To counteract the religious and cultural influence of the Jesuits, he founded, on the Jesuit model, the Orthodox Academy with Greek, Church Slavonic, and Latin as the media of instruction. It was the sole university-level institution of Orthodox education in Poland-Lithuania. This so-called Kiev-Mohyla Academy educated clergy for Poland-Lithuania's Orthodox Church until the close of the 18th century, though Kiev was finally incorporated into Muscovy in 1686. In the 17th century, the school was also the most renowned academy in the Orthodox Slavophone world, which provided necessary cadres for the reform of Muscovy's Orthodox Church between the 1650s and 1680s. The differences in language and politics brought about by the transfer of the southern Ruthenian lands from the Grand Duchy of Lithuania to the Kingdom of Poland deepened the regional differences in Ruthenian literacy as practiced in the north in Vilnius and in the south in Kiev. In the 20th century, Belarusian and Ukrainian linguists interpreted these differences in 157. An anachronistic manner, claiming that Northern Ruthenian was really Old Belarusian, and Southern Ruthenian was really Old Ukrainian. Concomitantly, and also in the 20th century, the 1569 border, separating Poland's Ruthenian gains from the Grand Duchy, was translated into the border between present-day Ukraine and Belarus. On the other hand, in the 19th century, Russian scholars reinterpreted Ruthenian as West Russian. This name was derived from the Russian official name of West Russia applied to Russia's share of erstwhile Poland-Lithuania, with the exception of Congress Poland, beginning in the mid-1860s. The concept of West Russian allowed for bypassing the still weak Little and White Russian, Ukrainian and Belarusian, claims to the tradition of Ruthenian literacy, and for appropriating it for the then constructed history of the Great Russian language, imagined as a continuous phenomenon at least from the times of Kievan Rus. Another complication to the continuing ideological struggles over the tradition of Ruthenian literacy is added by kitabs, manuscripts in Arabic characters, that is, the written records of Muslim Tatars and Karames. Between the 16th and 20th centuries, they employed the Arabic alphabet for writing in the Slavic vernaculars of their communities, located in the region that today straddles the adjacent borderland areas of Belarus, Poland, and Ukraine. Drawing from this phenomenon, in the mid-20th century, Belarusian nationalists claimed the language of the kitabs for the tradition of Belarusian national literacy and announced the Arabic script to be the third national alphabet of the Belarusians, alongside Cyrillic and the Latin script. On the other hand, the proponents of the codification of the West Polshian language consider the language of the kitabs to be the tradition of Polshian national literacy based on the dialects of southwestern Belarus and northwestern Ukraine. As of recently, the Polshian claim is countered by Ukrainian linguists, who tend to state that the language of at least these kitabs written south of the 1569 frontier of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania was none other but Ukrainian. Polish scholars also point to the fact that because all Tatars living in Poland-Lithuania were nobles, they belonged to the Polish-Lithuanian Nation. This meant that they also participated in the gradual Polonization of this social group. The process progressed rapidly irrespective of the variegated ethno-linguistic origins of the group's members. Hence, the language of some kitabs is quite close to Chancery Polish, including fragmentary translations of the Quran during 1780s, Elisoskis etal 2006, 644 to 647, 767 to 770, Danilenko 2006, Isatchenko 1980, 129 to 130, Kamusella 2005, Lizio 2000, Litsisoa 2000, 37, Magoxi 1996, 157, 159, 167, 189, 212, Martel 1938, Macmillan 1977, 54, 1980, 107, 113, Mashinsky 2006, 370 to 372, Pichio 1980, 30 to 31, Price 1998, 86, Pinsent and Konikova 1993, 464, 473, Sahanoas 2002, 182, 188, 212, 231 to 232. 236, 292, Snyder 2003, 48, Stang 1932, Topolska 2002, 77 to 83, 167, 175, 293 to 295. 158. The Russian language. Contemporary scholars often connect the beginnings of the Russian language to the 11th century documents written in a hybrid of Church Slavonic and the vernacular. The Russkaya Pravda, Rus law code, of the 1020s features most prominently among them as committed to parchment mostly in the vernacular. This law code was produced in Kiev, at the court of Yaroslav I the Wise, reigned 1019-1054, the ruler of Kievan Rus. It became the foundation of law in all post-Kievan Rus, Ruthenian, principalities, including the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, where the Lithuanian statute superseded it in 1529. But the Russkaya Pravda and hybrid Church Slavonic vernacular writings produced at Kiev, Novgorod, Smolensk, Pskov, Staraya Russa or Vitebsk, Vitsebsk, belong more to the tradition of literacy in Kievan Rus, where the law code was created than to a single successor polity, and, for that matter, so peripheral as Muscovy. On the other hand, Church Slavonic literacy, originally based on the Slavic dialect of Byzantine Thessaloniki and developed for the sake of Christianizing Greater Moravia, cannot be defined as Russian either. Practically, all the present-day Orthodox Slavophone states along with Catholic Slovenia, Slovakia, and the Czech Republic can share claim to this language and its tradition of literacy. Similarly, the fledgling tradition of vernacular literacy in Kievan Rus was the font, from which, the Ruthenian literary tradition emerged directly in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. After its decline at the turn of the 17th century in Poland-Lithuania, Ruthenian literacy inspired the gradual shift from Church Slavonic to the vernacular, which gave the beginning to the Russian language in the 18th century. The Belarusians and the Ukrainians also laid claim to the Church Slavonic literacy of Kievan Rus and the Ruthenian literacy, because the most significant centers of both these literacies, with the notable exception of Novgorod in the case of Church Slavonic, were located on the territories currently included within the borders of present-day Belarus and Ukraine. In Muscovy, the use of Church Slavonic was grounded in the Bulgarizing South Slavic usage and not in the local vernacular. Between the 12th and 18th centuries, Church Slavonic was popularly referred to as Slavic and Bulgarian, or Old Bulgarian. The two latter appellations referred to the Second Bulgarian Empire, which was the center of Church Slavonic literacy until its destruction at the hands of the Ottoman Empire in the 1390s. The subsequent Ottoman conquest of the Balkans, completed in the 1480s, and the fall of Constantinople, 1453, sent a wave of South Slavic clergymen and intellectuals northward, to the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and Muscovy, where the Orthodox faith could be professed and developed in an unrestrained manner. These immigrants enforced the South Slavic, Bulgarian, recension, version, of Church Slavonic as the standard in which religious books were to be written and administration conducted in Muscovy. This trend had commenced at the end of the 14th century when 159. A succession of South Slavic monks had been nominated to the position of the Metropolitan of all Rus, sometimes, anachronistically translated as all Russias, with his seat at Moscow. The intermittent suppression of the Orthodox faith that began in Poland-Lithuania at the close of the 16th century meant emigration of more disgruntled Orthodox clergy to Muscovy. They brought along the tradition of Ruthenian literacy as well as the knowledge of Polish and Latin. Obviously, Latin as the language of the devil did not exert any significant imprint on the forming of Russian vernacular, but it allowed educated intellectuals to maintain contact with Western Europe. For less educated individuals, this experience of the West and Latin was mediated via the Slavic languages of Polish and Ruthenian. Although early Russian borrowings from German and the Romance languages bear the distinct marks of Polish pronunciation, the influence of Ruthenian offered the model of vernacular literacy to be emulated. In Muscovy, the Orthodox tradition defined Church Slavonic as the language of the true Christian faith. As a result, the Orthodox hierarchy watched the possibility of committing the Holy Scripture to the vernacular with horror. Similarly, they strongly opposed the introduction of printing as opposed to the well-established tradition of rewriting religious books by hand. Patriarch Nikon, 1605–1681, championed minor changes in church rite and the spelling of biblical names. Tsar Alexis, reigned 1645–1676, gave him full support in this task. What ensued was the 1667 schism. Nikon's opponents, known as Old Believers, Starovary, had to escape from Muscovy, mainly to Poland-Lithuania, and many were exiled to Siberia as criminals. One of the leaders of the Old Believers was the popular preacher, Avvakum Petrov, 1620–1682, born in the vicinity of Nizhny Novgorod and burnt at the stake as a heretic. Among his 80 works, his autobiography in the Muscovian vernacular perhaps constitutes the first monument of the early Russian language. In the 17th century, a number of translations from Polish and Czech, Bohemian, into the Muscovian idiom and several anonymous novels by Muscovy writers in this vernacular circulated in manuscript. The translations also included those of Italian, Latin, and French romances, stories, and fables, which were conducted from Polish versions. Ruthenian translations of such writings often made their way from the Grand Duchy of Lithuania to Muscovy and inspired further development of literacy in the local vernacular, which was slow due to the official opposition of the Orthodox Church. The Orthodox clergy, whose authority as the custodians of Orthodox Christianity legitimized statehood in Muscovy, frowned at vernacular literacy, considering it contamination of the holy language of Church Slavonic, identified with the Cyrillic script. Thus, any use of Cyrillic characters for writing in an idiom, which did not sound like Church Slavonic, appeared to be sacrilegious. 160. The aforementioned translations were usually written in vernacularized or Ruthenianized Church Slavonic labeled by contemporaries as simple/peasant language, prostoi yazyk. The straightforward use of the vernacular, as that in Avvakum's autobiography, dangerously smacked of heresy, and was better avoided. On the other hand, sticking to a local dialect made a translation less intelligible to the literati from other regions, who, by the sake of their education, shared the knowledge of Church Slavonic and/or Ruthenian with the translator. The officially espoused change in favor of the vernacular dates to the reign of Peter the Great, reigned 1682–1725. The modernization he enforced on Muscovy also extended to literacy. The shapes of letters in the traditional Cyrillic were modified for the sake of legibility and simplicity as defined by Antiqua used for writing and printing in the Latin alphabet in the Romance languages and Polish. The Antiqua versions of the Latin and Greek scripts served as the model for a new Cyrillic. In addition, several letters, employed for the more faithful rendering of direct Greek loans in Church Slavonic, were discarded. In 1708, this reformed Cyrillic was introduced under the name of civil script, Grazdanka, for writing and printing all non-religious texts. Despite the modern-day associations with the term civil, most of the texts initially printed in Grazdanka were textbooks for military use, Fajdakova etal 1989, 280–281, 283, 514, Kijeva etal 1996, 11–12, Isachenko 1980, 128–129, Janik and Gruel 2002, 238, Price 1998, 397. The coexistence of two graphically differentiated versions of the same script or of two separate ones for writing the same language in the secular and religious contexts had a long tradition. For instance, the 5th century Georgian alphabet is known as ecclesiastical, Kutsurai, The Georgian clergy continues to use it to this day. In the 11th century it gave rise to the military alphabet, Mkedruli, that has been employed for lay texts. Today, it is the regular script in which the Georgian language is written, Price 1998, 79. The Petrine reforms simplified spelling, yet introduced a degree of chaos. And this linguistic change obviously did not replace Church Slavonic, which, in its slightly Muscovianized version, remained the official language in civil usage as well. The first Muscovian/Russian newspaper Vedomosti, News, reflected this linguistic cum-script chaos. It was founded in 1703 in Moscow, and was published in Old Cyrillic. In 1710, it switched to Grajdanka, and was moved to St. Petersburg the following year. In the course of the 18th century, the tension continued between Moscow, as the center of Church Slavonic ecclesiastical literacy in Old Cyrillic, and the imperial capital of St. Petersburg, endowed with this function in 1712, made into the center of lay vernacular literacy in Grajdanka. The first grammar of the Russian language, Russkaya Grammatika, was published in Oxford in 1696, but exerted no influence on language policy in Muscovy, for it was intended for Western European merchants wishing to communicate with their partners in Muscovy. Obviously, Muscovian merchants did. 161. Business in the vernacular, not Church Slavonic, which they used passive line church. The official switch to the vernacular as a written language began only with the linguistic works authored by Mikhail Vasilyevich Lomonosov, 1711-1765, the reformer of the Russian Academy of Sciences, established in 1724 in St. Petersburg, and the intellectual father of the University of Moscow, founded in 1755. Between 1736 and 1738, he studied at the world's first Protestant University of Marburg, established in 1527, in Hesse Castle. One of his professors was the Prussian philosopher Christian Wolff, 1679-1754, who, as the first Germanophone scholar, dared to lecture consistently in German, instead of Latin, at the University of Halle between 1712 and 1723. Wolff also wrote many of his works in German, hence he was the main creator of German as the language of scholarly instruction and research. His novel insistence on teaching in German contributed to the 50% increase in matriculation figures at the University of Marburg between 1723 and 1728. In addition, in 1715, Peter the Great corresponded with Wolff in connection with the plan of founding an Academy of Sciences in St. Petersburg. The possibility of teaching and doing research in one's native language was of formative influence on Lomonosov, who had to master Latin in order to obtain secondary and university education. In 1755, Lomonosov's Rossiyskaya Grammatika, Russian Grammar, St. Petersburg, came off the press and was followed by a study titled, Predislovie opolznig Tsirkovnik v Rossiyskym Yazyk, on the use of church books in the Russian language, St. Petersburg, 2 years later. The former work created foundations for the further standardization of Russian as based on the Moscow dialect, while the latter settled the social status of this language. Lomonosov distinguished 3 styles of Russian. The high style was characterized by the dominance of Church Slavonic words, the middle style was the vernacular usage with an admixture of Church Slavonicisms, while the low style meant the vernacular. He intended the high style for church and official use, the middle style for education and literature, and the low style for elementary education and popular literature. The 6-volume Slovar Akademii Rossiyskoy, Dictionary of the Russian Academy of Sciences, 1789-1794, St. Petersburg, largely reflected Lomonosov's high style with a few concessions to the middle style, and the second edition, published between 1806 and 1822, did not change much in this regard. The historian and writer, Nikolai Mikhailovich Karamzin, 1766-1826, replaced Lomonosov's Germanizing syntax and Slavonicisms with French as the model to be emulated by the Russian language. He fell back on the two-volume Panoy Francuskoy I Rossiyskoy Lexikon, Complete Lexicon of French and Russian, 1786, St. Petersburg, based on the 4th edition, 1762, of the Dictionnaire de l'Académie Française, Dictionary of the French Academy of Sciences, Paris. The 2nd edition of Panoy Francuskoy I Rossiyskoy Lexikon rolled off the press in 1798. French linguistic loans were to distance Russian. 162. From Church Slavonic and Latin, and to make it more similar to Western European languages, associated with progress and being civilized. Karamzin chose Lomonosov's middle style as most suitable for Russian. However, the poet Alexander Pushkin, 1799–1837, is credited with the feat of using the 3 historical elements of Standard Russian, Church Slavonic, Western European literary practice, and the vernacular, into a balanced whole. This usage was reflected in Alexander Christoforovich Vostokov's, 1781–1864, Russkaya Grammatika, Russian Grammar, 1831, St. Petersburg, republished many times, and in Vasily Ivanovich Dal's, 1801–1872, 4-volume Tokavai Slovars Hivogovy Likaruskago Yazyka, Explanatory Dictionary of the Contemporary Great Russian Language, 1863–1866, Moscow, whose revised and enlarged editions followed in 1880–1882, 1903–1911, 1912–1914, and 1935, Fajedikova etal 1989, 322–323, 626–627, Isachenko. 1980, 124–127, 133–140, Janik and Gruel 2002, 237–238, Johnson 1950, 35, Price 1998, 396–398, Stankiewicz 1984, 124, 133, 143–144, Tornoff 2005, 310. The establishment of Russian as the official language of the Russian Empire and its subjects commenced in earnest in the 1800s and continued until the beginning of the 20th century. In 1819, the first Russian translation of the Gospels came off the press and was sponsored by the Protestant Bible Society, founded in 1804 at London. But the Orthodox Church condemned this translation, and prohibited its use. Thus, the use of Church Slavonic, or Lomonosov's high style, continued in the Russian Orthodox Church. On the territories of former Poland-Lithuania directly incorporated into Russia, between 1772 and 1795, Polish dominated as the language of administration and culture through the 1830s, though it was officially prohibited in 1797. Because the Lithuanian Statute, published in the bilingual Polish-Russian edition in 1811, remained in power in this area until 1840, St. Petersburg used it as the legal basis for superseding Polish with Russian in the late 1820s and in the 1830s. In accordance with Article 37.1 in Chapter 4, administration and law courts should use the Ruthenian language written in the Ruthenian alphabet. Russian governors interpreted Ruthenian as the Russian language. Ruthenian for the Ruthenian language is Ruski, and at the turn of the 19th century, Russian for the Russian language was Rossiyskaya, or, much less frequently, Russkaya. The latter form allowed the authorities to claim that the Ruthenian and Russian terms were identical. The lands of the former Grand Duchy of Lithuania were of crucial importance for the modernization of the empire, because most of the Tsar's literate subjects lived there. Thus, the attempt to legitimize the official use of Russian in the duchy in line with the Lithuanian statute was an important step, which, in the wake of the crushing of the anti-Russian uprising staged by the Polish-Lithuanian nobility in 1830–1831, also brought the shift in the official name of the Russian language from Rossiyski to Russkaya. The shift began in earnest in the mid-1830s and was completed by the mid-19th century. In the same 163 period, Polish was finally banned from any official capacity in the erstwhile duchy. In the same anachronistic vein, the Ruthenian alphabet, Old or Church Cyrillic, as prescribed by the Lithuanian statute for use in the former Grand Duchy of Lithuania, was replaced with its Russian counterpart, or Grazdanka. Interestingly, Polish continued to be employed in administration and education even in Kiev, known by the popular sobriquet as the mother of all the Rus cities, though this city and the territories east of the Dnieper and east of the Sinyaka River had already passed from Poland-Lithuania to Muscovy in the second half of the 17th century. Only in 1854, Russian replaced Polish in education in the Polish-Lithuania areas incorporated between the mid-17th century and the end of the 18th century. Polish survived as the language of administration in Russia's Congress Poland until the mid-1860s and in the region's educational system until 1885. Polish then remained there in the functions of the language of culture and everyday speech. And as late as 1893, in Kiev, circulars were issued forbidding the city's employees to speak Polish at work. A similar situation persisted in the Baltic provinces of Estonia, Livonia, and Courland, where Russian began to replace German in administration and public life during 1885, and the process continued until the turn of the 20th century. Nearly 2 decades later, the same measure was to be applied in Russia's autonomous Grand Duchy of Finland following the 1900 decree that made Russian the official language of Finland. But the 1905 revolution prevented the replacement of official Swedish and Finnish with Russian. In the Grand Duchy, the social displeasure with this policy culminated in the assassination of Governor-General, Nikolai Ivanovich Bobrikov, 1839–1904, who was entrusted with the tasks of Russifying Finland's administration, education, and public life, and of merging the Finnish army with its imperial counterpart. Ironically, the Russification campaign improved the status of Finnish, which in 1902, was decreed of equal importance to Swedish in agreement with Tsar Alexander II's, reigned 1855–1881, 1863 pledge. Similarly, the officially decreed suppression of Polish and German as official languages permitted the gradual emancipation of Lithuanian in the former case, and of Estonian and Latvian in the latter case. But the replacement of other languages used in the administration of the Russian Empire, by Russian, was not the end of the story. There remained the question which of Lomonosov's Russians should be the Russian. The middle style elevated by the popularity of Pushkin's poetry became popularly accepted as standard Russian. It superseded Lomonosov's High Style and Church Slavonic in the Russian courts during the 1860s. Yakov Karlovich Gratz, 1812–1893, Rusko Pravopizan, Russian Grammar, 1885, St. Petersburg, further regularized and stabilized the principles of syntax and spelling. In 1856, the first Russian translation of the Bible authorized by the Orthodox Church was published, but sermons continued to be preached in Church Slavonic as late as 1900. In the Russian 164 Orthodox Church, liturgy is said in Church Slavonic to this day. The Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 brought about another, presumably, simplifying reform of the alphabet and orthography. The church and religion were suppressed and the use of Church Slavonic rapidly declined. With the introduction of popular education and the achievement of full literacy, Russian took over all the spheres of life in the Slavophone republics of the Soviet Union as well as in the cities in the non-Slavic-speaking republics. The Soviet usage of Russian was most fully reflected in the 17-volume Slovar Sovremenogo Ruskogo Literaturnego Yazyka, Dictionary of the Contemporary Literary Russian Language, 1950–1965, Moscow, Bovois 2005, 211–215, Komary etal 1996, 1, Hrikak 2000, 31, Isatchenko 1980, 125, Janik and Gruel 2002, 237, Jusilayatal 2001, 77, Kulmencioas 1976, 517, 521, Rodkioas 1998, 164, 166, cf. Stankioas 1984, 128 to 144. What is in the name of a language? The story of the changes in the name of the Russian language is of particular interest as a reflection of Muscovian and Russian politics. In the 17th century, the vernacular was branded as peasant, or simple speech, prostoy yazyk, in opposition to prestigious Church Slavonic or Church language, Tsirkievny yazyk. At the end of the 17th century, the Oxford Grammar of the Russian language labels it Ruskaya. But this adjective, spelled as Ruski in Polish and Ruthenian, was reserved for the Ruthenian language. Therefore, in order to emphasize the difference between Poland-Lithuania's Ruthenian and Russia's Russian, throughout the 18th century, the official name of the Russian language was Rossiyski before being replaced through the adoption of the adjective Ruskaya during the first decades of the 19th century. All of these labels were derived from the name of Kievan Russian. 6 Ruski and Ruski come from the Slavic adjectival form of Rus. The former is written so in the Polish use of the Latin script and the Ruthenian use of Cyrillic, while the latter is a transliteration from the Cyrillic version current in Church Slavonic influenced by Byzantine Greek. This explains the difference in spelling, which also shows up in transliteration from Ruthenian and Church Slavonic. The name Rus in Byzantine Greek was Rossia. The Constantinople Patriarch's documents relating to the Rus lands within the borders of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and Muscovy were issued in Greek. As of the end of the 16th century, they referred to Lithuania's share of Rus as Mikro-Rossia and to that of Muscovy as Macro-Rossia. These adjectives little, mikro, and great, macro, differentiated between the Grand Duchy as a Catholic state and Muscovy that remained the sole independent protector of Orthodox Christianity after the fall of Constantinople. In 1721, Peter the Great changed the name of Muscovy to that of the Russian Empire, Rossiyskaya Imperia, preferring the Greek usage of Rossia to 165. The Church Slavonic of Russian. Peter's decision drew on the popular alternative name of Muscovy, Russia, first attested in 1493, which conflated Slavic Rus with Greek Rossia. A similar form Rosia was employed for the first time in 1558, and Slavicized Greek Rossia in 1517. Peter's was a logical decision, which emphasized the role of Russia as the successor of the Orthodox Byzantine Empire, enshrined in the ideology of Moscow as the third and last Rome. The shortened name of the Russian Empire, Rossia, gave rise to Polish Russia for Russia. English Russia is derived from Russia. Rossia, or a re-Slavicized Greek rendering, Rossia, of the Church Slavonic place name of Rus allowed to clearly distinguish the new empire from Poland-Lithuania's Rus lands, and also the coalescing Russian language, Rossiyski, from declining Ruthenian, Ruski, Ruskaya. Peter the Great, as the subsequent Tsars, set out on the course of ingathering the lands of Russian. Their task mostly completed after the final partition of Poland-Lithuania, 1795, the Russian language could be safely renamed Ruskaya in order to reflect St. Petersburg's claim to the entire political, ecclesiastical, and cultural heritage of Kievan Rus. The Russian language is Rosyjski in Polish, which stems from erstwhile Rossiyski. On the contrary, Czech and Slovak Rusko for Russia is derived from Russia, like English Russia. The 19th century process of the emergence of new standard languages from vernaculars did not leave Russia untouched. The increase in literacy as well as in linguistic research created the intellectual basis for the codification of Belarusian and Ukrainian. However, at that time, the users of these still not standardized languages kept calling them either Ruski, Ruthenian, or simple/peasant speech, Prostyamova. The latter term stood in opposition to the speech of lords, Maopanov, Movapanov, that is, the Polish language. Originally, Ukraine was a geographical term for denoting the region extending from the middle Dnieper to the southern Bug. As of 1569, this regional Ukraine together with Volhynia and Podlasia were transferred from the Grand Duchy to the Kingdom of Poland. The rest of Poland-Lithuania's Ruslands remained with Lithuania together with Bielorus, Belarus, White Ruthenia, that denoted a region between the Berzina and Neman rivers with Minsk/Mansk, in its center. The very term Belarus for denoting this region emerged at the turn of the 17th century. By extension, the land's Slavophone Orthodox inhabitants were referred to as Bielorusini Lituzi, Lithuanian Belarusians or White Ruthenians, or Litwini Bielorusi, Belarusian or White Ruthenian Lithuanians. This usage emphasized the fact that this territory belonged to the Grand Duchy Lithuania, as opposed to the Ruthenian lands transferred to the Kingdom of Poland, 1569, where the Slavophone Orthodox population continued to be known by the traditional name of Rusini, Ruthenians, or Lugi Russi, Ruthenian people. Before the 1569 transfer, the same terms had been applied to the Grand Duchy's Slavophone Orthodox population. 166. In the period from the mid-17th century to 1795, Russia gradually seized Poland's and Lithuania's shares of Kievan Rus, with the exception of Galicia, granted to Austria in 1772. In Muscovy/Russia, during the second half of the 18th century, the kingdom's Ruthenian lands were renamed Little Russia, Malorossia, and the Grand Duchy's lands White Russia, Belorussia, but because of the Polish-Lithuanian nobility's anti-Russian uprising of 1831 to 1832, St. Petersburg renamed White Russia Northwestern Russia. The disappearance of the administrative name historically related to Poland-Lithuania fortified the legitimacy of Russia's ownership of this territory. Although the name Little Russia was not used in Poland-Lithuania, by parallel the region became known as Southwestern Russia. These technocratic designations, emulating the French model of state centralization, centered on Russia, did away with any historical connotations to Ruthenia, which had been included in Poland-Lithuania. Similarly, Vienna did not preserve the term Ruthenia/Rus or Little Poland in the name of Galicia in order to dissociate this territory from its historical and political link with Poland-Lithuania. Northwestern and southwestern Russias were frequently lumped together, and, as a consequence, referred to as Western Russia in contrast to New or Southern Russia, that is, the northern shores of the Black Sea gained from the Ottoman Empire between 1774 and 1812. In the context of the persisting historical designations of Little and White Russia, the need arose to emphasize the elevated status of the traditional Muscovy lands in the Russian Empire. The obvious choice was Great Russia, Velika Rossia. That is why beginning in the mid-19th century, Russian elites started speaking of their language as Great Russian, Velika Russkaya, which imperial linguists deftly, though anachronistically, linked with the speech of Kievan Rus, dubbing it Old Russian, Drevnoruski. In line with the imperial ideology, there should be only one indivisible Russia, and no other Russkaya, Ruthenian, languages would be allowed on its territory. The precious few dictionaries of Ukrainian or Belarusian that appeared before 1918 in Russia denoted these languages as Little/South/Southwestern Russian or White/Western/Northwestern Russian dialects, Narekia. In the mid-19th century, the terms Ruthenus in German or Rusienski/Ruski in Polish for denoting the Ukrainian population and language developed in the Austrian crown land of Galicia. The Polish term Ruski had been earlier used in the same capacity in Poland-Lithuania. The German term Ruthenus was derived from it and, in turn, prodded the new Polish designation of Rusienski, derived from older Rusini, Ruthenians, and the very close self-ethnonym of Galicia's Ruthenians, Rusini. Upper Hungary's Ruthenians tended to employ another self-ethnonym, Rusnaki. The bilingual pair Ruthenus/Rusienski led to draw the ethno-linguistic line, which separated Galicia's Slavophone Greek Catholics, Uniats, from Russia's Orthodox Little Russians. Moreover, in Polish and German terminology, there was also a tendency to speak of Vice-Ruthinus and Bieloruski/Ruski in the case of the Belarusian language. 167. However, the Ukrainian and the Belarusian speakers began to more consistently refer to their languages as Ukrainian, Ukrainsky, and Belarusian, Belaruski, and to themselves as Ukrainians and Belarusians only at the end of the 19th century and at the beginning of the 20th century, respectively. In the case of the Ruthenians, Ukrainians, of Galicia, Subcarpathian Ruthenia and Bukovina, the process was completed by the beginning of the 1940s. The self-designation of Tudisi, local people, widespread in interwar Poland as Belarus, also disappeared in the course of World War II, Hrushevsky 1965, Isatchenko 1980, 126, Jakowenko 2000, 347, Macmillan 1980, 112, Milner-Goland 1997, 1-3, Ostrowski 1975, Racheva et al. 2002, 352, Rodkioas 1998, 16-17, Sahanoas 2002, 189, Shavelov 1980, 150-151, cf. Siebensprachenwörterbuch 1918, Simpson 1951, 18, Smith 1998, 21, Stroeve 2001, 347, Vacher 1956, 3-4, Vassmer 1971, 505, 520, 522. To wrap up these remarks on the changes in the name of the Russian language, and their ideological implications, it is worthwhile having a look at how they are reflected in the languages that form the focus of this study. In Polish, the shift from Rosyjski to Ruski has never been reflected, as the Russian language continues to be known in Poland as Rosyjski, which is the former term rendered in Polish spelling. That is so because Warsaw took over the Galician usage during the interwar period and continued to call the Ukrainian language Ruski or Rusienski. On the other hand, Polish linguists did not agree to concede the Polish-Lithuanian tradition of Ruthenian, Ruski, literacy to the Russians. These considerations were absent among the Czechs and the Slovaks who, through their support for Panslavism, actually played into the hands of St. Petersburg's imperial policies. The Magyars did not have any significant territorial or cultural conflicts with Russia either. Hence, all the three national languages accepted the adjective Ruski as an appropriate name for the Russian language. Accordingly, Russian is known as Ruski in Czech and Slovak and Orosz in Hungarian. But as Slavophone Greek Catholic population resided in the northeast of the Kingdom of Hungary, today, Ukraine's Transcarpathia, Budapest adopted the terms Ruthen/Russin, derived from German Ruthinus and Polish Rusienski. Similarly, the common Czech and Slovak counterpart, Rusinski, developed too, for the region, known as Subcarpathian Ruthenia, was incorporated into interwar Czechoslovakia. Belarusian and Ukrainian. In pre-modern times, there were no permanent polities that could be associated exclusively with present-day Belarus or Ukraine. The Ukrainians, however, claim the tradition of the sometime independent, but more frequently only autonomous, Hetmanate as their early state, more readily identifiable with Ukraine than medieval Kievan Rus. The Hetmanate coalesced after 1648 and persisted under 168. Muscovy/Russia's control from 1654 to 1722. Finally, these lands were directly incorporated into Russia in 1786. Belarusian national historians point to the medieval Kievan Principality of Polotsk and the post-1569 Grand Duchy of Lithuania as the historical predecessors of Belarusian statehood. What mattered most for the establishment of the contemporary separate states of Belarus and Ukraine was the 1569 division of the Rus lands between the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the Kingdom of Poland. This internal border within Poland-Lithuania survived unchanged till the dissolution of the state at the close of the 18th century. Then it continued in the Russian Empire as the divide between the northwestern and southwestern gubernias. During World War I, the establishment of the German administrative region of the Land Ober-Ost composed from the territories of the erstwhile Grand Duchy of Lithuania reinforced this division. After 1918, this old administrative boundary was translated into the border between the Soviet republics of Belarus and Ukraine. This border continued westward across the Polish-Soviet frontier as an administrative one between the voivodeships, regions, of Polzia in the north and Volhynia in the south. An international border that split the Belarusian ethnic area was a new phenomenon, while the Ukrainian ethnic area had been divided like that since the partitions of Poland-Lithuania, in the course of which Galicia had been awarded to Austria. The ethnic areas were a novel concept that was defined only after the first Russian imperial census of 1897. It registered mother tongue, rodnoy yazyk, as a potential indicator of nationality. Obviously Byelorussian, White Russian, Seven and Little Russian were noted as dialects of the Great Russian language. However, that was enough to give numerical arguments to the Belarusian and Ukrainian national movements. In addition, the ethnic boundary thus constructed between the Belarusians and Ukrainians reinforced the old administrative cum-political border, which was of much importance as no significant mountain range separated the territory of future Belarus from that of Ukraine to be. Actually, dialects gradually changed from the Belarusian ethnic area to the Ukrainian one without any obvious discontinuity as they still do today. The penetration of literacy and national identity was the slowest in the impoverished and sparsely populated region of the Pripet marshes. Because of this, there was no way to say which village was Belarusian and which Ukrainian. That is why, after World War I, this area was claimed both for Belarusian and Ukrainian nation-states, Silver 1986, 72-73, Snyder 2003, 42-44, Subtelny 1994, 168-181, Sukieniki 1984, 137-172, Vacher 1956, 12-13. Furthermore, prior to 1918, an attachment to Lithuania as a historical region coinciding with the borders of the erstwhile Grand Duchy of Lithuania still survived. The Belarusian-speaking intelligentsia still referred to their region as Litva, that is, Lithuania in Slavic, rather than Belarus at the beginning of the 20th century. The Slavic speakers from the territory of the erstwhile Grand Duchy. 169. Tendeterfertathemzilveses Litvini or Litovci, Lithuanians. A reflection of this phenomenon survived among the Belarusian emigration in North America who sometimes call their language Velikolitoski, Great Lithuanian, that set them against ethno-linguistic Lithuanian nationalists who hope to establish their ethnic Lietuva, Lithuania in the Lithuanian language, for the ethnic nation of the Lithuanians, Lietuvie, with the capital in Vilnius, which at that time was an overwhelmingly Slavophone and Yiddish-speaking city. The local Jews talked about themselves as Litviks, Lithuanians, in opposition to their brethren from the Congress Kingdom of Poland, Polones, Poles, and from Galicia, Galicianers, Galicians, Snyder 2003, 40-42, Stankiewicz 1982. There was also a serious evolution of scholarly views about what the Ruski, Ruthenian, dialect of the former Grand Duchy was. Until the mid-19th century, Russian and Polish scholars considered it a dialect of Polish as amply reflected in the name Język Polsko-Ruski, Polish Ruthenian language. Others called it Litovsko-Ruska mova, Lithuanian Ruthenian idiom, especially in relation to Ruthenian manuscripts and publications in Cyrillic created between the 15th and 17th centuries. In the 18th and 19th centuries, most texts, nowadays defined as Belarusian, were written or printed in the Latin script known as the Polish alphabet in opposition to Cyrillic or the Russian alphabet. The 1859 prohibition of the use of the Latin script to publish anything in Belarusian, and also in Ukrainian, was accompanied by the official pronouncement that marked the switch in classification of Belarusian from a dialect of Polish to a dialect of Russian. but despite the 19th century tradition of classifying Polish as a Western Slavic language and Russian as an East Slavic one, there is no sharp linguistic discontinuity between them. Actually, the Belarusian-speaking area is the transitory dialectal region between Polish and Russian. In the absence of any obvious linguistic or geographical border, it is the extra-linguistic features of Orthodox Christianity and Cyrillic that are implicitly used to separate the East Slavic languages from the West Slavic ones, written in the Latin script by populations that are predominantly Catholic, or Protestant. Accordingly, an official tendency developed to regard peasants speaking the same local Slavic idiom as Poles when they confessed Catholicism or as White Russians if they were Orthodox Christians. After the Polish uprising against Russia in 1863–1864, St. Petersburg chose to treat the White Russian and Little Russian dialects of the Great Russian languages Polish intrigues, or Russian dialects, which Poles wanted to separate from their Russian mother by infusing them with Polish linguistic loans and attempting to write them in Latin characters. The use of the White and Little Russian dialects in public and in print was suppressed, though between 1859 and 1863, production of Cyrillic books in both dialects had been actually encouraged. This official ban, which excluded belles lettres, was applied to Little Russian in 1863 and to White Russian 2 years later. The immediate cause of the 1863 ban on Little Russian prints was the publication of the Little Russian 170 translation of the New Testament in 1862, much to the outrage of the Orthodox hierarchy, who, only 3 years earlier, had grudgingly accepted the publication of the Russian translation of the Bible, and had no wish to allow another translation of the Holy Writ for the single Russian Orthodox Church, let alone one into a legally non-existing language. In the case of Little Russian, the earlier ban was appended by the 1876 proscription on the importation of Little Russian publications from Austria-Hungary's Galicia, where Ruthenian took off as a written language in public life and even in administration already in the late 1860s. The 1876 decision also banned the use of Ukrainian orthography, Kulishivka, developed by Panteleimon Kulish, 1819–1897, who authored the first Little Russian, Ukrainian, novel published in 1857 in Moscow. The ban on the public use of Little Russian was broadened in 1881, when the organization of exclusively Little Russian theaters and actor troupes was prohibited, in 1892, when the ban on translations from Russian into Little Russian was introduced, and in 1895, when henceforth the publication of children books in Little Russian was not allowed any longer. White Russian was not subjected to such restrictive regulations because there was no White Russian national movement comparable to that of the Little Russians, or any centers of White Russian book production outside the Russian Empire, which would merit a succession of bans. In 1863, the press opined that the Little Russian language has not, does not, and cannot exist. In Magoxy 1996, 370. In the 1880s, a similar opinion claimed that the White Russian language does not and has never existed, and that to create it artificially would be nothing else but doctrinarism. In Rodkio's 1998, 212. Unlike in the case of Little Russian, the popular belief was that White Russian would disappear soon, so there was no need to hasten this process with official bans. When an issue of some rare White Russian book appeared, a local censor usually barred it from publication. Anakenka 1969, 13, Yaffe 2003, 1024, Magoxy 1996, 269–270, Macmillan 1985, 229, Pinsent and Konikova 1993, 220, 473, Rodkio's 1998, 192–212, Romanovsky 2000, 128, Shavelov 1980, 153, Tomanek 2000, 114, Vacher 1956, 69, Wexler 1974, 207. In 1905, St. Petersburg lifted these restrictions on the use of Belarusian and Ukrainian in public and the publishing industry. The following year, the crucial periodical of the Belarusian national movement started appearing, Nasha Niva, Our Land. From its inception until 1912, the periodical was published in two versions, in Cyrillic for Orthodox readers and in Latin characters for Catholic ones. Beginning in 1909, not unlike earlier in Lithuanian, the polished diagraphs SZ and CZ4/SH/N/CH/ were replaced with Czech graphemes S and C so as to make the Belarusian version of the Latin script alphabet different from the Polish alphabet. Later, Cyrillic won the day, especially following the split of Belarus between Poland and the Soviet Union in 1918. In Poland, the Cyrillic script allowed Belarusian nationalists to emphasize their difference vis-a-vis the Polish language and culture invariably associated with the Latin alphabet, while 171. Across the border the Soviet authorities used the Cyrillic to make Belarusian ever more similar to Russian, Lemtsiahov 2003, 7, Macmillan 1980, 113, Romanovsky 2000, 130. Arguably, the first modern book in the Belarusian language was printed in 1835 in the Latin script, though Belarusian linguists tend to claim for their language the Grand Duchy of Lithuania's Church Slavonic and Ruthenian tradition of literacy that dates back to the 13th century. They maintain that documents and books from those times were written in the Old Belarusian, Staro-Belaruski, language. But those linguists who worked in the Soviet Union necessarily gave priority to the Russian, Obskursky, language. The entire corpus of writings in Church Slavonic and Ruthenian, created between the 11th and 17th centuries, on the territory of Kievan Rus, notwithstanding the fragmentation of this polity at the close of the 12th century, and the incorporation of its western section in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, was anachronistically claimed for an Old Russian language, a concept originally developed in the 19th century. The scheme has it that modern Russian is the direct continuation of this Old Russian language, while Belarusian and Ukrainian constitute its modest offshoots that eventually might be reunited with Russian in its role of the language of communication among nationalities in the Soviet Union. It was Russian that was to become the only language of the first communist nation/people, the Soviets. This opinion survives to this day in the popular belief widespread in Russia, Belarus, and eastern Ukraine that Belarusian and Ukrainian are peasant idioms, which should not be used by the educated and in cities. Thus, Russian is the true language of culture and civilization, which by default makes Belarusian and Ukrainian into Russian's dialects, slated for extinction, when most of the population achieve secondary or university education, and move to cities. Avan Esau 1961, Fajadikova etal 1989, 655-656, Isaev 1977, 20, Macmillan 1985, 229, Timoshenko 1959. The two significant dictionaries of the White Russian dialect, Narek, appeared in 1845 and 1870. In the field of literature, Enaden Navy Vrat, Iliad, Inside Out, had preceded these dictionaries. This anonymous work was the first one wholly composed in the Belarusian vernacular. It appeared at the beginning of the 19th century and circulated widely in painstakingly rewritten manuscripts. Only a small part was published in 1840. This parody of Virgil's, 70–19 BCE, Aeneid was an emulation of a similar humorous epic poem Aeneida, Aeneid, by Ivan Kotlyarevsky's, 1769–1838, which was published in Russian and Little Russian in St. Petersburg in 1791–1796 and 1803, respectively. The Little Russian version was hailed as the first book in modern Ukrainian. The author, however, committed most of his other writings to papers exclusively in Russian. It seems that Kotlyarevsky considered Little Russian appropriate merely for jocular writings, a quality easily evoked, as the cultivated reader was astounded to find the speech of his serfs recorded. 172. On the printed page. Wincenty Dunin Marcinkiewicz, 1807–1884, known as Wykiency Dunin Marcinkiewicz in the history of Belarusian literature, wrote mostly in Polish. Significantly, he translated the Polish national epic, Pantadeus, Lord Thaddeus, by Adam Mickiewicz, 1798–1855, into Belarusian. Unfortunately, in 1851, the Russian authorities seized this work when still in the printing shop, so it could not leave any significant imprint on standard Belarusian. The offense was that it was printed in Polish, Latin, letters, Magoxy 1996, 358, Macmillan 1977, 79–80, 90–94, 1980, 112, Subtolny 1994, 230, Zibika 2002, 91. After 1905, the trickle of Belarusian publications created the basis for the German occupation administration of the Land Oberost, largely coterminous with the post-1569 Grand Duchy of Lithuania, to recognize White Ruthenian, Vice Ruthenus, as an official language of this territory alongside German, Polish, Lithuanian, Latvian, and Yiddish. All the languages were written in the Latin script, with the exception of Yiddish noted in Hebrew characters. Russian and its Russian script, or Cyrillic, were prohibited. Interestingly, the Gothic script was recommended for German and Latvian, whereas Antiqua was used in Polish, Belarusian, and Latvian publications. But despite official pressure, Belarusian publications in Cyrillic continued to be produced. For the first time in history, Belarusian became a language of instruction in schools in 1915 to 1918. Not surprisingly, Russia being the enemy of Germany, the exclusive use of the Latin script was prescribed for this language. Belarusian orthography mainly followed the Polish model, with a few graphemes borrowed from Czech, C, S, Z, and the specific Belarusian letter U. The first grammar of the Belarusian language appeared in 1918, the first edition in Latin characters, Latsinka, and the second one in Cyrillic, Hrajdanka. After the incorporation of briefly independent Belarus, 1918, into the Soviet Union, Cyrillic won the day, and in turn, the Latin script was banned. But Belarusian nationalists staged their small revenge when, safely beyond Soviet control, a Belarusian Muscovian dictionary was published in Vilnius in 1919, and a Muscovian Belarusian dictionary followed 3 years later. Obviously, Muscovian meant the Russian language. A group of these nationalists also proposed to distance the name of their language from Russian through the use of the novel glottonym Krivitian. It was derived from the early Slavic ethnic group of the Krivitians, to whom some historians trace the lineage of the Belarusians. This glottonym was in rare use among Belarusian émigrés in interwar Lithuania and until the 1950s in North America. The period of cultivating the national specificity, korenizatsiya, or nativization, as allowed and encouraged by Moscow, lasted from the early 1920s to 1933. The 1933 reform aimed at weeding Polonisms, ate and overhauled the Belarusian spelling and syntax to make the language similar to Russian. In addition to that, Polish and Yiddish functioned along Belarusian and Russian as co-official languages of Soviet Belorussia between 1920 and 1938. 173. What followed was the gradual replacement of Belarusian with Russian in administration, schools, and cultural and public life. The process was complete by the mid-1950s. In interwar Poland's section of Belarus, the pre-1933 version of Belarusian in Cyrillic, as codified in the 1918 grammar, persisted, but Warsaw also suppressed the use of this language, while the Neo-Uniat and Catholic clergy encouraged the use of the Latin over Cyrillic script, for writing in Belarusian. In 1929, a Belarusian Polish dictionary, Vilnius, was published, in which the Belarusian words were given in both Cyrillic and Latin forms. Between 1941 and 1944, when the Third Reich occupied entire Belarus, the paradoxical revival of Belarusian was observed. The occupation allowed the Belarusians from both Polish and Soviet sections of pre-war Belarus to cooperate, and freed their language from the Polonizing and Russifying pressure. The German authorities only encouraged the production of Belarusian publications in the Latin script, which, in 1943, was duly reflected in the new wartime principles of orthography and grammar, published exclusively in Latin characters. Cyrillic smacked too much of Russian, the language of the Third Reich's Soviet archenemy. This brief flowering of Belarusian under German occupation actually sealed the language's post-war fate, when it was branded as the language of traitors. After World War II, entire Belarus was incorporated into the Soviet Union. Although the League of Nations referred to this country as White Ruthenia during the interwar period, the organization's successor, the United Nations, adopted the Romanized transliteration of the Russian term Byelorussia as the name of this Soviet republic. In the post-war years, like in Ukraine and elsewhere in the Soviet Union, Russification gathered speed in Byelorussia as well. The goal was the merger of the Soviet nationalities into a Soviet nation, or people, united by communism and the common classless language of Russian. Thus in 1954, 428 Belarusian and 305 Russian book titles appeared in Byelorussia. But, by 1960, the ratio had already been in favor of Russian, with 425 book titles in Belarusian and 1,175 in Russian. After having achieved its goals, Russification was slightly reversed in the 1962 dictionary and the 1966 grammar of the Belarusian language. Moscow allowed the maintenance of a modicum of difference between standard Belarusian and Russian. The first authoritative multi-volume dictionary of Belarusian was finally published between 1977 and 1984. Although official communication between language communities in the Soviet Union was to be channeled exclusively via Russian, the first Ukrainian Belarusian dictionary came off the press in Minsk/Mensk in 1980, Bimparad 2007, 92, Druki Podboreski 1929, Haritsky 1919, 1920, Yaffe 2003, 1014, Janik and Gruel 2002, 329, Lastisky 1924, Lemtsiagova 1980, Losik 1943, Macmillan 1980, 116, Romanovsky 2000, 131, Ziebenspratchenwörterbuch 1918, Smith 1990, 7-9, Stankiewicz 1936, 5, 1994, 20. Stankiewicz 1954, Vacher 1956, 4. 174. In 1990, Belarusian was announced as the state language of the Soviet Republic of Byelorussia. 2 years later, independent Belarus adopted a constitution, which reaffirmed the singular official status of this language. The 1973 Belarusian translation of the Bible, conducted under the auspices of the British and Foreign Bible Society, could at last be distributed in Belarus. But this did not amount to much in a thoroughly atheistic country. In 1995, Russian was granted the status of a second state language that, for all practical purposes, excluded Belarusian from political, administrative, public, and cultural life. In 1999, only 1/10 of book production was in Belarusian and the rest in Russian. In 2006, there was just one statewide Belarusian language daily, and only 1/5 school children attended Belarusian medium schools. On a sobering note, however, it seems that no more than 10,000 persons speak standard Belarusian in Belarus. The overwhelming majority use Russian or, much more rarely, standard Belarusian in public life. At home, an increasingly Russified local Slavic dialect is spoken, but educated parents and city dwellers tend to speak with their children in Russian because it is perceived as the language of social advancement and cultural refinement. The intensive interaction between such dialects and prestigious Russian gave rise to the Belarusian Russian Creole called Trajanksa. More rarely this term is also applied to the Belarusian Polish Creole in western Belarus, originally an agricultural term denoting a mixture of grass and hay. Today, when the authoritarian President Alexander Lukashenko, 1954, and other Belarusian officials unabashedly give speeches in Trzezinksa, this linguistic form seems to be slated to become the Belarusian language of the future, unless Russian fully replaces Belarusian. At present, opposition Belarusian language publications and periodicals employ the 1918, so-called classical, spelling, which survived among the Belarusian émigrés, and their pro-governmental counterparts the Russifying 1933 Soviet spelling. This ideological cleavage is aptly reflected in two separate Belarusian Wikipedias in both varieties of the language. In 1998, the authorities unsuccessfully attempted to close down the oldest Belarusian periodical, Nationalism, for using classical orthography. In 2006, Lukashenko proposed a new language reform, which, if implemented, would make classical spelling illegal and infuse official Soviet orthography with more Russifying elements. In addition, beginning in the school year 2006/2007, students of the last, 10th, grade of Belarusian medium elementary schools are required to learn Belarusian geography and history from Russian language textbooks. It seems to be the first step to making the surviving Belarusian language schools into bilingual, Belarusian Russian institutions. Ethnology, 2003, Galinsky 2006, 104, Yaffe 2003, 1016-1018, 1031-1032, Lukashenko 2006, Romanovsky 2000, 1932. Ukrainian linguists tend to emphasize that the 1581 Ostro, Bible in Church Slavonic commenced the established tradition of Ukrainian literature. 175. Not unlike their Belarusian colleagues, who for the same reason, single out Skarina's 1516-1519 Bible in vernacularized, Ruthenized, Church Slavonic. Scholars from both nations tend to split Poland-Lithuania's Ruthenian and Church Slavonic tradition of literacy along the 1569 border between the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Manuscripts and books written and printed south of the line are said to belong to Ukrainian literature, and those originating in the north to Belarusian culture. During the Soviet times, some Belarusian and Ukrainian authors emphasized the inherent unity of this early literacy from which modern Belarusian and Ukrainian emerged in the 19th century, but their voices remained in a minority. If accepted, this theory would clash head-on with the dominant imperial and Soviet dogma that the entire tradition of literacy produced on the territories of Rus belonged to the Great Russian language. Anakenka 1969, Macmillan 1977, 51, Snyder 2003, 108. Thus, what prevailed in the case of Belarusian and Ukrainian linguistics was the low-key political use of philology to split the legacy of pre-national literacies in agreement with the borders of the modern nation-states. In the context of the Soviet Union, the national republics were perceived to function like nation-states. The first national struggle fought out with the novel instrument of philology erupted during the 1860s, when German and French scholars began to battle over Frankish texts in order to prove that they rightfully belonged to the tradition either of Old German or Old French literacy. This anachronistic and nationalist approach to texts, written prior to the rise of the nation-states, spilled into Central and Eastern Europe at the turn of the 20th century, and continues to be the forte of philological science in this region to this day. Block 1990, 39-42. The beginning of modern Ukrainian literature is connected to Ivan Kotlyarevsky's Eneda. The first sections of the Little Russian text were published in 1798, but the whole poem circulated widely in manuscript before it was finally published in its entirety in 1842. The development of the Ukrainian national movement was complicated by the fact that the land proposed to be inhabited by the nation of the Ukrainian speakers, was divided between the Russian Empire and Austria-Hungary, Galicia, Bukovina, and easternmost Upper Hungary. In 1837, the first book of poems in the vernacular was published in Galicia. 3 years later, Taras Shevchenko, 1814–1861, repeated the same feat with his Kobzar, the Bard, on the other side of the border. This collection of poems became the national epos of the Ukrainians and earned Shevchenko the title of the father of Ukrainian literature. In 1818, the first grammar of the Little Russian dialect, Narek, came off the press in Russia, and 5 years later, a small dictionary. The suppression of the Little Russian dialect in Russia between the late 1850s and 1905 shifted the development of the Ukrainian language to Galicia, Pritzik 1984, 6–7, Pinsent and Konikova 1993, 208–209, Subtolny 1994, 230, Tomanek 2000, 110. 176. In Galicia, the language was called Ruthenian, Ruthenus, in German. This official name survived until 1918, also among the speakers of the language, who consistently referred to themselves as Ruthenians. In Vienna's perception, Austria's Greek Catholic Ruthenians were a separate people, different from Russia's Orthodox Little Russians, who spoke their own Little Russian language, known as Klein Russis, Little Russian, or Klein Ruthenus, Little Ruthenian, in German. In the first half of the 19th century, there were repeated efforts to make the Latin script, Latinitsa, into the main one in which Ruthenian publications would be printed. The last endeavor of this kind was undertaken in 1859 by the Polish Viceroy of Galicia, Agener Golikowski, 1812–1875, who tried to introduce a Czech-based Latin alphabet for Ruthenian. Another problem was that unlike in the Russian Empire, the Church Slavonic script, Kyrillica, persisted before the Petrine Grajdanka superseded it in the late 1850s. Interestingly, the Church Slavonic script persisted until the interwar period in Ruthenian publications produced for Slavophone Greek Catholics and Orthodox Christians in easternmost Upper Hungary and Bukovina. Beginning in the mid-19th century, the Russophile faction of Galicia's Ruthenians identified Church Slavonic as their Ruthenian language. They gradually replaced the Galician localisms in this language with borrowings from Russian. Such Ruthenian or Slavano-Ruthenian, Rutheno-Russian, persisted at schools in eastern Galicia. The development was similar to the emergence of Slavano-Serbian Serbo-Russian in the 1780s. This language dominated among the Serbs in non-ecclesiastical contexts until the mid-19th century. The proponents of replacing Slavano-Ruthenian with the spoken vernacular as heard in the streets, disparagingly called the Russophile Slavano-Ruthenian Iyaziki, or a macaronic jargon. Russophiles themselves called their Slavano-Ruthenian language, first, Ruskii and, later, Ruskii. In Cyrillic spelling, the reader associated the first version with Ruthenian, while the latter with Russian. In the 1890s, the Russophile tendency and support for Slavano-Ruthenian largely petered out in Galicia. Vernacular Ruthenian began to dominate in all spheres of Ruthenian social life, with the exception of the Greek Catholic Church, where Church Slavonic in Ruthenian pronunciation remained in use. In Bukovina, Ruthenian was adopted alongside Romanian, as a language of church administration in 1873. The proponents of grounding Ruthenian in the vernacular published the first grammar in 1862, which was followed by a German Ruthenian dictionary 5 years later. Evangelikovskaya's, 1844–1885, 2-volume Ruthenian German Dictionary, 1886, codified standard Ruthenian. Meanwhile, between 1862 and 1873, 4 school textbooks of Ruthenian were published. In 1893, these developments allowed the Austrian school authorities to approve a single standard of Ruthenian, whose proponents made it intentionally closer to Russia's Little Russian, hoping for the final merger of the all-Ukrainian national life. After much 177 bitter discussion among the Ruthenian intellectuals and readers, Stepan Smolstotsky, 1859–1938, and Fedor Gartner's, 1843–1925, school grammar helped to fulfill this decision. It was published in Lwów, Lviv, In 1893, 1907, 1914, and 1928, which ensured that the vast majority of literate Ukrainians wrote and spoke in Galician Ruthenian, Ukrainian, until a considerable degree of literacy in the Soviet version of Ukrainian was achieved in Soviet Ukraine by the late 1920s. Having been introduced into Ruthenian schools in 1893, the finishing touch to Galician Ruthenian was given in 1903, when the British Bible Society published the first full Ruthenian translation of the Bible at Vienna. One of the three translators was P. Kulish, whose 1862 translation of the New Testament provoked a volley of restrictive regulations directed against Little Russian in Russia. The lifting of the ban on the Little Russian language in Russia, 1905, allowed for the mutually beneficial exchange with Galicia. Between 1907 and 1909, Boris Hrinchenko's, 1863–1910, authoritative 4-volume dictionary was published in Kiev, Kiev. Importantly, in the work's title The phrase Ukrainian language, Ukrainska mova, featured, the Little Russian dialect was already a thing of the past. It was P. Kulish who initiated the compilation of this dictionary in 1861, and the significance of this work for the development of the unified Ukrainian language and Ukrainian nationalism was such that it was reprinted in 1969 and 1997. In short-lived independent Ukraine, it was the Russian language that had to take second place, as visible in the title of the bilingual Muscovian Ukrainian, Moskovsko-Ukrainskyi, Dictionary, Dubrovsky 1918. Muscovian for Russian was the Ukrainian revenge for St. Petersburg's former Little Russian for designating their own language and claiming the entire tradition of Kievan Rus for Russia alone, Dulichenko 2003, 349, Korovitskyan Vavrik 2003, Magoxy 1984, 59, 1996, 439, Price 1998, 480, Pinsent and Konikova 1993, 473–474, Shavelov 1989, 15–18, 45. After World War I, the division of Ukraine continued, this time with Galicia in Poland and the rest of the land in Soviet Russia. In addition, on the basis of their own vision of the ethno-linguistic area of the Ukrainian nation, Ukrainian nationalists also claimed for their future nation-state, easternmost Upper Hungary, incorporated as Subcarpathian Ruthenia to Czechoslovakia, and the former Austrian crown land of Bukovina, granted to Romania. In the Soviet Union, Moscow granted the Ukrainians their own republic and recognized their language as Ukrainian. In Poland the territories inhabited by Ukrainians were split among 4 voivodeships, and in official documents Warsaw referred to their language as Ruthenian, Ruski or Ruzienski. After the 1926 coup that terminated democracy in Poland, Polish swiftly replaced Ruthenian in Ruthenian schools, which mostly had been made bilingual in the early 1920s. Ruthenian organizations replied with intensified cultural life, and between 1924 and 1938, the number of Ruthenian book titles published in Poland increased from 195 to 476. In defiance of Polonization, and hoping for a united Ukraine, in 1929, 178. Poland's Ruthenians adopted the 1927 spelling of Soviet Ukrainian. Following the Polish example, Bucharest gradually suppressed Ukrainian language schools and cultural life in Bukovina, officially treating Ukrainians as Romanians who forgot their mother tongue. In Kajanowski and Brusky 2006, 87–88, Shavelov 1989, 195. In the interwar period, a mere 39 Ukrainian book titles were published in Romania. The special status of national autonomy enjoyed by Subcarpathian Ruthenia produced muddled results, as Prague veered between Russian, Galician Ukrainian, and the vernacular as the language of administration and education. In the latter half of the 20th century, this mixed experience contributed to the rise of the new Russian nation and their separate language, see chapters 6 and 7. The Soviet policy of Korenizatsiya actively encouraged the development of the Ukrainian nation and its language until the mid-1930s, as in the case of the Belarusian nation and its language in Soviet Belarus. The gravity of Ukrainian cultural life moved from Poland's Galician capital of Lwów to the Soviet Union. The limits of Korenizatsiya appeared as early as 1924, when the fourth volume of the five-volume Comprehensive Russian-Ukrainian Dictionary, 1924-1933, Kiev, edited by Ahatan Hel Krymskyi, 1871-1941, was destroyed before it could be sent to the press. The Soviet authorities deemed it too Ukrainian. A similar fate struck the updated edition of Hrynchenko's authoritative monolingual Dictionary of Ukrainian, 1927-1929, Kiev, whose publication had to be terminated with Volume 3. Whatever the slogans of Korenizatsiya might be, Moscow, like St. Petersburg before 1917, wanted Ukrainian to gradually converge into Russian, and not to evolve into a starkly different language. In 1933, the new, officially espoused, Principles of Ukrainian Orthography and Grammar were published, with the intention to make this language more similar to Russian. A new 1937 Russian-Ukrainian dictionary, Kiev, reflected this line and presented Ukrainian as a language very close to Russian, but it did not spare the editor's repressions, because the authorities still saw the dictionary as an unjustified expression of Ukrainian bourgeois nationalism. The share of Ukrainian book titles in the overall production, mainly, vis-a-vis Russian titles, jumped to unprecedented 64.4% in 1918 in independent Ukraine. In Soviet Russia, it first tumbled down to 29.3% in 1922, before soaring to 76.9% in 1931, and falling to 43% in 1939. After World War II, this Russifying trend continued unabated, as amply reflected in the new extensive, 11-volume, monolingual dictionary of the contemporary Ukrainian literary language published between 1970 and 1980. The tradition of Ruthenian in eastern Galicia and of the vernacular in Subcarpathian Ruthenia, renamed Transcarpathia, were extinguished, because both regions along with Bukovina were incorporated into Soviet Ukraine. An Orthodox translation of the Bible into Ukrainian came off the press in 1962 and a Greek Catholic one followed a year later. Both were published in the West. The Bible was a banned book in the Soviet Union, while the officially recognized 179 Russian Orthodox Church proscribed the use of the Orthodox Ukrainian translation of the Holy Writ. The change came with the fall of communism in 1989. The Ukrainian Orthodox Church re-emerged and introduced the 1962 translation into use. The Greek Catholic Church, banned in eastern Galicia and Transcarpathia during the latter half of the 1940s, revived, and decided to employ the 1963 translation. In 1990, Ukrainian was elevated to the rank of the official language in the still Soviet Ukraine. The following year, the Ukrainians gained their own independent nation-state. At the beginning of the 1990s, the early 1930s reforms, which had made Ukrainian more similar to Russian, were overturned. The most visible sign of the re-Ukrainization of Soviet Ukrainian was the 1992 reintroduction of the specifically Ukrainian letter for the sound /g/, as distinct from /h/. During the Soviet times the Russian character had ambiguously represented both Ukrainian phonemes, /g/ and /h/. In Russian, the sound /h/ hardly ever occurs, so there is no need to distinguish between /g/ and /h/ in writing. The 1996 Ukrainian constitution reaffirmed the official status of Ukrainian as state language, and Kiev did not give in to Moscow's pressure that Russian should be recognized as a second official language in Ukraine, as it had already been in Belarus. Ukrainian is the sole language of communication in western Ukraine, Galicia and Transcarpathia. But politicians all over the country do their best to master it, and make point to speak exclusively in Ukrainian, when delivering official speeches. Gradually, Ukrainian is not perceived as a peasant idiom, but a language, thanks to the command of which, one can secure an attractive career. However, Russian still remains the main language of business and book production. It is also preferred in public and private life in eastern and southern Ukraine. The continuing diglossia of Ukrainian and Russian, so much visible in central Ukraine, is also reflected in the phenomenon of Surzhyk. Not unlike Belarusian Trazhynksa, Surzhyk used to be an agricultural term for denoting wheat with an admixture of rye or barley. Today, the term describes the Ukrainian-Russian Creole, which functions as the colloquial register of the Ukrainian language. In this dyad, Standard Ukrainian plays the role of the written register and of the language form employed in official contexts. Nowadays, the social status of Ukrainian uplifted, Surzhyk is as much despised, as Ukrainian used to be prior to 1989. This attitude, accompanied by the official dominance of Standard Ukrainian, and the social dominance of Ukrainian and Russian, is bound to eradicate Surzhyk. Quite a different fate from Trazhynksa, poised to become a future Belarusian, unless the pressure of Russian is lifted in Belarus, and the use of Standard Belarusian is encouraged by state. Janik and Gruel 2002, 317, 319, Korovitsky and Vavrik 2003, Pinokko 1999, 5-9, Pinsent and Konikova 1993, 474, Shavelov 1989, 100, 103, 118, 129 to 130, 152, 163 to 164, 179 to 180, 184, 190, 195 to 196, Tomanek 2000, 116 to 117. 180. Lithuanian. The Lithuanian language was the vernacular the Jagiellonian dynasty of Poland-Lithuania used in the family, through the reign of Kazimierz IV, 1446 to 1492. Also the aristocracy of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania deliberated in this language in the Council of the Lords, and the language was used orally in the duchy's government, administration, and diplomatic relations until the turn of the 16th century. These uses never found their reflection on parchment or paper, since the official written languages of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania were Ruthenian, Polish, and Latin. Ruthenian, initially, the Rus recension of Church Slavonic, achieved this status when at the turn of the 14th century, illiterate Lithuanian rulers began to annex large tracts of the Rus lands, where the Slavophone Orthodox population employed Cyrillic-based Church Slavonic for writing. The official employment of Latin came with the 1385/1386 personal union of Lithuania with the Kingdom of Poland, which also entailed the Christianization of Lithuania, conducted by the Catholic Church. Polish became especially popular in the Grand Duchy between 1544 and 1548, when Zygmunt II August, ruled 1548 to 1572, took up residence in Vilnius in the capacity of Grand Duke before becoming Polish king in 1548, and moving to Krakow. Finally, Polish became an official language in the Grand Duchy following the 1569 union of the duchy with the Kingdom of Poland into a Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Lithuanian made an appearance in court testimonies, the oldest one dates back to 1624. After the 1697 ban on the official use of Ruthenian, Polish became the sole official language of the Grand Duchy, though Latin remained the language of scholarship and international diplomatic correspondence, while German continued to be a co-official language of urban self-governments. The Reformation spread the use of Polish in the Grand Duchy at the expense of Latin. The success of the Counter-Reformation tipped the balance in favor of Latin beginning in the mid-17th century. 10 For instance, in 1651 to 1660, 111 Latin book titles were published for the consumption in the Grand Duchy, 53 in the Duchy and 58 abroad, and 46 Polish. The tendency changed in favor of Polish in the first half of the 18th century. As a result of the expansion of the Teutonic Order, the Lithuanian-speaking area extending along the southeastern littoral of the Baltic Sea was divided between the state of the Teutonic Order, East Prussia, and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania already in the second half of the 13th century. The Lithuanian national histories refer to the part included in the Grand Duchy as Lithuania Major, while to theatre within the Prussian borders as Lithuania Minor. Lithuanian and Latvian remain the only Baltic languages 11 to survive to this day. Yatvingian and Kuronian disappeared in the 16th century without leaving any written traces. The last speakers of Pruthenian, Old Prussian, that gave the name to Prussia, died in the 17th century. But thanks to the 181 zeal of the proponents of the Reformation, two bilingual German Pruthenian catechisms were printed in Königsberg in 1545 and a third one 16 years later, Elisauskas etal 2006, 329, Ostroka 2005, 104, Price 1998, 110, 498, 371 to 372, Snyder 2003, 19, Trotman 1910, Zinkvicius 1996, 75 to 76, 83-84. The area where Baltic languages were spoken shrank in Prussia because of the spread of prestigious German, and in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania due to the official use of the Slavic languages of Polish and Ruthenian. Following the partition of Poland-Lithuania in the second half of the 18th century, Russian joined the picture as another prestigious written language. The situation became even more complicated with the rise of Congress Poland, which contained the southwestern sliver of Lithuania Major with the town of Suwałki, Suvakai in Lithuanian. Similarly, as in the case of the Baltic languages, the use of the Finno-Ugric languages that extend north of the Baltic-speaking areas, also declined. Of the Finno-Ugric languages spoken in this area, only Finnish and Estonian are sure to survive, as their kin languages of Ingrian, Karelian, 12 Livonian, Veps, and Vodic were used at the end of the 20th century only by tiny speech communities ranging from several tens to several thousand people, Hajdu 1975, 177 to 203, Price 1998, Passim. The rise of Lithuanian as a written language is connected to the Reformation and the Counter-Reformation, which made ethnic Lithuanians living in Lithuania Minor into Lutherans, and left their co-ethnics in Lithuania Major as Catholics, though some Calvinists remained there, as well. The first printed Lithuanian book, a catechism, rolled off the press in 1547 in Königsberg, today Kaliningrad in Russia, Królewcy in Polish, Kareliosius in Lithuanian, where a large Lithuanian-speaking Protestant parish survived until the end of the 18th century. The book was in the Samogitian, Žemaitija, dialect recorded with the use of Polish orthography, because its author, Martynas Mažvydas, Martinus Masvidius, Marcin Mažvydas, 1510 to 1563, came to Prussia from the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Later, Lithuanian books published in Prussia were in the Western Aukštaitijin upper country dialect spoken by the majority of Prussia's Lithuanian speakers. Samogitia, or the Low Country in Lithuanian, formed a distinctive administrative unit in the Grand Duchy at the Baltic littoral. The official title of the monarch of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania was the Duke of Lithuania, Samogitia, and Russian. Originally, Lithuania was another historical region that extended east of Samogitia, but the latter appellation fell into disuse when the post-1918 Lithuanian state decided on its official name as Lithuania. 13itis believed that this name was derived from the small river Liataka, a tributary of the Neris, Wilia in Polish. Earlier, now largely abandoned etymologies of this ethnonym, derived it from Lithuanian Lietus for rain, Celtic Litha for the Atlantic coast of western Gaul, or Latin Litus for seashore. The last etymology, 182, attempted to salvage the late medieval myth that the Lithuanians' ancestors were Romans, which had been proved with the spurious form Litalia, from which Lithuanian Lietuva for Lithuania was said to have sprung. Obviously the definite article did not exist in Latin, and it is a late development connected to the rise of the present-day Romance languages of Italian, French or Spanish. The Catholic Church replied to the Protestant translation initiatives in Prussia with its own catechism in Lithuanian, published in Wilno, Vilnius, in 1595. It was the first Lithuanian book printed in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, and like its Prussian predecessor of 1547 employed Samogitian in Polish spelling. The first full-fledged dictionary of Lithuanian, Latin-Polish-Lithuanian, was published in 1631. No copy of the probable 1629 edition survives, also in the capital of the Grand Duchy. Its three further enlarged editions were printed in 1642, 1677, and 1713. The lexicographer, Constantinas Servydas, Konstantinus Zyrwood, 1578-1631, employed the Eastern Oxtytijan dialect of Vilnius, in which the first book, a catechism, had been published in 1605. Due to the rapid Polonization of the Grand Duchy's capital and its vicinity, no more original books in this dialect came off the press after 1705. The first grammar of Prussian, or Western Oxtytijan, Lithuanian, written in Latin, was published in 1653 in Königsberg. A fragment of the first Lithuanian translation of the New Testament, conducted from Luther's German Bible into Eastern Oxtytijan, came off the press 10 years later in Oxford, and was followed by another, in Samogitian, in 1701, published in Königsberg. In 1727, the first full Lithuanian translation of the Bible was published, also in the Prussian capital, but it employed the Western Oxtytijan dialect. The Catholic Church replied with the first Catholic translation of the New Testament, in Samogitian, in 1816, which came off the press in Vilnius. In the same year, a new edition of the Protestant Bible in Western Oxtytijan, Lithuanian was published in Prussia. Another Catholic translation, and the first one conducted from the original languages into Standard Lithuanian, appeared piecemeal between 1911 and 1937. To this day, it remains the Standard Lithuanian translation of the Holy Writ, Alisauskas ETAL 2006, 1-21, Kaiaupa ETAL 2000, 40, 299, 301, Lithuanian Bible 2003, Pinsent and Konikova 1993, 469-470, Topolska 2002, 306-309, Zinkvicius 1996, 206, 228, 230-231, 240-242, 246, 251-252, 255, Zinkvicius ETAL 2005, 118-119. By the end of the 18th century, 268 Lithuanian book titles had been published, 40% of them in Poland, Lithuania and 60% in Prussia, the former mostly in Samogitian, also known as the central dialect of Lithuanian, and the latter in Western Oxtytijan. The ratio stood largely unchanged during 1854 to 1865, when 171 Lithuanian book titles came off the press in Vilnius. Religious publications predominated, Protestant in Lithuania Minor and Catholic in Lithuania Major. Until World War I, the divide was reinforced by the use of the 183 Gothic type in Lithuanian books and periodicals produced in Prussia. Beginning in the second half of the 17th century, Antiqua was employed for producing Lithuanian books in Poland, Lithuania. Also, the varieties of the Lithuanian language employed in these publications varied. This showed in the official Russian nomenclature variably referring to the Lithuanian language as Lithuanian, Samogitian, and Samogitian Lithuanian. The last name occurred most often in official documents and in state-approved Lithuanian language textbooks printed in Cyrillic. Until the mid-19th century, Polish authors and lexicographers preferred to speak of the Samogitian language, and there was even a movement for standardizing Catholic Samogitian as opposed to the Lutheran Lithuanian language based on the Western Oksitijien dialect, and employed in East Prussia. In Lithuania Minor, the German authorities consistently used the term Lithuanian language. Lithuanian books produced in Germany featured numerous Germanic loans. On the other hand, the influx of Polish linguistic borrowings into texts produced in Lithuania Major was so considerable that in extreme cases it was Polish lexemes embedded in the Lithuanian syntax, that is, a kind of Lithuanian Polish Creole, a Lysoskas etal 2006, 330, Kaiaupa etal 2000, 300, 2002, 116, Price 1998, 307, Sawanios Kamachawa 2002, 27, Strazaz 1996, 13, Topolska 2002, 329. Although the beginnings of ethno-linguistic Lithuanian nationalism date back to the early 19th century, the space for Lithuanian nationalism opened more widely in the wake of the Polish uprising against Russia, 1863 to 1864. In 1863, St. Petersburg banned the Polish language as a medium of education from schools in the Lithuanian-speaking areas. Russian replaced it and Lithuanian was added to the curriculum as a subject. After 1872, Polish replaced Lithuanian as a subject in schools for Lithuanians in the Vistula land, Congress Poland, and both Lithuanian and Polish as subjects were banned from the exclusively Russian medium schools for Lithuanians in the former Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Thus, Lithuanian was marginalized once again. In Lithuania Minor, following the founding of the German Empire, 1871, the use of Lithuanian was limited to church life and private book publishing after 1873. In this empire, similar Germanizing measures were directed at other minority languages, Bohemian, Czech, Danish, French, Kashubian, Masurian, Moravian, Polish, and Sorbian. The success of the Germanizing policy was a significant source of inspiration for Russifying measures in the Russian Empire. The aforementioned overture toward Lithuanian between 1863 and 1872 was dictated by St. Petersburg's desire to check the spread of Polonization. But the goal was not promotion of Lithuanian language and culture. Hence in 1864, the ban on the use of the Polish alphabet, that is, the Latin script, in Lithuanian publications was introduced in Russia. The following year, the authorities prohibited the importing of Lithuanian books in Polish letters from abroad. Since 1864, Lithuanian publications could be published exclusively in Cyrillic, the script of the Empire, and the Russian. 184. Orthodox Church. The clear aim was to use Cyrillic as an ideological bridge for a future Russification of the Lithuanian and Samogitian-speaking population. Although at least 54 Cyrillic volumes came off the press in Samogitian Lithuanian, Lithuanian-speaking Catholics reacted adversely and resorted to the mass smuggling of Lithuanian books from Germany. They were produced in Antiqua either on the spot in East Prussia or by the Lithuanian community in the United States, from where they were sent to Germany to be smuggled to Russia. A few of the smuggled volumes were in the Gothic type, which was technically still legal in Russia. Hence, in 1872, the ban on imports was extended to Gothic-type books in Lithuanian as well. The smuggling continued in blatant defiance of the Russian authorities. Significantly, the inflow of books in Prussian, Western Oksitijien, Lithuanian introduced Russia's Lithuanians to this language, after the long-standing Catholic tradition of Samogitian-based publications was truncated. 14. This facilitated the emergence of standard Lithuanian based on Western Oksitijien at the turn of the 20th century. In Lithuania Major, Polish dominated in politics, education, and culture until the mid-1860s, and henceforth, Polish alongside Russian. 15. Although the Polonization of Lithuanians in this region slowed down at the end of the 19th century, it did not stop altogether. The imposition of Russian as the sole official language of the empire did not entail any widespread Russification of Lithuanians. However, those few, who finished secondary school, acquired a good command of Russian. The ban on Lithuanian books, accompanied by the dual pressure of traditional Polonization and state-imposed Russification, did not leave space for unfettered development of the Lithuanian language. Despite the official policy of Germanization introduced in the German Empire in the first half of the 1870s, the situation of Lithuanian in Lithuania Minor was much better. First, the Protestant churches remained faithful to the Reformation ideal of evangelization in vernaculars. Conversely, in Russia's Polish-Lithuanian territories, the Catholic Church was the redoubt of the Polish language, and the Orthodox Church played the same role in regard of the Russian language. Not surprisingly then, the first modern lexicographic description of Lithuanian originated in Lithuania Minor in the form of two extensive bilingual dictionaries, German-Lithuanian, 1870–1874, and Lithuanian-German, 1883, compiled by Friedrichas Kurzaitis, Friedrich Kurzschat, 1806–1884. In addition, in the German Empire, the Lithuanian language was known under the unambiguous glottonym Litauish, Lithuanian, unlike in Russia, where it continued to be known as Samogitian Lithuanian until the Bolshevik Revolution. Between 1820 and 1860s, local Polish-speaking authors compiled at least 14, quite extensive, bi- and multilingual dictionaries of Lithuanian/Samogitian, paired usually with Polish, and more rarely with Latin, Latvian, or Russian. As Catholics, they did not use German in these dictionaries because they deemed German as much a Lutheran language as Russian, an Orthodox language. 185. But on the other hand, Polish remained the main language of inter-ethnic communication in Lithuania Major despite Russification. Already in the 1820s, a lexicographer from Lithuania Major postulated the need to compile an authoritative dictionary of Lithuanian, modeled on Samuel Bogomil Linda's Polish dictionary, and his colleagues renewed Thiel in the mid-19th century, adding the Brothers Grimm's German dictionary as a model to be emulated. But the ban on Lithuanian books in the Latin script, combined with the mainly anti-Polish character of the official policy of Russification in this region, made it impossible to publish lexicographic works devoted to Lithuanian, which remained in manuscript. The most extensive of all of them is a 3-volume Polish-Lithuanian dictionary, compiled between 1850 and 1856. It was finally published in Vilnius in 1993–1996, as a historical document of interest for scholars. Hence, unlike their German-Lithuanian counterparts, these dictionaries did not bear any direct influence on the development of Standard Lithuanian. A partial exception to this rule was an extensive Lithuanian Polish-Russian dictionary. Half of it was published in 3 volumes in St. Petersburg/Petrograd between 1897 and 1922. Interestingly, despite the 1864 ban, Lithuanian words in the dictionary were written in the Latin script. Dokantas 1993–1996, Janik and Gruhl 2002, 162–163, Rodkios 1998, 173, Sawanios Kamachawa 2002, 40, 51, 224, Snyder 2003, 33–34, 35, Strazaz 1996, 3, 12–13, Subasius 1999, 14–15, 2005, 2007. The rise of modern Lithuanian language and nationalism is connected to the short-lived periodical Ozra, later, Ozra, 16 Don, 1883–1886, Ragnat Neman, East Prussia, published in Antiqua in Germany and smuggled to Russia. After it went defunct, its national mission was carried by Varpas the Bell, 1889–1906, Ragnat. It was Jonas Bazanavicius, 1851–1927, who established this periodical, impressed by the successes of Bulgarian and Czech nationalisms. He befriended Bulgarian nationalists, while studying medicine in Moscow during the late 1870s. After graduation, he emigrated to Bulgaria in 1879, and moved to Prague 3 years later. At that time, his surname was spelled Jonas, Jan, Bazin was in agreement with Polish orthography. The language in which he preferred to write was still Polish, and in it Bazin authored numerous articles on Lithuanian history. As the main foundation of Lithuanian nationalism, he chose the thesis that the 1569 union of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania with the Kingdom of Poland was a national tragedy, because it led to the decline and Polonization of the Lithuanian nation. This ethnic reading of the pre-national past made all things Polish into an enemy of the Lithuanian national idea. In order to differentiate between the Polish language and Lithuanian written in line with Polish spelling, Lithuanian national activists replaced Lithuanian's Polish-based orthography with a spelling system derived from the Czech orthography as originally proposed in 1861 by Jonas Juska, Juskiewicz, 1819–1880. 17 Hence, at the end of the 19th century, the W and CZ in Bazin surname were replaced with V and C, and SZ in the title of Osro with S. The modern Lithuanian. 186. Orthography, however, still preserves the characteristic Polish diacritic of the hook, ogonek, literally little tail, attached to the bottom of the font, in the following letters A, E, L, E, and U. But the two last characters do not exist in LL the Polish alphabet, and the two former, though shared with Polish